Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The first time she saw him, he moved into her hometown. Though she wouldn't understand until a few years later why anyone would move into a place like Celestic Town, her 10-year-old self was deeply curious as to the arrival of a new family. Her town was small compared to the new cities that were constantly expanding, and while they had an old and proud history in Sinnoh, it only attracted tourists, not permanent visitors. News in her town spread quickly, the close-knit community contributing to the rumor mills with a speed akin to ninjask. In a day, at least half of the community knew that someone was moving into one of the abandoned houses. That was how Cynthia learned of the new arrivals and was among the few people mixed into the crowd that was watching the truck get unloaded by a handful of Mashokes. She searched around for the family. It was exciting to have permanent residents. She moved around the crowd, her tiny form allowing an easier time to move about unnoticed. When she finally reached the front of the crowd, she saw what could only be the newcomers talking to the nearby townspeople. Her feet moved unconsciously closer. She glanced at a child that looked around her age before switching to what could only be his mother. The child had charcoal black hair and unassuming amber-brown eyes. At first glance, he looked average. He didn't look at all like someone that one could pick out in a crowd. The same could be said for the mother as well. While she had an astonishing motherly feel, it wasn't anything special. Cynthia frowned. She was a bit disappointed at her new neighbors. With the way her grandmother and a bunch of her friends spoke of them, she expected something more. What she found instead didn't satisfy her curiosity at all. She anticipated for weeks what the family would be like. How many kids did they have? Did they like Pokemon? Did they have Pokemon? From what she saw, there was only a mother and a child. They seemed to have no Pokemon, and while they might like Pokemon, everyone liked Pokemon. With her expectations crushed, she left, her childlike mind moving on to new things. One such example was her upcoming Pokemon journey. XXX. The second time she saw him, it was at the gates that exit Celestic Town. She had recently said farewell to her younger sister and grandmother before returning her first Pokemon, Gible, into her Pokeball. She was equal parts excited and nervous. She'd finally earned her independence, and with Gible by her side, she couldn't wait to explore the rest of Sinnoh. It was getting a little boring in the small home she called Celestic Town. That was where she found him. His recognizable black hair flowed as the breeze gently moved through the gate, a blue jacket covering his frame along with some snug jeans and tennis shoes. Along with his backpack, he looked like an average 10-year-old kid going to school. Except that he wasn't. The first thing she noticed other than his new appearance was the small, yellow Pikachu perched atop his shoulder. It immediately clued her in on what he was doing here. Her eyes widened before a small smile graced her lips. She thought she was the only one going on her Pokemon journey this year, and while that wasn't an uncommon occurrence in a town like Celestic, it was a bit disappointing to be the only one to leave her home. Though that became moot at his appearance, and while a Pikachu was an unorthodox starter Pokemon, Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig being the most common in Sinnoh, she couldn't complain since she chose Gible. However, out of all the Pokemon, why choose Pikachu? While she acknowledged that all Pokemon were strong in their own way, Pikachu wasn't what she would call powerful. It seemed that her presence was finally noticed when the Pikachu's ears started twitching before looking in her direction. Spotting the Sinnoh native, the electric mouse nudged toward his trainer. The boy moved closer to Pikachu, their conversation too quiet for her ears before walking towards the blonde. "Hello," the boy said lazily, his arms waving. He had a small smile plastered on his face as he moved closer. "I believe we haven't met." "The name's Red Satoshi." Cynthia raised an eyebrow at the name. Who names their child Red? When he moved closer, he raised his arm for a handshake. She reciprocated, "It's nice to meet you. My name is Cynthia Sharona." "Cynthia," the boy drawled as if tasting the name. There was an emotion in his voice that she couldn't identify. "I assume that you are going on your journey as well?" "Yes," Cynthia responded. It seemed she wasn't the only one to connect the pieces. I'll be collecting the required amount of badges to participate in the league. The boy wasn't shocked. It looked like he expected the answer. She was slightly confused at that. The only ones that knew of her goal were her family, and they certainly wouldn't tell it to a few strangers that recently moved into Celestic Town. Seeing her look, the boy shrugged. It's a common goal. The boy pointed at himself. In fact, I'm here to collect a few gym badges myself. It was a common goal now that she thought about it. She nodded in acceptance. Fair enough. She peered at the Pikachu that was observing her in kind. So that's a Pikachu. I've never seen one in real life. He glanced at his Pikachu before sending one of the most genuine smiles that Cynthia had ever seen. Yep, he replied, he's been with me for a long time. There's no one else I want for a partner. Cynthia was surprised at the passion in his voice. It almost made her jealous of their relationship when she saw them look at each other with a type of camaraderie only seen in veteran Pokémon trainers. Her bond with Gibble wasn't that strong. She wondered if she did anything wrong while raising her. He glanced back at the blonde, noticing the Pokeball in her belt. What Pokémon do you have? He asked. Cynthia blinked before releasing hers. I have Gibble, she smiled. While the trust between them wasn't as strong as Red and Pikachu's, she was still confident and proud of her Pokémon. Gibble, huh? Red murmured, his eyes widening before a small smirk bloomed on his face. His hand reached down to pet her. Cynthia was slightly surprised by such an action. Her Gibble wouldn't allow just anyone to touch her, yet this boy seemed to be able to pet her with no problem. It's a good Pokémon to start with. Cynthia nodded. There was no other Pokémon she would rather have. Yep, she's the best. No other Pokémon compares to my Gibble, isn't that right? She asked, the last part directed to the small dragon type. She got a loud Gibble in response. They've talked a bit more. To Cynthia's surprise, it was easy to talk to the new trainer. While she had first doubted the knowledge of Pokémon that he had, he quickly swept that notion away. He spoke as if from experience, yet Cynthia knew that was impossible. Someone as green as him couldn't. It was just not plausible. Red looked at the time on his watch before looking up at the sky. I guess we should go. We don't want to start our Pokémon journey on a sour note. Red waved his arm before turning his back. See ya, Cynthia. Maybe when we next meet each other, it'd be on the battlefield. Cynthia nodded. It was probably for the best. The closest Pokémon Center was a few miles ahead, and wasting time would be detrimental on the first day. Yeah, see you. He waved farewell one more time before sprinting off, Pikachu obediently following. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting for my first day, Cynthia mused before strolling forward as well. XXX. The third time she met him, she was leaving after obtaining her first gym badge. It was extremely difficult despite Gibble having several effective moves against them. She traveled to Orberg City to face off against the Rock-type gym, expecting a fairly challenging battle. She captured new Pokémon, some of them being very effective against this gym. What she got instead was an extremely close battle that she only won because of luck and the willpower of her Gibble. Her EV got knocked out first, though she expected that at least. She even defeated the tough Graveler with her Mewtwo. That was when things went downhill fast. Mewtwo lost against the sheer force of the gym leader's Onix. Gibble did finish him off, and a battle of attrition started between the Dragon-type and Cranidos, but with some good luck and determination, she barely got through in the end. Overall, she may have won the badge, but it was a shallow victory. She didn't feel any satisfaction earning this badge. How did she expect to become the champion of Sinnoh if she could barely beat her first gym? How embarrassing. She promised herself that she would become better. Training is an absolute must. Creating new strategies as well. The Rock-type gym leader utilized several strategies to make up for his weaknesses, and it worked. Perhaps she should try the same thing. A familiar voice grunted as both trainers bumped into each other, one from being lost in thought while the other in a mindless rush. Oh, Arceus. Sorry, are you ALR Cynthia? Red? She asked as she scanned the trainer before her. She saw familiar amber-brown eyes staring at her. The boy blinked before smiling. Cynthia, it really is you. Red grinned. How long has it been since we've last seen each other? A few weeks at the very least. She nodded. It had been a while since they both separated. She looked at his shoulder to see another familiar face. I see that Pikachu is as healthy as ever. He nodded. We've been through some exciting stuff ever since we went on our way. I've even caught some new Pokémon. He looked curiously at the badge she was holding in her hands. His grin shifted into one of surprise. Is that what I think it is? She saw him point at the coal badge. She frowned slightly before nodding. Yes, it's a gym badge, my first one. Nice, he replied before scratching his cheeks. I still haven't gotten my first badge yet. I was busy exploring Sinnoh, there are so many things to see. She wholeheartedly agreed. Sinnoh truly was an amazing place. Are you getting your first badge in Orberg? She asked, and when she saw him nod, she continued, be careful, the gym is trickier than I first thought. I almost lost, after all. His grin only grew bigger at her warning. Even better. I always like a challenge. Cynthia looked at his expression. His smile was borderline cocky and arrogant. She was slightly disappointed at his overconfidence. From their last conversation, she kind of expected him to take gym battles a bit more seriously. Exploring Sinnoh for a few weeks made him too arrogant about his abilities. Red seemed to have read the expression on her face because he immediately offered her to watch his gym battle. Cynthia accepted easily enough. It would be rude to decline, and she was genuinely curious about Red's outcome. She wouldn't deny that she wanted to see why he seemed so sure of his battling skills. Both entered and saw the gym leader's assistant currently feeding the Pokémon. When he saw the two of them, Red stepped forward and asked for an official gym battle. The man nodded before going to fetch said gym leader. When he arrived, the man glanced at Red before switching to Cynthia. Oh, the old man boomed, if it isn't the little lass. Comin' back for more, eh? Well, I can't say that's ever happened before. Cynthia blushed in embarrassment. The gym leader probably knew that she won because of luck, and he wasn't exactly subtle about it either. Red stared at the man, smiling. He moved in front of Cynthia. Hello sir, I believe that I will be the one challenging you for the coal badge. To the point, eh? The old man grunted, all you little ones are the same. No small talk, just battling. Bah. He waved his hands, fine, but be warned, kid. Just 'cause you're young doesn't mean I won't go easy on ya. It's fine by me, Red responded, his hands already grabbing a pokeball. Now that Cynthia thought about it, he never told her any of his new Pokémon. He gave a challenging smile before continuing, though I understand if you want to take it slow. I heard that old age could do that to people. Bah. We've got a smart ass over here, the man traded back, we'll see how mouthy you are after this battle, brat. Graveler. Starly. The battle started without further notice. It wasn't anything she expected. When she saw Red Starly, she already knew that he lost. Graveler was stronger, had a type advantage, and could defend itself against almost all of Starly's moves. Unless Red had a type effective against the tough rock Pokémon, he didn't have a chance. That was her first impression. However, there was a saying that Cynthia forgot. Don't judge a book by its cover. The battle started with a sense of swiftness that made Cynthia blink. A hail of rocks was already descending the battlefield. Graveler effectively used multiple rock throws to end the small bird Pokémon. Starly responded to the show of power with speed. Cynthia had never seen a Pokémon gracefully dodge such overwhelming numbers. It was speed. Fighting defense, a lightweight battling a heavyweight. It seemed Red was depending on Starly's evasive skill to beat Graveler. However, how could he beat an opponent that he couldn't hurt? The rock throws ended, and with that, a new wave of confrontation started. The gym leader was planning something, only utilizing defense curls and an occasional rock throw to aggravate the Starly. Red didn't seem to mind. A small smile sprouted onto his face. He responded with a simple agility. If Starly wasn't fast before, he was now. In a blink of an eye, the Starly's graceful movements only seemed to go faster, like a scene fast-forwarding on TV. "Let's go on the offensive, Starly," Red exclaimed, his arms moving in a grandiose fashion. Starly, as if sensing Red's plan, nodded before diving down with speed Cynthia had never seen before. It only occurred to her later that Starly's combined quick attack and agility only made the frighteningly fast bird even faster. The gym leader smiled, "Ha! I gotcha now, brat." Smack down. Graveler moved his hands to intercept. "Double team," Red replied. From 1 to a dozen, clones of the bird raced towards the living rock. Then, as if an afterthought, though Cynthia doubted it, wing attack. With no time at all, both forces collided. Smoke and debris rained upon the battlefield as Graveler tried to grab the closest Starly, while the real one smashed the rock type with the combined force of his attack. When the debris and dust rolled out, Cynthia was shocked to see an injured Graveler. There was no way a flying and normal type move could do such damage. She glanced towards the Starly and noticed how the bird flew a little lower and his movements more sluggish. She frowned in confusion before looking at the injured wing. The momentum. Red only did as much damage as he did because of the combined speed adding to the damage of his wing attack. Cynthia realized. He basically created a takedown. Smart, she acknowledged, but risky. "Are you okay, Starly?" Red asked worryingly. When Starly nodded, Red smiled, "Good, let's keep up the momentum." Starly, agility. "I'm not gonna lie, kid, it was a smart move," the gym leader responded, "but it'll help me in the end. I know what to expect." Graveler, rock throw. The entire battle became pandemonium. Both sides battled with such force and wit that the entire battlefield was scarred by their conflict. In the end, Starly and Graveler fell from their wounds. Turtwig. Onyx. To Cynthia, the fast-paced action from the last battle seemed to have transferred here. They both fought with such ferocity that even when both Pokémon were wounded, they kept getting up for more. Absorbs were constantly used, Red's response to keep Turtwig in the battle against Onyx's bulk being effective. While Turtwig wasn't as fast as Starly, it was still agile enough to move around Onyx. It was an advantage that Red exploited repeatedly. Yet, despite Turtwig's good speed, it couldn't dodge everything. A powerful Iron Tail ended Red's momentum and started the gym leader's counterattack. He rained attacks upon attacks on the injured Turtwig, each hit slamming against the grass type with the force of an explosive bombardment. Even with Turtwig's efforts, he fainted. "Pikachu, you're up." Now, why would you choose Pikachu? A fragile Pokémon like that had no chance against Onyx. Not only that, the gym leader still had one active Pokémon that is without a doubt Cranidos. Red and Cynthia met eye contact and, to her disbelief, gave a small wave. Is he that confident in his victory? And when Cynthia saw Red's Pikachu in battle, she could see why. Pikachu fought like a dragon, using outrage, a literal demon in hell. He outpaced, outsmarted, and overpowered the Onyx with such finesse that it even made the gym leader silent. To summarize, he'd beaten Onyx to SBMSN without breaking a sweat. Cranidos. The fossil Pokémon roared defiantly. His head pointed towards Pikachu and with impressive speed, moved to smash into the mouse. The electric type dodged the headbutt with ease and responded with a thunderbolt-powered Electro Ball. The attack raced towards the young Cranidos. The speed of such a strike was too quick for the fossil to move effectively, and it pummeled through the rock-type Pokémon. Yet, despite the barrage of attacks Pikachu dealt, Cranidos rose. Determination flared in the Pokémon's eyes. The battle began anew. Cynthia had never seen such brutal attacks. Every hit sent the young fossil Pokémon flying, yet he always brought himself back up. It was passing the point where a battle was just a battle. If the rock type didn't stay down soon, it might leave permanent damage. Red seemed to realize it too, since he gave a rare frown after a deceptively weak quick attack plowed through the Cranidos. Pikachu, let's finish this. Combine Iron Tail and Electro Ball. Take him down. Pikachu moved to obey the commands, his speed more than enough to cross the distance. Cranidos responded with one more headbutt. The resulting explosion blew the Cranidos out of the field, yet despite the damage it sustained, it continued to get back up. Red's frown became more prominent. He looked toward the gym leader. Return him. The trainer pointed at Cranidos. If we do any more, I don't think he'll be getting up at all. The gym leader was silent. Then with a sigh, he grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and pointed it at Cranidos. Kid's got a point, he apologized to the heartbroken Pokemon. Red dash, before he could utter the word, there was a blinding flash of light. Everyone was silent. Even Red, who Cynthia believed could hide his surprise well, was widening his eyes with awe. Cranidos was no more. Rampardos roared. Pikachu! Red exclaimed. The electric mouse nodded before dodging a well-timed takedown. Cynthia had seen Pokemon evolution before. In Celestic Town, being with the professors there allowed her to see them a few times. However, she had never seen such power behind a newly evolved Pokemon. She almost shivered at the thought of facing Rampardos. Thank goodness she fought Cranidos, or she never would have won that badge. Rampardos was smashing his way to Pikachu. Any rocks or boulders in his path only slowed him down. The fossil Pokemon moved like a bulldozer and it was in hot pursuit. Pikachu's surprise finally wore off, though not without a few scratches. The electric type moved, an electro ball already forming. End this. Pika. Boom. Silence. Dot. Cynthia held her breath. A body dropped to the ground. Rampardos is unable to battle. That means Red from Celestic Town is the winner. She let it go. She sighed in relief before turning her gaze toward Red. She had never seen battling at such a level before. There were tactics, combinations, and skills that she never thought possible. It was thrilling and she wanted to do the things that she saw in this gym battle. Already, her mind was swimming with different combinations that her Gible could probably use. She'd test all of this during training. XXX. You got the coal badge now, Cynthia stated, her eyes scanning an identical badge to her own. Red smiled before nodding. They were both at the Pokemon Center, getting all of their Pokemon checked by Nurse Joy. They sat at one of the tables that the building offered, eating to their heart's content. Amicham, Red hummed. Taking a mouthful of food before swallowing, he continued, I didn't expect Cranidos to evolve. The battle might have gone differently if I faced it off in its healthy state. Yeah, no kidding. That Pokemon was blasting through solid rock like it was nothing. It was only through Pikachu's efforts did they have a chance of winning. Speaking of which, how did your Pikachu get so strong? Cynthia asked bluntly. They both started their journey at the same time, and if she didn't know better, she might have thought that Pikachu belonged to a veteran. Pikachu and I trained ever since we met. Red replied cheekily, and no, it wasn't from Celestic Town. He's been with me before we've moved. Cynthia nodded. It made sense. They probably were together far longer than she was with Gible. Still. Your Pikachu cannot be that strong even with a few years of training. My Pikachu is special, was his only response, and before she could question it further, Nurse Joy came out of the emergency room with both of their Pokemon in tow. Pikachu, Turtwig, Starly. Red stood up and ran towards his Pokemon, you guys feeling better?" All responded with their respective calls. "How about you guys?" Cynthia asked hers. They all nodded in affirmative. "That's good." Cynthia thought back to her battle, then remembered Red's. "Because we got a lot of work to do. We'll be training non-stop. If she wanted to beat the Sinnoh League, she'd need to." They both moved out of the Pokemon Center after finishing up their meal and feeding their Pokemon respectively. When they went towards the exit of Orberg City, she couldn't help but ask, "So, Red, which gym will you be going to next?" "Eterna City," he said. "I heard it's a grass-type gym." She nodded. She was planning on facing that gym later. "I would probably be training for a little while. After seeing you fight, I realize that I need to work on strategy." Cynthia blushed in embarrassment. "My first gym battle wasn't as easy as I would have liked." "That's the purpose of gyms," Red commented. "It's meant to challenge trainers." "Yeah, but I won with luck." She drooped slightly. "I wanted my wins to be assured, to know that it was through effort and skill. After seeing yours, my achievement seems a little lackluster." "Well, that's what rivals are for," he replied, "to measure ourselves against one another. If you don't like what you are right now, then it's your job to change it." Cynthia paused momentarily. She stared at Red's confused face. "You consider me a rival?" With her words, Red blushed in embarrassment. "Ah, I didn't mean to assume. I just thought that since we were in the same town and we keep meeting each other." Cynthia's face heated up before shaking her head. "It should have been obvious." No, it's fine. It was just unexpected. A rival, someone to compare with and hopefully surpass. That sounded nice. Red considered her one, so he compared himself to her. Though why anyone would do that, she just didn't know. As if sensing her thoughts, Red turned to face her. "Cynthia, any trainer worth their salt would love to have someone like you as a rival." Cynthia smiled. She could sense the genuineness in his words. "Thank you," she responded. She truly meant it too. She could honestly say that she had made her first friend in this journey outside of her Pokemon. They've talked a bit more, both more comfortable around each other. Cynthia enjoyed her time. The feeling of talking to someone her age that was also just as knowledgeable was refreshing. Before long, both had to depart or risk being late. Time flies when you're having fun. Cynthia mused. She was already moving to the next town, though she planned to start training as soon as possible. Incorporating strategy and tactics was a brilliant idea. She already had ideas rushing through her mind, however, figuring out which one would work would be the hard part. XXX. A year had passed. Both Red and Cynthia still met each other sporadically throughout their journey. Their greetings ranged from finding the other before, after, or in the gym to just coincidentally finding the other in a forest or trail. Cynthia had been training non-stop, her victories becoming more spectacular and assured. To them, their goals were only a Pokemon League away. They'd battled anything that came their way, even each other. Such determination can only be noticed, and by the time they both gained their 5th gym badge, they've gained a tentative and small following. Neither noticed. Exploring and hunting gym badges, however, took a long time. When they've gained their 6th gym badge, the year already ended, and so did the Sinnoh Pokemon League. Luckily, they've got enough time for next year's, and with only 2 more badges they could spend the extra days training. That's exactly what Cynthia was doing. Her Gabite was doing exceptionally well, it rarely lost a single fight, and the losses that she did have, she quickly learned from. Then there were her battles with Red. She had never been pushed to the limits the way Red did with her. Their battles were the most exhilarating. From victory to loss, it was a pendulum. When she obtained a victory over Red, he would surprise her in their next bout and find a way to beat her. It was frustrating, yet calming. Thrilling, but exhausting. Competitive, but still friendly. She loved it. From every battle to every departure, she couldn't wait for their next confrontation. Hey! Her thoughts were disrupted by a familiar sound. She glanced towards the sound to see two of her newest rivals. From the familiar duo of blonde and red hair, she saw what could only be Flint and Faulkner. She met them during her stay in Hearthome City. She recently won the Relic Badge and was challenged by Flint to a Pokemon battle. The boy was cocky as well, and when she remembered Red's expression, she didn't hold back against the red-haired trainer. That was a wise choice. Flint and Cynthia's battle was chaos. Both had powerful Pokemon, yet each one fainted like flies. The burning strength of Flint's Monferno had easily caused discord among Cynthia's Pokemon. However, Cynthia's Gabite heavily damaged most of his, the dragon's monstrous strength spreading fear among them. Flint learned to be wary of Gabite that day. Even after the battle, Flint never seemed to go down for long. He immediately proclaimed that she was officially his rival, and to Cynthia, things went downhill from there. Flint. Faulkner, she greeted. What are you two doing here? As in the cold, freezing place known as Snowpoint City. Cynthia resorted to wearing an exceptionally thick dark gray jacket with some equally thick boots. Faulkner seemed to have the right mind to also mimic her type of clothing, though Flint only wore a long-sleeve sweater, jeans, and tennis shoes. How he could move around the city without shivering was anyone's guess. Come on now, Cynthia, is that how you greet a fellow rival and trainer? Flint responded, feigning insult. Faulkner only shook his head at his friend's antics before turning towards Cynthia. We're here to get our 7th gym badge, he supplied helpfully. Flint gave him a betrayed look. Faulkner ignored it before continuing, are you here for your 7th badge as well? You guessed right. Cynthia nodded. Snowpoint City is an Ice-type gym. I'm still thinking of a way to counter her Ice-type moves against my Gabite. Unlike you, I'm completely ready. Flint pumped his fist in the air. My Monferno is the perfect counter against them. Type advantage isn't everything, Cynthia replied. She should know, Red's Pikachu forcefully shoved that perspective out of her mind. She briefly wondered if Red would be showing up too, or if he already obtained the Icicle badge before switching her attention to the duo. I'm sure that as gym leaders, they would have counters against their weaknesses. Faulkner and his Pikachu, Cynthia immediately had to reassess if Pikachu was a typical starter when they met, nodded before looking toward their friend. She's right. Unlike some trainers, what makes gym leaders challenging is their experience. Look guys, Flint interrupted with a wave of his hand, you both have seen how strong Monferno is. We've surely faced challenges harder than this. Monferno's not going to go down from ice types, that'd be ridiculous. Cynthia doubted it, but what did she know? It's not like she had seen what kind of training they'd done anyways. XXX. Monferno is unable to battle. The victory goes to the gym leader of Snowpoint City. What? Told him, Cynthia muttered. Faulkner sighed. XXX. I can't believe it, Flint groaned, how could I lose? I had type advantages and everything. Perhaps it's because of the fact that none of your Pokemon could move around on ice, Cynthia wondered out loud. Watching Flint's battle was a major boon. Now that she had seen the environment and the type of Pokemon that the gym used, she could properly make a strategy to beat them. Perhaps she could train her Pokemon to move around the ice. It could make them move faster in their gym battle. Yeah, Faulkner agreed, they kept slipping. That and you kept focusing on brute force. Your attempts at hitting them with your flamethrowers while on literal ice was not a smart move. Don't forget that their Pokemon can move around much more freely. They've had much more experience battling on ice than yours. Every answer only made Flint sulk even more before he went down on his knees. Geez guys, give me a break here. I can't be that bad. You were, Faulkner replied with lightning speed. Now if you would excuse me, I am going to train my Pokemon how to skate. It seemed Cynthia wasn't the only one that noticed that little detail. What? Flint barked, before staring at Faulkner's already departing form. Hey, wait up. The boy ran, pausing briefly to turn toward Cynthia. Oh, it was nice meeting you again. Cynthia numbly waved farewell as well. Their display of friendship was odd, but some bonds were like that. Eccentric. Now all she needed to do now was figure out how to beat the ice gym. XXX. Cynthia met Red once again after she obtained her 8th gym badge. While the last 2 gyms were by far the hardest that she had ever fought, she inevitably surpassed them. Now, she just had to wait for the Pokemon League to be announced and she would be all set. She was both excited and nervous. Nervous that it would be the first Pokemon League that she would ever fight in, but excited because it would be a step closer to reaching her true goal. She was currently residing in the outskirts of Sunyshore City, training her Pokemon. She was confident in them. She knew that each of her Pokemon would be ready by the time the Pokemon League turned its head. Yet, one thing that Red taught her was that training was usually never a bad thing, and with all this time, she could effectively use it to help better her chances. Glacian, Togetic, Riolu, come on out. Cynthia threw 3 Pokeballs, the respective Pokemon coming out. Right now, the main problem was to train some of them to be more accustomed to battle. While Glacian was a veteran in combat, her evolution at Snowpoint City forced Cynthia to change her usual battling style. Togetic and Riolu just weren't that experienced compared to her other Pokemon. We've got a bunch of things to work on before we could successfully face the Lily of the Valley conference, she told them. The 3 nodded, signaling her to continue. She smiled, we're going to work on fixing some of those today. And so a few hours they worked. Riolu and Togetic tried their hardest to test the things Cynthia instructed. Meanwhile, Cynthia and Glacian were currently trying some new moves that Glacian learned after her evolution. It was during the end of the 3rd hour did she hear explosions coming from a small part of the forest on the edge of Sunyshore. Curious, she moved toward the sound, her Pokemon in tow. What she found surprised her. The first thing she noticed was Red. Judging from the environment and his state of clothing, he was training. Probably for the Lily of the Valley conference, no doubt. What type of training? Well, the entire field was wet, which could be accounted for by Bizel that Red sent out. Not only that, but Pikachu was currently on the field as well, showing Bizel a perfectly executed counter. Shield, a technique Red showed Cynthia during one of their meetings. Judging by the fact that Bizel's attention was solely on Pikachu, it looked like Red was trying to teach the water type how to use his own version of counter shield. Keep it up, Bizel. Aqua Jet and Water Gun, one more time. Red ordered. Bizel nodded, leaping into the air, before swirling around in a torrent of clear, powerful stream of water. Red seemed to smile a bit wider. Yes. You're doing it, Bizel. Just a little more. Just when Cynthia thought that he was going to succeed, the water-type stream became more sporadic, the sturdy stream becoming nothing more than puddles on the grass as Bizel stopped moving. Red grimaced, rushing forward to see the state of his dizzy and confused water Pokemon. Is your Bizel okay? Cynthia moved as well. Now was a good time to show herself. She didn't want to look like a creep in front of her rival. Red turned towards her, the small widening of his eyes being a telltale sign of surprise easily discerned by Cynthia. Yeah, Red answered before frowning worryingly at Bizel. I thought the counter shield might be useful for Bizel. He's just not used to the constant spinning that it requires. You have a few months, Cynthia said. By the time the conference shows up, Bizel would be ready in no time. Hopefully anyways. While she'd only dabbled when it comes to the counter shield technique, utilizing Glacian and her ice beam, she is far from completing it. Hopefully, he unknowingly mimicked her thoughts. He smiled slightly. Are you training as well, Cynthia? Yes, she nodded. It wouldn't do for her rival to be stronger than them. I was hoping on training these 3 for today. Cynthia pointed at the 3 Pokemon with her. They seem to have spread out and are now enjoying the company of Red's Pokemon. Riolu, Togetic, and Glacian. Red raised an eyebrow before chuckling. I see Eevee finally evolved. How'd that happen? It happened in Snowpoint City. It must have been one of the stones nearby, she answered. Eevee's evolution was a happy surprise and helped when it came to the last two gyms. That's great, he replied before smirking. Hopefully, it would give me more of a challenge when we face off in the finals. Oh, confident already? Just like the last time we faced each other. Cynthia sniped. She gave her own smirk. I distinctly remember winning that one. She definitely did not enjoy seeing Red's face when he remembered. She did not take sadistic joy in seeing her rival like that. Nope. Definitely not. Ha ha ha, Red's response was deadpan. We'll see who's smiling when we go to the conference. We will see. Cynthia agreed readily enough. Her Pokémon were more than strong enough to handle anything in their path. However, she reminded herself, this will be the first time I participated in anything as big as a championship competition. Even if I don't win, I should at least aim as high as I can. They spent the remaining time talking, ranging from the coming tournament to their daily lives. It was a sort of calming and serene scene that Cynthia silently enjoyed, especially when they both sat near the trunk of a tree, small snacks from their bags spread out neatly on the grass. All of their Pokémon ran around the field, playing, eating, and sleeping. Sadly, all good things had to end and both departed once more. X. Her journey to the Lily of the Valley conference was scenic. From the ocean to the sky, there was activity everywhere. When she reached the actual island, it was bustling like the organized chaos of the largest cities. Fortunately, she managed to get by, signed up, and was given the nearest hotel that was available to trainers. She placed her stuff in her hotel room, releasing a breath as she landed on the bed, her back hitting the soft mattress. Cynthia hummed in bliss. She never believed that such high-quality rooms were given to trainers, yet here she was. Well, this is the Lily of the Valley conference, Cynthia mused. It would make sense to provide trainers with the best comfort available. It makes the entire thing seem even bigger. She looked at the 6 Pokeballs lying beside her on the bed. She remembered the hard work all of her Pokémon did. Honestly, the pride that she had for them couldn't even be put into words. Her head turned to the window outside that showed an amazing view of the forests and man-made battlefields that spread throughout the island. She came here rather early. Of course, that could be because of the excitement of participating in such a grand event. A lot of people decided to be early too, judging by the large crowds that walked the streets. She couldn't blame them. I got a few days left, Cynthia thought. I could probably explore the island. It'd be cool to see what kind of Pokémon is around. She felt all her muscles relax as the softness from the bed warmed up her entire body. She gave a small mew of pleasure. Cynthia mused. Well, I do have a few days. I could do it tomorrow. And with that, the great Cynthia lied utterly defeated by 5-star quality mattresses. X. The first thing she explored was the town. It was common for the villagers to see trainers around and they greeted her with a friendly demeanor that could even make Sharpdos feel soft and fluffy. It was quite a homely sight. She could see 1 or 2 markets running about, many of them selling souvenirs and Pokémon-related merchandise. It seemed that they even exploited this as an opportunity to make money. Cynthia gave a deadpan look before shrugging. If she lived here then she'd probably do the same thing. She saw foreign and familiar faces alike. Some notable appearances were Flint and Faulkner. They seemed to be in high spirits, both of them with wide smiles on their faces as they enjoyed what the island had to offer. She had yet to see Red, but she wasn't worried. He'd show up when he was good and ready. Cynthia had no doubt. She met some new faces as well. A sharply dressed trainer named Lucian introduced himself during one of her walks. He seemed like an interesting trainer and she briefly wondered if she would fight him in the coming rounds. A few more days passed and other than a short training session with her Pokémon, nothing exciting happened. The only thing that made her a bit tense was the buildup of anticipation and the fact that Red hadn't shown up yet. She had half a mind to search but decided to wait. He had one more day, after all. That wouldn't stop her from screaming at him when he showed up though. Her thoughts were interrupted when she softly slammed into a small frame of a man. Cynthia blinked briefly before apologizing, "Sorry, mister. I didn't look where I was going." It's fine," the old man chuckled, the impressive white beard shaking. Trainers being lost in thought is a common occurrence during the last few days. "Still, I would like to apologize," Cynthia replied. It was common courtesy and her grandparents definitely didn't raise a savage. "It was my mistake." The man only chuckled more. "Well, aren't you quite the lady? I swear they're getting younger every day." He inspected her a bit closer. "What's your name?" "Cynthia Sharona," she answered, "and you are?" "Charles Goodshow." "Well, it's nice to meet Dash." Cynthia paused. Her mind went blank for a second before asking instead, "Excuse me, can you repeat that?" "Charles Goodshow," the man gave a white, furry smile, "and it's nice meeting you too, Cynthia. Look for me in the crowd. I always like watching new trainers." He gave a short wave before walking away. Cynthia could only nod. When her brain rebooted, she slapped her cheeks. She just met the president of the Pokemon League. The man that helped start it all, and she treated him so casually too. What did he think of her? A disrespectful child that couldn't see what was in front. Why her? And from what he said, he might be watching her matches. The stress. What is it with me today? Her thoughts were left unanswered as she sulked. XXX. The opening ceremonies were a grand affair. Fireworks soared through the air, lighting the skies with colorful explosions. The loud cheers and the excited aura of the spectators were contagious. A large crowd of trainers was all in the center of the stadium, Cynthia among them. She could feel the nervousness and excitement. It was almost palpable. Despite all of this, she subtly searched for the familiar charcoal black hair of her rival. Then the lighting of the league torch started. If anything, the loud cheers became even louder. Trainers and spectators alike cheered as the flames were lit, and for a moment, she thought everyone would lose themselves in the excitement. There was a brief inspirational speech from the Charles Goodshow that she bumped into. She tried to find the closest place to hide. When he ended it, everyone knew, from the civilians in their seats to the trainers in the stadium. The Lily of the Valley conferences had officially begun. XXX. Battles raged on throughout the island. The hundreds of trainers that arrived were dwindling in an astoundingly quick fashion. Rounds were being initiated as swiftly as they were finished. The 3-on-3 battles were intense, and Cynthia was silently thankful for the extra time to train her Pokemon. She dominated her battles in brisk, efficient strikes. Every battle was assured. She defeated each of her opponents quickly. So quick that she had ample amount of time to watch others do battle. Flint and Faulkner, she believed, would have no problem reaching the preliminaries. From what she had seen, they'd been decimating their opponents almost as rapidly as her. She briefly watched Lucian and his powerful Bronzong deliver a powerful blow to a poor trainer's Pokemon. She took a mental note to watch out for that Bronzong. Then she found the mystery man that she was searching for. Red, in all his battling glory, was currently dueling a man's Scyther with his Staraptor. While Scyther showed excellent speed, Staraptor gracefully dodged every hit thrown at him with an ease that reminded Cynthia of the moves that Red liked to use when Staraptor came into play. That was what he was planning to do anyway. Red gave a wide grin before ordering, "Staraptor, agility." Cynthia hummed in thought. Red knew that using the same strategy over and over again was unwise. Cynthia could only guess that it was because he was facing off a new trainer that he was going to utilize this particular move. Scyther made for another attack, a brightly glowing slash aimed straight for the blurry forms of Staraptor. It was a mistake. Staraptor, now. Brave bird along with steel wing. Red barked, and a millisecond later, a glowing streak was seen as it soared directly to the shocked Scyther. The amazing speed combined with the overwhelming power of Brave Bird and Steel Wing slammed into the bug type. That poor Pokemon didn't even stand a chance. Dust and debris formed in the field as the strike landed. When it cleared, Staraptor flew back up, seemingly undamaged, while Scyther's form slumped to the dirt. Brave Bird's a move that is supposed to give the user recoil damage, Cynthia mused. However, Red told me that continuously using such moves allowed a Pokemon to get some sort of resistance to it. If you consider that Staraptor began using similar attacks when it was a Starly, there's no wonder why Red wanted Brave Bird so badly. As expected of Red. When the battle was over, her rival gave a wide smirk. "Did ya see that, Cynthia?" he asked. He noticed her presence straight away. That, or it was the Pikachu perched atop his shoulder, that informed him. They sometimes acted so in sync they almost felt like one person. "You feeling scared yet?" "Hardly," Cynthia drawled. In all honesty, it only made her more excited to face him. If that was any more predictable than it already was, I would have been disappointed. "Ouch," Red grinned with mock hurt. "I'd at least bring you down with me." "Then prepare to be disappointed," she replied. "I won't go down that easily." "Good. I always like a challenge." His smile turned defiant before switching to the regular grin that she was used to. "Did you finish all your matches?" Cynthia nodded. "Did you?" She looked around, and because Red didn't move at all and no trainers were nearby, she was going to assume that yes, he did. As she predicted, Red nodded. This was my last one." She smiled at that. "Good." The next thing Red knew, he was being dragged by Cynthia to the nearest Pokemon Center. Cynthia, what are you doing?" Cynthia hummed before giving a small smirk. "Punishment. You'll know when we get there." One walk later, with a dragged against his will trainer in tow, and Cynthia finally reached the familiar, air-conditioned environment known as the Pokemon Center. She dumped Red's body at the nearest table before leaving and grabbing some food available. When she finally arrived, placing both of their trays on their respective side, she knew exactly what to say. "So Red, can you please explain why it took you so long to join the conference?" He gulped. XXX. The preliminaries were next, and while she had an easier time during the screening rounds, it became a lot more difficult here. If the last round was to gather the 64 strongest trainers, then it certainly was effective. The battles were tough, each one pushing her to her very limits. It wasn't just her either. Faulkner was knocked out in the first round, a particularly experienced veteran defeating him. He at least didn't go down without a fight. Like a flash of lightning, he went out with a bang, the trainer losing 2 of his Pokemon and heavily injuring one before Faulkner was finally defeated. Flint blazed through the competition. Any attempts at washing him away were met with fierce resistance. However, the trainer that Cynthia watched out for, Lucian, battled Flint tooth and nail. It was brutal. Both trainers weren't backing down, and neither were their Pokemon. Despite his best efforts, Flint lost in the second round against the sharp-dressed trainer. That victory was short-lived, however, as Lucian lost in the third round. Red faced off against veterans in his first, second, and third match. Each one was a close call, every fight leading to their last Pokemon. He used everything in his arsenal, from powerful combos to utilizing the field to his advantage. His battles were naturally brutal, but the battles in the preliminaries were on a whole other level. Fortunately for him, and her, he came out on top. That just left the top 8. XXX. And it seems we're going to fight each other first. Cynthia chuckled internally. Above her, the screen showed the results of the shuffle. Both pictures stood out proudly and were connected to show both combatants. The first round would be Cynthia versus Red, something that they both didn't expect. Now here they were, each one on the opposite side. Their bodies were exposed to the cheering crowd, yet that was only a brief thought in both of their minds. To them, it was just Red and Cynthia. It was a battle both wanted, and it seemed like Arceus himself granted it. It was something they desired and trained for. All the battles they've had before lacked what they thought will be their greatest challenge yet. This sense of anticipation they both felt was something intimately familiar to many. It was the feeling of facing off against your rival. On the left, we have Cynthia Sharona of Celestic Town. On the right, we have Red Satoshi, also of Celestic Town. Are the trainers ready? Both nod. Then begin. XXX. Hello there, Pokemon TV. I am John. And I am Rob. Welcome to the long-awaited Sinnoh semifinals. That's right. As of this moment, we've got the top 8 trainers facing off against each other for the chance of battling the champion. Rob, who's fighting right now? We've got an interesting matchup this time, John. 2 trainers from Celestic Town, and let me tell you, they're one of the youngest I've seen get this far in any league. Really? Who exactly are these trainers, Rob? Red Satoshi and Cynthia Sharona. 2 underdogs in this competition. Have you seen the reports, John? A lot is riding in just one battle. Not only do they come from the same town, but they both started their journeys at the same time. Can you believe this, John? Golly. It seems that for these 2 rivals, it's personal. Look, John, they're sending out their Pokemon. Oh my, what interesting choices. XXX. Come on out, Riolu. Bizel. The battle started without further notice. Even at the beginning of the match, the battle was tense. From Aqua Jets to Force Palms, both sides pushed with all their worth. None were giving an inch, the fast reaction of Riolu stopping all of Bizel's advances. Swiftly, Red transitioned to a different strategy. Dust screened the entire field as sonic booms blasted the arena. The large impacts sent the dust upward, cloaking both Riolu and Bizel. What are you trying to pull, Red? Cynthia frowned before widening her eyes as a powerful Aqua Jet collided with Riolu. A direct hit. The maelstrom of water stopped, the water type landing next to Riolu. Cynthia could see Bizel prepare for combat. Ice Punch, he announced quickly, and Cynthia could already see cold energy form around Bizel's fist. Oh no, you don't. Cynthia responded with her own defense, counter it, then Electric Punch. Bizel's fist moved, the swirling cold aimed for the fighting type. Riolu's reaction speed surpassed anything Red expected. In milliseconds, the Ice Punch disappeared as Bizel was hit by waves of physical attacks. With lightning-quick moves that would make Machamps jealous, the assault became an uncontrollable storm as thunder punches were slammed directly into Bizel, both of Riolu's hands crackling with electricity. The battle developed into a brutal brawl with Bizel trying to create distance but Riolu denying all possibilities of escape. Cynthia smiled. Come into my parlor, said the Spinnerack to the Caterpie. Face it, Red. You're stuck. Red didn't seem too worried. He smirked, it takes more than that to beat me, Cynthia. Bizel, sonic boom then counter shield. Cynthia silently cursed as more dust blew into the air. Bizel used those few precious seconds to escape Riolu's grasp. The fighting type shook away the dirt before rushing forward, a thunder punch already prepped. That turned out to be a mistake as a chaotic swirl of water slammed into Riolu, sending the young Pokemon back. She gave a wary look at the counter shield before turning to Red. It seems you've perfected that particular technique. Saved it just for you, Cynthia, Red answered back, impressed. It'll take more than a fancy barrier to impress me, Red, Cynthia responded. Internally, she was both praising and cursing Red for a brilliant move. Riolu's move set was completely physical. With Bizel's counter shield, Riolu couldn't move close enough to do any real damage. I'll have to wait it out. Bizel couldn't keep counter shield up forever. If he kept going he'd get too dizzy to counter any of her attacks. That was the perfect time to finish him. Red seemed to have the same thought. Almost immediately, the swirling stopped and an aqua jet took form. It soared up high before diving towards Riolu. The attack collided and a new conflict rose once again. Immediately, Baizal was backing off with Riolu giving chase. It was like a game of Persian and Pikachu. Riolu gave chase, intent on finishing off what he'd started. Baizal seemed to be particularly aggressive, using hit-and-run tactics to tire Riolu down for one final assault. Fortunately for Cynthia, Riolu's training paid off and only took minimum damage with every barrage of attacks. Like the changing tides, Baizal and Red switched to another plan. Multiple sonic booms blasted off Baizal and aimed straight for Riolu. Red was keeping his distance. Like that's going to stop Riolu. Cynthia internally smiled. Riolu, get close. Riolu dodged his way forward. He was an unstoppable train, running, blocking, and jumping his way to his destination. Before Red could respond accordingly, Riolu was already next to Baizal. Ice punch. Counter then thunder punch. Baizal could fight. That was something Cynthia had no doubt was true. However, when faced against a fighting type in a close combat brawl, the odds of winning were already stacked against them. Along with multiple direct thunder punches, his odds became even lower. The results were expected. Baizal is unable to battle. Choose your next Pokemon. Impressive, Red acknowledged, Riolu is stronger than I remember. We've trained. Cynthia grinned. Something that you obviously didn't. Ouch. Red feigned a wince. Instantly, a Pokeball was up in the air. Monferno, you're up. Riolu, ready yourself, Cynthia ordered, watching as the dual-type Pokemon prepared a flamethrower. Dodge it and get close. Riolu moved, jumping and leaping over the released flamethrower. The torrent of overwhelming fire and heat washed over the battlefield. Monferno fought like an active volcano, passionate and prone to eruption. Cynthia widened her eyes as Riolu winced at the burnt and hot ground. He was trying to get the field advantage. Cynthia internally scoffed. Riolu could handle some heat until it cooled off. Riolu reached the fire type a few moments later. Force palms instantly blocked as a barrage of Mach punches pummeled Riolu. The fresh energy of the playful Pokemon struck the tired Riolu with all of his might. The Aura Pokemon retreated as he attempted to counter against Monferno's constant badgering. Stop beating around the bush, Monferno. Let's finish him off with a Mach punch. The glowing fist was like a blur, the attack slamming into Riolu's arms as he attempted to block it. Riolu was on his last breath, his body laboring to stay up. Cynthia stared at the determined eyes of her Pokemon, both of them nodding at the same time. Riolu, reversal. Dodge it right now, Monferno. It was too late. Riolu held a strong grip on the fire type before picking the poor Pokemon up and used both the kinetic force and the fighting energy in the move to give Monferno an enormous amount of damage. Red grimaced. With the amount of punishment that Riolu endured, that attack had the potential of knocking out another of his Pokemon. That would give her rival a large disadvantage. Even if it didn't, Cynthia could take out his second Pokemon easily as it would no doubt be close to fainting. Smack! A mighty Mach punch skyrocketed, the uppercut making Riolu fly to the sky before landing with a small thump. Riolu is unable to battle. Choose your next Pokemon. Togetic. The battle continued. There was no more time for errors. Both sides battled like their very lives were on the line. Everything was fair game. Togetic crashed into the severely injured Monferno with both Psychic and Zen Headbutt. It rained rocks as Togetic's ancient power decimated the battlefield. Monferno barely limped his way out of the attacks. Flamethrowers spouted out of his mouth, both trainer and Pokemon hoping for a lucky shot. Cynthia was fighting the battle with a brutal efficiency that Red would have praised if he weren't the target of her ire. Dig, Monferno. The playful Pokemon went underground immediately, using the battlefield as a shelter from the massive earth hail. You can't stay there forever, Red, Cynthia called out, keeping a wary eye on the ground. He's got a plan. He always did. Just as if he read her mind, part of the floor immediately burst open and an astonishing flame geyser burned its way to the sky. Tagetic was nearby, his lithe body taking the brunt of the heat pooling off of the massive attack. Then a moving firestorm sprouted upwards, a gigantic spinning wheel of burning fury soared his way to Tagetic. Kaboom! Cynthia cursed. Monferno's blaze activated. The infernal storm didn't end yet as both Pokémon crashed to the ground, the fire type covering both of them with searing flames before smacking Tagetic hard into the ground. There was a loud smack that echoed throughout the awestruck arena as Tagetic's slumped form rammed into the scarred ground like a falling star. Monferno bellowed in triumph. Tagetic is unable to battle. Choose your next Pokémon. I have to end the threat. Cynthia hissed, Milotic. Monferno rushed forward, an aura of chaotic fire in tow. His fists glowed, the Mach punch lighting up with condensed energy. It launched like a jet, the punch moving towards Milotic with undisguised power. A second later, water washed over the fire type, the pressurized hydro pump blowing the Monferno away. The blaze-induced Pokémon skidded through the ground. An average Monferno would have fainted by now. It was clear to everyone this was not an average Monferno. With a defiant cry, he rose. He crossed the distance in a flash, the Pokémon's gigantic flame wheel unexpectedly plowing through the shocked Milotic. Cynthia and the crowd reacted accordingly. All fell silent. There was the familiar sound of a body hitting the ground. Monferno is unable to battle. Choose your next Pokémon. He finally succumbed to his wounds, Cynthia concluded, slightly glaring at Red, though it was very nice of him to leave that small parting gift before he fainted. While it didn't do a lot of damage, the blaze-boosted flame wheel did more than she wanted. Grotle. Red summoned. Leech Seed. Freeze the floor. Both attacks were launched, Milotic flinched at the energy-absorbing move while Grotle steadied himself from the new environment. Cynthia grinned at the unbalanced grass type. She personally trained Milotic to maneuver around the ice. The Pokémon's help was a major advantage during the Ice-type gym battle. From seeing Grotle's unsure movements, she could guess that her rival didn't teach Grotle how to fight in such unstable arenas. Good, Cynthia internally smirked, an easy win for me. Milotic slithered, showing a type of grace that was hypnotizing. The water Pokémon charged a powerful ice beam, releasing the freezing cold toward Grotle. The grass type was unable to move, which only made it worse for the Sinnoh starter as the anticipation and the inevitable pain raced its way to its target. Ice particles cloaked the hit as the explosion blew the dust outward. Milotic flinched as the familiar pain of Leech Seed sapped the Pokémon's strength. When it cleared, Cynthia's jaws dropped as Grotle stood there still standing strong. What? Energy Ball. Cynthia shook out of her stupor as she saw Milotic endure a barrage of natural energy. Milotic, get close. Milotic dodged the wave of Energy Ball. Determination flared in her eyes as the water Pokémon's body shined with glittering lights. Mirror Coat deflected the grass move, the attacks deviating from their natural course. Milotic serpent-like grace reached the Grotle in no time, and before Red could react, an ice beam pierced through the grass type's defenses. Despite this, a cloud of smoke appeared as Grotle initiated Substitute to hopefully mitigate the damage. So that's how Red protected his Pokémon, Cynthia realized. If Grotle can't move, he must have used Substitute. Still, that could only work for so long. She could see the result, as Grotle's durable skin couldn't do anything against the cold, ruthless pursuit of Milotic. Just like she predicted, Grotle succumbed to his wounds. Glisker. The advantage of flying Pokémon became obvious. With Glisker's acrobatic freedom, he was capable of dodging while sending as much pain to Milotic as possible. In an instant, Stone Edge descended upon the battlefield, the falling rocks crushing the ice-coated floor like a meteor hitting Earth. Cynthia clicked her tongue. Milotic's movements were limited. Potshots and barrages rained like an iron fist. Mirror coat was utilized repeatedly in hopes of mitigating the damage. Red planned for that. With the combined damage of Monferno and Grotle on Milotic, the speedy dive of Giga Impact ended the battling streak of Milotic. Glacian. The recharging of Giga Impact aided Cynthia, quickly taking advantage of Glisker's weakness and giving a critical ice beam on the shocked Glisker. A blue screen of dust was formed when it reached impact. Glacian was already moving, quick attacks dodging the hurled rocks before multiple shadow balls soared towards the injured Glisker. Unfortunately, the part ground-type Pokémon glided from harm's way before giving chase. X-Scissors glowed eerily while Glisker sporadically dodged the shadow ball sent his way. Glisker finally reached his intended target, however, Cynthia already reacted. "Take an ice beam in the face, Glisker," Cynthia hummed cheerfully. "Let's see you get up from that." Boom! Glisker didn't get up. Staraptor. Cynthia frowned as the flying Pokémon moved at a speed no Staraptor should be able to. Red trained his Staraptor well, specializing in both speed and attack but lacked when it came to defense. However, Red found a solution by training the bird's evasive skills. If she could somehow hit it, she would have a chance of winning. Agility. Staraptor's form was a blur. Already, the flying type was behind the surprised Glacian, a steel wing clashing with the ice type's lithe form. Before Glacian could recover, Staraptor kept up his momentum. Red was hoping for Staraptor to continue attacking her Pokémon in hopes of it not being able to fight back or else face an opening his Pokémon cannot take. It's a cheap move, but she couldn't fault its effectiveness. Staraptor's close combat blew Glacian's breath away. Quick as lightning, the avian already transitioned to an explosive brave bird until finishing Glacian off with a joint close combat steel wing combo. Glacian had no chance. Roserade. Cynthia would just have to poison him. Roserade released a hefty amount of toxic. With the amount utilized, not even Staraptor with its skill could escape. A purple mist formed the moment a lucky shot landed on the flying type. Poison energy radiated outside of Staraptor before continuing his course. Agility. The blur now became almost impossible to see as the agility became a full-blown brave bird. Cynthia narrowed her eyes as she saw Steel Wing mixed in as well. Roserade wouldn't be able to dodge the impossibly quick move. Well, as the saying goes, fight fire with fire. If Roserade's going down, then she was going down with a bang. Giga Impact. Both powerful attacks clashed, a fusion of energy emitted from the collision. The impact of both attacks seemed even. Cynthia held her breath. Was that Giga Impact strong enough to hold against Staraptor's brave bird? Nope. All of her hopes were crushed in an instant as Staraptor's form pierced through. The glowing energy of his attack was made apparent as it rammed the poor grass-type aside. Gabite. Her strongest Pokémon was released, the dragon giving a challenging roar before readying herself for battle. Staraptor dived, Steel Wing activated. To Cynthia, that was nothing but a minor setback. Whenever she battled with Gabite, she felt connected. She felt unstoppable. Dig, Gabite. Cynthia commanded, her mind already thinking of several ways to counter. Staraptor crushed the ground that originally had Gabite, a billowing sandstorm developing in the bird Pokémon's wake. Sky Inc. Staraptor was tossed to the ground, a dragon claw slashing the bird's meager defense like tissue paper. To make matters even better, Staraptor cawed in agony as the toxic took its effect on the flying type. He still stood up. He flew quickly. Even with the damage dealt, he held a speed that Cynthia admired. Truly a stubborn Pokémon, Cynthia smirked. Too bad that Gabite can be stubborn as well. A flamethrower skyrocketed, the burning inferno heading directly for Staraptor. Agility. The bird Pokémon went even faster, diving quickly, barely missing the overpowered flamethrower before closing distance with Gabite. Close combat was initiated from Staraptor, yet Gabite held his own. Dragon claws blocked most of the fusillade with expert movements. Staraptor went back up in the sky. Close combat against Gabite was suicide. Cynthia smirked before pointing up at the sky. Let's see Staraptor dodge this. Draco Meteor. Like fireworks, a ball of draconic energy shot up. Red's eyes widened before sharpening. A single shard of that attack could potentially knock out Staraptor. Cynthia was betting on that. Agility. Both moves reached their climax. The bird gave a final burst of speed while tiny missiles rocketed into the sky. The crowd oohed in awe, the bright energy shining with impressive power. Not a lot of Pokémon could defend against such ferocity. This is why Staraptor was going to dodge it all instead. Right, left, dive, the flying Pokémon moved sporadically, his breath laboring from such activities. However, his evasive skills are finally showing themselves, the Pokémon gliding with little problem. Staraptor might make it. Well, I can't have that, Cynthia mused. Another Draco Meteor. Red almost gawked. His Pokémon did gawk. Another explosive attack littered the sky. The mini-missiles descended, several slamming into the poor flying type. It was done. Cynthia almost cheered before glancing at the Pikachu that ran towards the battlefield. Her face became impassive as she stared down at the electric mouse. She still had one more obstacle left. Arguably Red's most skilled and experienced combatant, Pikachu could potentially give her rival the win that he needed to continue to the finals. One Pokémon each, Red noted with cheer. You ready, Cynthia? He sent a smile her way. Because I am. Pikachu's going to give me the win I need. I beg to differ, Cynthia instinctively retorted. This was becoming a habit for them. I believe the title of champion has my name on it. Red's smile grew wider. No words needed to be exchanged. The message was clear. Challenge accepted. Both nodded, signaling the start of the battle. Iron Tail. Dragon Claw. In a blink of an eye, unbreakable iron met dragon-powered claws. Both Pokémon were skilled in their respective styles. Pikachu could move, he was from one spot to another in a flash, moving with an agility that no Pikachu should possess. His strikes were hard as diamond and his power hits like a full-powered train. It was amazing to watch. The experience of that Pikachu itself was so obvious to even the newest of trainers. It gave you the feeling that no Pokémon could match it blow to blow. Gabite, albeit barely, did. Using her monstrous strength gifted to her evolution line, Gabite used her natural power to hold her own. When compared to the electric mouse, she looked like a towering giant. Little did everyone know that Pikachu was the actual giant in this scenario. Gabite was the small hero, the one that needed to slay the awakened dragon known as Pikachu. How ironic. Blow to blow, Gabite used everything in her repertoire. The dragon type had several close calls, only the years of training she endured allowing her to keep up. To be honest, Gabite must be something else. Though Cynthia knew that if she didn't figure something out soon, Gabite would fall. The only reason why she had won so many matches against Red were the strategies that would surprise both Pokémon and rival enough for her to give a finishing blow. Luckily, she had a few planned for this occasion. An enormous sandstorm billowed as an iron tail crushed the landscape as if made of cardboard. Gabite saved herself by digging away before it could do massive damage. Pikachu didn't stop. With another iron tail, he stabbed it deep into the ground, the electric mouse giving a cry of triumph before a mighty thunderbolt crushed the earth itself. The attack revealed the dragon Pokémon, scratches and bruises littered her skin as she picked herself off the floor. Cynthia winced at the damage. It's now or never. Get close. Defend, Pikachu. Immediately a flurry of dragon claws intercepted a salvo of iron tails. Their collisions emitted bright flashes of power as both Pokémon's powerful strikes reacted to one another. Gabite, Draco Meteor. Straight at Pikachu. Red and Pikachu widened their eyes at the statement. Even the crowd collectively gasped. There was a reason why Draco Meteor was aimed up high. Gravity made it useless in any other way. However, with the distance between them, Cynthia believed that the explosion would be so close that the damage would be maximized to its fullest potential when it hit Pikachu. It was all thanks to the trust of her trainer that Gabite obeyed without question. The dragon's mouth formed the mighty power of the move before launching straight at Pikachu. No matter how strong Pikachu was, Draco Meteor was an immensely powerful attack. With shards of its power capable of heavily damaging an enemy, if all of it struck, nothing could keep battling after that. If you take into account Pikachu's fragile base, even if Red's electric type was sturdier than any other of its kind, there is no way it would stay up. The focused and collected strike gave an explosion that nearly surrounded the entire stadium. There was silence. The smoke cleared. Impossible. Pikachu stood, bruised, battered, and injured. It didn't faint. Cynthia and Gabite gawked. The crowd gawked. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Taking advantage of their shock, Pikachu moved, the electric type's impressive speed reduced to lower levels, yet good enough to cross the distance before they could react. The battle went downhill from there. With Gabite receiving massive damage from Pikachu's persistent attacks combined with Gabite using most of her energy on the Draco Meteor and from the battle against Staraptor, Cynthia had no choice but go defensive. She knew the results no matter how much she resisted. By the time Pikachu fell onto his knees, it was already too late. Gabite is unable to battle. That means Red Satoshi from Celestic Town is the winner. XXX. Did you see that, Rob? I sure did, John. What an amazing battle. I never expected two 11-year-old trainers to battle like that. How about you, Rob? Same here, John. Golly, did you see their Pokémon? There's something else, John, something else. I think it's safe to say that these two have amazing potential, Rob? I'd be sure to keep my eyes on those trainers, that's for sure. And I'm sure plenty of others will too. I mean, have you seen that Gabite? Such power. Don't forget Pikachu. I've never seen such a tough Pokémon. Let's go through some of their fabulous plays, Rob. First off, let's look at Riolu vs Bui's Dash. Click. Cynthia sighed as she turned off the recorded video of her match. She was watching it on one of the PCs at the Pokémon Center. After seeing the battle from a spectator's perspective, she spotted several mistakes that she could have perfected. No battle was perfect, but watching every single one of her Pokémon get beaten was not entertaining despite what the commentator said. The entire conference was over. Red didn't win, but he was pretty close. Top 4 for his first time. Impressive. The only reason why he lost was because of the other trainers' experiences and powerful Pokémon. Red's Pikachu gave most of them a beating, but the rest barely equaled their level. Cynthia was confident that with a few more years, Red could probably challenge the Elite Four soon. Red didn't seem that disappointed. He seemed more amused by being in the top 4 than anything else. Cynthia was confused as to why. He only responded with a vague, "It's an inside joke." Cynthia shrugged at the thought before moving her way toward the docks. Both promised to meet there before departing on their separate journeys once more. She didn't know what to do after the conference. All of her hard work centered on winning it, and thinking about anything else only made her mind go blank. She supposed she could train for a few more years before attending again. She might have a chance by then. Maybe even get strong enough to face the Elite Four. She doubted it. They were one of the strongest trainers for a reason. She could hope though. Cynthia. She perked up at the familiar voice. She instinctively turned toward the source. A smile bloomed when she saw Red with his familiar Pikachu by his side. "There you are. Almost thought you wouldn't show up. Do you think so low of me, Cynthia asked rhetorically. If I said I'm going then I'm going. Of course, Red obliged, his hands raised in surrender. He eventually put them down, his expression more serious. Anyways, the reason I asked to meet you here was to ask you what you're going to do now. Good question. I don't know. Cynthia shrugged. I need to reach my goal. So I guess that training. She was a bit uncertain on that part. While training was fun and she would gladly do it every day and she did, she usually had other things to occupy her when she was done. She explored a lot of Sinnoh already, so there's not much when it comes to finding something new. How boring of you, Cynthia, her rival teased. Well, it wasn't like she planned this far ahead. The black-haired trainer's face looked thoughtful. Why not explore the other regions? Other regions? Cynthia silently pondered the option. That would be cool. She'd be able to get new Pokemon, meet new trainers, and fight other gym leaders. Sure, Red grinned. That's what I was planning on doing. There's got to be some cool Pokemon running around that Sinnoh doesn't offer. There's also the fact that they have their own conferences. Cynthia hummed in thought. I guess that would be cool. She wouldn't mind traveling to new places. That's one of the perks of being a Pokemon trainer. Though that would beg the question of which one she would go to first. She hadn't thought about the other regions. She only had a passing familiarity with them. Cynthia was so bent on being the Sinnoh champion that she never really thought about the other places outside of her native home. She flushed in embarrassment at her foolishness. Though judging from Red's insight, he seemed to be more familiar with this topic. Any suggestions on where to go? Cynthia asked. Red beamed before going off to several notable places in each region. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, and Kalos all have a league, so if you want to try facing a few, they're the regions to go. I heard that the Pokemon League is trying to get the Alola region to join, but that's up for debate right now. However, I heard that there's a lot of things to do on Alola. He kept going too. Cynthia didn't mind, but it became a jumbled mess in her head. Where are you going? Cynthia questioned instead. The constant flood of all this information made her head dizzy. Kanto, he responded immediately. He gave a nostalgic smile. It's a great place. I used to live there before moving to Celestic Town. I thought that I should visit for a while after spending a lot of time in Sinnoh. Cynthia widened her eyes at that tidbit of information. You lived in Kanto? She didn't expect that of all things. Red nodded. Yeah, had to move through. Better opportunity in Sinnoh and someone offered my mom a better job with lodging. But why Celestic Town? While Cynthia would always be proud of her home, there wasn't much there compared to an actual city. As I said, there was an offer that my mom couldn't resist, he repeated. He gave a small grin before shrugging. Before you ask, I don't know much about it myself. She sighed. Back to the original topic then. So I should go to Kanto. At least she'd have a familiar face there. If you want. I'm not forcing you, Cynthia. I'm just giving you options. I know, but I trust your judgment, she replied truthfully. While they could trade a jab or two during battle, she believed in her friend's words. He was by far the most trustworthy out of all her rivals. Whatever he believed was the best for her, she did not doubt that it was probably good for her. He gave a sincere smile before scratching his head. I guess you could go to Hoenn. There are many places there that could challenge you. I'm not meaning gym leaders either. Cynthia raised an eyebrow. Really? Red hummed. You'll know what I mean when you get there. Of course, Hoenn is home to some pretty strong Pokemon and there are some trainers there that could beat you. Is that a challenge? Cynthia asked. She sort of expected something similar when this was brought up. There's always someone better than you, Cynthia, he rebutted. There's always a bigger fish, so they say. And what happens when you're at the top? Cynthia retorted. There's a finite amount of people in this world. When you surpass every challenge and every trainer that was better than you, then the saying is moot. Red didn't even pause to contemplate, he just moved closer to her face, a goofy smile plastered on his face. You don't stay at the top forever. She gave a challenging glare. We'll test that theory. No one will surpass me when I become champion. I doubt that. It's my job to keep your head on the ground. When was it your job? Since we became rivals. Cynthia giggled at that. Fine. I'm going to Hoenn then. There are challenges there, right? At Red's nods, she continued, then I'll surpass them. The future champion of Sinnoh doesn't lose to anything. Then, future champion of Sinnoh, Red rolled his eyes with feigned exasperation. Why not add each other's contacts? We won't be able to meet each other like we used to, you know. She blinked when she realized that they'd never thought of getting each other's numbers. Cynthia sighed. They could be so stupid sometimes. With their numbers exchanged, they moved closer to the port. Civilians and trainers alike boarded the boats. Don't forget to call me in Hoenn, Red grinned. Like I would forget you, Red, Cynthia responded. It was the truth. Wherever she went in Sinnoh, she always anticipated his appearance. I'll miss my rival, after all. I'll be sure to call often then. Red gave a small smile. I can't wait to go back to Kanto. I'll update you on my adventures. Be sure you will. Cynthia gave a playful shove. Though I bet your travels won't nearly be as interesting as mine. Do you truly want to bet on that? Red asked. There was a gleam in his eyes she couldn't decipher. Because I'll let you know right now, a lot of weird things happen whenever I'm around. That sounded like a story she would like to hear. Before she could respond, a loud horn trumpeted. She sighed, that's my ship. I got to go, she slightly grimaced. Time really does fly when you're having fun. That's okay. Judging from Red's expression, he too was a bit disappointed at cutting their time short. Just be sure to call me. I will, she nodded vigorously. She moved a step towards the boat, her shoes clanking on the metal bridge. Goodbye, Red. See ya, Red waved. Cynthia entered the ship. The first time he heard of him, he was reading a report of a failed Pokemon theft. A 12-year-old boy saved the day, stopping Team Rocket from stealing the Pokemon within a trainer school. The kid decimated the grunts with precision and power, sending the criminals running after the beatdown. There was more to it than that, but he understood the gist of what had happened. Giovanni sighed. At first, he thought that it was nothing but the mere rambling of those below the ladder. Giovanni was right not to care. Kanto was firmly Team Rocket's territory and no other criminal syndicate could remotely compare to the size of his organization within it. What could a mere child do at the face of his creation? Nothing. Still, strong trainers should be acknowledged. What kind of Pokemon was used to stop his grunts? It may be worth taking. He briefly read the report in his office before putting it down to massage his head. They lost to a Pikachu. Giovanni knew his organization better than anyone, and while he held it with pride, he will acknowledge that the people working under him were not the brightest eggs in an execute. Most of his hired goons were muscle and nothing more. They follow orders. Capture, steal, sell. That is all that was required to work under Team Rocket. It helped the organization grow, but such meager requirements had obvious downsides. To lose to a Pikachu of all things. How embarrassing, but it did little in the grand scheme of things. The boy was at the wrong place at the wrong time. No trainer worth mentioning would actively target his organization. He wrote off the incident as a one-off thing and returned to more important things that deserved his attention. Another batch of Zubats for his grunts. Honestly, Kanto should be thanking him. His organization was single-handedly taking care of the overpopulation of bat Pokemon that was infesting this Arceus-forsaken region. There were so many. XXX. The second time he heard of this young upstart, it was not from a report but from television. And that's another victory for the conquering trainer, read Satoshi. Straight out of Sinnoh, he seems intent on taking Kanto next, Rob? Couldn't have said it better myself, John. This is his second badge now, is that right, John? You are absolutely right, Rob. However, I did not notice any of his staples from the tournament. How about you, Rob? You are quite right. Other than his iconic Pikachu, his last two matches used a Pidgey and a Cater Pie. Now that's NT dash. Giovanni tuned out the rest of the conversation the moment they mentioned a Pikachu. He was underneath Celadon City's game corner. His grunts were watching Pokemon TV, languidly tuning in for anything of interest. Giovanni did not care for such things, yet the thought of a Pikachu did remind him of the report many weeks ago. The crime boss took in the sight of the trainer. Black hair, amber eyes, and tanned skin. Nothing out of the ordinary. Looked completely like any average trainer searching for badges, though the Pikachu on his shoulder contently perched for the entire TV to behold did make him a bit different, he supposed. A Pikachu, Pidgey, and Cater Pie. He scoffed. Those were some of the most common Pokemon within Kanto. Some could even consider a few of these pests, that was how numerous they were. Those commentators were all talk if they were praising something so common. Despite his thoughts, however, the trainer did have a cult following, even from his own recruits. Some would comment on the child's rather unorthodox tactics or his latest victories. It may be impressive to those who have not experienced a true Pokemon battle, but it barely registered in Giovanni's mind. He had bigger plans than watching little children fight for the world's entertainment. He looked at the notes in his hand and gave a contemplative hum. He was invited to a cruise ship along with his fellow gym leaders and a myriad of strong trainers. Plenty of Pokemon to take, several of them coming from some of the promising upstarts like that Lance child. Now that was a trainer worth acknowledging. His Dragonair was nothing short of magnificent, and such a rare specimen would be desired. He'd need a suitable plan to take it and everything else on board. And that Pikachu wins again. Is there anything that the little electric rodent cannot do, Rob? From what we've seen, John, there may not. Giovanni massaged his head as his grunts cheered, the television reverberating with the sound of electricity and a fierce Pika. Honestly, what's so special about a Pikachu? Triple X. Lance liked to consider himself a simple sort of guy. Maybe not as simple as his fellow rival and trainer, Bruno, but he liked to think that he wasn't as pompous as several elite trainers his age. He only had a few desires. Battle strong trainers, win or lose, thank them for the match and then move on. Train, learn, collect 8 badges, right injustices along the way, win the league, challenge the Elite Four, and defeat the current champion. That was how it should be, and in Lance's mind, the invitation to battle strong trainers in the SS and helped him with that. So he went, he greeted his surprising amount of fans, he was still not used to this amount of attention in his 12-year-old life, and met with several familiar faces. He greeted Bruno heartily, nodded politely at Lorelei, talked with Serge and Koga, and respectfully shook hands with Blaine and Giovanni. Plenty of strong trainers. Lance nodded to himself as he started eating the delicious food the ship offered to him. It was already shaping up to be a good day. That was when Lance met him for the first time. It was much to his surprise that as he ate, a boy nice his age joined him. Black hair, amber eyes, lightly tanned skin, he looked like any other trainer from Kanto. The Pikachu perched on his shoulders certainly didn't help matters. He didn't recognize him, and the boy's indifference also suggested the same. Mentally, Lance gave the boy a nod of gratitude. Ever since his impressive debut into the Pokemon battling world, he was swamped with constant attention. The future Dragon Master of Kanto, many like to call him. The future champion, his most fervent fans would say. While he was grateful for the support, he was still awkward about the zealous focus on his career. He would improve in time, he was sure, but until then, any moment of normalcy was greatly appreciated. I'm Red. Lance blinked in surprise when the boy introduced himself. He straightened his back and offered his hand. Lance. Red took it with a smile, unknowing of Lance's inquisitive gaze on his features. No sign of awe or recognition at his name. How strange. Will you be fighting below deck as well? Now that was a topic he could get behind. Yes, Lance gave an excited grin. That's what I am here for mostly. The food's great, but I find the thrill of fighting strong trainers more up my alley. Lance chuckled apologetically. He couldn't help it. As a young child, he had watched the awe-inspiring battles from the previous champions of Kanto. They reached the pinnacle of what it meant to be a Pokemon trainer. He'd be like that one day. He'd make sure of it. Red, in response, gave a small laugh. I understand. That's what I'm also here for. You were invited too. Lance blinked at that. This particular event only served noteworthy trainers. Perhaps Lance had been living under a rock this entire time, but the only person he knew invited to this event that used a Pikachu was Surge. Yes, Red smiled, spare me a battle down there, Lance. I should warn you, Lance challenged back with a grin, I don't hold back. I wouldn't want anything less. He's confident, Lance noted. Is it simple arrogance or did he have the power to back it up? The thought only made Lance eager. Only those with some level of power were invited to this ship, after all. He'd see soon enough. Best to get food in his stomach before it begins. With a strange sense of competition over their heads, they returned to their meals, the silence replaced with an excitable atmosphere. He glanced at the calm and confident trainer beside him, curious as a Persian at the boy's boundless energy. They talked and ate, comparing each other's journeys and experiences. He learned a lot. Lance had to take a moment to appreciate Red's nigh-endless supply of information about Pokemon and the myriad regions. What kind of life did he live to know so much at a young age? What kind of child would speak about the regions of the Pokemon world with a familiarity that almost felt like experience? The thought confused and excited him. His fingers twitched towards the Pokeball of his most trustworthy Pokemon. Just how strong are you, Red? Only one way to find out. XXX. When it was finally time to showcase the promising new generation of trainers to the spectators watching for sport, Lance was among the first to head below deck. The shiny opulent fields set up for them were meant to help display all the battles taking place for everyone to see. He knew what he was getting into, accepting such an invitation, but he convinced himself that it was something he needed to get used to. Exhibition matches were common. People wanted to watch trainers fight. No problem. He scanned all of his potential opponents with a speculative eye. One must know the competition to compete, and just like the dragon types he was known for, he was the most competitive of them all. Bruno and Lorelei would be challenging to fight as usual. Bruno's rough but effective training forged an insurmountable bond between trainer and Pokemon. Lorelei's cold and calculated actions were a constant thorn in his side, her type advantage notwithstanding. Koga and Surge were always a good fight, even if Lance thought that he could take them. He was about to choose an opponent when that unusual trainer, Red, walked up to Bruno and challenged him to a battle. He paused and looked at him inquisitively. It seemed Bruno was surprised as well as his large friend gave a hearty laugh and agreed after a moment's silence. Now this is interesting, Lance mused, it may be better to sit and watch first. Loath as Lance was to admit it, but information was the key to victory. He learned that the experiences of loss only made him stronger, wiser. He promised Red a fight and he was not one to back out from his promises. Nodding to himself at his logic, Lance crossed his arms and watched. I hope you've got more than a Pikachu to back up your talk, Bruno grinned as he sat down on his side of the battlefield. I've been looking for a good warm-up before I fight Lance. Don't disappoint me. The normally imposing young boy didn't seem to deter Red as he gave a light-hearted laugh. I'll try my best not to. He took out a Pokeball and sent out a Pidgey. Lance blinked at the option. While he understood the type advantage, Bruno had trained his Pokémon to handle the common Kanto threats like the Pidgey evolution line. Lance gave a light cough as he gave a confused look at Red. Why couldn't it have at least been a Pidgeotto? What kind of elite trainer picked a Pidgey against the likes of Bruno, one of the strongest trainers of his age? It seemed Bruno thought the same, giving a disappointed frown before throwing his Pokeball. Give it all you got, Machoke. Do your best, Pidgey. The battle began in earnest and all prior analysis of Red's Pokémon was thrown out of the proverbial window the moment a billowing sandstorm blanketed the battlefield. Lance gave a confused look before analyzing what was in front of him. What exactly happened? He had never seen a Pidgey do that before. The shock seemed to have echoed to Bruno as his expression turned serious when he heard the grunted pain of Machoke behind the cloud of sand and dust, the familiar sound of a wing attack slamming into the fighting type. It took a moment for the experienced dragon-type trainer to understand what had happened. Liberal use of sand attack combined with gust created a makeshift cloud that blocked the vision of the trainer, forcing them to rely on their other senses to fend for themselves. He gave an impressed nod at the tactic. Against a superior opponent, it was better to take as many advantages away from them instead of building up your power. Red decided to control the battlefield, to hold as many of the cards as possible. And he did precisely that. Machoke, defensive position. Grab that bird out of the air. Quick attack and follow it with a wing attack. To Lance, the battle was not a noble duel between two equally powerful Pokémon. No, this was a brawl, nothing held back with as many deceptive tricks thrown in as possible. Pidgey was merciless, like a rogue in the night, it hid and struck at the most opportune times and like an unwilling warrior, Machoke could do nothing but endure. This was not something Bruno had experience handling, his style was more focused on brute strength and head-on battles and the clouded vision forced Bruno to multitask in ways that he had rarely done since his fighting career a few years back. And it worked wondrously for Red. Pidgey's resourceful use of quick attack struck Machoke, the guerrilla tactics forcing the fighter back in a grace that he had rarely seen in the bird. The forceful wing attack struck home more times than Lance would like to admit, and as Machoke's vision weakened from the bombardments of sand, it was an inevitable conclusion to the stunned Bruno. The great fighting type fell to the ground, its arms flailing around in one last-ditch effort to grab the elusive bird. It was all for naught. Bruno gave a feral grin as he sent his next Pokémon. Lance knew that look well. He was beginning to get serious and rightfully so. Come on out, Hitmonlee. The fight continued where it left off and the tables turned the moment the swift fighting type bolted after the flying Pidgey. Like a nimble martial artist, it was more than a match for the featherweight rogue that was the small bird. It didn't take long as the great leaps and high jump kicks eventually caught up to the fleeing Pokémon. The blood-pumping chase of the duo forced Red to change tactics. The boy knew that trying to evade the much more experienced Pokémon was fruitless and decided to go for a head-on assault. The sudden change surprised both Bruno and Hitmonlee, and Pidgey's efforts should be applauded for. While the shock landed a few powerful wing attacks, it eventually fell in battle. Bruno was in his element in confrontations and this was no different. Charmander. The fire-type starter didn't waste time following his trainer's orders and the battlefield was once more covered with a cloud meant for obscuring vision. Instead of dust and sand, smoke cloaked the field as the Charmander began its offensive. Not this again, Bruno grinned, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Hitmonlee, foresight. The fighting type's legs could be heard slamming into something as a double kick sent Charmander flying. The Pokémon didn't let up its assault as it kept up the momentum with plenty of follow-up strikes and blows. One formidable high jump kick cracked into the poor fire type with the force of a cannonball. That didn't seem to deter Red at all. In fact, he continued with his efforts. The fire-tailed lizard slowly got up and dodged out of the way of Hitmonlee's barrage of attacks. At the rate this was going, the Charmander was going to fall. Lance gave Red some credit though. Due to the Charmander's advantage in size, its small frame allowed it to move around much more easily, something that the Charmander's trainer exploited. It looked like this was going to be the end for the starter. Then Charmander managed to grab onto one of Hitmonlee's legs and Lance blanched. "Wah, get him off you, Hitmonlee. Dragon breath." Like a cowboy riding a wild toros, Charmander held onto the fighting type with an iron grip as draconic fire flailed around his opponent. The proximity singed the poor Pokémon while the Hitmonlee did its best to send the Charmander flying. Lance winced as the continuous use of Dragon Breath finally exhausted Bruno's Pokémon, forcing the hyperactive kicker to the ground, defeated. Bruno grumbled as he returned his Pokémon. What kind of trick was that? Red gave a small laugh and shrugged. The disgruntled Bruno sent out his next Pokémon. We won't fall to any more tricks. Duly noted. A kicker was soon replaced by a puncher. Send them flying, Hitmonchan. Smack. That's got to hurt. He was sent flying as Lance watched the Charmander soar through the air the moment the fighting type reached its target. From the hits it took from Hitmonlee along with its desperate will to cling on to the kicking Pokémon, that singular punch, unfortunately, sent the lizard packing. Red rushed towards his Charmander, checking for any grievous wounds before smiling softly as he returned him. He nodded to Bruno before calling out his final pick. Primeape. In a shocking turn of events, Lance had to take a second look when Red sent out his last and final Pokémon. The fighting monkey released a challenging call at the Hitmonchan, his fists raised in its own fighter's stance. Hitmonchan gave out its own cry, the fist Pokémon all too happy to oblige Primeape's taunts. If Bruno was pumped before, he was excited now. The muscular boy sent one respectful nod at Red, the black-haired trainer reciprocating. There were no words exchanged between them. They knew what their Pokémon wanted and neither trainer was going to stop it from happening. Lance almost forgot to breathe from the spectacle as two fellow warriors clashed. There were no tricks like in the previous two fights, there was no deception, no tactical acumen at play, there were only fists, kicks, and pure, unaltered force. Not many trainers could face Bruno's Pokémon head-on. Even Lance would struggle to meet him man-to-man. Yet Red's Primeape did. This was a boxing match, a battle of not just muscle but spirit, and he had front-row seats. Punch after punch was met with chops and kicks. Sliding and moving like a Pokémon possessed, the Primeape sent karate chops and low kicks at the nimble boxer, who was all too happy to match it with his own mock punches. Their strikes were like a blur, the only sound from their battle was the reverberation of fists meeting flesh. The tension was rising as neither Pokémon budged, determination rising from the guts that radiated off of them. Lance would always have a bias toward dragon types, but at this moment, he had to acknowledge and praise the fighting spirit that was uniquely theirs. Only a Pokémon of their type can radiate such pressure, but even that pressure had to spill eventually. One of them needed to budge, and the trainers knew this. Red and Bruno's eyes gleamed, their voices pitched. Sky uppercut, Hitmonchan. Seismic toss. There was a harsh smacking of flesh as Primeape endured a punch that could break stone. The stubborn monkey fighter grabbed the boxer in one final bout of madness and sent Bruno's Pokémon to the air, only to bring it back down in a toss that formed a small crater. Lance had to give a small gasp when both Pokémon rose from their exhausted forms and stared each other down once more. There was a PRGN pause. Both trainers held their breath. A body fell. Primeape screeched in victory. Triple X. You and I are going to be the best of friends. Lance chuckled when Bruno wrapped one of his arms around Red's shoulders, the strong boy grinning as he declared Red his new rival and fellow brother in their journeys to become Pokémon masters. He almost laughed at Red's look of honest confusion. If you battle just as well against me just as you did against Bruno, then you might have a chance at winning. It was the truth. Lance smiled as he watched Red get manhandled by the excitable Bruno. Not scared at all. Red grinned back. The exact opposite. Bruno laughed as he patted both of their backs, his force almost sending Lance and Red tumbling. You shouldn't underestimate Red now, Lance. If he can beat me, he can most certainly take you down too. I would never, Lance affirmed, his grin growing as the trio continued talking more. When was the last time he got to become this carefree? After constantly being shown in the spotlight, it was a welcome relief to not always be hailed as a prodigy for once. Eventually, the three split off to do more battles. Lance decimated the competition around him, his Dragonair leaving nothing but victories in his wake. He was like the dragons he embodied, overwhelming, powerful, and unbending. That strength seemed to have scared off many more challengers, and for once, he was able to take a deep breath and gather his thoughts. Lance's eyes wandered to the strange Pokémon trainer. Despite holding 3 badges, Red seemed to walk with an experience that no child their age had. He could see the boy battling Lorelei in the corner, his confident demeanor and chaotic tactics flustering his normally stoic and tactical rival. Now Lance was not one that always kept track of the latest trends, but even he could see that Red had to be someone with at least some infamy. Maybe not in Kanto, but perhaps he was some talent from another region. That didn't explain his honest familiarity with his home region and its customs nor his use of Pokémon, but that was the only thing that could explain the skill that Red held. And it was certainly skill, Lance did not doubt that. Bruno and Lorelei started their journeys at very similar times as him, and he would happily call them the best and strongest trainers that he'd ever battled within his age group. Red matched them both. It was clear to see, even as Lance watched Red Squirtle face off against Lorelei's Dugong. The turtle Pokémon finished off the last of Lorelei's with an odd combination of withdraw and water gun, the Pokémon's shell twirling around in some sort of abnormal fusion of offense and defense. Lance chuckled as he played with Dragonair's Pokeball. It seemed about the right time to ask Red for a battle. He couldn't help the smile that grew on his face at the thought of facing another strong trainer. Maybe Bruno was rubbing off on him a bit too much. He took a step forward and then the world was covered in smoke. XXX. There were times when Giovanni knew instinctively that something was wrong. This instinct had helped him several times during his rise as Team Rocket's boss, and as he watched the dozens of wheezings and coughings release plumes of the noxious gas all over the ship, something told him that things might not go according to plan. His Team Rocket grunts were precise and formidable. Disguised as the employees on board the SS, and the element of surprise along with the trainer's exhausted state due to the excess of battling were key factors that Giovanni exploited to its fullest potential. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up, so he only brought some of the elites of his organization in the hopes of increasing the chances of success. Everything was going according to plan at first. His grunts already took several of the elite's Pokémon, including that Lance Child's Dragonair. The other gym leaders scrambled to bring order to this chaos, but such a well-executed attack even caught them unaware. Giovanni was one of the first to have their Pokémon stolen. A decent enough alibi. He had to clear himself of suspicion or this would be for naught. He simply had to watch the proceedings and hope his grunts wouldn't mess it up. The coughing around him grew as people fled into a panic. The smokescreen disoriented the trainers, buying his grunts precious time to take as much as possible. There were priority targets that each grunt knew. Capture the rarest Pokémon first, disable any of the trainers' chances of success by taking their best off their hands. That was all well and good. But Giovanni forgot one important thing. Plans rarely survived first contact with the enemy. The first signs that something was amiss happened when he heard several of his grunts fall in battle paired with the thundering sound of crackling electricity. His arms instinctively covered his eyes as something blew through the coughings and wheezings gaseous battlefield. He had a moment to see a blur of an electric rodent crashing into the grunt's Pokémon like a freight train, iron tail readily in hand. Is it Surge's Pikachu? Giovanni grimaced before watching the rat cause discord among his ranks. No, Surge is good, but not even he's brass enough to send his Pikachu charging in like this. He had watched several trainers of note battle, and Surge was one of the noteworthy ones. The teenager's Pikachu had been a constant contestant during this event. It should have been tired. Instead, this Pikachu had enough energy to do battle with the myriad of grunts in this ship. Something was not right, and all it took was a glance at where Pikachu came from to understand how. That was when he recognized this boy for the third time. A child, 12 years at most, held a shaken Lorelei, the kid giving a small frown as he watched his Pikachu cause a gigantic ruckus around him. Of course, it was that brat. Somehow, Giovanni was not surprised. Pikachu's distraction shifted the tide of battle. It didn't take long for the rest of the trainers to recover from the ambush and begin their counterattack. The electric glow of Pikachu was like a ray of hope, the native Kanto Pokémon's precise iron tail cleaving through any resistance. Grunts fell, Pokémon were freed, and any advantages Team Rocket had at that very moment were gone like the wind. Giovanni was tempted to massage the side of his head but decided against it. It would be poor manners. I believe these are yours. He turned to the sound of the voice and saw said trainer smirking, holding several Pokeballs in his hand towards him. Heh! What an annoying kid. Giovanni gave a grin of his own. Thank you. He took back his Pokemon lazily. I'm afraid we haven't met, young man. I'm Giovanni. Red. An odd name. Red didn't seem too bothered by his words. You get used to it. The boom of thunder and the crashing of lightning reverberated in the background, yet both didn't care as they stared each other down. You're the Viridian gym leader. A statement. He already knew. Giovanni nodded, I am. Red's smirk only seemed to grow larger. I've been saving you for my 8th gym badge. Wait for me. Giovanni almost guffawed at the audacity of this child. His ambition was respectable. I'll be waiting. The boy gave a quick nod before running off, no doubt to help stave off the Team Rocket threat. Giovanni watched him go, the crime boss's thoughts beginning to wander. Red, huh? When he watched his performance against Bruno, the boy did have some talent in battle. Enough to take on one of the rising stars of Kanto and come out victorious. At first, he thought of it as a mere fluke, but maybe there was something more. He remembered the last 2 encounters with this child's reputation. He ruefully chuckled, even as he heard more and more of that booming thunder in the distance. He really shouldn't have doubted that Pikachu. XXX. Cynthia was in a Pokemon Center when it happened. The television was wide and open for all trainers to see. She was enjoying some soup, her Pokemon chowing down on the food offered within the building. She couldn't help but think about Red, reminiscing about the journeys they'd experienced together and apart. I wonder what he's doing right now, Cynthia pondered, taking a spoonful of soup into her mouth. They'd religiously called each other when they got the chance after their split into different regions. She always enjoyed their talks and it was nice to speak to someone from her home. She would admit to being a little homesick once in a while. We've just received a report from Kanto that a trainer that goes by Red Satoshi has just foiled a plot from Team Rocket to kidnap the Pokemon in the SSN. The screen showed an image of an embarrassed 12-year-old stepping out of a cruise ship with police officers detaining the bound grunts. More news at 11. She choked on her soup. XXX. Cynthia, have I got something to te-dash? You can be so reckless sometimes, Red. Red winced and gave a soft laugh, scratching the back of his head. She could see his image clearly from across the screen. It didn't take long for Red to contact her in the nearest Pokemon Center. Good for him, because he's got a lot of explaining to do. I take it you already know. No. Cynthia gave a small pout. It reached Hoenn and I am pretty sure Pokemon TV hasn't stopped talking about your escapades in the past few hours. To be fair, I was just at the right place at the right time. Completely coincidental, I assure you. Aha. And saving that trainer school a few months back was coincidental too, Cynthia rolled her eyes, or the time you stopped Team Rocket from taking that one child's Pokemon a few weeks ago, or that Tim Dash. Okay, I get it, Red sighed in exasperation, I did tell you I was a magnet for trouble. When you said trouble, I wasn't expecting this. Cynthia frowned, crossing her arms. Honestly, Red, no 12-year-old should be doing things like stopping an international crime syndicate. It should be up to the police. Not people like them. The other times are okay. It wasn't that big of a deal. I know how strong you are, but stopping some of Team Rocket's elites from taking some Pokemon in the SS and takes the cake for recklessness. I couldn't not do anything, Cynthia. And I am not telling you not to. Cynthia's eyes softened at her rival's determined gaze. I am just telling you to be more cautious. I don't want to lose my first rival because of Team Rocket. You're worried about me. WL, should I not be? I am just looking out for your well-being as my rival. Cynthia shook her head hotly. We're friends. Friends don't like seeing each other get hurt. I understand, Red smiled before nodding seriously. Don't worry, Cynthia. I know just how dangerous Team Rocket is. I promise to be more careful in the future. I know when to back out. Good, because if her rival's penchant for trouble somehow got him injured, she wouldn't know what to do. He was one of the few people connected to Sinnoh that she could talk to, relate to. She didn't want that to end. Now tell me about this Stephen Stone's fellow that you've met. Is he strong? Cynthia perked up at the change of subject and began sharing her adventures with the attentive rival. They chatted throughout the day, enjoying the comfortable atmosphere that developed between them. Hoenn had been a marvelous experience, and having someone to apprise her tales with was something she'd enjoyed during her journey throughout the region. When it was finally time to depart, Red gave one final cheeky goodbye before she headed back into her room in the Pokemon Center. She still had to train for the Petalburg gym. That balance badge will be hers, she'd make sure of it. XXX. Ever since that day within the SSN, Giovanni had his ears out for news on the infamous Pokemon trainer that caught his attention. Any notable endeavors would be noted, his progress to collect Pokemon badges tracked, and parts of his journey notified. It wasn't anything illegal. He hadn't used his contacts to stalk the kid or to hack into the Pokemon League database for personal information, nothing of the sort. It was just idle curiosity, and it wasn't that hard to find information on him. He wasn't surprised to see a small following already keeping track of the mysterious trainer's progress. Strong trainers normally have such a following. Lance had an abnormally large one in Kanto. This Red had a much more subdued and smaller reputation. It was still present, however, and Giovanni couldn't help but smirk as he thought of the months that passed by. He'd been garnering a reputation for stopping his organization every few weeks or so. From the reports, it seemed that the boy was there coincidentally when a theft was taking place. Even among his recruits, people would regale their tales of how a young kid's Pikachu would put a stop to any robberies. It was more amusing and less of an annoyance. One kid couldn't stop the criminal activities of an organization that spanned all of Kanto. And Charmeleon roars into battle. Golly, John, that thing looks monstrous. It has been a constant in Red's side during his tour of the Kanto region, Rob. A very reliable fighter that has won Red many of his bouts. It looks like Red decided to fight fire with fire, John. A fitting start for his challenge against his 7th gym leader, Blaine of Cinnabar Island. Will the challenger get the volcano badge? Stay tuned, folks. Giovanni glanced at the television in his office. The child had done well, traveling and obtaining the badges needed for the league. His Pokemon were well trained, and the boy's collected expression only echoed what many others thought of him. He was a talented one. He had that sort of fire not many trainers have. It reminded Giovanni of himself. The sudden thought gave him pause. He scoffed at the thought. His time as a Pokemon trainer was long gone. He couldn't help but watch though, as Red battled tooth and nail against the widely regarded gym leader of Cinnabar. Charmeleon and Wartortle fought fiercely against the unbending and ruthless style of the Fire Master, and when they two fell, Pidgeot carried the torch, his aerial supremacy putting up an impressive fight from where his previous partners left off. Then Magmortar came and began turning the tides of battle. Giovanni wasn't one to watch Pokemon battles. Not anymore. He was normally too busy leading Team Rocket to a prosperous future. Yet his eyes were glued to the screen as Red's determination was clear to see. It was a familiar look. He wore that same expression numerous times in his life. It captivated him when Red's prominent grin bloomed with Magmortar's entrance. It stunned him when Red kept fighting even against the overwhelming foe ahead. It impressed him when his Pikachu met said overwhelming foe with equal strength. And it silenced him when he came out the victor of the exchange. I can't believe it, folks. Red has just won his 7th gym badge. The volcano badge is his. He just can't be stopped. I wonder just who will he challenge next. I've been saving you for my 8th gym badge. Wait for me. I'll be waiting. For once, Giovanni looked at the drawer containing some of his oldest Pokémon. A feeling that he hadn't felt in years started blossoming in his chest. That desire to be the very best, like no one ever was. Heh, Giovanni ruefully smiled, I guess I still have it in me. As a crime boss, patience was a virtue that helped him many times. It wouldn't be different here. He'd be waiting, all right. If Red wanted a battle, he'd happily oblige. XXX. The last time he would ever meet Red for many years to come came, but he was ready for it all the same. Sir, a challenger wishes to battle you for the Earth badge. Do we know whom it is? He called himself Red Satoshi of Celestic Town. Giovanni looked at the pokeball of his oldest friend. I'll be right there. XXX. The kid matured. That was the first thing he noticed when he descended to meet him. It wasn't obvious. He still looked like the youth many months ago, but he could tell that he was going to take this battle as seriously as Giovanni was. Good. He'd be insulted otherwise. It's nice to meet you again, Red. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, Giovanni. Not at all, Giovanni grinned, standing at the opposite side of the stadium. Would you be fine with a 6-on-6 battle, Red? Not exactly a normal gym battle then. Amuse me for this one fight. Very well, Red readily agreed. One of his grunts came to referee the match. To the right, we have challenger Red of Celestic Town. To the left, we have gym leader Giovanni of the Viridian Gym. The battle will be 6-on-6 with the victor going to the one who defeats all of them or until the challenger forfeits. Any questions? Then let the match begin. Nidoking. Infernape. Giovanni's eyes widened at the choice. A Sinnoh Pokémon. Surprised? Giovanni responded with a grin, a welcome one. The battle began without further notice and the carnage already caused dust to billow around them. His Nidoking came forth like a rampaging beast bent on breaking all opposition for his trainer. It was his very first one, caught and trained since it was a humble Nidoran. The Infernape met it with a mock punch to the face. His great beast took the punch with barely a flinch and reacted accordingly with a fury attack of his own. The battle broke the field due to its brutality. His Nidoking had no mercy for its opponents and his experience rising to the top of a criminal empire only strengthened his already impressive portfolio. Infernape didn't care. His defiance was impressive and both Pokémon fought with exemplary ferocity. Scarred experience refined with a venomous mind fought burning fighting spirit forged from heated combat. Nidoking grabbed the Infernape with surprising speed and struck his foe with fierce double kicks. The wild Pokémon responded in kind with a burning torrent of fire from Flamethrower. His beast threw the Infernape to the floor and began brawling with it, no holds barred. Dig. Catch him, Nidoking. The brutality of his Pokémon came through again and with surprisingly nimble claws, snatched the Infernape's tail before it escaped into the earth. The purple monstrosity slammed him repeatedly on the floor until the superheated fires of Flamethrower became too much to handle for the poison type. The Infernape's challenging roar as his mane of flames burst with unrestrained might told him that its blaze had activated. The Infernape dug down the moment it escaped. That didn't deter him. Focus energy. The Infernape resorted to guerrilla tactics. Instead of matching his beast in a contest of strength, it decided to hold down the fort through deception. Giovanni was no stranger to this. He had fought many like it, and as his Nidoking was repeatedly attacked by all angles using a combination of dig and close combat, Giovanni decided enough was enough. Grab the ape, Nidoking. Like a predator spotting his prey, the poison type turned with a speed that would have shocked any trainer. It pinned down the fire type with all his might. Red didn't seem too bothered by the display, nor was he surprised at the strength and speed Nidoking displayed. He must have quite the poker face. Giovanni could respect that. Both Pokémon struggled, and as Infernape retaliated with the heat and force of 1,000 suns, Nidoking only endured with the patience and overwhelming strength of a mountain. In the end, both Pokémon fell, the blaze-empowered Infernape cracking his notoriously monstrous Nidoking. Kangaskhan. Primeape. The ape screeched. The challenge was heard. Kangaskhan obliged. Similar to Nidoking, the giant normal-type rampaged directly towards the monkey fighter. Primeape met it face to face. Giovanni smirked as rage began bubbling through Kangaskhan's mighty form. That Primeape truly was a brave one to match it. A Mega Punch met Karate Chop. Outrage clashed with close combat. The energy of the previous fight transferred here, his Kangaskhan showing a very similar style of brutality as the last. Red met it head-on, his Primeape refusing to back down from the older, experienced fighter. With nimble movements that would surpass any wild Primeape, the monkey jabbed, kicked, and chopped at the fervent beast, draconic energy cloaking the giant normal type. Kangaskhan didn't hold back any punches. Giovanni was pretty sure she couldn't, as the Pokémon's outrage rammed into the Primeape akin to a warrior possessed. Red grimaced when he heard the smacking of flesh. Not many can survive the intense strength of outrage. Primeape screeched as it got back up from the beatdown. Kangaskhan wouldn't let it. She refused, and the draconic-imbued Pokémon slammed down again. Primeape rose again. Kangaskhan pushed it back down. It rose again. Smack. And again. Smack. And again. Smack. Giovanni had never seen such a stubborn Pokémon. Eventually, however, Kangaskhan's momentum diminished, and the abuse from its wrathful state changed into confusion. A shame. He wanted to end the fight in a single outrage. Get close, Primeape. Close combat. Get out of there, Kangaskhan. His confused ally couldn't comprehend his orders, and he closed his eyes as the sound of fists meeting hardened flesh echoed across the arena. The giant slammed into the ground, unconscious. Giovanni stared back at Red as he sent out his next Pokémon. Despite the chaotic mess of an outrage, the child didn't falter. Nidoqueen. Get close, Primeape. Thunder rocketed the battlefield as his Nidoqueen forged a storm within the arena with discharged electricity. Primeape was forced to back off from the chaotic elemental ferocity that was Nidoqueen. Primeape's agility was a boon, his speed staving off most of the damage that erupted from Nidoqueen's thunder. That didn't bother him. It would fall soon enough. When the monkey fighter came close, he was ready for it. It came raging, a karate chop already positioned. His Nidoqueen took the attack right in the face, barely registering the blow as it grabbed the Primeape and with one unrelenting superpower ended the threat in an instant. Red gave a smile at that. He wasn't going to take that lying down, Giovanni knew. Ivysaur. The Kanto starter stared down at the giant Nidoqueen. A defiant little thing. Giovanni gave an amused hum as both Pokémon roared in challenge. It was brave, he'd give it that. But bravery doesn't necessarily mean strength. Giovanni pointed at the Ivysaur. Earth power. The ground under Ivysaur began to erupt like a bomb set off, only for the Pokémon to use its vines to propel itself towards Nidoqueen, exploiting its small frame for maximum speed. Giovanni inwardly applauded. Red trained his Pokémon to their advantages. When Ivysaur's vines latched onto Nidoqueen with a speed so frightening it momentarily stunned Giovanni, it started going downhill from there. The grass type was all over the Nidoqueen like a berserker. Its smaller stature allowed it to survive the grappling and crushing strength of Nidoqueen. Strength didn't matter if they could not hit the target. A very high-risk, high-reward strategy which seemed to be Red's bread and butter. Electricity crackled around Nidoqueen, the lightning surrounding the beast in great waves. With the proximity of Ivysaur, it would be guaranteed to land, but the berserk Ivysaur didn't seem to care. It only wanted one thing: to completely devastate the Nidoqueen before it. Giovanni would have praised its brutality if it wasn't targeted directly at his Pokémon. Thunder Rain, yet the Kanto starter kept attacking, taking the electric attack full blast. When it was all over, Ivysaur fell to the ground fried. Giovanni nodded, only to pause when Nidoqueen stumbled as well before falling unconscious. There's never a dull moment, is there? He returned his Pokémon, the red light coating her. He pocketed the beast and smirked. I must commend your Pokémon, Red. Every single one has proved themselves to be quite stubborn little things. They take after me. Red gave an indulgent smile. People say that I'm as dense as a golem. I can see that. Giovanni threw his Pokeball. Come on out, golem. Red almost laughed when the chosen Pokémon came out. I guess I was asking for that. You are in a ground-type gym. Kangaskhan wasn't a ground-type. Giovanni smiled. I hope you won't tell the league about that. I've seen and gotten badges in stranger ways. Red shrugged and threw out his own. I won't say a thing. Bizel rushed forward. The battle between Golem and Bizel was like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. The liberal use of Earthquake forced the water type off the ground, propelling itself upward with Aqua Jet. It was something Giovanni noticed during the entire match. He always seemed to match his unbending style with speed and finesse. Brutal pragmatism met with agile offense. It worked in Red's favor. Giovanni doubted that Red's less experienced Pokémon could have met his old guard head-to-head. It was the deceit, the chaotic strategies that allowed Red to battle him. And he enjoyed it. Pokémon battles were simply an obstacle to get through. He stopped considering them as entertainment and more of a chore. Even as a gym leader, it was only a way to cover his criminal activities. He would send out registered league Pokémon, face the trainer, and win or lose, the cycle would repeat itself. It wasn't every day that he could start using some of his older, more experienced Pokémon. Not many could deal with them, and such one-sided battles only served to save his time and little else. This was different. Those little tricks, the creative ways to face off against another powerful opponent. He remembered when he did those. His normally stoic expression had a hint of excitement as the battlefield was covered in dust, sonic boom crashing into the ground. The Bizel had not touched the ground since the start of the battle, its expert use of Aqua Jet allowing it to stay aloft like some bastardized bird. The rock blasts couldn't reach the water type, and the type advantage only served to cement the inevitable. Smack! The Golem gave out as a well-timed Aqua Jet came crashing down like a torpedo. Rhyperior. Stone edges rained and hammer arms came forth. Bizel tried to dodge it, but his Rhyperior was once his ace Pokémon. When Bizel zigzagged its way towards it, he only had to nod to his Rhyperior for it to grab it mid-air and smash through it with a deadly drill run. Rhyperior slammed Bizel to the ground and didn't let up lest the Bizel gained its bearing. Stone edges bombarded the water type. Megahorn and hammer arms kept it down. Giovanni raised an eyebrow when the Bizel began twirling around, a counter shield forcing even his mighty Rhyperior at bay. It didn't matter in the end. Bizel's swirling defense slowed and Rhyperior decided to end it there. Smack! Like an executioner, the defeat was swift. Gabite. The dragon type gave out a roar at its release, the smaller beast uncaring for the sheer presence of Rhyperior. Rhyperior met it without preamble. It reached the dragon and used its bulk to face the draconic fighter, Pokémon to Pokémon. Deserving of its fame, Gabite matched the power of Rhyperior with its own. Dragon claws contested with his hammer arm, stone edges met flamethrower. Drill run collided with bulldoze. It was a clash of the titans and Giovanni relished in every single second of it. When two greater powers fought, one had to eventually give in and his Rhyperior was nowhere close to being finished. With a giant heave, his Rhyperior rushed and forced Gabite to its knees. With no time to recover, the Rhyperior's hefty limbs smashed into the dragon like a freight train. His old ace Pokémon didn't let up, smashing and pummeling the dragon for all it's worth. No second was wasted. There was no force that any type could radiate like that of the enduring earth. That was why he chose this type, this force of nature that no other could match. The ground below them held stability, patience, and a rock-iron will. All traits that Giovanni admired. Draco meteor right at Rhyperior's face. His thoughts crashed just like the draconic energy that smashed into his Pokémon's face. The smaller dragon used the last of its strength to force its claws deep into the shoulders of Rhyperior. Like a shotgun of highly reactive explosives, there was an immense explosion that sent the Rhyperior reeling. Gabite sent a glare at Rhyperior, roaring one final battle cry before fainting on the spot. His Rhyperior looked disgruntled from the blast but held steady. You never fail to impress. I learned from some of the best. Heh. He wondered who would do something so stupid as sending a Draco meteor anywhere but up. They must have been a one-of-a-kind trainer. Yeah, Red agreed, his Pikachu leaping off his shoulder to confront his own. She was one of a kind. For all the seriousness Red displayed in this fight, that nostalgic expression caught Giovanni off guard. Heh. Well, he supposed some things never change. Stone Edge. Sky Ink. In an instant, that electric rodent was already in front of Rhyperior, the iron tail cleaving through the beast like an executioner's sword. If Red's battling style centered around speed, skill, and tactical execution, then Giovanni supposed that his Pikachu was at the absolute pinnacle of it. When Rhyperior stood his ground, Pikachu would move behind it. While Rhyperior crushed all who opposed it, the Pikachu faced it with precise cuts. If Rhyperior was a hammer, then his Pikachu was a surgeon's scalpel. He knew his former ace Pokémon's strength and he would never doubt it, but even his almighty defense crumbled. Metal met rock that day, and iron was the victor. Giovanni shouldn't be surprised that a Pikachu could go such lengths, but it was still awe-inspiring to see such a common, delicate rodent topple over his monster of a Pokémon. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and his Rhyperior was one of his biggest. He still had one more Pokémon up his sleeve. Persian. The age-old rivalry within Kanto. The Persian and the Pikachu. He thought it amusing that such a battle would take place here. Not a ground type. He could hear the teasing tone. Consider this a special occasion. I suppose I should be honored. Don't let it get to your head. His Persian's slash met with the Pikachu's iron tail. The game was on. His Persian's skill and finesse contrasted with the rest of his Pokémon. It too was a surgeon's knife, it too was precise, and it too could match the agility of its prey. Blow for blow, they parried each other's strikes. They would not hold back. He'd feint, he'd play rough, he wouldn't lose here, not to a Pikachu, no matter how abnormally powerful it was. The Pikachu's swiftness blurred when it began its quick attack, its iron tail narrowly missing his Persian, hitting the ground so hard it caused craters. The thunderbolts that blasted through solid rock did not help matters. Giovanni watched long enough and decided that he'd have to play dirty. His Persian's claws grew as a slash struck the ground, scooping up dirt and throwing it at Pikachu's face. The makeshift sand attack was enough to send Pikachu stumbling. The opportunity was too hard to pass up. Don't let up, Persian. Play rough. The cat leaped at the chance. Pikachu was pinned down as Persian did its best to force the rat unconscious. It should be over now, Giovanni contemplated as dust sprouted up from Persian's thorough roughhousing. Smack. It was not over. Persian was sent flying up from an iron tail. Boom. Then he heard the familiar roar of thunder and crashing lightning as it arced towards his Persian like an electric god. The air around Giovanni felt electrified. The meaty thud that landed beside him confirmed his suspicions. Persian is unable to battle. That means Red Satoshi of Celestic Town is the winner. He was never going to look at a Pikachu the same way ever again. XXX. Ever since giving away the Earth badge to Red, business was back as usual. His organization continued to steal all over Kanto, he continued saving his region from the overpopulation of Zubats, and he continued plotting for more rare and valuable Pokémon. Months passed. The Indigo League's conference began. He turned on his television. I just cannot believe it, folks. Are you seeing this, Rob? I am sure all of Kanto cannot believe it, John. One of the favorites to win this entire tournament, the rising star of dragons, Lance, has just been defeated by the Sinnoh challenger, Red. I did not expect this outcome at all. The mighty roar of a Charizard thrummed across the screen. In an astonishing, extremely close battle, Red's Charmeleon evolved at the perfect time. A battle of dragons, John, it was a battle of dragons. Now Rob, Charizard isn't actually a DR-. He ignored the squabble from the commentators and paid attention to his surroundings. He could hear the myriad of grunts in the same building cheer in jubilation or groan in disappointment at the result of the battle. He was sure money was being exchanged around his base of operations. He'd let them. He wanted to watch the progress of one peculiar trainer. He performed admirably, he would admit. For a 12-year-old boy, he was far beyond his peers. He watched him fight, looked at the impressive showing that he performed for Kanto to see. The child placed second. Extremely close, losing to a more experienced trainer. They're getting younger and younger, Giovanni mused. At such a young age, he was already doing so well. Giovanni could only wonder just how powerful he would be when his Pokémon continued to grow. He decided to watch his growth with interest. It was not every day you get to watch a spectacle such as him, and he doubted he ever would again. XXX. Cynthia was watching from inside a Pokémon Center, analyzing the entirety of Red's bouts. She cheered for him, of course. He would do the same for her, so she wanted to return the favor. She would gasp when his Pokémon were defeated, she yelled in excitement whenever he won, and she became silent as she studied every new technique he used. She felt a strange sort of pride when she saw how far he had grown since their travels in Sinnoh. It was amazing to see her rival in action. She flushed happily when she thought about that. That was her rival, the trainer that considered her his equal. It was fulfilling in a way to watch her rivals grow just as much as it was to marvel at her own progress. Just like Red, she dominated her competitions. Her gym battles were more confident, her fights better than ever. When she matched Red, also becoming the runner-up of the Evergrande conference, she was more than content with how things happened. She wanted to rush to the nearest computer and call him, to report her victories as well as to hear his from his own mouth, but he strangely didn't answer his calls. It didn't help the fact that, despite completing her journey in Hoenn, she was invited to face something called the Battle Frontier. After some thought, she decided to stay a bit longer. She began wondering just where Red would head off to next. Of course, when several days passed without a call from Red, she became a bit concerned. She knew that he did this all the time. He could be a bit ignorant of others and decide not to respond or show up for some time. The Lily of the Valley conference was proof of that. Her rival showed up last minute and didn't even try to find her. Red was always like that. It was only when she stepped out of the Pokémon Center to start her journey to take on the Battle Frontier, did she meet her rival for the umpteenth time. She let out a small yelp when someone bumped into her, sending her to the ground. "Oh, sorry about the wait, Cynthia." Those familiar amber eyes looked at her with surprise, and she suddenly gained a sense of déjà vu as she huffed in feigned exasperation. "How many times have we met like this now, Red?" "Twice, but it's odd that it happened this many times." She gave a small laugh, inwardly pleased when he helped her get up. "I'm surprised you're still in Hoenn." I'm surprised that you decided to go to Hoenn. Red laughed, small world. You should have told me, you dummy. I was about to. She rolled her eyes as they began walking together. It was one thing to speak to him through a computer screen, but it was something else to relax and enjoy his presence beside her. She vastly preferred the latter. They talked a bit more, regaling their past journeys with enthusiasm. They conversed about their conferences, asked about each other's future heading forward, and spoke about the friends and rivals they'd met. They kept at it for a little while longer than their usual meetings. He wanted to explore Hoenn. She wanted to challenge the battle frontier. When he gave a knowing smile at that and his active encouragement, her spirit soared. Of course, you shouldn't get too arrogant now. It's my job as your rival to keep your head on the ground. She laughed at that. My Pokémon has gotten a lot stronger than before, Red. There's more to battling than just strength. And he would always prove it to her. Care for a little fight then? His Pikachu beamed as their carefree expression held a bit of steel. You're on. Cynthia could do nothing but smile as the competitive exhilaration surged within her once more. The familiar weight as she threw the Pokeball of her strongest Pokémon aloft while his Pikachu leaped off his shoulders was nostalgic for her. It was not every day she got to battle her rival, after all. Red's Gabite followed his trainer for several reasons. The first was quite obvious. Red was strong. He had a fiery spirit that inspired Gabite and an immeasurable courage that would make any braviary green with envy. The second reason was that Red was talented in raising his team. He had an uncanny ability to train and support all of his Pokémon with unparalleled ease. Gabite noticed this early and knew that he had to take a piece of that pie. It was how he became Gabite, after all. From the run of the litter to a fierce warrior, Gabite only had Red to thank for that. The third reason was the other Pokémon. Red caught a diverse set of allies to his side, many of them willing and amicable to their common trainer. With Pikachu as the de facto leader, everyone was satisfied with the arrangement. No one could really challenge the unnaturally wise Pikachu and no one could really match the electric rodent in strength either. Gabite was uncomfortable at first to the fact such a small yellow thing can just smack away his evolutionary strength so easily, but he got used to it after seeing said yellow thing decimate Pokémon like Rhyperior or take a Draco Meteor to the face and come out standing. It was clear to all of Red's Pokémon that Pikachu was the boss, so no one complained. The rodent proved his worth time and time again. Of course, the others were all useful in their own right. Grotle and Infernape were his brothers in arms, Butterfree had always taken care of them whenever she was present, and the Wartortle had an air of peace and serenity that calmed down many of their brethren. Buizel and Ivysaur were worthy rivals, and Charizard's air of superiority gave Gabite more motivation to grow stronger, no matter how much he reluctantly admitted it. Even the freshly caught Trico and its sage-like personality was a welcome addition to the team. Gabite had great respect for Red and his Pokémon and it only cemented his loyalty to his worthwhile trainer. However, out of all these reasons, there was one more that truly made Gabite more determined than ever to be by Red's side as much as possible. It certainly was more applicable here now than ever. Gabite gazed with admiration at the draconic presence beside Red's rival. If he was the runt, the weakest of the clutch, then she was certainly the best example of their species that he had ever seen. Truly, she was beyond all of her kin. Cynthia's Gabite was, in his mind, the perfect example of a warrior. It was only sensible for the Pokémon to try and impress her with his strength. That was how dragons work, and with Red and Cynthia's close bonds, he always got to meet her at least once in a while. This time, it was different. Red and Cynthia's agreement to travel together for some time was the perfect opportunity. After some demands, more like pleading, but dragons didn't plead, Gabite convinced himself, Red agreed to Gabite's stay during their journey. His trainer always had a penchant for using his more freshly caught brood, but Gabite would not falter here. His first plan was to prove his worth in battle. He challenged her, wanting to utilize everything Red taught him to impress the female dragon with his might. He had pride in his battling skills and his trainer refined his potential into a sharpened blade. That did not turn out as planned. Cynthia's Gabite destroyed him. Claws clashed with claws, fangs barred against fangs, power met with power, and every single time, she would destroy him and leave it at that. Not even a single glance. He had a long way to go, it seemed. The dragon groaned as he picked himself up. Pikachu looked at Gabite with a pitiful gaze. Trico gave him a pat on the back. Gabite sulked. Triple X. She felt Red guiding her through the darkness. She gripped his hands, her feet crunching through the grassy landscape. When Red said he had a surprise for her, she wouldn't lie about being curious. When he held a BLNDFLD over her face, that curiosity changed to bewilderment. He had never done something like this to her before. It must be quite the surprise if it required blinding her vision. She accepted the cloth and was whisked away to who knows where. His hand squeezed hers in comfort. He didn't need to do that, Cynthia inwardly smiled. He cared for everyone around him and perhaps he feared that she would be worried about the thought of blindly following someone. He didn't need to be so concerned. She trusted him. She squeezed back, silently telling him that she was fine. They were by the edge of Mauville City, close by but not truly there. They were out in the wild still, and Red wanted to do one more thing before they entered the city. She impatiently sighed. This better be worth it, Red. I wouldn't have done it otherwise, Cynthia, he spoke with an amused tone, only increasing her curiosity even more. Patience is a virtue. She pouted, aren't we spending this year training? Yes, 365 days. Red gently moved her towards the destination. More than enough time to enjoy our trip through Hoenn. She gave a noncommittal hum. He stopped, forcing her to pause. She tilted her head when she heard some shuffling around her along with the scent of food. She felt Red's hands remove her BLNDFLD and her eyes widened at the sight. She heard the cries of her Pokémon first along with Red's. When her eyes adjusted to the light, she was dazzled by a scenic view of route. They were by a sparkling pond, a picnic neatly laid out with a basket of food. What really caught her eye was a giant vanilla cake with her name on it and 13 candles placed on top. She held her breath and looked at the grinning Red with astonishment. She completely forgot. Happy birthday, Cynthia. Their Pokémon cheered in the back. In her complete embarrassment and excitement for their journey to train and become strong, she somehow failed to take into account her birthday. She flushed when Red smirked and guided her to join their party. Judging from her rival's face, he noticed. Her flush grew deeper as he began singing Happy Birthday. His voice was rough and coarse, but the energy was there, and with their Pokémon joining him, the singing was a chaotic but mirthful celebration. Laughter and cheers reverberated the field as the Pokémon began to dance around them. She grinned as Glacian was quick to join her side. Even her mysterious Spiritome was soaking up the positive atmosphere. They never traveled together before, so there was never an occasion like this. They would meet, talk, and leave, and for all the years they knew each other, they'd never been able to celebrate their birthdays together. Their journey throughout the Pokémon world was always rife with work. They were so busy and... She yelped when a spoonful of cake entered her mouth. Red was clearly enjoying the look on her face as the coldness spread throughout her tongue and the melted creamy vanilla was absorbed into her taste buds. It was an ice cream cake. How did he know she loved ice cream? Please tell me that you didn't forget your own birthday. She gave him a light slap on his shoulders at the inquiry. Where did you get this cake anyways? Mauville, Red supplied, taking another spoonful of cake and feeding her. She blushed before taking the spoon. Honestly, Red, she could feed herself. She wasn't someone to coddle. She couldn't help the joy that spread throughout her body at Red's efforts though. He put in the work to plan this entire party despite the fact that she forgot it herself. That wouldn't stop her from feigning a glare at his expression. I can see you holding in your smile. You didn't have to put so much effort on this, Red, Cynthia huffed, we have a lot of work to do. And dash. He stopped her lips with a finger. And like I said, we have plenty of time, Red smirked before wiping off some of the cake on her face. It's not every day that you officially become a teenager. It's your birthday, Cynthia. Celebrate it while you still can. Cynthia felt her heartbeat at his smile. Since when did he become so mature? Trick question, he always had been. He always took care of her, he always noticed the little details whenever she didn't, and even now, he would freely give her his wisdom. He did all of it without expecting anything in return, and that was what really hit her the hardest. They were friends and rivals, they were each other's measure of growth and support through their journey. He did this for her and it boggled her mind. He bought her cake. He prepared all of this in secret and even got her Pokemon involved. Best rival ever. A thought did cross her mind, and it was enough to clear her thoughts and give him a look. She cleared her throat. Red, how old are you? He blinked at the question. I'm 13. Weren't you 12 when we began our journey together? Cynthia looked at him suspiciously. The boy was suddenly quiet and his expression sported the greatest poker face she had ever seen. Cynthia's body felt cold, and it wasn't from the ice cream cake. She spoke carefully, did you let your birthday pass by without telling me? The tone of her voice caught the attention of their playing Pokemon. Pikachu sent a panicking look at his trainer. Good. He better be worried. He gave a nervous laugh. Well, I may have forgotten it. You shouldn't lie to me, Red. But you remembered mine. It's not like it was that important, Cynthia. The way he said it made her frown. Spending time with you and our Pokemon was enough. I didn't want to make a special occasion out of it. That didn't make sense in her mind. Didn't everyone love birthday parties? Didn't everyone want to acknowledge the day of their birth? You can be so stupid sometimes, Red. When she saw him about to protest, it was her this time that placed a finger on his mouth. The boy was rarely surprised, but her action stupefied him. Your next birthday, we're going to celebrate it. Do I make myself clear? He sighed in exasperation but nodded with a rueful smile. Whatever you say, Cynthia. She gave a resolute nod, good. She smiled brightly and all the Pokemon around them sighed in relief at a disaster averted. Now what plans do you have for my birthday, Red? He laughed at that, and their trip through Mauville City was probably one of the most fun experiences she had in a while. XXX. There were many things to say about Red's Charizard. He was a battle-hardened warrior. Gabite could agree with that. He was the key to Red's victory against the rising Kanto star, Lance. Sure, Gabite shrugged. He was clearly a towering example of what Red's Pokemon could become. The Gabite wouldn't deny it. That wouldn't stop Gabite from glaring at the dragon imposter every time he had the chance. Days had passed and he sat beside his new brothers in arms, Taillow and Trico, feasting away at Red's food. Pikachu was with them along with the trainer Cynthia's brood. Gabite was sitting with his companions, enjoying the soreness of his muscles from a well-done training session. His body began to straighten when Cynthia's Gabite walked over to their group. That normally wasn't a surprise, of course. Due to Cynthia and Red's relationship, her Pokemon would always interact with his. It still caught Gabite's attention, nonetheless. He was ready to once more find a way to impress his fellow kin when his mood immediately soured. Curse you, Charizard. Cynthia's Gabite immediately began asking about the overgrown lizard, and all he could do was nod numbly from the questions and admiration clearly shown on the female dragon's face. Pikachu gave him another pitiful look, while Taillow and Trico were also awed as the female Gabite regaled tales of the things she had seen the Charizard do. Charizard's battle against Dragonite was phenomenal. He could do it too. Dragons can fight dragons just as well. Would Red ever bring his Charizard with them? His trainer better not. Was Charizard willing to spar with her whenever he had time? Not until he can prove his strength to her first. Of course, Gabite had no intention of saying that to her face. He simply sulked. The sagely Trico gave Gabite another pat on the back. At least there's one Pokemon on his side. He gave the grass type a grateful nod. Thanks, buddy. Triple X. Wallace gazed with admiration at the city before him. Slateport was truly a grand locale. With the rhythmic waves, the bustling activity, and the delicious smell of the fruits in its bazaar, Wallace couldn't help but bask in all of its glory. This was his stage. And the world will know his name. When he wins the Slateport City Pokemon contest, of course. The 13-year-old smiled his pearly whites as he considered his next course of action. He'd done well in the previous Evergrande conference and he would no doubt do wonderfully again. He decided to focus more on contests this time. Young trainers always had very similar goals. For Wallace, it was something that he shared with many others. He wanted to be the best. For every trainer, however, their interpretation of being the best could vary. To some, it was to be the best in battle. To others, it was to be the best in contests. Wallace was different. He wanted to be the best in both. Grace and power. That was his goal, his destination, and to compete in the league and contests was everything he ever wanted. Wallace crossed his arms, nodding at the thought. He grabbed the Pokeball of his trusty Milotic and with confidence, marched onward to the Pokemon Center. That was when he met them. The familiarly long blonde hair, steel-gray eyes, with clothes of dark gray and light black could only belong to one trainer. Cynthia. Oh, it's you, Wallace. Not the most welcoming greeting, but he ignored that as he waltzed toward her. I had thought you would be leaving Hoenn. Has my homeland struck something within your heart? Have you found your home away from home? Cynthia gave him a weird look before shaking her head. I decided to train my Pokemon for an extra year before leaving. I wanted to journey with my friend. She pointed at a boy beside her. Raven black hair, amused amber eyes, and lightly tanned skin. His clothes were a thematic blue. Red Satoshi. Wallace Mikuri, he offered a handshake in which the boy easily took, the future champion and top coordinator of Hoenn. Juggling both. Very ambitious of you, Wallace. What better way to create a legacy than to reach as high as the stars? You make a fair point, Red nodded, I'm sure you'll do well. Wallace gave a thoughtful smile at his words. No lies or deceit within it. He truly believed it. How interesting. You flatter me, Red. I work just as hard as everyone else. I assume you're here for the Pokemon contest. You've heard of it? Excellent. Wallace nodded vigorously. I will be participating in this event. I hope to face you there then. Wallace paused and gave Red another look. You're a Pokemon coordinator as well. Oh, not really, Red smiled with some embarrassment. I have had friends that were coordinators, but it's not exactly my thing. I prefer battling, but I've done a few. Pokemon contests came from Hoenn. I decided that one of the best ways to experience the Hoenn region is to try some contests. Cynthia gave Red an astonished look. Wallace was pleasantly surprised. He gave a bright smile, nodding enthusiastically. I couldn't agree more, Red. Hoenn prides itself on our beautiful spectacles and stage presence. Watching or participating in events like these is truly a great way to begin your journey through the region. Then I'll see you there. Gladly, Red, gladly. They talked some more, trading tales and tips from their adventure. Cynthia was still as bright as ever, soaking up the information he supplied like a sponge. He regaled stories of the Pokemon he met and rivals he'd made. Wallace throughout it all watched Red. The boy added his 2 cents occasionally but otherwise was silent as he and Cynthia caught up. He privately wondered how well he would do. Even inexperienced coordinators could shine like unpolished diamonds in his mind. Triple X. Wallace always had an eye for beauty. It had helped in his Pokemon journey. In battle and in contests, he could see the most minuscule details, the emotions of trainer and Pokemon, and the elegance and power that exuded from those around him. When he first met Steven and declared him his rival, he could see the hidden steel within the trainer's gaze. He was unbending in battle, sharp and enduring in life. His young rival was like a blade in Wallace's eyes, refining and grinding through obstacles until his edge was as sharp as the steel he dominated. His mentor, Juan, was as splendid and graceful as the fluid water he favored. Adapting, sparkling, and unpredictable, his mentor truly was the rain he embodied. It shone through like the rainbow after a storm. It was what persuaded Wallace to follow in his footsteps. Then there was Cynthia. She was different, she was like the sun. Limitless, radiant, and oh so powerful. She held DSPLN like Steven but also heart like his dear mentor, Juan. She battled fiercely and for those she cared about, she was intensely loyal and warm to them. When she crushed Steven and Wallace in the Evergrande, he also saw an unmatched determination to be the best. She had ambition in spades but it never blinded her and her love for her Pokemon. Wallace had met some beautiful people in his life, both inside and out. He was able to glean it from their performance. And today, he found another. Thunder rained on the stage like gleaming gold. It was a cacophony of ice and powdered snow. The Lapraza's ice beam forged a kingdom of cold, tiny shards of frost sprinkling over the crystalline castle from the devastation wrought by lightning. The reflection born from electricity made it a nation of glistening amber. The Pikachu's iron tail began to sculpt and Wallace got to observe parts of Red's beauty through the excellence of his Pokemon. If Steven was unbending steel, won the sparkling waters, and Cynthia the unmatched power, then Red was the swift and ruinous storm itself. Quick as lightning yet unpredictable like storm rain, his beauty was loud, akin to the nigh booming of thunder. His presence demanded the spotlight, his contestant clothing presenting himself as the old heroes and guardians. He gasped when the force of nature that was Pikachu cut through ice with barely any effort. The precision and accuracy of his strike spoke volumes of its experience and training. Not even his Pokemon held the graceful skill to create something like this. The bond between them was electric, sparking a passion within Wallace's eyes that he rarely felt as he witnessed the glorious beacon of golden light before him. Wallace began to wonder to himself as the stage clapped and cheered. This boy had the potential to become one of the finest coordinators the world had ever seen. Surely he jests when he said that he was inexperienced in the art of contests. Nay, Wallace firmly believed that Red was simply downplaying his talents. This boy was a marvel and he would rather DMN himself if he was not going to encourage Red to continue what he simply considered a once-in-a-while activity. Wallace would always advocate being the best that one could be, but what was the point of being the best when one's competition was not up to par? They say that beauty was within the eye of the beholder. Then the beauty of Red Satoshi was a force of nature. Wallace would not let that magnificence fade when he could do something about it. XXX. The Slateport contest ended with Wallace's victory. It was to be expected. He trained hard, held plenty of experience, and his Pokemon were trained to be elegant and powerful. It didn't cheer him as much as it should. He was too busy charging toward a peculiar trainer with a Pikachu on his shoulders. He could hear their words. "Since when were you a Pokemon coordinator?" Cynthia's inquisitive tone brokered no room for escape. Red smiled and shook his head. "Well, Cynthia, I am not. I beg to differ." Wallace smiled his pearly whites. "That was a wonderful show, Red. If you didn't tell me of your inexperience, I would have thought I was facing a top Pokemon coordinator in the flesh." Red coughed. "Now you're just flattering me, Wallace. Even the judges admired your work, Red. Do not deny what we saw with our own eyes." Wallace looked at Cynthia, who only nodded in agreement at his words. With her support, he looked at Red with expectant eyes. "I had friends that were coordinators," Red gave a reminiscent smile, "and I just wanted to try one for personal reasons." "Your friends would be proud. I think you can reach the top." Wallace's words were loud and encouraging. Red laughed awkwardly. Please give deep thought into this, Red. Your show was one of a kind. It didn't have the elegance that most coordinators had, but it held something more primal and special. It was a unique beauty. I am also collecting badges and dash. Wonderful. We can be rivals in both contests and badges. Wallace patted a very lost Red in the back. Juggling both requires more effort, but the results are worth it. Boo dash. Just think of the experience. Wall dash. You said that you wanted to experience Hoenn. This is one of the best ways. IREA dash. Please give it some thought, Red. I'll think about it. Red's soft words were uncertain and Wallace frowned when the boy's eyes looked lost. Was it just him or did Red's confidence dim? Cynthia too seemed to notice her rival's change of state and watched him with concern. Another question for another time. He simply gave one final grin and an encouraging handshake. That's all I ask. XXX. Traveling with Red was a completely new experience for Cynthia. The 13-year-old girl normally traveled alone, exploring the world with nothing but her bag and Pokémon companions. When he suggested that they explore and train in Hoenn for a year before she took on the battle frontier, she accepted. When he suggested doing it together, she was surprised but at the same time, excited. They would always meet from time to time in Sinnoh and they could only call each other when they split, so doing their adventure together this time was something she was secretly happy to do. So when they began their journey, Cynthia realized several things. Red could cook. Oh, he was not a master chef by any means, but the food he cooked was astonishingly good. When they had their picnics or ate together, it never really occurred to her where he got his meals. She just assumed they were store-bought. Never in her journeying career had she thought that he was able to make food this good at relatively cheap resources. That was what was the most surprising out of it all. He made it without using up a lot of their supplies. I don't know if I should be insulted that you think so little of me or flattered that you enjoy my food. She blushed before placing the rice ball down, definitely flattery. She was tempted to take another bite, but curiosity got the better of her. I didn't know you could cook. Come now, Cynthia, he gave her a small pat on her shoulders while making some puffs for her Pokémon. All of their Pokémon were spread out on the grassy fields enjoying their own meals. Her Glacian was certainly savoring the spoils of Red's culinary creation. One should learn how to cook when going on their Pokémon journey. It's common sense. I know that, Cynthia murmured before savoring another bite. I learned how to cook as well, but anything I made was never this delicious. I learned from some of the best. Red smiled before feeding another puff for her Glacian. Like whom? People I've met during my journey. I guess that makes sense. Red laughed as he sat beside her taking a bite of his own rice ball. I can make some jelly-filled donuts too if you want. He could make those too. Always full of surprises, Red. Cynthia had a conflicted expression on her face as she ate. She could only eat so much. Probably later. Red grinned in amusement, relishing in their silence to savor the rest of their meal. They talked a bit, played with their Pokémon, and then began mapping their route. As they surveyed and contemplated the best places to go, Cynthia decided to ask something that was bothering her ever since their encounter with Wallace. Red, Cynthia paused, trying to formulate what to say, about the Pokémon contests. I know Wallace means well, but you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Red blinked before giving Cynthia a reassuring smile. I know. So you're not going to do it? Cynthia tilted her head. Well, never let it be said that Red was a hesitant individual. For how long she'd known him, he'd always looked like he knew what he was doing. Red gave a small smirk. On the contrary, after some thought, I decided to try a few more. Cynthia blanched. XXX. Months passed and all Gabite knew was that there were no gods in this world. Arceus had forsaken him. The Grovyle gave a sympathetic look while all Pikachu could do was sigh in exasperation. Swellow, Corfish, and Torkoal did their best to cheer him up. That didn't really work as Gabite groaned before falling on his knees, the soft grassy field softening his descent. "It's my win again, Red." "Still as sharp as ever, Cynthia." His trainer's rival gave a joy-inducing smile as she complimented her Gabite, who only took one glance at him before paying all of her attention to the blonde trainer. Red watched the display fondly before walking toward his own dragon. "Don't be down, Gabite. Every loss is a learning experience." "Easy for you to say. You're not trying to impress the one you're battling." Gabite grumbled as he continued to rest his injuries. Red smiled softly before taking out a potion to treat his wounds. "I admire your perseverance, but you won't catch her attention with simple strength." Gabite gave a doubtful look at his trainer. That might be the case for humans, but dragons were different. Power is what made the world go round for those with draconic blood. It wasn't an opinion, but a simple fact. His words didn't completely process until a minute later. The dragon paused for a moment, before looking at his trainer incredulously. "He knew." "I knew," Red patted the stunned dragon's head, "you're not good at hiding it. It's the job of the trainer to understand their Pokémon, you know. We can't exactly speak the same language." His trainer smirked. "Cynthia thought it was cute that you have a massive crush on her Gabite." Gabite's last vestige of strength finally faded and he fell on both knees. The shame, the horror. Did everyone know? He turned to his allied brethren who only looked away at his desperate gaze. Red sighed sympathetically, murmuring soft words, "Before you chase after someone, you should work on yourself first." The ground type looked at Red inquisitively. The way he said those words were odd to the Pokémon. There was always an air about Red that many of his brothers in arms noticed. Only Pikachu didn't seem bothered about it, but that was only because the electric rat had the same aura around him as their trainer. There were many theories concocted by his fellow Pokémon and many that try to find explanations for Red and Pikachu's oddities. Primeape and Ivysaur really didn't care. They sensed Red's fighting spirit and joined his ranks to tackle stronger foes. Charizard was of a similar mind. He saw Red's ageless experience in battle and bowed to him. Charizard bowed to no one. Bizel commented once that their trainer had a mature feeling to his commands, as if his words echoed a hidden weight to it. Even Butterfree added her 2 cents, saying that she felt their trainer had a distant warmth, attracting her to him like a venomoth to light. Grovyle mentioned a very similar premonition, confiding to Gabite that Red didn't feel like his age. Gabite felt what his other Pokémon said at this very moment, looking straight at Red's amber eyes. His trainer was special. He straightened himself as he paid attention to the 13-year-old's advice. "You want to keep training?" Gabite nodded resolutely. Red was silent for a moment, only to speak up once more. His words surprised the dragon. "Will you listen to me?" That was rather obvious, Gabite thought, but he nodded again nonetheless. Red nodded before finishing treating his injuries. Gabite followed Red, joining Cynthia in the feast she prepared for them. The girl quickly sat beside Red, chatting their worries away once again. His dragon was deep in thought, taking a piece of the Pokémon food and taking slow, deliberate bites. "Before you chase after someone, you should work on yourself first." He was the weakest of his clutch, yet Red chose him out of every other Gibble. He was content with the strength he obtained from Red's guidance, but he wanted more. He wouldn't betray his trainer's trust. He was offered harsher training, to become as strong as Red could take him. He'd grow stronger, if not for her, then for himself. For once, Gabite understood his fellow rival, Charizard's, fascination with their trainer. XXX. That fascination was quick to change into terror. Arceus, why? Gabite ate dirt, his head slamming into the ground from the iron tail he endured overhead. He growled, forcing himself up to face his opponent. The dragon had a second to witness a sudden blur of yellow before his left side spiked with pain, a quick attack crashing through him with the force of a high-speed train. He released a defiant roar and went back up. The Pikachu suppressed him again, sending the Gabite's face back to the earth. It had been like this for a few months. At Cynthia's curiosity, his trainer only mentioned that his Pokémon would be undergoing some special training. Motivated by this, Cynthia too began devising a way for her team to grow stronger as well. Red gave a mirthful chuckle at his rival's excitement and let each other handle their own routines. It was during the night in Fall Arbor Town. One of the empty battlefields revealed less of a fight and more of a one-sided beating. Smack! Gabite could barely think as Pikachu was beside him in an instant. He forced his claws up to block the Pikachu's forceful strikes, instinctively weaving and dodging through the brutal rodent's barrage. Despite the punishing attacks, Gabite could feel himself growing stronger. For every beatdown, for every loss, he learned and grew. For every painful hit, his body instinctively memorized it. For every swift strike, he was able to move even a tiny bit faster. "Don't go easy on him, Pikachu." He remembered those words. Confusion was set to realization. Realization changed to horror. Horror turned to determination. Determination transformed into confidence. All you need is confidence. Red's smile as he murmured those words re-energized the exhausted Gabite. He roared as his claws slammed into the ground, the sheer force sending billowing smoke and dust around him. For every defeat, there is an opportunity to grow. Pain erupted from his back as metallic tail met draconic scales. Twirling backward with a growl, his jaws dug deep into Pikachu and slammed the rodent into the ground. A flamethrower was erupting from his throat until a searing, burning heat spiraled downward at the electric type. The descent created more dust and debris as the flames began scorching the earth around him. There is more to battle than strength. The smoke cleared and his claws once more parried Pikachu's blitzing speed. His body moved on its own, forcing Gabite to dig down. Pikachu didn't let up and began his descent to follow the dragon into the underground tunnels. The air became superheated. Pikachu had no time to retreat as a flamethrower flooded the tunnels, searing fur and sending the rodent back to the surface. Gabite appeared behind the stumbling electric type and with dragon-powered claws struck down. An iron tail parried the blow. Know your limits. Gabite began retreating as Pikachu's attacks became swifter and harsher. He roared another defiant cry, blasting pulses of dragon-like energy. Pikachu dodged all of them with unexpected grace, effortlessly entering Gabite's personal space once more. Electric Rodent fought Ravenous Dragon. It was a scuffle, a brutish fight that slowly whittled down on Gabite's impressive stamina. His legs started caving in as Pikachu slammed into him more and more. It was akin to a hammer digging the nail deeper into the earth. Gabite cried painfully as the ground broke beneath him. He refused to falter here. Let it be said that the ground broke before the dragon. He felt one last defiant surge of energy within him as his claws grabbed the rodent and tossed him away. "Do you trust me, Gabite?" Pikachu was already before him as if his efforts were for naught. Schleiiiti. His legs gave out, his throat choked up and his arms numbed. The dragon fell on his knees, a severing iron tail ending his final stand. He was too weak. Good job, Gabite. Red was in front of him again, potion in hand. The dragon groaned as he clenched his jaw in frustration. He endured the stinging of his wounds as Red treated him. He'd fought for so long, worked so hard, but he still lost. How did you match that strength? Dragons were power incarnate. Legends were told of their might, yet he couldn't defeat a common Kanto rat. How could anyone leave the gigantic shadow of Pikachu? It was Yuzel. Gabite. Red's eyes looked into his with a seriousness he rarely showed. Don't lose yourself. The dragon type looked away. You've grown strong. He almost scoffed at his trainer's words. Red smiled, patting Gabite as he motioned him towards where the rest of his Pokémon lay. Glalie, Corphish, Grovyle, and Swellow welcomed him to the clearing, all of them also sporting wounds from their training with Pikachu. He relaxed as he joined his brothers in arms, taking comfort in the fact that he wasn't the only one enduring these fights. Cynthia joined them once more. Seeking out Red immediately, his trainer accepting the rival's companionship. The two always felt inseparable in the eyes of their Pokémon. The admiration both had for each other as rivals were palpable. The bond between them was fascinating to Gabite. Would he have a bond like that? The dragon-type felt the proud patting of the patient Grovyle, once more congratulating him for a battle well fought. His broken pride slowly recovered as they learned from their losses. Pikachu joined them, contributing to their discussion. Throughout it all, Gabite was ignorant of the female dragon's inquisitive stare. XXX. Cynthia, it's good to see you. An older, mature voice spoke through the screen. Once more, they were at the Pokémon Center. Red went off outside to purchase more supplies, giving her some time to spare. Deciding to best use this time to call her family, she began with the first person on her mind. Grandma. Cynthia smiled brightly at the image of Professor Carolina. I just called to check on things. Oh, we're doing just fine here, Carolina returned the bright smile with her own. Despite her age, she still had some youthful energy. We've been watching your journey through Pokémon TV. All of Celestic Town is proud of you and Red's achievements. It's nothing special, Grandma, Cynthia said, I couldn't have done it without Red's help though. It's because of him that I pushed so hard. Well, that's what rivals are for, dear. Yes, but he's much more than that. Carolina laughed at that. You've been speaking so highly of Red lately. Is there something I should know? We've been traveling together for a while now, Cynthia responded. Red has been a wonderful companion. He's already gotten the 8 badges and has even competed in several Pokémon contests. We've been training so far, but I can tell that our Pokémon are getting stronger and part of it is thanks to him. Carolina gave a sly smile as her granddaughter went on and on about her rival's accomplishments. Is that right? Carolina gave a boisterous laugh. Then I'm glad that you've made a close friend from your travels, Cynthia. He's the best rival anyone can ever ask for. Just a rival? Cynthia paused before laughing softly. Well, I guess I can consider him my best friend too. It's wonderful to hear that, Cynthia. Carolina's reply held genuine mirth and something more. Your sister has been keeping track of both of your adventures. She's been very enthusiastic about Red recently. Cynthia blinked at that. Her younger sister was an excitable one, but she didn't expect her to also be tracking Red's journey. Really? Even Red's? Oh, I think she might be even more interested in his than yours, Carolina chuckled, especially since the Pokémon contests. She was completely enchanted by Red's performance. His dashing clothes and his powerful Pokémon have been the talk all over Celestic Town. The Prince of Celestic, they call him. Her grandmother smirked before whispering loudly, between you and me, it's clear she's got a crush on him. Cynthia frowned slightly. I don't think she's even met him. I wouldn't worry about it. Carolina's words were carelessly good-natured. It looks to be more like idol worship. Carolina then smiled like a Persian who caught the Pidgey, and suddenly Cynthia didn't feel so safe. I know you wouldn't want any competition for his attention. What? We're just friends and rivals, Grandma. Cynthia released a breath in exasperation. Her face was flushed at the thought. While the thought of her sister and Red growing close made her strangely uncomfortable, it wasn't because of anything like that. She was just protective of her sister, that was all. Of course, Carolina's tone made it clear she didn't exactly believe her. She pouted. You're teasing me. I am your grandma. Carolina chuckled as if that was all that needed to be said before returning to a softer expression. I'm glad you called. We were wondering about you. The last time you contacted us was during the Evergrande conference. Red and I have been busy, Cynthia assured her. We've been training our Pokémon and we may have gotten a bit sidetracked. You wouldn't believe how strong Garchomp has become. The training really paid off. Cynthia smiled as she remembered the rigorous methods they've endured for months. It was painful, but it felt fulfilling as well. Gabite finally evolved when I battled Winona and Brawly a few weeks ago. That's great to hear, Carolina praised, smiling. I see this year-long training has been good to you. I was thinking of battling the Johto Battle Frontier, Cynthia continued. I get to travel with Red a bit more if I decide to choose that one. He'll be going to Johto too. Ah, I definitely see. Cynthia paused and looked at Carolina suspiciously. Something tells me we're not on the same page. Oh, I'm on the right page, dear. Cynthia gave her a deadpanned look. Carolina smiled innocently. Cynthia cleared her throat. Our trip through Hoenn will be almost done soon. Once Red finishes the Evergrande conference, we'll go right away. You sound confident of Red's victory, Cynthia. I have the utmost faith in my rival, Grandma. He's been working really hard. Cynthia gave a strong stare as if daring her grandmother to refute her statement. She saw how hard Red trained his Pokémon lately. It motivated her, made her work harder, and the efforts of their labor were starting to bear fruit. I truly think he can win the league this time. Carolina smiled at her granddaughter's confidence. Well, you know him best. We'll be cheering him on in Celestic Town. Please give Red our regards. I know your sister would be cheering him on the hardest. Grandma, Cynthia whined. The old professor laughed. They continued chatting, making small talk before they finally exchanged their farewells. When her grandmother's face blinked out of the screen, she gave a sigh and turned around. Honestly, Grandma Carolina could be such a handful. She always meant well, however, and her enthusiastic energy was a constant support for the young trainer. She called upon Garchomp and patted the dragon's head. Her companion basked in her attention before Red finally finished and returned to her. Hope I didn't keep you waiting. Cynthia shook her head. I was able to speak with my family back at Celestic Town. Red smiled at that. That's good. I really should contact my mom sometime. I know she worries about me. You should, Cynthia agreed. Red rarely talked about his family, so it was always surprising when he brought it up. Cynthia liked to think it was because he started trusting her more as they traveled together. How are things back home? They're calling you the Prince of Celestic now, Cynthia's tone was teasing. Maybe I shouldn't have done those Pokémon contests. Cynthia laughed. XXX. Hello Pokémon TV, this is Rob. And this is John. We're live and bringing you to this year's Evergrande conference. Tell me, John, just what is going on down there? Plenty of fierce battles are raging all over the city. We've got some strong contestants this year. Steven and Wallace are once more present to test their worth. Both of them have been garnering a strong following in Hoenn. Mastering the metallic element, Steven Stones is known throughout his native region as the prodigy of steel. Do not forget Wallace. Like a riptide, the rising artist of water has dazzled the world with his fabulous water types. Mentored by the great and spectacular Setopolis gym leader, Juan, he plans on making a giant splash in this year's conference. Those two have quite the infamous rivalry, John. They are Hoenn's iconic duo, but it seems that when it comes to rivals, they're not the only ones, Rob. There's another. Coming from Sinnoh, Celestic Town's prince is here to pick up where the princess left off. Golly, John, it seems that you are right. Hailing from a land far away, another challenger has come to face Hoenn's best. Will he be as successful as last year's Sinnoh challenger? Tune in to find out. XXX. Gabite roared as he lifted the Metagross and slammed it down into a torrent of superheated flamethrower. The crowd cheered when the Metagross fainted as it struggled to keep standing. There was a burning drive within the Pokémon's eyes. That drive was clear to see for the entire world. The crowd cheered harder. Gabite ignored it. He had bigger concerns to worry about. I'll be relying on all of you. Red had the tendency to bring the Pokémon he'd caught in the region to the conferences. Only in special circumstances did he bring a Pokémon from another region to battle. Pikachu was an obvious exception, but when he stared at all of them, including Gabite, he could feel the weight of Red's trust on his shoulders. He wouldn't forget this. He refused to let his trainer down. For the past few days, Gabite and his brothers-in-arms went forth, decimating all that opposed them. Grovile's speed was unparalleled. Gabite had bonded with the wise Pokemon and they only grew stronger as they trained, bled, and fought together. Swellow, for all his aggressiveness, focused all of it into the tournament, causing fear and discord for their foes. Gabite had watched his trainer catch a myriad of Pokemon, many were birds, but Swellow was truly the most ferocious of the lot. Glalie, Corphish, and Torkoal were slow and steady. If the rest represented the ravaging speed, these three showed that even Red's strategies could utilize a slow, enduring method. The three were the stable ground in which their team held the line against the encroaching forces. Battle position, Agrin. Gabite stared down the gigantic metal beast and his mind was briefly reminded of his defeat at the hands of Rhyperior. Too weak, too frail. His strength couldn't match the ground type. Not anymore. Fire started erupting from his jaws. The Agrin growled in response to the threat before him. His foe was taking him seriously, acknowledging him as someone that could break him, defeat him. Focus. Gabite charged forward, channeling his boiling wrath into a refined and tempered edge. When Agrin and Gabite clashed, the crowd could only look on as they witnessed a battle that would forever be remembered as one of the highlights of this year's entire conference. XXX. Cynthia hugged Red as tight as humanly possible the moment he entered the Pokemon Center. You won. He hugged back before chuckling and pushing her off. I'm not through the ringer just yet, Cynthia. She ignored his words and began shaking him. She heard a light, from him as his body endured her ministrations, but she didn't care. Her rival won. He won a conference. Her blood pumped from excitement when he blew the competition out of the water. Wallace was a hard-fought fight and Cynthia was enraptured when Red battled tooth and nail to gain a close victory from him. He conquered everything in his way until only Steven was the last one standing. In another battle that made her breathless, his Gabite stole victory from the jaws of defeat. She had never seen a Gabite as determined as the one she saw from that battle. The closest was from her own and that spoke volumes of what she saw in the finals. Red didn't seem too bothered by her actions and gently detached himself from her. I still have to battle the Elite Four and then face the champion. You can beat them. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Red grinned, but I doubt that. She ignored his words. Honestly, Red, have more confidence in your Pokemon. Who are you fighting first? Drake, Red hummed. Cynthia clicked her tongue as she recalled who exactly that is. Of course, she knew the man. The Dragon Master was considered one of the finest trainers Hoenn ever produced. He traveled all over the world and obtained all sorts of Pokemon. The experience hardened him into a fine battler. That wouldn't stop her though. Then we'll train for that. You're killing me here, Cynthia. Despite his words, he allowed himself to be dragged by the girl. I just finished the Evergrande conference. Can I at least take a break before I go back into training? Time waits for no man, Red. It was the Elite Four. She never experienced it herself, but she was not going to let her rival fail horribly when it was also his first time to battle the vaunted league's finest. It confused her why he felt so relaxed despite the upcoming battles ahead. Have you ever heard of the saying, stop and smell the roses? Cynthia turned her head back to him, staring at the exasperated boy as if he was crazy. We're fighting the Elite Four. I'm fighting the Elite Four. Details, Red. Cynthia grinned brightly as she brought forth Garchomp. Let's get you used to fighting dragon Pokemon. Cynthia, no. Cynthia, yes. He looked at her with a deadpan expression. With a wave of his hand, he sent out Pikachu. Electricity arced through the air as the rodent leaped down. Cynthia was suddenly reminded that Red was in fact quite used to battling dragon types that day. XXX. Gabite opened his eyes, ignoring the roaring of the crowd. The stadium was grander, louder, and more pronounced than any that he had ever been in. That made sense to him. In greater battles, it was expected to fight in greater stages. The arena was littered with craters, broken boulders, and scorch marks. No doubt left behind by his previous allies. He growled when he could see the terror of the skies before him. A giant salamence floated, looking no worse for wear. He ignored the dragon for a moment and turned towards the screen. He was the last one, huh? 5 of Red's Pokémon had fallen, decimated, and crushed by the enormous strength and experience of the Elite Four's Dragon Master. Their skill and training of 1 year couldn't hold to the lifetime's adventure of the pirate trainer. That didn't mean they didn't hold their own. 3 of Drake's own Pokémon toppled down like kings, 2 of them defeated by the devastating strength of Pikachu while the third took the combined power of 4 others. Gabite wouldn't let his brood's work be in vain. His eyes went back up to the Imperial Salamence and heat started pooling from his mouth. This was one tall order to back up. He remembered his training with Pikachu. His thoughts returned to his battles against overpowering opponents like Agron and Rhyperior. This might be the highest wall he had to climb, but dragons did not back down. Gabite gave out a challenging war cry. The Salamence didn't bother to respond. It simply attacked with Dragon Rush. It was fast. Gabite had no reason to deny his opponent some semblance of acknowledgement. Due to its power as one of the finest Pokémon of an Elite Four, it held a speed that few could match. That power shouldn't be ignored. He didn't doubt that. But it wasn't as fast as Pikachu. The power was there, but as Gabite's body moved out of the way of the rushing dragon type, he couldn't help but compare the dragon to the rodent. The overpowering aura was reminiscent, but unlike Pikachu's mysterious depth of power that was as limitless as the stormy skies, Salamence was the ever-expanding might of a conqueror. The power was familiar, but he felt the rodent was far more impressive. Competitive wrath surged through his veins and his mind and body began moving with a ferocity that rarely appeared within him. His claws began glowing with draconic energy as he retaliated to the dragon's aggression. He recalled all of Red's training as he met the dragon. Power reacted with power. It was like 2 mighty warriors baring their swords and armor for a duel that would shake the world. Gabite certainly felt that as he weaved, blocked, and attacked through all of Salamence's stoic offense. Gabite knew he had a long way to go. He could feel his strength waning against the overwhelming power whenever he met the Salamence head-on. Torrents of flames erupted from their jaws, draconic energy clashed with draconic energy, and their claws were tested on thick hides. You're nothing compared to what I've fought. Gabite's claws ripped through Salamence's flesh, dragon claws furiously clawing through the enduring beast. He could feel the Salamence's body reverberate with shock when he realized that his younger opponent wounded him. Gabite gazed defiantly back at his foe, signaling his will, his intent to break the dragon. Salamence flew upward, that annoyingly stoic demeanor cracking. The Salamence swooped down with another dragon rush. I faced faster. Like slow motion, Gabite swerved out of the way, using his momentum to propel himself right in Salamence's face once the rushing dragon slowed. The bigger dragon had no time to react as he was confronted once more by the ground type. I faced stronger. It was a surreal battle for those who watched. Drake's fans knew the power of that Salamence. It was one of his mightiest Pokémon. Some could even say it was his signature dragon, the one that everyone looked forward to watching and cheering on. Yet this Gabite was fighting it on even footing. The battlefield broke before the two's charge. The thrashing beasts collided once more in a show of brilliant draconic energy. Wrathful heat showered the stadium. Salamence, the towering dragon that dominated Hoenn's skies, battled the ground-shaking Gabite who called Sinnoh's Earth his home. 2 dragons of opposite nature refused to back down. It was a battle of legendary proportions. Gabite didn't care about that. He wanted to win. He wanted to win for himself. He wanted to prove to his trainer that his hard work paid off. He wanted to yell out to the world that Red was the greatest, to be by his side when it happened, and to prove that this run of a dragon could do the job just as fine as any. Smack! Gabite roared as he endured the crushing presence of Salamance's combined assault of Dragon Rush and Zen Headbutt. Claws grappled onto Salamance's head, forcing his legs to hold strong as he was pushed onto the edge of the stadium. When his back hit the wall, the Salamance's pressure only strengthened. He was going to lose here. The Salamence pushed even harder, burying him deeper into the wall. He was going to lose. He was going to. Gabite, don't lose yourself. At that moment, Salamance's image was superimposed with Pikachu's overwhelming shadow, and then all he saw was white. XXX. The world was silent. The stadium's crowd held their breath as smoke and debris covered the corner of the wall in which the two dragons danced. Drake watched it all without a word. Throughout the battle, he was given multiple surprises. It wasn't looking good for his old heart. He battled many trainers. He'd seen their Pokémon. Most of them were well trained, a lot of them bringing excitable energy to the arena. From excitement to resignation to seriousness, he fought and protected the defending champion from waves of opponents. In all his years, he was never as speechless as he was now. His Salamence was thrown to the ground, his normally indifferent dragon struggling to stand up from the bruises and wounds that littered its once impervious body. Stomp. The world began shaking as the smoke cleared. Stomp. Like a king, the sky's ruling dragon gave out an expression of a once-forgotten rage. Like an executioner, the earth-shaking foe swung down with the force of a mountain. When Salamence fell, the crowd didn't cheer. They were too stunned. For where Gabite once roared, a Garchomp bellowed. XXX. Do you have everything? Cynthia clasped her hands as they began packing everything for their journey. Red nodded slowly, the Pikachu jumping onto his shoulder and rubbing his electric cheeks affectionately against his trainers. Cynthia smiled at their display of affection. Red turned to her. How about you, Cynthia? I got all I need, Cynthia responded. Red's challenge against the Elite Four was as electric as she thought it'd be. He couldn't defeat the first of the four, but he was close. Taking out 5 of Drake's 6 Pokémon was an excellent showing, and she knew that her rival would only grow stronger from there. When Garchomp bulldozed his way into Drake's ranks, she wasn't the only one to scream in awe and jubilation. His newly awakened dragon quickly became a fan favorite of the crowd as he challenged and defeated Salamence and then proceeded to end Drake's 5th Pokémon in a draw that got the crowd wild. Speaking of that Garchomp, she gave a mischievous look when she saw her dragon-type mingling with Red's. The male Garchomp seemed to have no idea how to handle the constant attention, his face expressing confusion and a desperate look for help. Red's Hoenn team didn't deign to respond to his pleas for aid and instead were content to watch the show before them. Cynthia's team was among the group spectating it with merriment. Young love, Red breathed a huff of amusement. Cynthia rolled her eyes. That's a bit hypocritical to say, Red. We're young too. Doesn't make it any less true, Red responded, giving a brief smile as he watched the dragons. I'm happy for them. Something tells me you've had a hand in this, Cynthia grinned. A few months ago, she would hardly look at him in the eyes. Now she's a constant presence at his side. Red blinked, smiling slightly, not sure what you're talking about. Sure, Red. He laughed. Well, are we ready to head to Johto? Nope. She sprightly jumped in front of him, holding her arms behind her as she smiled with mischief. He looked absolutely baffled by the sudden change in atmosphere. Even their Pokémon stopped their actions and started joining their trainers. Red gave a suspicious look when Pikachu jumped towards Cynthia's shoulders. He sucked in his breath when Cynthia took out a nicely wrapped present from her bag. Honestly, Red, Cynthia had a genuine smile plastered on her face as she offered the gift. You tease a girl about forgetting her own birthday when you just did the same. Red was silent before grinning. I guess I deserve that. You dummy. She forced the present onto his hands. Happy 14th birthday, Red. He looked down on his gift and Cynthia once more witnessed the confident and normally indifferent trainer's demeanor crack. Her spirit tingled as his eyes roved over the finely wrapped silk of the box. No words were spoken between them, but as his fingers delicately thumbed through the surface, she couldn't help but shiver when he gave her what she would consider the purest form of gratitude from him for many years. He smiled. A genuine one. It was a small thing. It wasn't a loud declaration of his contentment, but it was real. There was no teasing, no tricks, or anything of that nature. She got to see a bit more of him, witnessing the rare behavior that not many could claim to know. Thank you, Cynthia. She would forever treasure this moment, she knew. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Ash took out his last pokeball. Amber eyes burned with determination. This was it. He was almost there. In front of him was his opponent, his final obstacle before he could become a Pokémon master. His lips widened, defiant and dignified. He sent his only ally left into battle. This was the deciding bout and he wouldn't falter where others failed. The Dragonite was a veritable foe, but he knew he could beat it. Come on out, Charizard. Red-hot flames erupted out of the starter's jaws. Plumes of smoke and fire heated the battlefield, its war cries signaling to the entire world that it was here. The fire-type flapped its great wings. Dust and sand billowed under every gust of its draconic pinions. The Dragonite roared in kind, instinctively growling at the growing threat the monster represented. Ash pointed at the dragon and the battle began in earnest. The fight took to the skies and the crowd cheered as the air was filled with smoke, fire, and explosions. It was a dance between two of the sky's most terrifying predators. Dragon claws met with dragon claws. Flamethrower slammed into hurricane. The beasts were evenly matched. That didn't deter him. He called out to his Pokémon, a command already at the tip of his tongue. Dragon Claw. Thunder Punch, Dragonite. Boo. A 6-year-old Ash Ketchum fell off his bed. Why what? He blearily looked around himself before seeing the broken alarm clock. He yelped when he saw the time. Ah-oh. Triple X. Mom, he jumped out of his room, his head frazzled as he hastily brushed his teeth and grabbed his bag. I'll be heading off to Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp now. Bye. He heard his mother laugh at his eager and enthusiastic cry. His body was jam-packed with visible exhilaration. This was a good opportunity to meet plenty of Pokemon and make new friends. It was going to be great. His mother's response was clear with amusement. Are you forgetting something, Ash? The boy was ready to burst through their house door before pausing and looking at his mom with confusion. He put his fingers under his chin and gave it some deep thought. Toothbrush. Got it. His clothes. Got it. Underwear. Got it. Handkerchief. Got it. He hummed before shaking his head. Got everything, Mom. She sighed in feigned exasperation, walking towards him and holding his cheeks. You forgot to kiss your mother goodbye. Oh, Ash blinked before grinning and giving his mom a quick peck on the cheeks. Bye Mom. Have fun, dear. Thanks, Mom. He ran out of the door, head held high and his future bright. He raised his fist, his ever-present smile still on his face. Professor Oak's Pokemon Summer Camp, here I come. While his journey to become a Pokemon master wouldn't start for another 4 years, that did not mean he couldn't enjoy what life still had to offer. He could feel it. This was the start of his legacy to become the best. He grabbed his stuff and with a jump in his steps, began his way towards his destination. The world wouldn't know what hit it once he began his Pokemon journey. Here I come, world, Ash Ketchum's first step. Unless, of course, he slept late and missed the Pokemon summer camp. In the distance, Pidgeys flew off when a loud, sorrowful no reverberated across Pallet Town. Triple X. You win some, you lose some, and Ash was not one to be down for long. He shook with excitement, pajamas on and a stuffed pokeball in his hands. I cannot believe it, folks. Gabite has just evolved into Garchomp. His eyes widened, grin present and body quaking. Gary was beside him, watching it with equal amazement. The two were in the Ketchum household, late at night watching a recording of the Evergrande conference for perhaps the 10th time in a row. Ash wasn't sure. He lost count. Then again, he wasn't the best at counting. Well, it didn't matter to the 6-year-old. He puffed his chest and pointed at the television screen. And Drake's 5th Pokémon is Altaria. Another dragon of the skies is here to challenge the groundbreaking Garchomp. Dragon Claw. Ash cried out with jubilation, saying it exactly when the trainer with a Pikachu did. It was a unique spectacle to behold and Ash wouldn't ever tire from seeing it. It was probably one of the best battles he had seen ever. That wasn't saying much considering he's 6 years old, but even Gary was impressed, and if Gary was impressed then that means it was impressive. That's just how it works. The TV echoed a mind-numbing explosion. All they saw was smoke as the two dragons collided. The newly evolved Pokémon was crushing through its opposition, its immense bulk and power pressuring the Altaria. When he first saw it in action, he couldn't help but scream his support for the dragon. He got chastised by his mom for that, but it was worth it. Eventually, one of the two beasts had to succumb. Ash already knew the outcome. It's a draw. Garchomp and Altaria are unable to battle. The winner is Drake of the Elite Four. Even though he's seen it so many times, the results were always a letdown. He groaned and fell on his back. Gary laughed. Garchomp had to fight one more Pokémon after beating Salamence and Altaria. Ash, Gary smirked, there was no way he could have won that. I know, but I had hope. Ash hummed pitifully, throwing his stuffed Pokeball at his friend. The grandson of Oak easily deflected the projectile before turning his head back to the television. Red, the trainer that the two of them had watched with open admiration, took his loss gracefully and shook hands with the experienced Elite Four. He was so young yet so powerful. Why is he so strong? Ash had no idea, but he wanted to be like that too. Well, maybe next time. Gary shrugged. He's pretty okay for a trainer. You're still mad that he defeated your idol, Lance. Ash rolled his eyes, laughing vibrantly when Gary gave a childish glare his way. When they went through a lot of old recordings of battles in Pokemon TV, that one popped up often. They cheered for different trainers, which obviously led to some tension. The results were clear though, and Ash would never let his friend forget. Gary grumbled to himself while Ash looked at the trainer on the screen. Like so many trainers of the past, present, and future, Ash had a dream. To be the best, like no one ever was. When Red gave a wink at the camera before leaving to continue his journey to who knows where, he felt an odd connection to the boy. This was someone that was living the dream. He faced powerful opponents, garnered his own rivals, and explored the world as a renowned battler. While the 6-year-old boy watched him go, he thought about his own future, his own journey. Red Satoshi is quite a graceful fighter, huh Rob? The Prince of Celestic truly is one of a kind, John. He was inspired. XXX. Second time's the charm. Ash kicked the door of his room, bag in hand, a resolute, for a child, expression on his face, his hands holding his alarm clock like a triumphant warrior. Okay, this time. This was the time, for sure. He didn't break his alarm clock, he had his stuff already prepared, he definitely brought his underwear, and he made sure he woke up just in time. Pokemon Summer Camp Attempt Number 2. Ash, Mom admonished, hearing the child's bombastic exit. He winced and gave his mother an apologetic grin. Perhaps that was too loud. He couldn't help it though. He missed the first summer camp. He was definitely not going to miss the second one. Sorry Mom, Ash grinned good-naturedly, his hands scratching the back of his head, just excited. She sighed in amusement. Mr. Mime shared the same expression. Just be sure to come home safely, alright? He gave a giant thumbs up. Don't worry, Mom, Ash grinned, I'm sure Professor Oak will take care of me. He's pretty awesome. Delia laughed before giving her son a kiss on the cheeks. He is pretty awesome, isn't he? He nodded and gave his mom a hug. I'll tell you all about it once I get home. There's going to be so many Pokemon. He was visibly shaking with zeal. Admittedly, he knew almost none of them, but that was what made it so exciting. Mom looked amused at his expense before rubbing his coal-black hair affectionately. I'll be looking forward to it, Ash. I'll see you later. Bye, dear. He opened the door with enthusiasm. Okay, take two. He grinned, fists raised. Pokemon Summer Camp. His eyes were wide with energy. Here I come. With a great leap, he began his journey. As swift as his young legs could take him, he ran where he was supposed to meet Professor Oak. He'd definitely make it in time. Youthful energy don't fail him now. Flop. He definitely didn't trip along the way. Ash, my boy. Oak greeted jovially, watching the child reach his lab. It's nice to see you finally in time. Sorry about that, Professor, Ash chuckled. I learned my lesson. It won't happen again. I certainly hope so, Oak smiled, ready to go. More than ready, Professor. Oak laughed, guiding Ash towards the vehicle that would take them to the camp. He spoke to the professor, chatting to the elder with great familiarity. He could already see Gary waiting for them, his constantly smug friend waving from a distance. At least he'd have someone he already knew there even if it was Gary Oak. He waved back at Oak's grandson. Time to become a Pokemon master. XXX. There was a time and place for everything. A 14-year-old Lance knew that. There were times to be mad, there were times to be sad, there were times to be sour, and there were times to be serious. There were also times to be exasperated. Lance, Claire whispered, pulling his cheeks as he tried his hardest not to strangle his cousin, that's a Garchomp. They were in the thick underbrush of Violet City, beginning their journey through the Johto region. In most cases, he would journey alone and he was planning to do so. Lance, however, was always willing to try new things. When he heard that his cousin wanted to join in his journey through Johto, he had no reason to complain. They both were training to be Dragon Masters and they were of relatively equal strength. It would be a good way to grow. Claire could be a little competitive at times. Lance had to discover this firsthand. She was like the dragons they trained, always comparing her power to others. It was even more pronounced when her cousin was involved. They were training to be the best and in her eyes, he was competition. Their first trip was rocky, he would reluctantly admit. The moment she joined him, she asked for a battle. Lance had no reason to refuse. He was more than willing to fight strong opponents. He was surprised when the fight ended in a draw but wasn't too bothered about it. Claire very much was. When they reached Violet City, Claire stomped toward the forests to get some training. Not wanting to suffer the wrath of the clan if Claire got hurt, he decided to follow her. That was when their current predicament settled in. They were hiding behind several trees and bushes, watching a fully grown Garchomp rest near a lake. Claire was visibly excited by it. She had never seen an actual Garchomp before. Lance was in the same boat. He'd seen Gibble and Gabite, but never had he seen the final evolution in person. They were relatively rare in Kanto and Johto. It was obvious that Claire was going to capture that thing. You know how difficult it is to tame one of those dragons in the wild, Lance warned, I'm not sure you'll be able to catch it. There's only one way to find out, Lance, Claire smiled as she took out a Pokeball. Oh, dear. Lance knew that look. He wouldn't be able to convince her otherwise. I've always wanted a Garchomp. He crossed his arms as he watched Claire bravely confront the massive ground dragon. He'd give Claire one thing she had over him. When it came to dragon knowledge, she was second to none. Her experience and insight were what made Lance readily agree to travel with her in the first place. Roar, Dragonite. The Garchomp had 1 second to look at the beast before it was assaulted by an incoming hurricane. The resulting battle scared away the local Pokémon and he had to sigh in exasperation as the two territorial dragons started duking it out. Claire's Dragonite was well trained. It was equal to his, but it was obvious that this Garchomp was just as strong. That didn't surprise him. He heard of Sinnoh's evolutionary line of dragons. What did surprise him was the fact a second Garchomp came charging in and tag-teamed the Dragonite, pummeling the poor beast into the dirt. Claire yelped in astonishment at the fact another of these supposedly rare dragons was nearby. He was fine with a fair fight, but his cousin was clearly outnumbered. Lance quickly grabbed his Pokeball and called out his own Dragonite. What was supposed to be a normal scuffle turned into a full-blown skirmish as two Dragonites danced with two Garchomps. Ridiculous. This was already starting to be the highlight of his journey in Johto, and he just started. That was before a whole crowd of other Pokémon came out of the woodworks. He had to rub his eyes multiple times when a Lucario, Spiritomb, Glaceon, Togekiss, and Milotic joined and the skirmish became a free-for-all. This chaotic mess only surged Claire even more and she called upon all of her Pokémon. Lance was tempted to participate in this fight but backed off. Sorry cousin, but this is your mess. Lance was ready to just spectate this mosh pit of animalistic combat when an angry blonde girl came into view and started yelling at Claire. Of course, his cousin wasn't going to take that lying down and with her competitive nature, argued back. Both sides' Pokémons paused, content to let their trainers carry the fight with words instead of claws, tails, and fists. Who do you think you are to interrupt my battle? Excuse me. What kind of trainer decides to battle another trainer's Garchomp without permission? Well, you shall dash. Lance took a deep breath, joining the two before any more fights broke out. Ladies, let's all settle do dash. But out of this, Lance. This isn't your business either. Lance slumped. Today just wasn't his day. Triple X. So that Garchomp was your friend's? Claire gave a meaningful look at the resting dragon type. It was having its injuries treated by the blonde. The opposing girl slowly nodded, spraying the potion on the male Garchomp. The female counterpart was glaring daggers at Claire's Dragonite who easily reciprocated with a growl of its own. Lance grew wary at the growing tension but said nothing. He let out his Pokémon to relax with mine. I don't see him anywhere. Claire looked around. They were sitting by where the girls set up camp, a nice flat plain in which their Pokémon were let out to roam freely, and I don't see any other Pokémon except your own. Now that Lance thought about it, Claire was right. When he glanced at the field, all he saw were the two ground dragons and the 5 others that were obviously the girls. She was quick to answer though. He has a habit of catching a new team whenever he heads to a new region. He only brought his Garchomp due to the dragon's request and his Pikachu. The girl took out some food for her Pokémon and allowed them to eat. He spotted a Heracross this morning and has been out trying to capture it for a while now. That made sense. Lance nodded in understanding. After some deliberation, Claire also conceded. She slumped in disappointment. I guess finding a wild Garchomp around here was far-fetched. He inwardly agreed. It was pretty suspicious. The blonde laughed good-naturedly and he had to sigh in relief when she didn't take offense. At least the girl forgave their mistake. I'm Lance, he offered a handshake which she took. Right next to me is my cousin, Claire. Sorry about the mess, she's really enthusiastic about dragon types and got a little ahead of herself when she saw one. Hey. The girl smiled in amusement, it's fine. I'm Cynthia. He grinned, are you here for the Zephyr badge as well? She shook her head. I was actually exploring a bit of Johto before I challenged the battle frontier. My friend's the one challenging the league. Claire hummed in understanding. I've heard of it. It's definitely better to get some extra training in before you tackle it. The frontier brains are quite powerful. Cynthia nodded in understanding, though Lance figured she already knew. My friend wanted to check out a few places and Violet City was one of them. Giotto is very pretty, Claire puffed her chest in pride. It's understandable that you would want to see the sights. She glanced at the two dragons again, clearly still enraptured by the sight of the Garchomps. Lance wouldn't lie. He snuck a glance once or twice as well. It was rare to see such finely raised ones. The two started conversing. Like the dragon specialist that she was, Claire began asking and prodding the other trainer about the two ground types nearby. After learning of her journey to be the best dragon master in the Pokemon world, Cynthia was more relaxed in answering them. Lance kept to himself as they chatted until familiar black hair met the corner of his eyes. He grinned when he saw the familiar yellow fur of Pikachu. A sense of déjà vu overcame him for a moment at the sight. How could he forget that electric rat? It gave him all sorts of trouble during the league. Red? Lance? The girls paused as they watched the newcomer enter the camp. Cynthia smiled brightly at his entrance. So this was the friend she talked about. What a small world. He was about to greet his old friend and rival when Claire pointed at him, his smile turning into confusion when her dragon-loving cousin gasped. It's you. Claire had a look of intense excitement on her face. You're the one who almost beat the Hoenn Dragon Master, Drake of the Elite Four. Red looked out of his element, but slowly nodded. Yes, that would be me. And this is your Garchomp? Yes. The same one that fought Drake, Salamence and Altaria? Red answered with a slower and more deliberate, yes. She turned her head towards the Garchomp with a reverent expression. Red glanced at Lance with confusion. He shrugged. He had no idea what goes on in his cousin's head sometimes. He was about to speak again until she was right in his old friend's face, asking even more inquiries than before. Lance was barely able to process her words, but he knew that the girl was starting to ask some obscure draconic questions. Red blanched for a moment but began answering her questions slowly. He had to applaud his rival for somehow understanding her cousin when she goes into one of her talks. Even Lance would struggle, and he grew up with her. Is she always like this? He turned his head towards Cynthia, who was watching the scene with some amusement. He shook his head. She's normally more level-headed. I suppose the new experience has made her excitable. Cynthia could only nod as they slowly began relaxing around one another. Lance and Red were able to catch up again, comparing their own adventures. Lance marveled at Red's steady progress. Already at the level to face an Elite Four. Lance inwardly smiled. Perhaps he needed to get some extra training in. It would look bad as one of his fellow rivals if he couldn't match Red's achievements. He should tell Bruno too. There was no doubt that his fighting-type rival would be more eager to learn that Red was exploring the same region as them. When they had to leave, Claire was quick to join Lance's side. You didn't tell me you knew Red. Lance smirked. You didn't ask. She scoffed. There was a comfortable silence between them before Claire suddenly asked, is he trying to be a dragon master as well? He gave her a confused look. No, I've seen him use a myriad of Pokemon during the Indigo League. The closest thing to a dragon when I fought him was Charizard. Despite not being a dragon, it certainly had the ferocity of one when it defeated him during the conference. He almost shivered when he recalled the Charmeleon suddenly bursting into bright light. Odd, Claire hummed in thought, he was able to answer all my questions. Some of them were very advanced dragon knowledge. He must know a lot. Lance nodded as they continued their trek through the forest. Red always did seem to know more than he let on, didn't he? When he first met him during his stay in the SSN, he was just as insightful. I wouldn't expect anything less from my rival. Their journey was a quiet affair, but Lance had a feeling that Claire was still curious about his worthwhile friend. XXX. Ash had always been a very energetic child. He wouldn't deny it. He would gladly accept it, in fact. Ash was someone that would pursue whatever he was interested in with everything he had and more. If he wanted to be the best, he would do his best. If he wanted to be a Pokemon master, he would become a Pokemon master. When it came to the things he wanted, he would do everything he could to achieve them. Such youthful passion was admired by those his elder. Oak and Mom always encouraged it. Mr. Mime never failed to praise his goals. Some could say he was living his youth to the fullest. He didn't have a lot of friends though. That was one thing that always stuck, but it never really bothered him. Sure, everyone was more enamored with the professor's grandson, Gary Oak, but he had his mom, he had the professor, he had Mr. Mime, and once he grew older, he'd have Pokemon companions too. There was always a niggling desire in his mind to make more friends. He thought the Pokemon summer camp would be that ticket, that gateway to it. And he was right. He was right in ways that were beyond his imagination. His feet landed on the crunching sound of grass, his nose taking in all the scents around him. The Pokemon summer camp so far was filled with activity. Oak introduced plenty of Pokemon to the youths and peers around his age. He got to meet a large assortment of them. He wasn't exactly sure what some of them were called, he wasn't exactly the brightest, but it only surged his desire to become a Pokemon trainer. For years could not come soon enough. Look, Ash dragged his newest friend to the closest screen. I heard that she's battling right now. We got to check it out. His new friend in question gave a shy smile at his enthusiasm. The girl with a straw hat didn't seem to mind his forceful methods, but he did slow down to not hurt her. He supported her when she was bruised while searching for a Poliwag. He didn't want to make it worse. What are we watching, Ash? You'll see. It's awesome. He reached the closest computer and quickly set it to the channel he wanted. Gary was there, perking up when he saw the duo. It seemed Oak's grandson had the same idea and decided to join them. Check it out. Ash grinned, nudging Serena softly. The screen blipped to life and a blonde trainer's Milotic rained down a torrent of ice at her foe. The battle was fluid and chaotic, the blonde's water type facing an opponent's Bronzong and matching it measure for measure. Gary's smile widened in recognition, it's the girl with the crazy Garchomp. Garchomp? Serena tilted her head in confusion. As Gary puffed his chest in pride explaining to the new girl all about the powerful ground type, Ash watched the battle with an observant eye, his mind absorbing everything happening. Transforming the field into ice and using it for your Pokemon's advantage. Amazing. Skating through the battlefield. It must be for speed. He never knew there was so much complexity in Pokemon battling. It was making his head dizzy just thinking about it. She's probably one of the best trainers. Might be even better than Lance, Gary boasted with his usual arrogance. Serena seemed to look at the blonde trainer on the screen with the same reverence Ash had. It only made sense, of course. The owner of Garchomp was pretty awesome. The three observed the ongoing battle, cheering on the challenger and her fantastical allies. Ash grinned when he saw Serena's eyes sparkle at the beautiful Pokemon being displayed. Powerful and elegant, she ran circles around her opponent. This trainer had a certain appeal to all who watch her. She radiated confidence, her every action tactical and in control. He wondered just what did she do to have such skill. Would he ever reach that level? Ash's grin widened at the thought. For years could not come soon enough, indeed. XXX. Cynthia always had an interest in history. The world of Pokemon was a place filled with lost knowledge and she wouldn't deny having some passion for the subject. While her goals laid elsewhere, she shared her family's enthusiasm for the ancient myths and legends that called Sinnoh their home. As she traveled, explored, and experienced the Pokemon world, she grew to have a healthy appreciation for the subject. The things she saw, the places she'd been, and the mysteries that plagued the world were all a sense of temptation for her young mind. She could understand her grandmother's dedication. Her expertise in history and the legends that make up the Pokemon world was admired by many, granddaughter included. When she told Red, he perked up and offered to take her to places of note that may fascinate her. Intrigued, she easily accepted her rival's offer, and their journey through Johto was filled with unique discoveries. How Red knew all of these locations bewildered her, but after all the years of learning from him, she knew to trust his wisdom. He took her everywhere. Like a seasoned explorer, he guided her through the rural fields of Johto. This was no different. They stood in front of a shrine. It was a small thing, with overgrown flora and vines attached to its stone and wood, a small roof on top while surrounded by tall grass. She looked at it with curiosity, turning her head towards Red. Her rival gave a serene smile as he stared at the shrine. It fascinated Cynthia to see her rival so relaxed here. This is the Ilex Forest Shrine, Red recalled. This forest and this shrine are usually associated with Celebi. Cynthia looked at the small construct with wonder. She knew that Pokemon. While not something that was considered a Sinnoh species, it is a Pokemon that was exceedingly noteworthy. To think she could see a shrine for Celebi during her trip through Johto. You always know how to surprise me, Red. She smiled as she basked in the natural atmosphere. I really should be asking how you know all these places. I've been to Johto a few times. His eyes softened when he touched the shrine. It was rare to see such an expression on his face, but she wouldn't lie when she said she liked it. It suited him. Why did he never sport it more often? It made him look nicer. Before you moved into Celestic Town? He nodded, plenty of fond memories. She supposed it made sense. If Kanto was his original home, Johto was close enough that she could envision him visiting it once in a while. She moved closer, taking comfort in Red's presence as they admired the small shrine. The forest had an ethereal quality to it, and as the refreshing breeze held her long hair aloft, she could understand how her rival felt so serene here. When she watched him bask in its tranquility, her eyes couldn't help but be drawn to his, equally captivated by her rival's emotions that were freely displayed. Happiness, sorrow, wistfulness, and acceptance swirled in those eyes. It was such a complicated mash of emotions, it was almost spellbinding. Whatever memory he was reminiscing must have been a conflicting one. He turned his eyes towards her and she swiftly looked away. She stepped back and cleared her throat. You ready to head back? Red smiled briefly, giving one long look back at the stone and wooden creation before nodding, yeah. Let's go. Cynthia grabbed his hands and dragged him off, content to watch him chuckle at her eagerness. Honestly, Red, with the way you've looked at that shrine, some would think you've seen Celebi itself. Red laughed quietly. That would be quite the tale, wouldn't it? The way he said those words hinted at a more hidden meaning, but for the life of her, she couldn't tell what. XXX. Like a rising star, Cynthia of Celestic Town has just defeated Palmer of the Battle Tower. She just can't be stopped, Rob. Couldn't agree more, John, couldn't agree more. Ash jumped up and down his bed, loose clothing garbed on his person as he watched the live duel through the screen in his room. Serena was there with him, his newest friend visiting for a playdate. The summer camp might be over, but the bonds he forged were made of firmer stuff. His hands were clutching a fake pokeball, moving through the motions Cynthia did, declaring the same words, and calling out the same Pokemon, enraptured by the style and battling techniques the girl displayed. So cool. Serena nodded in agreement, her eyes wide at the great power that came forth whenever the blonde confidently battled. She giggled when he tried to mimic the female trainer. He laughed along, having too much fun with the scene. Ash knew that she wasn't exactly the biggest fan of Pokemon battles, but the girl still held a sense of fascination whenever Cynthia was on screen. She would sometimes yell with him and she would cheer whenever Cynthia defeated a Pokemon. The boy smiled at his friend's enjoyment. He always liked seeing others just as happy as he was. He turned back to the screen. There was no other way to describe the feeling in his chest when he saw the battles Cynthia, Red, and others displayed in those bouts. Those kids were on a whole other level, gracing the screen with an energy that enchanted him. Wallace's graceful. Performances, Lance's colossal presence, Steven's unflinching will, and Cynthia's exceptional power all held something unique. It made his blood pump. He wanted to do the same thing. He wanted to call out his Pokémon and do battle just like them. His mind wandered, already imagining all the adventures he'd be in. When I become a Pokémon trainer, I will travel the world just like you. I can't wait, he murmured softly to himself. What's that, Ash? Nothing, Serena, he grinned back, I was just thinking of my own Pokémon adventure. Serena giggled. You still have a long way to go. Ash groaned at the reminder but perked up quickly. Then I'll just prepare until then. Shouldn't you already be doing that? Serena questioned innocently. Leaving on a journey is a big responsibility. It's not something you can just do. She huffed. Ash scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Oak always did say that. It just didn't occur to him. Despite it, she encouraged him all the same. Still, I wish you all the luck. Thanks, Serena. Ash grinned, I'll wish you luck on your own journey too. The girl started at his words. Am I own? He nodded inquisitively. Of course. Aren't you going on your own Pokémon journey too? Didn't everyone want to explore the world, catch unique Pokémon, battle with strong foes, and become the very best? Of course. There was no way his mind could comprehend otherwise. But I'm moving. He winced. Oh yeah. That was a predicament, wasn't it? When she told him one day during a visit, at first, he was hurt. Their friendship started this year and they only had the rest of the year to foster it. It was painful for a child with so few amount of friends like him. His family tried his best, but it just wasn't the same. He clenched his fists. That wouldn't stop him though. It doesn't change anything. He was resolute on this. Serena's eyes widened at his firm tone. He continued, even if we're cities apart, even if we're regions apart, we'll still be friends. Don't think of this as a goodbye, Serena. Think of this as a, see you later. Doesn't that sound much better? It does, Serena agreed, taking comfort in Ash's energizing support. Then that settled, Ash slammed his fist on his palm. We'll go on a journey. We'll make friends, create new memories, and choose our own paths. Doesn't that sound fun? The girl was silent for a moment, watching Cynthia on the screen. No doubt thoughts were racing through her mind. Ash was a bit surprised that she didn't answer in confirmation instantly, but allowed her to ponder in silence. He jumped a bit when Serena eventually gave a firm nod. She smiled, yeah, my own journey. She had a determined look on her face, but it really didn't suit her youthful face that well. I would like that. Then we should prepare together, Ash grinned. I know this one book Professor Oak showed me when I visited his lab. It had pictures of a lot of Pokémon. We should check it out later. Serena nodded enthusiastically. They talked a bit more, slowly learning more about each other as they planned out the rest of their year together. It was refreshing to have someone new to talk to. Gary was the only one his age willing to speak with him, and he wasn't always the most enjoyable person to be around. Serena was different. She could be a bit shy and be a bit overshadowed by the energy he radiated, but she was kind. She never called him weird or a loser. She gave him his support, and for that action alone, she had his gratitude. She was different from the others, and it was his duty as her friend to help her just as much as she was helping him. XXX. Cynthia was still high in excitement as she relished her victory against her second frontier brain. She could see why trainers needed an impressive record in the league before challenging them. The battles were intense and each mistake could have been her last. She didn't know how she could have dealt with the challenge if she didn't train a year beforehand. Another thing to thank Red for. She sat at the side of a battlefield behind a Pokémon center. Her Pokémon were laying about, enjoying the fresh air, and resting their bodies from the intense training they did beforehand. Red was beside her, taking great care of his Noctowl, Heracross, and Johto starters. Their Garchomps were understandably together by the shade of a nearby tree. With her conquering 2 battle facilities and Red usurping 4 gym badges, it was looking to be a quiet day. I can't believe my eyes. Cynthia started when a rough, bombastic voice echoed throughout the field. She blinked, turning towards the source. A teenager with a muscular physique was marching his way toward her rival. Red. It has been a while. Bruno, Red smiled, allowing him to get manhandled by the bigger team. She watched the whole thing with befuddlement. Still as strong as always. We never stopped training, Bruno smirked before settling the boy down. I saw your fights in the Evergrande conference. I was very impressed. Lorelei was too. It's a shame she's not here to meet you. She'd love to catch up. It has been a while, Red agreed. What has she been up to lately? Traversing the islands near Kanto, I heard. Please send her my regards. Bruno laughed, patting Red on the back. Of course, though she'd feel much better if you got to see her in person. Cynthia cleared her throat. It was obvious to her that this was one of the rivals he mentioned during his journey through Kanto. When the boy turned towards her, she gave a smile and offered her hand. I take it you must be one of Red's rivals. I'm Cynthia. Bruno grinned and shook it roughly, the force of the shake almost sending her reeling. She thought her arms were about to be torn off. And who's this, Red? Don't tell me, is SH-. My rival, Red was quick to interrupt Bruno, my very first one. Cynthia didn't like the knowing look Bruno gave them. Well, they do say that you never forget your first. She supposed that was true. Red really did give her a memorable first impression during their journey. She wouldn't be able to forget everything they'd been through together and she wouldn't trade their experience for the world. She nodded to the fit trainer. She looked at him with confusion when the boy laughed harder. Red was less enthused, but carried on, traveling Johto now, Bruno. I decided to take a page out of your book, Bruno grinned, wanted to travel a bit. Lance opted to do it too, so I decided why not. He shrugged, but his expression quickly changed to a more challenging smirk. But enough about that. It has been a while since we've fought, Red. How about it? Red huffed in feigned reluctance before nodding with a challenging smirk. I won't say no to a Pokemon battle, Bruno. Good to see that you still have that fighting spirit I saw in Kanto, Bruno barked with a laugh, already heading to the stage with a Pokeball thrown into the air. I'm not the same boy all those years ago, Red. Battle on, Macamp. Red chuckled at his rival's antics, nodding towards the excited Bug-type beside him. Her across. She was content to watch them battle, her thoughts beginning to wander back to her Pokemon and all the people they'd met so far during their journey through Johto. Plenty of them seemed to know Red, with Lance and Bruno easily being the most memorable of the batch they've encountered. They were strong, experienced trainers in their own right. It was good that Red had an ample amount of competition. It only made his performance in the Indigo League more admirable. The thought of Red traversing leads to the thought of their eventual separation. Back to traveling alone. She frowned. The thought of leaving him ached, but she knew it was inevitable. She wanted to head back to Sinnoh. He wanted to go to Unova. I want to travel with him. Her hands clenched. They'd adventured alone before. It was simply just going back to the norm, back to exploring the world of Pokemon. They would make new friends, obtain new Pokemon, forge new bonds, and challenge new rivals. But it would be better with Red by her side, wouldn't it? I'm feeling so stupid, Cynthia clapped her cheeks, shaking her head. Why was this so important to her? Red clearly didn't have the same problem. He was always looking at the horizon, searching for the next grand adventure. She should be the same. She had the same goals he did. She left Celestic Town to have her own journey. She wanted to grow as a person. Then why was the thought of leaving him bothering her so much? She sighed in exasperation. Stupid Red. Why did he have to be such a good friend? Why was he always so attentive, always so kind? It didn't make sense. Superpower, Macamp. Let's show them your fighting spirit. Brick break. The explosion rocked the battlefield. Lucario beside her was pumped up at the sight of the two fighting types doing battle. She released a breath and shook the thoughts from before out of her mind. They still had time. She didn't need to worry about it. She still had 3 more battle facilities to go and he needed 4 more gym badges. What happens once they're out of time? She ignored that niggling thought. XXX. As she traveled with him, she got to see not just his personal life, but the bonds he'd made along the way. She got to see his friends, his rivals, and the things he did on his journey. He would always include her whenever she was near and she would be grateful, partaking in newer experiences that only made her stronger, better, as both a person and trainer. Red once commented that it was the journey, not the destination that impacted a trainer. She couldn't deny that. The people she met on her path to the top gave unique lessons. Bruno was bombastic. They met him from time to time. His energy was contagious, his thrill of battle always sparking even Red's normally calm exterior. She enjoyed the atmosphere the fit trainer would bring and his fighting types were always so spirited. It made her want to work hard and fight too. He taught her that bettering her body was just as important as refining her mind. Lance was serious and cool, but he had the youthful energy of a battler. She knew the training dragon master always strived to be better and it was an admirable trait to have. She shared the same thing and had no doubt that he would become a great trainer in the future. He taught her to never have regrets, to always take an opportunity when she saw it. She met others, of course. There were people like Koga, a ninja in training with a solemn exterior that held insightful wisdom and a hidden depth of secrecy as expected of a shinobi. There was also Claire, the female dragon trainer forging her own unorthodox path to become the best, and some new ones that they'd recently encountered like Karen, the girl blazing forward to become a fine master of dark types. There were also some newer people she was not as enthused to meet. Months passed by like the fleeting wind. Battles were waged, victories were won, defeats were analyzed, but she grew from it all the same. When she stepped into the battle castle, her body and mind steeled for the inevitable battle, she was able to understand several things. During her time, she grew to appreciate Red's expertise. She grew to appreciate his cooking, his company, his wisdom, and his Pokemon. She would never say otherwise. Cynthia was getting more comfortable around him. She got to learn so much. She would seldom say no whenever he joined her, but there were times when she didn't exactly appreciate several traits of his. Red had grown as a trainer. She loved his work ethic. His growth made her work just as hard. Unfortunately, that growth did lead to attention. So you're Red, Caitlin was quick to join his side. The 14-year-old frontier brain had been eyeing her rival with something akin to affection and intrigue ever since they entered. Cynthia didn't like it one bit. Celestic Town's prince. Red nodded. Caitlin's eyes sparkled at his confirmation and Cynthia never wanted to push a girl off her rival like she wanted to now. I am Caitlin, she offered with a shy smile, princess of the battle castle. It's nice to meet you. Don't be fooled, Red. She's a minx, a vixen. That pretty persona is nothing but lies. She wanted to scream it out loud for her rival to hear, but she also had tact. This was the frontier brain. It'd be rude to say that no matter how much she wanted to. Are you here to challenge the battle castle? Those feminine wiles. That sweet voice and adorable look. Close your eyes, Red. That girl is nothing but trouble. Call it a girl's intuition. She just wanted to look after her rival's well-being after all. Red was many things, but being perceptive of a girl's attention, he was not. Said boy blinked before shaking his head and pointing at Cynthia. The smile he wore did little to scare away the attentive lady. In fact, it only bolstered the girl's attention toward him. I am afraid not. She's your challenger. Caitlin pouted at his answer and gave a sigh of disappointment. Dirac, Caitlin waved for her butler, get over here and test our opponent. The butler obeyed swiftly and was already speaking of the rules of engagement to Cynthia. She half-heartedly listened as she watched the princess drag Red to watch the battle by the stands instead of the traditional throne that she was supposed to sit in. The boy didn't seem that perturbed by the attention the girl was showering him with, answering all of the ladies' questions with a polite smile. Honestly, Red, you can be too nice, Cynthia thought, a menacing smile crawling up her face. The normally confident butler had to take a step back when he saw it. If I finish this quickly, the faster we can leave this place and challenge the final battle facility. Her fingers began twitching towards the pokeball that held Garchomp. XXX. Hey Cynthia, the boy spoke up, walking alongside her, an eyebrow raised. Yes, Red. Did you really have to destroy half of the castle in that battle? Cynthia held an impressive poker face. I don't know what you're talking about. Right, Red sighed, and do I need to ask why you were so aggressive with Caitlin? She was nothing but nice to us. You're already on a first-name basis with her, huh? What? She kept her silence. XXX. Where are we going, Ash? The boy in question gave a sneaky grin as he guided her through the meadows within Professor Oak's corral. The widespread amount of Pokémon let them through, already used to the presence of these two over the course of the year. She was going to leave soon. He didn't want her to go, but he knew there was nothing they could do to stop it. The only consolation was their promise to meet again. He grabbed her hand and led her to one of the tallest hills. The wind swept their hair, the cool breeze sending a beautiful gust their way. He enjoyed it for a moment before tugging Serena to their destination. Before you go, Ash spoke, there's one view you should see. One more memory of Kanto. I promise that it'll be great. Serena giggled, alright, what view then? It's usually by this time, Ash nodded, check it out. He waved his hands, exaggerating his hand as he presented the sight. The timing was perfect. It wasn't a well-thought-out plan, honestly. He just went with his gut, but he always visited this place, always enjoying the view that Oak showed him once. On the highest hill of the ranch where a single tree grows, the professor took him here to watch the setting sun. The warm light that touched his face was as memorable as it could get for youth like him. He wanted to share it with Serena. He heard the girl seek a breath at the sight. Her eyes sparkled and he couldn't help but cross his arms with pride. You may be leaving Kanto, but Kanto won't leave you, Ash spoke, recalling Professor Oak's own words when the older man talked about his own Pokémon journey. Leaving home had always been the toughest part of growing up. To explore the world meant to go to parts unknown. That didn't mean that you were alone. That's what friends are for, right? Ash nodded to himself. Your friends can make you laugh and cry. Your friends can make you worked up or relaxed. Your friends can be human or Pokémon. You aren't alone though. Even when you are, you're carrying them with you. Sometimes literally. Thank you, Ash. Serena's tone was filled with emotion, but gratitude was prevalent among all of them. On this hill, let's make a promise, Ash stared at Serena, a grin on his face, that when we begin our Pokémon journey, we'll be there for each other, even if it's through calls or letters. Let's have a great time. Serena clenched her fists but nodded. I promise. I'll do my best to always keep in contact. I'll tell you all about Kalos. Good. She giggled before nudging him lightly, I just hope you don't forget it. Ash laughed, if I do, you have my permission to hit me. What kind of response was that? Serena whined but smiled. When she turned back to watch the sunset, she couldn't help but point somewhere. Hey, Ash. Yeah. What's that Pokémon? He perked up and turned his head towards the source. His eyes widened at the large bird in the skies, its figure heading towards the sunset in all its magnificent glory. It sparkled like a rainbow, its great wings flapping with an elegance he had never seen in any other bird Pokémon he saw. Despite reading all about so many different types of Pokémon, he had no idea which one this was. All he knew was that it was cool. I don't know. You say that with such confidence. Well, it looks pretty awesome. Serena giggled but nodded. It does. The two watched it fly away, their heads filled with childlike fascination and awe. XXX. Cynthia took a deep breath. The gusts of wind were ruining her long golden locks, but it didn't matter to her. They were at the top of the bell tower, a place rich with history and myth. She couldn't help but be attuned to the atmosphere here. She basked in it, enjoyed it, allowing her mind to release any stress and simply absorb the warmth. Red knew that she enjoyed places of historical value. Was this what this was? The story of this land was old, the tale known to her due to the knowledge of her grandmother. Did he want to treat her with another experience like the one with the Celebi shrine? One final place after they conquered the gyms and frontier. She gave a soft laugh. He joined her side, observing the setting light. The atmosphere beside them was pleasant and quiet as they appreciated the sights together. Enjoying the view? Cynthia nodded, delighting in the cooling touch of air on her skin. It's nice. I wanted to bring you here for several reasons, Red spoke with a light tone. It's a great place to relax and I wanted a nice place for us to be together before we leave Johto. She looked at him curiously. He always did have his motives. Where is this going, Red? He walked past her, turning around, a content expression on his face. There was a breeze around them and her heart almost leaped through her chest when his shoes were close to the edge. She was about to call for him. That was when it happened. The breeze became strong gusts. Her eyes had a second to comprehend the gigantic bird that flew overhead, its entrance forcing their clothes to billow through the wind. She saw brilliant red feathers sparkle like rainbows and she had to gasp when she fully took in the Pokémon. A legendary existence that was so rare that many considered it nothing but a fairy tale, or at the very least extinct. The phoenix before them was Ho-Oh. She swerved her head at Red. He grinned at her astonishment. That astonishment changed to awe when one of its feathers descended down toward them. That awe morphed to disbelief when he took one of her hands and gently placed the feather onto her palm. Did he know what he was doing? This thing is priceless. Her face was completely red as he nonchalantly gifted her something her grandma, no, any researcher would do anything to get. To remember our trip through Johto. His words made her heartbeat speed up. A gift to commemorate our time here. Cynthia held the feather tenderly. A myriad of questions swam in her mind. Will you ever tell me how you seem to know these things? One day. Red looked at the setting sun. I'll hold you to that, Red. She watched with him, holding the feather close to her chest. Her beating heart never calmed down until the next morning. XXX. Red sends out his first Pokémon. Oh my, is that Torterra? It seems he's bringing out his old guard, Rob. I remember when it was once a Grotle in the Lily of the Valley Conference. Good times, John, good times. Now that Grotle we saw years ago is facing one of the region's Elite Four, Agatha. Ash gripped his fake Pokeball, his eyes shining like stars. Gary and Serena were with him today. The Silver Conference was all they could talk about and for good reason. So many promising trainers were in it. Lance. Bruno. Red. How could they not want to watch it? He whooped in joy when the battle began in earnest and Ash was quick to observe every movement that he could track. Crobat and Torterra battled like titans of their respective domains. Blitzing speed tested careful patience. He took note of it all. Every battle, every attack, every tactic, Ash was entranced by it. Torterra crashed into the ranks, never stopping, never faltering until its eventual defeat. Ghosts and poison types made into a formidable blockade against Red's assault, yet he threw everything he had to crush his foe. With Torterra's fall, Lapras reinforced the battlefield with Ice and Sea. Once the water type collapsed, Charizard came to bring havoc and destruction. At Charizard's defeat, the unflinching Swellow brought brutality to an otherwise fearless foe. When Swellow was crushed, Pikachu came to settle the score. Pikachu wrought chaos and panic into her forces, once more bringing ruin to the otherwise experienced team. And when Pikachu was brought low, Garchomp came to match with the ghastly opponents. Blow for blow, he'd never seen someone so young stand up to what Kanto and Johto considered one of their finest fighters for generations. Oak once told Ash that Agatha was one of the greatest trainers their region ever produced, easily keeping her spot in the Elite Four for years. Red was matching her. It was humbling to watch. He was definitely one of the few of their generation that had the talent, slowly coming into their own and becoming the newest leaders of the Pokemon world. "He's pretty good," Gary muttered. "Changed your mind now, huh, Gary?" "Oh, shut up, Ash." They laughed together as they watched the fight. Both challengers were down to their last Pokemon and some of their best were left standing. The foreigner brought forth a Dragon of Sinnoh to match the native's Gengar in a fight between two regional warriors. It was a blast to see as two great combatants did everything they could to scrap a victory. Someone had to give though. Ash roared with Red, his stuffed Pokeball up in the air. Draco Meteor clashed with Giga Impact. Boom! "Who won that, John?" "I can't see anything, Rob." Gary leaned in, interest piqued. Serena watched with bated breath. The crowd's cries were so loud that they could be heard through the television. "Gengar is unable to battle. The winner is Red Satoshi of Celestic Town." Later that night, Ash was grounded for waking up the neighbors. XXX. Ash hugged Serena tightly. In the distance, their mothers watched them with forlorn expressions. Gary was with the two kids, though he knew not to interrupt them. He smirked but gave them space as they bade their farewells. That was all he could ask for from Oak's grandson. They separated from the close contact, the girl's eyes wet with tears. "Chin up, Serena." Ash grinned. "Remember what I said?" "Yeah," she nodded, "this isn't goodbye. This is, see you later." "Don't worry about Ash, Serena," Gary had his arms thrown over his shoulders. "I'll keep him in line. Someone's got to keep his head on the ground." He laughed and shoved Gary off him. "And someone's got to do the same to you too, Gary." The boy scoffed, "Like you'd be able to catch up to me, Ketchum." Ash ignored him and turned back to Serena. This was her day, he shouldn't be fussing himself over Gary. "Keep that handkerchief. It's not much, but it's something to remember me by. Let's keep in touch as much as possible." "I'll write letters," Serena promised, "and I'll try and get my mom to contact yours as much as possible." "That's great." The two smiled, taking their sweet time until their departure. They made small talk and enjoyed one final conversation before her mother called to her and they had to finally leave. He gave a small nod, even when Gary nudged him and made a joking comment. He knew that his other friend just wanted to lighten the mood. He nudged back, waving at Serena once more as she joined her mother. He was not worried. He'd see her again. They promised. Those are written in stone. You couldn't break them. "Hey Ash, we're losing sunlight. Want to head to Gramps' lab?" "Yeah, let's go, Gary." XXX. Cynthia hugged Red tightly. This was it. The end of their journey as companions. No more birthdays together. No more battles together. No more funny quips or genuine advice. She wouldn't be able to take comfort by his side, see him every morning, or eat his cooking. She always knew that their journey together was temporary, but these 2 years felt so short. Time flies when you are having fun. SCKS. It's not like we're not ever going to see each other, Cynthia. Red gave her a soothing pat on the back, careful not to worsen her already sorrowful mood. We'll still get to talk to each other. I'm sure we'll meet again. It's just not the same. I know, Red nodded but his lips quirked up, but all good things must come to an end. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Yeah, Red agreed, do you still have that feather? Of course. She would never part with it while she lived. It was as much a mythical object as it was a gift from her worthwhile and longtime rival. To ever think of ruining or losing it was unthinkable in her mind. She nodded, I do. Then chin up. Cynthia. He separated from her hug slowly, we still got the rest of the world to explore and experience. We'll reunite again. I know, Cynthia smiled slightly before sighing. I'll work hard until then. You've been doing way too well recently. I need to catch up. To be fair, Cynthia, I couldn't beat the second Elite Four. Top 4 in Sinnoh. Runner-up in Kanto. Victor of Johto and Hoenn, Cynthia listed, amused as Red winced at each result. Defeated an Elite Four this year. Your growth is phenomenal, Red. Red laughed ruefully, there are other amazing trainers out there as well, Cynthia. You've met many of them. You are one of them. He patted her shoulder good-naturedly. Top 8 to runner-up in a single year. You were invited and won against the Johto Battle Frontier. They were some of the strongest trainers in the region if not the world. Don't sell yourself short. I won't. She shook her head. I'll keep working hard. Cynthia watched Red nod at her words, you helped me become what I am. I won't tarnish the work and training we did together. I'll become a champion. I'll win the league, beat the Elite Four, and become the best in Sinnoh. I'm looking forward to it. She flushed at the honesty in his words before changing into a sterner expression. Then I expect nothing less from you as well, Red. I won't accept anything less for a rival of a future champion. His laugh became more genuine. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. And she knew he would meet them. He was that kind of guy. You know, they say the top is a lonely place, Cynthia murmured, watching Red nod in agreement. She shook her head, I disagree. Red was startled by her words and before he could respond, she continued, after journeying with you, I don't think that saying is right. When I reach the top, you'll be there by my side and there will be others too. I don't think I'll be lonely. Red was stunned by her words but gave it some rumination. I haven't thought about it like that before. Then maybe you should, Cynthia smiled brightly, stepping back when she saw the boat for Sinnoh approaching. See you later, Red. Her rival smiled, waving farewell. See you later, Cynthia. Cynthia entered the ship. His hand touched his Pikachu's head as his foot landed on Unova's soil. The airport's bustling noise was filtered out of his ears as he took in the scents and sights. How long has it been? Red pondered the thought for a moment. Very long. His Pikachu broke his contemplation, forcing him to huff at the Pokémon's eagerness. Unova would always be a unique experience for them. The towns, the atmosphere, and the Pokémon were special, indigenous to this region alone. Unova held a special place in his heart. He could say that for every region, honestly. Where should we go first, Pikachu? Hopefully, there wouldn't be any problems. Cynthia would make a commotion if he encountered any other criminal organization. Best to avoid Team Plasma altogether. XXX. To Cynthia, Sinnoh would always be home. She journeyed, caught, and trained here. There would never really be another experience like it. My dear, Carolina gave Cynthia a warm hug. It has been so long since we've seen you in the flesh. She returned the hug. Returning to Celestic Town after all these years felt like returning to a place she belonged. It was nice. It's good to be back, Grandma. We'll throw a big party, Carolina spoke, eagerness prominent. The entire town would love to hear from you. Oh, the stories you can tell. Your sister is quite envious. She already decided to want to travel the world as well. It's a great experience, Cynthia admitted. You get to learn so much. I agree, Carolina nodded, which is why I encourage it. She grinned slyly. It certainly did you and Red some good. You've become quite famous here in Celestic if not all of Sinnoh. She coughed, we're not that great, Grandma. We work hard. That's all. You can be too modest, Carolina pulled her cheeks. She pouted. Don't sell yourself short, my dear. Not many can claim what you've done at such a young age. Except Red. Except him, Carolina agreed, but he too comes from our small town. It's quite a miracle to see two so talented in one place. Why, soon enough, they may call Celestic the town of champions. Grandma, Cynthia huffed. We still got a long way to go before we can reach that level. I do not doubt that, she smiled, speaking of which, I do not see Red with you. Don't tell me, has he decided to continue his journey all over the world? He's someone that doesn't like to stay in one place for long, Cynthia sighed good-naturedly. He wanted to challenge Unova. I didn't have the heart to stop him. Honestly, that man. Carolina laughed. You sure do know how to pick them, my dear. We're not like that, Grandma. For now. Once you grow a bit older, however. Cynthia flushed a deep red. They were simply good friends and rivals. They weren't whatever her grandmother was insinuating. She shook her head to banish the thoughts and continued, I will be challenging Sinnoh again. I want to see how far I can go this time. You and Red are one and the same. Her grandmother sighed. Cynthia feigned a glare. All work and no play. Have you ever thought of having a vacation? It has been 5 or so years, dear. You deserve a break. She shook her head but gave her ancestor a reassuring smile. I don't think I can do that. Not yet anyway. I have to become a champion. I promised Red. I won't let him down. Carolina sighed, I'm sure Red wouldn't mind if you took a break, Cynthia. I'm sure he would actually encourage it, Cynthia spoke with amusement, but I'm also doing it for myself. I want this, grandmother. Sorry. Don't apologize, Carolina hugged her briefly, I should have expected this. You're just like your mother. Being a fighter is in your blood. I am assuming that you'll be here for the welcoming party, however. Of course. Thank Arceus you're willing to do that at least. Her grandmother laughed before guiding her into the rest of Celestic Town. Your sister will be excited to meet you. Your parents as well. They're all very proud of everything you've done. It's good to be back. And whenever you do decide to take a vacation, I do know a friend in Alola. Grandma. Her grandmother laughed. Triple X. Alder was always different when compared to the other champions. Unlike his peers, he was often one that slacked on his duties, leaving most of it to his Elite Four. He preferred the journey. The wanderlust never really left him. As a child, he pursued the path of strength. With his Pokémon, he endured all obstacles, conquered every challenge, and became known throughout all of Unova. Soon enough, victories became more common, defeats became rarer, and when the league came to him to acknowledge his power, he was crowned champion. It wasn't exactly a crown he wanted, but the title stuck and everyone in Unova had claimed him as the strongest in the region. Being the strongest came with a slew of responsibilities, however, and his journey wasn't as free as it once was. Ha! Like that would stop him. While he no longer was on the path of conquest, the dream of a traveler kept him on his feet. He got to see so many interesting people, met so many promising youths, trainers, and challengers. He saw the potential of the new generation. They were getting stronger, wiser, and better. It was only a matter of time before he would be replaced. He'd wait for them. The thought of the battles that would come was a salivating thought. He could already imagine it. The great power struggles. The mighty last stands. The colliding test of will. It would be a battle he would never forget, and until that time came, he would relax and wander. Oh, that didn't mean he was completely irresponsible. The rising irritation that was Team Plasma had been a thorn in Unova's side recently, and he had been stopping their criminal activity whenever he encountered them. They'd been preaching to the region about their desires to liberate Pokémon from a trainer's control. Alder had to shake his head at such nonsense. Yes, there were plenty of horrible trainers in the world, but to deprive everyone of the bonds between people and Pokémon was beyond illogical. The world wouldn't be the way it was without their special relationship with their Pokémon kin. When he was given a tip that there may be Team Plasma activity happening within the Dream Yard, he decided to investigate. He wasn't one to let injustice go without doing something about it. So as he marched through the thick forests and ruined facilities, he noticed several things. Grunts were scattered all over, knocked out with their equally unconscious Pokémon. A quick scan showed they were breathing. He checked the surroundings next. He had been through the Dream Yard plenty of times. He knew it well. It was trashed beyond reason. Scorch marks littered the ground with indented trees and shattered walls scattered around the old forest. A great battle took place here, one where immense power struck through like a force of nature. Nothing was spared. Someone got to Team Plasma first. It piqued his interest. Whoever did this was clearly strong enough to weather a large group of Plasma's minions and come out standing. It spoke of experience and a practical mindset. After a few hours of searching, the only thing he would find was a group of safely protected mana along with a researcher by the name of Fennel. A brief interrogation from the girl earned him a description of her savior, a black-haired trainer with a Pikachu on his shoulders. He scratched his chin in contemplation. It wasn't anyone he knew, but the description was more than enough. It wasn't every day a Pikachu wanders into the region of Unova, after all. He took the girl back to Striaton City and continued on his way. While a trainer with a Pikachu was unique, he would write it off as a happy accident. Someone did his work and he was not one to scold a trainer for it. He had his own share of troubles when he was young. And so the champion of Unova went on his merry way. XXX. The second time he had heard of this unpredictable brat, he was just walking through Nacrene City. Now Alder was not someone who was rarely surprised. Not anymore at least. He was an experienced man who journeyed through much of Unova in his life. He grew up here, was refined, and shaped into who he was today by the land that he called home. He had seen a lot of what his native region had to offer. However, that did not mean that he was omniscient. If only. Ha! Once more, hearing about some activity from Team Plasma within Nacrene City, he was the first to intervene. The older man barged into the museum, ready to kick butt and take names. He saw the cracked glass, the downed employees, and the fallen grunts and was about to call out one of his Pokémon WHE. Oh, Alder. Lenora smiled, nodding to the champion. Here to help clean up. How nice of you. He lowered his Pokeball at the sight of the relaxed gym leader. What? How? Where was the panic? The trouble? He cleared his throat. Actually, Lenora, I came here to help stop the theft from Team Plasma. Heard a fossil was taken. Oh that, Lenora laughed good-naturedly. Now, he really was confused. We've already dealt with the problem, sir. There's no need. I see, Alder honestly had nothing to say to that. DMN it. The one job as champion he wanted to do, and he wasn't even able to do that. Protection of Unova. It seemed that the people here could take care of themselves. How'd that happen if I may ask? Team Plasma came and tried to rob my museum's fossils, Lenora commented a bit too cheerily for someone that was a victim of theft. I was busy doing a gym challenge so the place was left unguarded. Fortunately, the trainer assisted and stopped the whole thing before things got out of hand. Well, that's nice, Alder scratched his chin in thought. Anyone I know? There were plenty of trainers he could think of who could do this. Perhaps Marshall. He wouldn't doubt Grimsley and Chantal's involvement here either. Young Alessa and Skyla might ha. Oh, it was a trainer with a Pikachu. Some kid named Red Satoshi. Or it could be the very same trainer that just decided to do his job twice. Yeah. Sounded about right. Is that so? Alder laughed. I really should thank him. Where is he, by the way? I heard he's left for the next gym. Lenora looked apologetic. Alder nodded. Well, it couldn't be helped. He wanted to give the boy a pat on the back for making his life easier, but he wouldn't go out of his way to find the trainer. He was sure that he'd meet him eventually. Maybe. Well, if that's all, Ms. Lenora, I'll be off. See you, champion. Alder barked a laugh at the lady's words. The people of Unova truly were kind. He held a semblance of pride that this was the region he reigned. This was the place he promised to protect. It was an oath he was willing to keep while he still could. Now if only the kid would allow him a piece of the action too. Twice in a row. Quite a coincidence. And so the champion of Unova went on his merry way. XXX. The third time he heard of the kid, he decided he was getting a bit too old for this. Officer Jenny, Alder nodded to the cop. He entered Nimbasa City for a simple trip to the Pokemon Center and all of a sudden trouble was abound. It had been a while since the last incident and his body sprung at the chance after weeks without any action. With his team on hand, he was hasty in his journey to do something, but it was all for naught. Looks like he already missed it again. DMN it all. There were 2 Team Plasma grunts already on the floor, being arrested. Looks like there was a scuffle here. Anything I can do to help? Jenny smiled at the appearance of their champion. Unfortunately, she shook her head. You're not wrong, sir. It's all being taken care of, but thank you for your offer. Alder nodded. That's good. Maybe he could chalk this one up to the cops. It's good to know that even when I'm not present, we have other lawful individuals taking care of the region. Oh, it wasn't us, unfortunately, Jenny chuckled. Apparently some trainer intervened and helped the old man before they could take his Pokemon. Is that so? Alder already had a hunch on how this was going to go down. And who do I have to thank for this man's rescue? Some trainer with a Pikachu, apparently. Sounded about right. Is he around, by chance? Alder's interest was only growing with every foiled plot of Team Plasma this man was cracking down. Either this trainer really disliked the organization or he was just in the right place at the right time. Most likely the former. There was no boy this unlucky as to accidentally meet Team Plasma not once, not twice, but 3 times already. Right? He might still be in Nimbasa City, but I am not exactly sure, sir, Jenny shrugged. He was long gone by the time we got here. Drats. Well, there was always next time, he supposed. Looks like I am not needed then. He sighed. Officer Jenny laughed at his misfortune. He'd have found it funny too if he wasn't the one having to deal with this. I'll be off then, Jenny. It was nice to see you, sir. Alder gave the officer one more nod before he went on his merry way. While he was a tad put off, he was in no rush. The wandering champion was just glad that these odd series of coincidences were not malicious in nature. Maybe next time he could be there on time. XXX. Kores was not having a good day. What do you mean we failed to get the dream missed? Getsis snarled. The tyrant was looking at the nervous grunts and the researcher with something reminiscent of scorn. Kores, fortunately, had nothing to do with that particular job, so he should theoretically be outside of their leader's rampage, but one could never be too sure with Getsis. No one's safe when he was in one of his moods. I hope you realize what this failure will cost us. I apologize, Lord Getsis. The grunt was clearly shaken by their leader's outburst. We had the mana in our possession and even a researcher that specialized in its applications, but we were caught completely off guard. Who was it? Getsis demanded, his expression tempered into a more controlled but still equally wrathful state. Was it Alder? Clay? Was it that foolish gym leader, Drayden? His left arm slammed his metallic staff to the ground for emphasis. Or was it Jenny and her law enforcers? None of them, my lord. The grunt shook his head while avoiding eye contact. His head was bowed down. It was a trainer. A teenager with a Pikachu. Getsis took a long breath at the poor fellow's answer. You are telling me that you lost to some random trainer with a mouse? Yes, my lord. Did this boy have any other Pokemon? No, it was just the Pikachu. Kores figured this was his time to chip in before Getsis exploded. We have been getting several reports about the same trainer, Getsis. His leader turned his one bare eye towards him. He stopped several Pokemon thefts, arrested some of our grunts, and was involved in foiling our recent plans of taking the Dream Mist and the fossil Pokemon in Nacrene City. Getsis was stunned by those words. He knew. Someone is actively working against us. Actually, sir, Kores added in before his oh-so-great leader began another rant, I don't think that is the case. Considering all the reports from our grunts, the boy seemed to have stumbled onto the scene completely by accident. It looked to be coincidental. Kores, while I do appreciate your work, you are still quite new to this business. Getsis's voice was calm, but that mocking undertone did make him frown. No boy has enough bad luck or skill to stop several of our works purposelessly. Perhaps once or twice, but this boy has done this multiple times and each time, he was successful. I assure you, this boy has been acting with malicious intent. If you say so, Kores conceded. He was rather new to Team Plasma and while his rise was significant, his experience was sorely lacking compared to the one who founded it. He still didn't believe his boss. I do say so, Getsis nodded before furrowing his brows in thought. And is still growing to become the king he is meant to be. We are not at the stage to allow such a threat to our plans. Alder is predictable, Clay and Drayden even more so. A foreigner on the other hand is a wild card we cannot let fester. We'll have to get rid of this boy. He is able to take on entire teams of our men, Kores pointed out. Say what you will about his Pikachu, he is clearly skilled. There is no better way to level the playing field than with science, Getsis thought out loud. Kores already knew where this was going and he didn't like it one bit. He made to speak up, but it was too late. Thank you for volunteering, Kores. I am sure you can handle the problem easily enough. You have been a valuable asset ever since you joined us. He sighed. I understand. You are free to use my grunts and the Shadow Triad as you see fit. As long as the goal is reached, I do not care what needs to be done. The scientist nodded and when Getsis turned his back, signaling the completion of their little meeting, he left along with the shaken grunts. Kores was not having a good day. XXX. A young Kores had a humble dream. He didn't think it was anything large or grandiose. Like so many in this world, it was related to the other species that inhabited this strange land they call home. Pokemon. He wanted to see their potential. Such a dream felt so simple back when he was so young. Oh, the short-sightedness of humans. He never realized something so simple could be so complex, but he knew his calling and he would stick with it. For years, he studied and developed an understanding of the subject. What was true strength? How could he make it manifest within Pokemon? Was this power prevalent in all species? Those thoughts haunted him like a plague. So many questions and simply no answers. He didn't have the natural income to make his dreams a reality. He wandered Unova, gathering data and creating inventions that would help him achieve his goal of understanding true Pokemon power, but his creations were expensive. He couldn't sustain himself with his profession. That would all change when he got an invitation to join the ranks of the rogue group called Team Plasma. It was intriguing that such an organization was interested in his research. Their goals were very different. They wanted the liberation of Pokemon and trainers. He wanted to see the peak of what Pokémon could do. It didn't matter in the end. A nigh-limitless budget for his inventions in exchange for his services. It was a better offer than any he'd ever get. He'd serve them willingly, but he didn't believe in any of their spiels. He could certainly play ball when needed to, but the best they'd get out of him was a simple, woo, go team. Freedom. Yay. 3 cheers for Plasma. Not the most enthusiastic or loyal of the group's myriad of soldiers, but it was more than enough. So here he was, given a job to take out some threat to Team Plasma that had been actively taking out their operations. He looked at the machine before him. It was a prototype, admittedly. Not his best work, but he was given a time limit and well, this was the best he could come up with. It would help with his little mission and his true goals, so either way, both sides were happy. His current theory of Pokémon strength came from high peaks of emotions. Emotions like love or anger could make the best out of a Pokémon's true power, so his prototype here was designed to test just that. Would the strength of his wild Pokémon be enough to defeat this trainer? It'd be interesting to find out. Where have our scouts seen the boy? He is outside of Drift Vale, sir. He is presumably training his Pokémon. Oh. No longer just a Pikachu, is it? A Pignite, Oshawott, Servine, Tranquil, and Eleveny. The boy's been busy, Kores hummed in thought. None of those Pokémon were too threatening. Especially with the set of enraged Pokémon at his disposal. While the prototype failed to completely control a Pokémon into Team Plasma's services, their true strengths have been bolstered through the heightening of emotions. He'd simply release them to the wild and let nature run its course. The boy might be grievously injured, maybe even killed, but it would be interesting data to collect nonetheless. Sir. Kores shook his head and nodded to the grunt. Let's head out and release the beasts. XXX. Alessa and Skyla were, according to many, very talented trainers. The two 13-year-old girls have had excellent performances in past leagues and showed promise in their respective specialties. Her rival and close confidant, Skyla, was as bright and free as the sky she was named after. The girl wanted to travel the world, to explore all the regions on her plain and trusty flying types. Alessa encouraged her. She wasn't someone that would deny her friend her happiness. She, on the other hand, was more content to stay in Unova. She was a dazzling star that stunned the crowd, creating a performance so electric that it made people clamor for more. While she was not someone that cared much for popularity, she knew that the two of them were already garnering fans at a frightening rate. They'd both gotten used to it by now. Smile, wave, write an autograph or two, then continue on their Pokémon journey. They were currently trying for the Quake badge in Driftvale City. Clay had been a veritable foe for many challengers that wished to claim it. Both of them knew that preparation was key and was content to leave the city and prepare on one of the nearby routes. It looked to be an ordinary day. They trained and learned tactics before testing those strategies for their battle against Clay. The ground-type gym leader would certainly be a problem for her as she specialized in electric types, and while her rival had a better chance, Clay was used to facing off against flying types and already had a wide array of Pokémon that can confidently defeat her too. She knew her Amalga might be her best bet against Clay. He was always the toughest gym leader to face for her. It was due to that fact that they exhausted themselves to become better. So intense was their training that they didn't notice the nearby trainer that also looked to be preparing to obtain his own Quake badge. However, what really caught her eye was the Pokémon on his shoulders. It was a Pikachu. Those adorable red cheeks, pristine yellow fur, bright eyes, and iconic tail. There was no doubt about it. It was so cute. Skyla was the first to point it out. The boy jumped at the girl's declaration. He looked to be an ordinary trainer, though with the foreign Pokémon on his shoulders, he was no doubt from another region. She sighed as she followed her excitable friend. They were traveling together, after all. It certainly wasn't so she can have a better look at Pikachu. Nope. Definitely not. She would forever deny it. When the Pikachu gave out its extremely adorable Pika, she did not squeal in delight. Nope. The teen blinked in surprise before smiling and letting the most adorable thing on the planet jump towards them. I am sorry, Emolga, Alessa thought as she petted the electric type. Pikachu is just too cute. You'll always be my second favorite though. You have a beautiful Pikachu. Ah, was that her own mouth? It couldn't be helped. Due to Unova's unique circumstances, she'd heard of Pikachu but never got to see one in person. Thank you. The male trainer was clearly amused by the two girls' attention. I'm sure he's happy to hear that. Sorry for bothering your training, Alessa had an apologetic smile. My friend can be quite a handful. Wahey. Oh, that's fine. The boy waved off her apology with an easy grin of his own. I know several people that are like that. He offered his hand. I'm Red. Both of them took their turns to shake it. Alessa. Skyla, nice to meet Cha. These are my other Pokemon. He showed the rest of his team who were watching curiously from a distance. Ah, whoops. Alessa had to wince. She completely disregarded the others due to the uniqueness of a Pikachu in Unova. The rest cried out their own respective cheers. They also introduced a Pokemon of their own. Emolga and Unpheasant came out of their Pokeballs and both groups began mingling with one another. Resting from their own exhaustion, the boy was prepared to offer them a meal. Accepting it easily enough, they basked in their soreness and made small talk. Where are you from, if I may ask? Skyla was quick to speak to the older boy. I was born in Kanto, but moved to Sinnoh. Alessa blinked. That's quite far from here, Red. I've always been fascinated by Unova and their Pokemon. I wanted to challenge the league. Alessa nodded. That made sense. You're quite the experienced traveler then. Some can say that, Red agreed, but I've still got a long journey ahead of me. Don't we all? She smiled, watching the Pikachu beside the boy eat the food given to him. Such an adorable Pokemon. Bringing Pikachu with you on a ground-type gym is bold of you. Says the girl with an Emolga. She coughed and glared when Skyla laughed. It's a flying type. And an electric type, Red teased and she switched her glare towards him. Type advantages aren't everything. She huffed. I've beaten him before. I'll be fine. Considering this is your first year in Unova, I simply wanted to offer a word of advice. Thank you, Red spoke with a genuine tone, but as you've said, type advantages aren't everything. This isn't my first ground-type gym battle and it won't be my last. If you're sure, then I won't say otherwise. The trio continued talking, completely unaware of the hyper beam heading their way. XXX. Kores thought the job was done when the first of his wild Beartic released a surprise attack. Quick, easy, and efficient. It was how he played and fought. No need to make things complicated when there was an easy solution in front of him. Well, things just got a whole lot more complicated. The grunts that were watching with him in the safety of their vehicle were silent as smoke blocked the vision of the screen. The Pokemon were wild and dangerous. They knew better than to be in the front lines when they could sit back and watch his experiment take place. That was a nicely done hyper beam, bright and powerful. The prototype was working as planned. The Pokemon were a lot stronger, though very unruly. It looked to have hit the bullseye and he was ready to see the results of his experiment. There was one problem, however. How surprising. The three trainers were clearly fine. In fact, other than some grime and dirt on their clothing, they looked unharmed. Kores raised an eyebrow and searched for how this was done. The rodent in front of them had to be the answer. That stupefied him. A Beartic was the superior beast and when improved by his invention, should clearly have gone through anything the electric type could have sent back. Well, that didn't matter in the end. That was but one Beartic. He looked at another screen, which showed the dozens of others he had captured along with a few other surprise Pokémon in the mix. Outnumbered and outgunned. Kores preferred it this way. It was what made him reach the top so effortlessly. There was no such thing as too much power in his mind. He enjoyed the show as he wrote down details of his experimented Pokémon. All three trainers have called up all of their own. A very chaotic fight then. Harder to track, but oh well. Not everything could go according to plan. It was an interesting thing to witness. As electricity created a beautiful golden barrier that sent the hordes of Beartic reeling, he couldn't help but applaud the technique. A marvelous and beautiful thunderbolt. The forest floor cracked from the surging thunder, and even the resilient Galvantula's tough exoskeleton was being charred and seared from the dense lightning within this rat's body. The other Pokémon worked as a barrier, a guard that held the line. The two female trainers were focused on standing their ground, knocking out as much of his horde as possible with minimal risks to their own. Red's team, however, pushed. While the two reinforced their back, the boys' Pokémon faced the front with open arms. It was violent, it was barbaric, it was brutal, but it was effective. Beartics fell like trees, Galvantulas, Minchos, and Scolopedes were picked off from the sky, too busy with the frontal invasion to even try to stop the flying types in the air. He noted all of this with distant interest. These were Pokémon who had their true power forced through the use of his machine, yet they were being taken out like patrats. Of course, he distantly understood why. While the group effort was commendable, it wouldn't have been half as effective if their linchpin of a Pokémon wasn't there to help it. It was only when the Pikachu that scared all of Team Plasma's grunts faced the horde did he understand. This was power. Yes, he was sure of it. This was what he envisioned when he thought of the potential of Pokémon. He wanted to see true strength. He wanted to see it to the point he dedicated his research to find out how to unlock it, and on a simple assignment for some criminal organization, who knew he would stumble upon something so close to what he was looking for. It would have been funny, hilarious even, if it wasn't for the fact that he was stupefied by it. Pikachu wasn't even fully evolved yet, it was so powerful. Abnormally so, in fact. He'd seen the power of a champion's Pokémon. Alder was an exceptional fighter, but his team was within the expected values. How? Now that is the question. His hands held his device tight while he took note of the Pikachu's talent and skill. Small in stature yet strong in will. Where was this power coming from? Was it genetic? Was this Pikachu at the pinnacle of their species in terms of breeding? Perhaps the trainer may have had a hand in it too. It learned tactics and strategies from him, clearly. What was its diet? Was it genetically modified? His goal was to understand it, to find the source of that dominance and ability, but his mind was coming up with blanks, and with every one of his beasts to fall, seconds started ticking. He couldn't have that. He wanted to see more of this power. He still had one more Pokémon. A very lucky capture. Sir. Send it out. XXX. Boom. Alessa liked to think that things were going well. The impromptu battle had shaken them a bit at the start, but they were quick to follow Red's lead in sending the wild beasts packing. With a large number of allies at their side, even with the oddly powerful strength these Pokémon possessed, they were holding their own just fine. In fact, it even looked to be slowing down. They were whittling their numbers down from dozens to mere single digits. Things were looking great. That was all thrown out of the window when a Haxorus stepped out of the forest. Like a monster constantly on outrage, it charged into their ranks like a berserker. In one fell swoop, it knocked out a substantial portion of their side. She winced when she saw her Emolga and Skyla's unpheasant drop to the ground hard, the beast's tail swatting them away like woobats. The horde of Beartic was manageable. The Galvantulas, Mincheo, and Scolopedes took some effort. This particular beast was trouble. Haxorus in general were terrifying creatures. One this mad would normally send her running for the hills. Pikachu. The only reason she stood her ground was the boy beside her. Confident and wrathful, the trainer clearly did not enjoy being attacked so suddenly. Like an arcing electric god, Pikachu broke through the remaining bear ticks, blitzing towards the dragon like a rampaging train. The resulting quick attack colliding with the beast sent it stumbling back. Dragon met with rat. A giant fought a midget. For every swing of dragon claw the beast sent, Pikachu dodged. The inaccurate strikes broke the ground in an explosion of dirt and grass. She had to gulp when it began a dragon dance. It was already so powerful. It didn't need any more. It called forth its hyper beam and Red was quick to grab her and Skyla, pushing them to the ground. Thank Arceus for that. The beam swept through their area of the forest like a judging war god. Their clothes were torn as the torrent of power struck where they once stood. Destruction incarnate collapsed a good chunk of the trees, the hyper beam cutting through the battlefield like a hot knife through butter. The rest of their Pokémon already backed away, clearly not wanting to go near the rampaging dragon. Who could blame them? A fully evolved dragon type had gone feral. No sane Pokémon would dare face it. Pikachu was clearly not sane. The dragon did another dragon dance, preparing its claws for a collision with the iron-infused tail of Pikachu. If Haxorus was powerful and agile before, it was nigh blinding fast now, and even a single motion of its claws was enough to crush rock. Pikachu was barely keeping up with this boosted-up dragon. Red cursed quietly as he got up to look at the chaos. His face was hard and his voice firm. Thunderbolt and Electro Ball, Pikachu. Combine them. Boom. The world flashed gold as the rats started emitting an enormous amount of electricity. A barrage of Electro Ball was sent barreling towards their foe, thunder arcing through each Electro Ball in a lightning chain before landing on the ferocious dragon type. The resulting bombardment sent the Pokémon reeling. That moment of weakness was enough to give Pikachu an opportunity. Like a samurai, it swooped in gracefully, and Alessa had to take a moment to watch the electric type carve through dragon's scale like a sword tearing through leather. The dragon growled before coming back for more. Thunderbolt, Pikachu. It was a fantastical result. Boom. Haxorus grabbed onto the rat and slammed it onto the ground. That didn't deter the mouse in any way. Instead, a crater was formed around the two dueling Pokémon as a beacon of lightning coursed through the dragon type, overloading the outraged beast with intense electricity. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. This continued. Each bolt forced its way into the body of the dragon type. Each strike stunned it, each lightning bolt slowing the once blindingly fast dragon into nothing more than a shuckle's pace. Boom. It was enough. Electricity rose up. The Haxorus fell down. XXX. Sir. Kores placed the tablet down as he stared at the electric type with an intense gaze. We're retreating. But Getz's sigh dash. He waved off the grunt's words. I don't care what Getz's said. We're leaving. The grunts around them looked at each other before nodding. Kores ignored their preparations as he stared at the data before him. Impossible. No. He shook his head. In this world, nothing's impossible, simply improbable. That Pikachu defied all logic. This was what he was looking for. He was sure of it. But how? Too many questions and too few answers. XXX. This was getting ridiculous. Have you heard? Route 5's closed down. Huh. How'd that happen? Well, some wild Pokémon rampaged through it. Completely wrecked the road and nearby ecosystem. The entire place has gone T-dash. Alder was enjoying some breakfast in one of Nimbasa City's cafes when his ears perked up at the news. Ever since his last 3 attempts to help the good people of Unova led to nothing, he decided to take it easy and enjoy the city of entertainment. Now an opportunity had presented itself. He scratched his chin. It had been a few weeks since and he hadn't heard of anything of note lately. To be honest, he was getting bored. What was the point of traveling around Unova when nothing was happening? He was hoping to rectify this by striking Team Plasma whenever he wandered, but no dice. This wild Pokemon rampage looked to be a good way to relieve some stress. Perfect. With his bag on hand along with his team, he made his way to the closed route. One of the perks of being champion was his ability to seemingly authorize himself into any closed-down locations. If only he had this when he was a child, he'd be in a lot less trouble with the authorities. He smiled when the officers saw him. They immediately let him through. "Ah, Jenny." Alder barked a hearty greeting. Looks like it was the same one too, but you could never really tell sometimes. The Joy and Jenny family had always been a mystery to him, but it was one he never dared to solve. That path leads to madness. Looks like you got another problem on your hands. Hello sir, Jenny smiled. They were looking at broken roads, destroyed trees, vaporized boulders, and barren fields. It was quite a sight. The large pile of knocked-out Pokemon was concerning as well. He could even see a Haxorus. What happened here? Just cleaning up the mess. I can see that. Alder spoke with befuddlement. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Wild Pokemon attacked some trainers here, sir. No one got hurt, did they? No casualties, miraculously, Jenny reported with her own surprise. Clay took the kids to safety after it was all over. That's good. He could always rely on Clay. Arceus knows that man's merciless when it came to injustice. Do we know anything of how this occurred? We're not exactly sure, Jenny frowned. The kids reported that the strike was sudden. Our own investigations reported nothing except that these Pokemon were not native to this route. A deliberate hit. He scratched his chin. His thoughts lead to several possibilities. The first was Team Plasma, though he'd never heard them doing something like this. They had been getting more technologically savvy lately. It was concerning. That's what we think, sir. Do we know the motives? From what we can tell, 2 of the 3 trainers attacked did have a growing following here. We believe they were targets of the attack. Jenny pulled out a folder which he took and flipped through. Alessa and Skyla. Well, they were talented and famous around these parts. That would explain how they could handle all of these Pokemon too. Oh, what's this? His hands went to the final photo and his fingers stopped as he took in the image. A black-haired boy with a Pikachu. Of course. He lowered the files and stared at the sky. He ignored the confused look Jenny gave him and sighed deeply. Arceus had really been messing with him lately. Maybe he really should look into this trainer. How many times had it been now? Thank you, Jenny. I'll be heading to Clay then. Alright, sir. Maybe if he ran, he'd catch this trainer before he's long gone. XXX. Months passed and he decided that looking for one kid in an entire region was simply not worth the effort. Charles, Alder nodded towards the president of the Pokemon League. They sat within one of the league's VIP sections in a stadium. It was surprising to see him here, but this was one of the duties that he couldn't really skip. He was the one who leads the entirety of the league, after all. I wasn't expecting you here so soon. The bearded man laughed jovially. Well, I will be with you in the Pokemon World Junior Cup, so I decided to show up early. How odd of you, Charles, Alder raised an eyebrow. You're quite a busy man and Unova's league is still ongoing. The conference won't start for some time. Everything that directly requires me has been prepared. Charles waved it off good-naturedly. You know me, Alder, I am always on the lookout for budding talents. Ah, so someone has caught your attention? Alder began to ponder. Unova had its own fair share of talents. Perhaps Charles was interested in Grimsley or Marshall. They'd been making waves here. Chantal was another candidate along with the young Alessa and Skyla. Charles nodded. I've always loved watching the growth of trainers. Is it anyone I know? Maybe not. He's a foreigner to this place, Charles answered, He has an impressive track record in multiple regions, however. He gave Alder an inquisitive look. I heard that whoever wins the Junior Cup gets the opportunity to battle you. That's right. Wonderful. Then this will be an amazing show. Alder raised an eyebrow at the elderly man's enthusiasm. This was the Junior Cup, a tournament filled with young and aspiring trainers, so while the opportunity to fight the champion was a tempting offer for many of the youths, it certainly wasn't an exciting one. Normally, he would end the battle after a few minutes of combat. You seem to have high hopes for this trainer. The next generation is something else, Alder, Charles smiled. I have seen so many young trainers rise to the challenges of the league. He waved his hands at the excited crowd. I've seen the greatest rise and fall throughout the years, and I can easily say that this era's trainers are some of the brightest I have ever seen. Unova's champion was stunned at the president's words but gave a small grin. Is that so? The future is in good hands then. It looks to be so, Charles agreed, turning his attention back to the tournament. The Pokémon World Junior Cup 16 trainers went up the stage and his eyes were able to recognize some of them. Chantal, Grimsley, and Marshall were present along with the likes of Berg and Marlin. All wonderful trainers. He had met them and approved of their aspirations and skill. However, they were sent to the back of his mind when the last trainer entered. That son of a. Alder barked a hearty laugh. Charles looked at him with confusion. He'd been searching for this kid for months and this was how he finds him. What's so funny, Alder? Nothing, Charles. Unova's champion had a tense yet excitable posture. Absolutely nothing. The president of the Pokémon League gave him a funny look before turning to watch the bouts. Alder crossed his arms, content to watch things play out. So many promising trainers, but if he had to battle this evasive Red, he wondered what he would bring. Something strong for making me chase after him for an entire year. Alder smirked. XXX. Red. Cynthia, Red spoke through the screen. He smiled brightly when he saw her. She returned it. It has been a while. It has, Cynthia nodded. They had been quite busy lately. She didn't mind it that much. They were both growing at their own pace and she knew that he was working as hard as she was. I've missed you. I've missed you as well, Red returned. She smiled at the heartfelt words. You would have loved Unova. It has such a rich history. I would have loved to be there, Cynthia responded before lighting up brightly. You should have seen what has been going on in Sinnoh. Our town was quite saddened that you didn't come back. We had a great celebration. There were toasts made in your honor too. That wasn't necessary, Red took a breath in amusement. They can be a handful at times. They can, Cynthia nodded, but they mean well. It feels nice to be acknowledged for your hard work. I'm simply doing what every trainer does, he answered with a rueful smile. I fight, I explore, I challenge the league. It's nothing special. You shouldn't belittle your achievements, Red, Cynthia feigned a glare. I think it's special. I think what you do is commendable and no one should believe otherwise. I wouldn't stand for anyone badmouthing you, even if that person is yourself. It's nice to see someone defend my honor so vehemently. Red looked surprised at her words but was genuinely thankful. Did he truly believe no one would speak up for him? She was his rival and he was hers. Anyone that would insult him, insults her. I am sure you would fight for me too. I would. The confidence in his voice flustered her. He laughed after a moment's pause. How have you been? I've collected all 8 badges on my end. I'll be challenging the Lily of the Valley Conference soon. She straightened herself. After traveling across so many regions, returning to Sinnoh felt good. I can agree with that, Red nodded. You look better, more refreshed, and energized. Her heart hammered hard at his compliment, even though she knew he didn't mean it like that. I've collected all my badges as well, though I've taken to doing a minor tournament on the side. Oh really, Cynthia blinked. She hadn't thought of that. Perhaps she should try some as well. Which one? The Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup, Red replied. The winner gets to fight Unova's champion. I didn't want to miss the opportunity. Her eyes widened. To think that he could battle the champion. There was no doubt in her mind that he would win. He was the best trainer after herself, after all. Lucky. She pouted. It's a lot different here in Sinnoh. Fret not, Cynthia. I wouldn't be surprised if you battle the champion in a few years anyway. Red's response startled her in its genuineness. He truly believed she would become champion. You're strong enough. Her cheeks darkened. Well, I'll do my best to not disappoint you. You can never disappoint me, Cynthia. Are you trying to make my heart burst or something? Red, is that you? She was really glad Flint was here before her face became as red as a tomato. Cynthia jumped as she turned around to see the red-haired boy shove his face into the front of the computer screen. She completely forgot that others were here in the Pokemon Center. So focused on her call with Red that she disregarded them. Whoops. Flint. Red blinked. It has been years, man. Flint looked at him with wonderment before turning around and waving at someone else. Hey, Faulkner. Red's on the screen. Come and say hi. Really? Faulkner walked over and peeked at the crowded PC. Hey Red. How's life outside of Sinnoh? Red chuckled. It has been nice. Screw that, Flint waved it off and grinned excitedly. When were you coming back, man? How long has it been since you stepped foot in your hometown? Cynthia said you haven't even returned to Celestic with her. What gives? Red laughed and they started conversing away. She calmed down as she chipped in, enjoying the atmosphere that radiated across the Pokemon Center. Flint's fiery spirit, Faulkner's calm demeanor, and Red's amused stature created an odd but homely mix. It felt good. As expected of her rival, he always brought out the best in any situation. Triple X. Alder wasn't a betting man, but as he walked down into the arena stage, he wasn't surprised at the opponent waiting for him at the bottom. So you're the one that got Charles Goodshow's attention, Alder mused as he looked at the child that he'd been meaning to meet for months. This was the kid that had been stopping Team Plasma throughout the year. He'd give him props for that. It would take a strong trainer to handle that group. The crowd cheered at his entrance. He expected it. He was the champion, the best of the best. Whenever he took the stage, his region would back him, support him through thick and thin. He walked to greet the boy and offered his hand. The trainer took it easily. Well, young man, Alder spoke first, congratulations are in order. You're certainly one hell of a battler. Thank you, Red smiled at the compliment. I should be the one thanking you, Alder grinned, taking in the boy's confused look. I heard you've been taking care of this region's little problem during your journey here. It certainly made my life a bit easier. Ah, Red laughed nervously, I was in the right place at the right time. Don't think much of it. Alder blinked in surprise, you mean you weren't stopping Team Plasma on purpose? I just wanted to explore Unova, Red's tone was utterly honest. I was hoping to avoid Team Plasma altogether. Alder's shoulders began trembling as he birthed out a hearty laugh. Oh, he could only imagine what Team Plasma would think of that. The boy sighed at his reaction. You've done one hell of a job then, Red. I'm a magnet for trouble, Red looked completely serious. Alder laughed harder. It's not funny. Apologies, Red, Alder snickered. Well, if you give even half the effort that you did in battling those thugs, then I'm sure you'll do fine against me. I'll do my best. Make sure you will. Alder smiled. Let's give Unova a show that they'll never forget. Red returned his smile with a challenging smirk. I plan on it, Alder. Ho. Such defiance in his eyes. A rare but admirable sight for a young and aspiring trainer. He gave a swift but firm nod and Alder turned around to go to his side of the stage. Alder grabbed a Pokeball. He knew just the Pokemon. The referee quickly came to start the fight. To the left, we have challenger Red Satoshi of Celestic Town. The crowd gave a welcoming cry. To the right, we have the reigning champion of Unova, Alder Adaku. The crowd roared even louder. This is a one-on-one battle. The first Pokemon to either faint or forfeit will lose the match. Are the two trainers ready? At both of their nods, then begin. Help me out, Volcarona. Garchomp. Triple X. Garchomp opened his eyes. The familiar atmosphere of the Colosseum was music to his ears. He looked back at his trainer. Red nodded to him. He unconsciously nodded back. They understood each other. A battle must be fought and his trainer needed his aid. He'd always supply it. Power began pooling through his jaws when he looked at his newest opponent. The sheer strength in this insect was nigh overwhelming. That's the strongest bug type he'd ever seen. Be careful, Garchomp. That's a champion's Pokemon. Is that so? Garchomp's body straightened, every stomp shaking the earth below him. He had torn asunder the flesh of the Elite Four. He had ravaged through every gym challenge he had been called upon. He'd been thrown against the thickest of combat, endured the most painful training, reaped the toughest of armor, but he had never tasted the power of a champion. It was obvious what was required of him. To think he was given the honor of battling the pinnacle of the world. Might surged within his chest and he bellowed proudly. His war cry stunned the crowd with its ferocity and volume. Even Volcarona's mighty flaps of its wings tensed at the power he exuded. Good. This was a fight, a battle between two of the finest gladiators. He would be insulted if his foe did not bring their best. Red called upon him. Red trusted him to defeat this opponent. He wouldn't deny his trainer the victory he rightly deserved. He wanted the whole world to know this power, the power of a dragon. The moth shook as it began its quiver dance. He did not let it finish. With surprising speed, his jaws swiftly clamped down on its wings and slammed the bug to the ground, and with a single stomp of his feet forged an earthquake that sent the insect stumbling. The force of the tectonic strike was enough to send dust into the air. The battle began and his clamped mouth was quickly sent off from a thorough hit of bug buzz. The vibrating wings tore through his hardened dragon scales like butter and he immediately understood just what the strength of a champion's Pokemon entailed. This was a Pokemon that sided with the mightiest humans. Trained under one who towered all others, the bug type was at the top. And it showed. His body quaked as he was forced onto the unrelenting pressure. The moth's eyes glowed with abnormal power as Psychic tried to crush the dragon. He bellowed, his knees standing upward in a show of defiance. He'd faced a force far stronger. The mental will of Volcarona was nothing compared to the crushing iron of Pikachu. The ground cracked before his knees could. With a Draco meteor on his jaws, draconic energy shot up like a shotgun. The meteoric descent exploded the battlefield, craters forming with every shot. The moth deftly dodged it. It didn't matter. Garchomp was on it once more. Like a predator, he didn't let up against the giant insect. Quivering wings slammed into hardened claws. Dragonhide was tested against overwhelming heat. Psychic will clashed with physical vigor. Fire burned across his thick scales. He ignored the pain. Charizard would have endured it. Pikachu would have survived it. So why wouldn't he? Was he not as strong as them? Was he not as good? He refused to believe that. His claws cleaved through the moth, digging deep into flesh. He'd be better than them. Volcarona's body tensed in shock before bracing for the floor as Garchomp pinned him down for another ground-shaking earthquake. Flames pooled out of his mouth as he coated the both of them in scorching fire. The bug's wings started speeding up, the vibrations bruising, ripping through his scales. It was a testament to the strength of its wings that it could make even a Garchomp bleed. The arena glowed from the flames that both were generating. Overheat and flamethrower fused together in an unnatural abomination of heat, covering the two in an eternal inferno. It was a test of endurance. Which beast would survive the wrath of nature's most destructive force? Which could survive the scorching torment? The insect didn't seem to mind, waving its wings to continue fanning the flames. The heat was growing unbearable. He growled, stomping to generate an earthquake while keeping his foe pinned beneath his evolutionary bulk. Don't underestimate him. The wings began shaking into an urgent buzz, turning the flames from a hot red into an ominous blue. The ground around them was melting. He held on, ignoring the unbearable heat to continue breaking the colossal insect. Stomp. Bzzzzzzz. Like a volcano setting off, the earth itself broke between the two clashing Pokémon's barrage. Heat so hot it began affecting the entire arena, poured outwards in a blazing geyser. Boom. Both are showing cracks. His vision was getting blurry. His arms were weakening. His throat was dry. His legs began trembling. He refused to let that bother him. Boom. His thoughts went back to the blonde trainer's dragon, the object of his eye. The finest Garchomp that he had the honor of meeting. He promised himself that he wouldn't be left behind. He would fight by her side, make her consider him a peer. She was his and he was hers. His mouth opened wide. This is for her. He'd use a trick invented by her. Draco Meteor pooled into his mouth and his claws resonated with draconic energy. He aimed downwards. Shink. Boom. If the earthquake around the stadium was huge, then the combined energy of the blue inferno and dragon might took it up a notch. The explosion covered the entire stadium and then some. The spectators coughed. The atmosphere was tense as they waited for the smoke to clear. Garchomp and Volcarona are unable to battle. It's a draw. The crowd went crazy. I'll take it. Garchomp blacked out. Triple X. Alder was rendered speechless. He looked at the trainer who just so mercilessly forced a draw. The youth held the large trophy of the Pokémon World Tournament Junior Cup in his hands as he commended his exhausted dragon type for a battle well fought. And what a battle it was. He'll grow to be great, that one. He turned his head at the voice and saw Charles walk towards him. He welcomed the president. I can see why you would come to watch this boy, Charles. That particular Volcarona was raised and birthed by his first. It was perfectly bred into his role as a champion's Pokémon. It had never known lost, not even against the Elite Four he occasionally faced. He's talented. You say he's from Sinnoh? Charles nodded. That region has been growing some exceptional trainers lately. He laughed. How would you rate his Pokémon? That Garchomp was probably the strongest of its kind I've seen in a while, Alder admitted. While Garchomps were rare in Unova, he had battled his fair share of them. He could tell their power from a glance. That one had been through much, a wandering warrior just like himself. His rival's Garchomp is comparable, maybe even stronger. Alder coughed. Seriously? What are they feeding their kids over there? A completely normal and nutritional diet, Alder. Nothing more, Charles chuckled before patting the taller man on the back. Best tread carefully now. You might be dethroned at this rate. I would welcome it, Alder smirked, being champion has gotten troublesome. You could retire any time. Alder barked a laugh. Where would the fun in that be, Charles? It would be no fun at all, I bet, Charles grinned in amusement, and that's why you're champion. Alder shook his head and looked back at the boy. He wondered to himself if he'd ever face him in the league. He shrugged. Only time would tell. He wouldn't mind this boy as a champion, honestly. He had the spirit of one. It was an odd thing. He only saw it briefly as their two mighty Pokémon clashed. He thought he was seeing things at first. When he fought the boy, he almost did think he was a champion. XXX. Months passed by and Kores analyzed a variety of performances that the trainer with a Pikachu had done throughout Unova. It was an interesting hobby of his, one directly linked towards his true goal to better and strengthen a Pokémon to their absolute limit or perhaps even beyond it. It never interfered with Plasma's goals despite Ghetsis' tyrannical ramblings. The boy never really got caught by Team Plasma in the end. He tested the boy whenever possible. It was becoming more of a game to them. He would release wild Pokémon his way, determined to prove his theory true, and he would always defeat them. A suitable excuse to keep Ghetsis calm. It was amusing as much as it was frustrating. Was the power of Pokémon not within themselves? Why was it that when he released beasts of great strength, they would fall like grass to a scythe when encountered by the young trainer's Pokémon? He did not know. It unnerved him to be so close yet so far from the truth. There was one theory that hid in the deepest depths of his mind. It was one that he refused to acknowledge, considering it illogical and childish. Yet it was the only one that truly fits. Was the true strength of Pokémon hidden within the bonds and relationship with their trainer? It surely couldn't be true. It didn't feel right. He could acknowledge that with a trainer's guidance, a Pokémon might gain strength when it otherwise couldn't, but was it the source of a Pokémon's potential? The thought haunted him, and eventually, even his DSPLN cracked. Red. Hello. He encountered the boy on his way out of the Virtus conference. He won it and had done unbelievably well against the Elite Four. It would always stupefy his mind every time he saw the Pikachu face greater foes and come out the victor. Red's methods, his ideals, his everything was a direct offense to him. He wanted to know more. To think someone nigh his age could reach what he desired to see was mind-boggling. He offered his hand. "I wish to speak with you." Red grinned and took the hand. "I've been wondering when I get to meet the one responsible." "Ah," Kores numbly spoke, "you figured it out." "Eventually. I thought I hid myself well." "You did." Red conceded. "Then how?" "I met someone just like you a long time ago," Red responded. "You remind me of him, lab coat and all. He only desired results and would do anything to get them. You aren't exactly hiding your presence as well as you'd hoped." "Someone like him? He'd like to meet the like-minded individual. Do understand that I had no ill intentions behind it." "I know," Red nodded. How curious. The boy truly believed that his motives were not maliciously inclined. The man who he met in the past must have given him quite the impression. "I am curious why me, however." "It felt suitable," Kores admitted. "Your Pokémon are strong, you were a target, and I needed data. Everything lined up perfectly." "And did you get the data you wanted?" "I did," Kores paused. "Though more data would be nice, you have given me much insight." "That's good." Red nodded. "Something tells me that you weren't here for simple greetings though." "I have not," Kores agreed. "I was here to relieve a question that has been plaguing me for so long." Red blinked in surprise but smiled. "Is that so?" "I'm listening." "What is your secret?" Red raised an eyebrow. "Your Pikachu defies all logic. We've been through a lot together. He's my first." Kores closed his eyes as he comprehended his words. "So you are saying that the power of friendship is the secret to your strength?" "Nothing so dramatic," Red rolled his eyes, "but there is no other way to describe it." He could tell that Koresa's face had a look of disbelief, and the trainer laughed. "It's not funny." "I am sorry," Red stopped himself, but an amused grin was still present. The power of a Pokémon's bond with a trainer, Kores stopped himself from releasing a huff, defies all logic. "I disagree," the boy shook his head. Mega Evolution is considered the pinnacle of a Pokémon's bond with their trainer. It requires a Key Stone and a Mega Stone. They cannot exist without the other. He opened his mouth before closing it. He hadn't completely read the research that was happening within Kalos. He didn't realize that was the case. How foolish of him. Kores bit his lip before clenching his fists. He had done months of research, only to reach an unsatisfactory conclusion. Red's eyes softened. It is fine to make mistakes. You're young. Pot meets kettle. The trainer chuckled. Red had an aura of age about him at that moment. It confused him. Nonetheless, I hope you've gotten the answers you're looking for. Kores nodded, I have. Good. They said nothing else as the boy with the Pikachu left. Kores stayed there for a little while longer to digest everything he had heard. The black-haired trainer's words were so foolish to him, but it wasn't something he could ignore. A new avenue was made. It would be different from his usual methods, but when he looked at the Pokeball of his first Pokémon, he couldn't help but think to himself of the possibilities. XXX. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your trip. Red nodded and walked into the plane. Defeated 2 of the Elite Four this time. So close yet so far. He tempered himself. It would be best not to be impatient. One step at a time. He released a breath as he sat on his designated seat. He grinned when Pikachu huddled close as he reminisced about his time throughout this year. He really did try to avoid Team Plasma. Even in our new life, trouble follows us, huh, Pikachu? Cha. Goodbye Unova. Hello Kalos. Froakie was a firm believer in fate. The belief stemmed from his experience. He met his destined trainer, forged everlasting bonds, and created fond memories. He knew the joys of victory and the bitterness of defeat. He felt the pain of leaving behind those he called kin. He experienced guilt, understood grief, and bore the heavy burdens of responsibility. It still hurt. He was a guardian of Kalos. He knew his role. He understood his duties. Yet what could he do now, trapped in a mystery that befuddled him? He was lost. The world was different. His purpose was gone, the objective that he chose and sacrificed so much for hadn't happened. He felt jaded, betrayed, by the world. Had he already given up enough? He left those he would call family to protect a future within his grasp, yet he was given a fate worse than death. Isolated. Alone. In a world where no one could understand him, he lost hope. Years of solitude tested his will. What should he do? Should he seek out a new future? It would never be the same. The memories of the past were too ingrained in him. We'll always be connected even if we're not in the same place. Froakie sat on the streets of Lumio City, watching the comings and goings of the people. The citizens moved around him, giving the frog a wide berth. Some tried to feed him, some tried to take care of him. He denied them. He was too lost in his own thoughts. The world was so different yet so familiar. Just what was his place in it? Fate had a funny way of answering him. The truth is, we won't ever really be apart. Froakie blinked when his eyes met Amber, and for one moment, hope blossomed. He believed in fate. It was a belief that was forged through everything he had been through. He never doubted it. He'd never forget it. When he was met with such a familiar face, there was only one thing he could do. He grabbed on to the last vestige of his past. I'll come back for you. He smiled when the trainer stood still as both recognized the other. If fate was what allowed him to meet Ash once, it was that same fate that allowed them to meet again. What was once lost was now found. You came when no one else could. He kept his promise. XXX. Their first meeting was like a movie. An iconic boy meets girl moment. They shared a goal, though the paths they took were different. She was a star, an actress that pursued 2 dreams. He was a warrior, a wanderer that pursued a single dream wholeheartedly. They were very different, yet both wanted the same thing, to be the best. She could remember it well. She hid among the crowd, enrobed in a black coat, hat, and sunglasses to hide her face. She was a 16-year-old girl, a recent star. Though fresh in the business, Diantha pursued her desires tirelessly. Her effort paid off and Callows began knowing her name. Her manager, Kathy Lee, ever so wise in her wisdom, had already given her a disguise to at least give her the privacy any teenage girl should have. She walked through the busy streets of Lumio City, intent to enjoy a nice break from her busy work schedule. She already knew her destination. The familiar scent of warm drinks wafting through the air alerted her that she was close. Café Soleil had always been a favorite of hers. When she turned the corner to reach it, that was when she saw him. A boy her age with a Pikachu on his shoulders stood nearby, staring long and hard at a Froakie. It was an odd thing to witness. The electric rodent on his shoulders looked just as astonished, and the trainer's eyes were wide and unblinking. As an actress, she was used to acting out roles and emotions, and she sometimes would indulge in watching the expressions of others. It made her quite good at reading people. She could track dishonesty and lies a mile away. The reactions these three displayed were frighteningly real. She couldn't help but stare. She felt like she was ruining a moment, but she didn't have the heart to stop. Even others that walked past them gave the trainer and the two Pokémon funny looks. The three stood frozen in time, not a single one of them moving a muscle. It was getting unnerving. Then the Froakie stole a Pokeball from the trainer, and with a swift press of the button, it was captured. Like a movie resuming in a theater, the black-haired boy sucked in his breath and picked up the device. His expression displayed absolute confusion and a lingering shock, and when those amber eyes met hers, the two paused in an awkward realization of their predicament. She intruded into what was obviously a very personal moment. In his eyes, she probably looked like a creep, a complete weirdo. The continuous silence between them was only emphasizing her mistake. The Pikachu on his shoulders looked to be trying to find a way to break the tension, but hadn't fully recovered from whatever just happened. Time to diffuse this atmosphere. She cleared her throat, raising her purse as she gave a small smile. With nothing really worth saying and her desire to eat, she said the first thing on her mind. Would you like a drink? Wow, Diantha, great job. Though that did seem to do the trick, as the boy finally got out of whatever funk he was in and laughed. Yeah. I could definitely use a drink right about now. I know just the place. Diantha inwardly sighed in relief. That somehow worked. Lead the way. The boy walked towards her. I'm Red Satoshi. Diantha Carne. She watched him closely, to see if he recognized her name. From the small widening of the eyes, he did, but the trainer didn't seem to care at all. That was good at least. They walked towards Café Soleil together, and she noted his ease in traversing through Lumio City. A native? Seasoned adventurer? She couldn't really tell. When they reached the café and sat down on their wooden seats, she continued her observations. Pikachu was content to perch himself on the table as they gave their orders. Red spoke instinctively, answering without looking at their menu. She did so as well. A frequent customer. Odd. She was a common enough visitor that she had seen the regulars often. She'd never seen him here before. A man of mystery. That was a good way to begin a conversation. It would be best to get to know this stranger that had a very odd episode in the streets, and she needed to break this awkwardness. The silence was telling. A lot of things must be on his mind. Is this your first time in Lumios? Red blinked before smiling at her. Not exactly. Well, that answered that. I've never seen you around. It has been a while, Red answered. He perked up when their drinks came. She took hers. Pikachu was quick to pester him for a sip, which he good-naturedly obliged. She grinned at that. They were clearly close. Must have been a long time. Diantha watched in amusement as Pikachu began drinking the entire thing. Red watched with feigned exasperation. I certainly would have remembered this cutie. She made to pet the mouse, enjoying his soft fur and cute noises. Don't give him a bigger ego than he already has, Red chuckled. She inwardly sighed in relief when she noticed him starting to relax. Pikachu gave his trainer a playful smack of his tail. They laughed. Well, if this isn't your first time in Lumiose, may I ask why you're here? I was planning on challenging the Kalos League. Ah. She could understand that. Diantha nodded to herself. I am also participating. She didn't really know how far she'd go. Her job as an actress was already busy enough, especially with her already rising stardom. Kathy Lee was determined to ride the momentum and she willingly followed, trusting her manager's advice. Unfortunately, this led her to be rather slow in collecting the required badges. I hope to meet you there then, Red grinned. Oh. He just started and was already assured of his entrance to the league. Was that experience or arrogance? Confident, Diantha's lips hummed inquisitively. I trust in my Pokémon. A lot of trainers do. All the better, Red responded quickly, what's the point of being at the top if there is no challenge? I correct my statement, Diantha replied mirthfully, you're very confident. Don't believe me? Seeing is believing. Fair, Red nodded, I'll have to prove it then. I do prefer a man of action, she agreed. She had met many in the industry with silver tongues, but while she lived in a realm of poets and scholars, she too enjoyed the warriors and rogues. Nonetheless, I look forward to facing you in the league. She smirked playfully. If you can reach me, that is. Red laughed. Even she couldn't help but crack a smile at the light atmosphere. Now who's the one that's confident? I would like to consider myself decent, at the very least. She won the previous Lumiose conference, after all, and defeated one of her region's Elite Four. She would like to think that she was adequate. They talked a bit more, surprisingly enjoying the conversation between them. He was but a mere stranger a moment ago and now she was speaking so casually to him. Kathy Lee would be scandalized. Perhaps it helped that he only seemed to think of the league instead of poking into her personal life. Perhaps it was because the boy never seemed to do anything with her identity despite recognizing who she was. Maybe it was the weird air of mystery around Red that made her want to learn bits of him. She always enjoyed a mystery book or two. Whatever might be the case, it loosened her up and when they left the cafe, she was surprised by his words before they departed. See you later, Diantha. See you later. Even after all of that, the boy truly believed he'd face her at the Lumiose conference. She had to contain her smile as she nodded back. I'll see you later then, Red. It was an odd meeting, but she supposed it fit for her newest rival. XXX. Their second meeting was like a flash of lightning. Literally. Apparently, see you later, came closer than expected. Like a storm, it was unpredictable, electric, and very destructive. Standing within one of the alleys of Santalon City, she wore a white dress, torn and covered with dirt and grime. She struggled to walk, her breathing deep and labored. She glared at the two in front of her. You're making this harder than it has to be, miss, the first of these black-robed goons spoke. She shivered at the slithery voice. We'll take you somewhere nice and quiet. It's futile to struggle, the second one intoned with indifference. Our boss just wants to talk. They both grabbed onto her and she tried her best to force the two grunts off her. She groaned, how dare you? She sent a withering glare. You'll never get away with this. We already are, miss. She growled at the smug tone. She felt the two pin her down and begin binding her limbs. Her breathing slowed, eyes drooping as exhaustion took her. Grab her quick'll dash. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Her eyes shot up when the world turned gold. The goons were sent flying, crashing into the alley walls. One of them stood up, shaking his head, and looked at where the attack came from. What the H-dash? Whatever he said was stopped by a flash of a metallic tail. The man was knocked out cold. She only had a second to comprehend everything that went down. It was so effective yet so strong. Froki, frubbles. Frothy white bubbles flew accurately as the two grunts were trapped in the sticky substance, completely immobile. She turned to the source and saw the same boy she met a week ago. His amber eyes seemed to glow like unnatural gold, hardened into an expression of tempered wrath. Diantha already felt the bonds around her break from Pikachu's iron tail and she slowly stood up. Diantha, Red's expression softened towards her. Red. Are you alright? He scanned her body, checking for any injuries. She held a poker face and looked at him. Red. Who are those guys? Red didn't seem to hear her words as he scanned the fallen criminals. Must be some kind of team I've never heard of. They don't even have uniforms I'm familiar with. Red. They weren't that impressive, Red muttered. How'd they get you anyways? Red. For once, he paused and looked at her. Yeah. She closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable. Cut. Cut. Kathy Lee yelled, a rolled-up magazine in her hands. Who the hell are you and why did you attack our actors? She saw her manager smack the boy with the hardest swing of the magazine she had seen her friend ever do. The boy yelped and Diantha sighed in amusement. Wait, Red looked utterly lost. Actors. Actors, Diantha nodded, a serene smile on her face. Pikachu and Froki looked at each other before scratching the back of their heads. Red groaned. She didn't know if it was from the pain her manager inflicted upon him or at the thought that he just barged into a movie set completely on accident while simultaneously wounding her coworkers and damaging property. She figured it was both. Repent for your sins, DMNU. It was an axe-iac. Smack. 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 Red yelped as he was bombarded once more by her manager. Pikachu and Froki watched the scene in fascinated horror. Their glorious and normally confident trainer was being berated by her small female friend. He gave Diantha a pleading look. Her shoulders shook as she began laughing at his predicament. It hasn't even been a few months and you've already made my year, Red. The director showed up and looked at the entire scene. Ah, director, I am so sorry for this rapscallion. Let me get rid of him immediately. Kathy Lee was quick to apologize, bowing sincerely. She had never seen her manager and friend so stressed and it only made her laugh harder. When Diantha saw her force the taller Red to bow with her, she was laughing to the point of tears. This. I promise I'll make sure he pays for all the damages. That is amazing. And I prom what? When the director began praising and inspecting Red, she never laughed harder. XXX. With her hair wet from a shower and proper clothes on, she entered the suite she resided in. A wide grin was on her face as she saw Red sitting down on one of the leather couches nursing his injuries. Froki and Pikachu looked equally guilty. That was quite the entrance, Red. Don't remind me, he grimaced. I thought it was funny. Of course you did, Red rolled his eyes, moving a bit to allow her to sit next to him. I'll give you props. It was very convincing. I genuinely thought you were being harassed. You're a great actress. She smiled, thank you. It was because of the support of everyone that I was able to push for this dream. You've certainly got the talent, Red winced as he gingerly touched his head. Your manager packs a mean punch for someone so small. Kathy means well, Diantha giggled, she only wants what's best for me. I can respect that, he conceded. He patted Pikachu's head as Froki relaxed beside him. He frowned, how are the ones I injured? They'll make a full recovery, Diantha touched his shoulder reassuringly. It spoke a lot of his character to be so worried about those he'd hurt. Unfortunately, they won't be able to work with us for some time. Red sighed, content to languidly rest. Diantha took the time to recall the boy's actions during his impromptu rescue. The trainer was quick on his feet, adaptable, and professional in the way he'd handled those grunts. Now that she thought about it, those moves were really impressive. His commands were filled with authority and every motion was acted with purpose and precision. You know, Diantha spoke up, watching him look at her curiously. It was quite brave of you to put yourselves in harm's way to save me, even if all of it was fake. I couldn't not do anything, Red spoke, better to make a fool out of myself than to stand back if someone needs help. Diantha was astonished at the honesty in his voice. Normally, she wouldn't believe a man when they proclaimed such things. She'd seen so many people try to impress her this way. She got used to all of the flattering words and scathing insults. Words were just that, words. Anyone could say them, but not everyone could act on them. Red was a unique case. She could believe him. He did what he said he would do, no matter how foolish it might have looked to the outside. How surprising. Chivalry isn't dead, after all. Well, even if what you did wasn't exactly what you thought it would be, Diantha smiled gratefully, I appreciate the thought. Red returned it with a rueful smile of his own, nice to be appreciated at least. Even if it was surprising that you somehow didn't spot the cameras and lights. I was too preoccupied trying to save you to notice. Diantha laughed, oddly pleased. They settled in comfortable silence, occasionally breaking it with some small talk as they waited for the director and her manager to return. XXX. Yes. The director, a simple man of black hair and brown eyes with a suit, inspected Red with the gaze of an artist. The 16-year-old stood awkwardly in the suite. His Pokémon were on the side, watching it all with puzzlement. Yes, this will do. He's perfect. Diantha raised an eyebrow while Kathy Lee looked at the man with something akin to disbelief. Sir, I am not exactly sure what you're implying. Can't you see, Ms. Lee? He waved at the utterly confused Red, I have found a solution to the little predicament that has been plaguing us for so long. This is fabulous. It's like Arceus himself came down and blessed me with this gift. And what is that, sir? We are missing a male lead. Kathy Lee sputtered, didn't this movie have no male lead in the first place? Because I couldn't find one that would fit, the director waved it off, however, look at him. Diantha stared at the trainer. Coal-black hair, lightly tanned skin, amber eyes, and a runner's physique. He looked like any older trainer. Kathy seemed to have the same opinion on the matter as she shook her head. I don't see it. He screams protagonist to me. The director was adamant about this, waving his hands while picking up the Pikachu nearby and plopping it on the teen's shoulders. He has a cute Pokémon partner that is outside of his Pokeball, he was willing to jump into harm's way to save a person in need, and he has a never-give-up attitude that the people just love. He's a perfect protagonist for the movie. Wait, Red blinked before pointing at himself. Me? Why yes, young man. Isn't this most fortunate? You're perfect for the role in our movie, Princess and the Froakie. You even have one right here. The director motioned at the befuddled frog. Kathy was about to protest before Diantha chipped in, I don't mind. At her manager and Red's stunned expression, she continued, if the director believes this is what's best for the movie then it is the job of the actors to help make his dream a reality, am I correct? The director gave a positive thumbs up though Kathy remained doubtful, he looks like he has no experience whatsoever. Diantha and I will take care of it, the director smiled reassuringly, besides, with the way he acted when he saved our star actress, I have no doubt in my eyes that he'll do just fine. I'll be too busy collecting 8 gym badges, Red pointed out. Diantha is capable of juggling both. Do not worry, young man. We're traveling all over Kalos so you'll have plenty of time to train and get your badges. I'm not exactly sure about this, Red argued, clearly not as enthused at her director's ardent encouragement. It's only 3 months, young man. Her director wasn't taking no for an answer. He could be determined when he wanted to be. You can be on your way once we're done. We'll handle the rest and you'll have plenty of time to explore Kalos as you see fit. It's not that bad, Red, Diantha chirped, traveling with a group is better than alone, no. This is one of the weirdest ways I've ever been coerced into having traveling companions. She couldn't really argue with that. One moment, he was a trainer traveling around Kalos, the next he was being convinced on a 3-month contract for a movie. Talk about a sudden shift in careers. Diantha inwardly laughed. She couldn't really talk though. She was doing both too. Still, it's never bad to try new things. I guess so, Red sighed. He gave it some thought. It's just 3 months, right? The director nodded. You have my word. I understand, Red conceded, expression serious. She was surprised at his professionalism. As long as I get to travel Kalos, it's something to do. Wonderful. Diantha softly giggled as she watched Red cope with the situation handed to him. He gave her a feigned glare in which she winked back playfully. He rolled his eyes and turned to continue speaking with her director. Pikachu and Froakie looked at each other. And simply sighed at their predicament. It was interesting to see such Pokémon have quite the chemistry. Wasn't the frog caught recently? How odd. Still. She could tell that the next few months were going to be interesting. XXX. Malva was someone that liked to jump into trends. She had a firm belief that knowing everything and everyone was important to reaching the top. After all, it wasn't about what you know, it was about who you know that really mattered. Information was just half the battle. That was what made her study to be a news reporter and grow to be a fierce battler. Anyone she battled that was important enough to be notable, she was always one step ahead. She studied the most powerful trainers of her age. She analyzed them, created strategies in her mind, and forged counters for them if she ever met them in combat. Even opponents outside of Kalos were not out of her sight. The directionally challenged Leon and his iconic Charizard were like a blazing spirit. He was a fire that was uncontrollable and bright, creating a beacon within Galar that made him the star of the show. In Pokemon TV, whenever he was on, he was given all of the attention. He was marketed heavily and it was easy to know why. He drew people to him like a light to a Venomoth. Lance was Kanto and Johto's star. Fierce in power, mighty in presence. She could see his appeal. The great billowing cape he wore gave him an awe-inspiring aura. When he stepped into the ring, the arena roared as fiercely as his dragons. While Leon was a beacon that drew in the people, Lance was like a flag, drawing his region to arms. They supported him with all of their hearts. Steven and Wallace were a duality that shocked all who saw them. Within Pokemon TV, many would always compare the two to one another. While Steven was the heavy-handed gauntlet, Wallace was the soft, smooth glove. Such an appeal made all the girls wild and there were many days she would hear of the women's fantasies that were linked to them. Their appeal was astronomical in Hoenn. Unova's hardy and fatherly Alder also filled in a niche that was rarely appreciated. When he came walking, people of all ages straightened. Supportive and beloved by many, he guided the future generation like a fierce caretaker. Unova's finest trainers all looked up to him and for good reason. He radiated wisdom in spades. However, while those regions had such icons, Sinnoh had an interesting dynamic duo of their own, one that was beloved fiercely in their home region. The pride and joys of Sinnoh made them hold constant attention in the world. While the rest held their regions firmly, these two wayward travelers sought to fight the world and Sinnoh loved them for it. She saw the appeal. Which one was better? If Lance and Wallace fought, who would become the victor? If Leon and Steven battled, who would come out on top? These rising stars were too busy with their own journeys to test themselves in other lands. But not these two. They sought them out. Cynthia and Red were Sinnoh's traveling royalty. The princess of Sinnoh battled and crushed all that challenged her. No one was safe when she set her eyes on them. Ferocious and tactical, her skill had been tested countless times and always came out the victor of the exchange. Sinnoh treasured those traits and that was why whenever she appeared, views on Pokemon TV would skyrocket. Her popularity soared as she grew. Then there was the Prince of Celestic, the infamous Red Satoshi. His appeal was more subtle. Mysterious and unorthodox, when Red stepped in front of the camera, no one ever knew what he would bring to the table. It was hard to describe, even for Malva, yet she found a comparison that would fit. If Cynthia was the sun, then Red was the moon. He was bright, but his presence was more subdued. His strength was murky, hidden within anonymity, yet he also commanded a sense of fear, just like the knight she linked him to. He captured new Pokemon, used new tactics, and every time Malva thought she got his number, he would switch things around in the next region. She kind of liked it. He was never dull. He had a signature Pokemon, Pikachu, but his team changed just like the phases of the moon. It was attractive in a chaotic sense. His appeal in Pokemon TV was unique, and his fame had attracted not just those in Sinnoh, but in other lands as well. He was an example to the world, and it made others follow him. Lance, Bruno, Claire, Flint, Faulkner, and many others wanting to journey through other regions could be attributed to him. Needless to say, Malva's analysis of the world's notable trainers made her quite good in combat. So imagine her surprise when she stepped into Sillage City to obtain the Cliff badge that she would bump into a boy her age that looked exactly like Red Satoshi. "Oh, I'm sorry," Red nodded to her. "No, it's my fault," Malva responded slowly, her glasses tilting slightly as she stared at the trainer in front of her. "I was lost in thought." Red blinked and gave a reassuring smile. "Nonetheless, I should have been aware of my surroundings." She nodded subtly but focused her eyes on him and his Pokemon. That was the same Pikachu that caused so much debate within the battling networks and forums. She would always laugh at all the theories the commentators came up with about this small rodent. She cleared her throat and offered her hand. "I am Malva Pachira. Red Satoshi." Good, she wasn't imagining it. As in the Prince of Celestic, Malva mused out loud, a grin blossoming on her face. "I thought I was safe from that in Kalos," Red sighed. "I'm sure the knowledge is not as common," Malva reassured him. "Your home region is far enough that your influence hasn't grown here yet." Yet, Red mimicked with something akin to dread. "That would explain Unova though." "I'm studying to be a news reporter," she continued, "so naturally, I am inclined to know these things." "That explains it," Red grinned. "I hope you don't tell people about it though. I would prefer it if not many people know. Not after the fame. More like what comes with it." Red crossed his arms in exasperation. "I like my journeys without the constant attention." "I can see that," Malva nodded to herself. From what she saw of the boy, he was a man of simple tastes. He was different from her in that sense. He was more akin to the likes of Alder, a traveler that seeks out challenges, than those like Diantha and Wallace, artists that inspire the world. "I promise I won't tell a soul then." "Thank you." Malva gave out a devious expression and the trainer tensed. "On one condition." Of course, Red rolled his eyes. "You promise me an interview later." "That's an odd thing to ask for." Red quirked a brow. "Is that so?" The boy must either be living under a rock or was quite talented in avoiding attention. Possibly the latter. She heard he had quite an arsenal of skills. "Not for me," Malva smiled slyly, "no one has really gotten a peep out of you, you know. So many reporters tried to dig some information about your background, and other than some simple stuff like your hometown, they came up with nothing. People love the mystery. I can't miss the opportunity to be the first to interview you." "I'm a completely normal person," Red smiled. "Not sure why anyone would like to get to know me." "Oh, trust me, Red, there are a lot of people that would love to get to know you." Malva had to laugh at his obliviousness when it came to his fame. He was becoming a growing icon due to the fast growth in his power and record. Prince of Celestic was just but one of many titles he'd earned. "Just humor me then, Red." "I don't mind," Red answered after some thought. "Just know that I have the right to ignore any questions that I am uncomfortable with." "That's even better," Malva teased, that will only enhance your image. I'm not trying to make any image, Malva. Mind if I quote that? Red released a breath in amusement and offered his hand once more. She widened her eyes. You've been honest with me so far. Malva took his hands and almost jumped in cheer. This may be her first big break. Thank you so much for this, Red. I'll be in your care the dash. Malva? A new voice piped up and she turned to see Diantha walking toward them with surprise. Diantha? She tilted her glasses as she looked at her old rival. They met each other occasionally during their journeys around Kalos, though it had gotten rarer these days as they began pursuing other careers. What are you doing here? Challenging a gym and working on my next movie, Diantha answered easily enough before turning to the Sinnoh native. Red, the director is asking for you. He nodded and Malva had to grab his shoulders to force him to stop as she swiftly asked, why does your director need Red? He's the male lead. What? Something sparked in Malva's eyes and Red had to shiver when she looked at him. You're going to tell me everything. Red decided that today was not one of his best days. XXX. A few weeks passed and Diantha was able to learn more about her newest coworker. The first was that he wasn't the best actor. She didn't fault him for it. In fact, she found it endearing that he even tried at all. He wasn't the absolute worst that she ever worked with, but the boy was clearly not as experienced. He would have trouble in touching moments. He wasn't good at displaying several emotions without some prodding, but when it came to action, he was probably one of the best. The way he would swiftly dispatch groups or the way he would bring himself to protect her, even if the entire thing was staged, was quite spectacular to watch. He felt experienced in this. He felt like a hero, a guardian, and even though she knew that it was simply the script, when he protected her and looked at her with those eyes that promised that no harm would ever touch her, she wouldn't deny feeling warm. The second thing she learned was that the boy was actually quite good at training his Pokémon. He displayed an amazing grasp of tactics and strategy when he battled the Santalun and Sillage gyms. His Fletchling, Froakie, Pikachu, and Hawlucha were all impressive in their own rights. She had to applaud his skills. Raising freshly caught Pokémon was always a challenge, yet he made it look easy. If he was trying to prove to her his capabilities as a trainer, he was doing an excellent job. The last thing she learned was that the boy had a bottomless stomach. They met her rival, Seabold, during their trip to Shalar City, no doubt to get the Rumble badge, same as them. He was a trainer that aspired to be the finest chef in the world. A very odd career for a trainer, but she wouldn't decry it when she wanted to be an actress. Greeting the two of them politely, he offered to cook lunch for them as they discussed ways to face the next gym. Gherkin was probably one of the most difficult gym leaders to face with his Mega Lucario. The blonde boy gave her a disbelieving stare when Red and his Pokémon were chowing down on Seabold's meal. She knew his food was delicious, but this was ridiculous. They sat in the dining room inside one of the suites rented out for her use by Kathy. When Red cleaned his plate down to the last drop, he cleared his throat and gave a grateful nod to her culinary rival. Thank you for the meal. His Pokémon all sent their thanks as well. You're welcome, Seabold spoke slowly. Diantha knew that the water-type specialist was curious about her rival. She wouldn't stop him from prodding. She might learn something new from her latest coworker. So I heard from Diantha that you're Red. Yes. I've never heard of a boy named after a color. You get used to it. Seabold nodded. Would you like secans? Red coughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Diantha thought it looked adorable. I wouldn't mean to trouble you. I always enjoy watching people eat my cooking, Seabold smirked, though I will admit this was the first time I had to witness it all gone in such a fashion. At least you finish your plate. Thank you. Tell me more about yourself, Seabold spoke as he prepared another helping. I heard you're not from here. That's right, Red took a slower approach to his next meal. Diantha watched it with amusement as she ate her own lunch. I wanted to try out the league here in Kalos. I hope to face you there then, Seabold nodded as he finally dug into his own food. The Kalos League can be quite difficult. Mega evolution has been a part of our culture for generations, and for those not used to it, it can be quite a troublesome obstacle. Red smiled, that is true. I heard that the gym leader, Gherkin, has a Mega Lucario. He's one of the common roadblocks for trainers, Diantha chipped in. He is the Mega Evolution guru for a reason. Red nodded and thought, I've had experience battling Lucarios in the past. I'm sure I'll be able to find a solution. Seabold raised an eyebrow at that but continued, oh. Do tell. One of my rivals from home has a Lucario, Red explained, she has quite a powerful one. Trained it since it was a Riolu. Diantha hummed, she certainly sounds like a promising trainer. She would have loved to meet you, Red answered, Cynthia's one of the strongest trainers I know. She won the Sinnoh League last year and almost reached the champion. That is impressive, Seabold had to pause from eating at those words. Where is she right now? Challenging the Sinnoh Battle Frontier. I've heard of that, Diantha murmured, to challenge that is a monumental feat. She'll pass it with shining colors. That was the fourth thing Diantha learned from her latest co-worker. Judging from his expression, he truly believed in this Cynthia and that the two were very close. She briefly wondered if she was his girlfriend. She wouldn't be surprised. With the way he boasted about her, it certainly seemed like it. Red cleared his throat. Is it rude to ask for thirds? Seabold sighed but grabbed Red's plate. Diantha had to laugh. Despite the reluctance on the chef's face, she knew that Seabold secretly enjoyed it when people loved his food. She was sure that the boy was flattered by Red's compliments to the chef. This is the last one, am I clear? Sure, Red grinned. XXX. A few more weeks passed and slowly but surely, the movie was being put together. The director was exuberant throughout the entire thing, constantly praising her and Red's work. She would freely admit that this was perhaps one of the most fun she'd ever had on set. With Red's colorful cast of Pokémon and her own team entertaining and causing trouble throughout the entire process, these 3 months genuinely felt short. Alright, the director proclaimed, we're almost done, everyone. We have several scenes left to shoot. Red, Diantha, come over here. This scene is particularly important. Red raised an eyebrow but followed Diantha along. After enduring so many obstacles, the two protagonists watched the sunset over Coumarine City. It's a beautiful shot, the way the sun reflects over the water is cinematic. Diantha nodded, already knowing what was about to happen. Red's eyes narrowed as he started realizing it as well. The director continued, the mood is set, the atmosphere calm, the world stood still as the two of you bask in the golden light. The only thing you notice is each other. Oh boy. Red wasn't as enthused as the director. And after everything you've done, the maiden walks up and gives the boy hero a kiss. Diantha knew in her mind that this was bound to happen during her career as an actress. She was ready for it, mentally, though she would admit to being somewhat nervous. It was her first time, after all. Red though seemed to hold the proper mindset. He considered this as nothing more than a job, which it was. She applauded him for that. While the emotions they displayed needed to look real, they didn't have to be real. When the director left to handle some other business, she turned to him. Nervous? Not nearly as much as I was expecting, honestly, Red admitted, his eyes distant before grinning. I've had my first kiss in Kalos. She widened her eyes at that. Really? It was a long time ago. Was it that Cynthia girl? Diantha prodded. No, Red shook his head, confused, why do you think that? Well, with how much you boast about her, it was the first one that came up on my mind, Diantha teased. That explains some things though she wondered just when did he exactly visit Kalos. The boy implied visiting multiple regions. Nothing like that, Red laughed, she was an old friend. We were 6 years old when we first met. She was lost and scared and I helped her as anyone else would. Even after years apart, she remembered me. I didn't. I was an idiot to ever forget about her. The Pikachu on his shoulder nudged his trainer with something akin to affection. He smiled gratefully at the mouse. She was the best. Diantha was secretly amazed at how much care and affection shone through his voice, yet there was an undertone of sorrow and acceptance. She noticed his words. He spoke of her in past tense. Did she? You must miss her. I do, dearly, Red nodded, but she would have hated herself if I didn't move on. He huffed his breath and patted Pikachu. The electric type allowed his trainer to do so. She was touched at the display of support the mouse gave him. Their bond truly was one of a kind. He cleared his throat. Sorry for ruining the mood. Don't be, Diantha shook her head, giving a reassuring smile. I've rarely seen you display so much raw emotion before. It's nice. He smiled ruefully, Kalos really made me soft. It won't happen ever again, I promise. Diantha sighed at those words. Sometimes it was okay to be soft. The boy built such a tough wall around himself that whenever she noticed small cracks in his demeanor, it was fascinating to see what lay inside. Truly, he was the oddest of all her rivals. If she had to give up her first kiss to someone, there were worse people, she supposed. They stayed like this, simply basking in Coumarine City's natural atmosphere. Their small 3-month journey was coming to an end and Diantha wouldn't lie when she said she would miss his company. XXX. He had changed. He called himself Red instead of Ash. He was Satoshi instead of Ketchum. It had taken a while for Frogadier to get used to it. Red had grown so much. His outlook was different, tempered into something bright and limitless. What had happened to his trainer? He didn't know. He might never know. His trainer had matured, yet he knew that under all of that, he was still the same boy that caught and bonded with him so long ago. He was still honorable. He still cared for his Pokémon. He still desired to fight and reach the top. The brilliant diamond that was Ash Ketchum had been refined, forged from the fires of experience, and shaped him into something different. His only regret was not knowing what had happened for him to become it. When he asked Pikachu what had transpired in his absence, the mouse would go silent. They would not speak of what occurred. It pained him to see his closest friends, his kin, so quiet. Frogadier, Ash, no, Red spoke behind him. You should join the others. The food will get cold. The water type sat within the same place in Lumio City where he met Red long ago, their first meeting when they faced off against Team Rocket. He saw Red's potential. He admired his spirit. That courage and sense of morality spoke to him on a spiritual level. That was when he knew this was his trainer. He was the one in which his instincts beckoned him to be by his side. He'd never regret it. He would follow him to the ends of the world. Red, no, Ash. Said it best, didn't he? They were connected, linked in a way that goes beyond what was possible. The bond they share would guarantee that they would never truly be apart. Perhaps that was how he came to be. He didn't know and maybe he never would. It had become a mystery. Maybe it was best to let secrets stay kept. It's hard to adjust, huh? Frogadier looked at his trainer who was watching the setting sun alongside the water type. The frog gave a small nod. Pikachu and his trainer handled it far better than him. That was one thing he admired about his two greatest companions. I could never have imagined what that would have felt like, Red spoke. Pikachu was my greatest support. Without him, I don't know what I'd have done. The water type kept silent as he listened to his trainer. He could hear the boy move closer and sit next to him. The bond between trainer and Pokémon was a curious thing filled with many mysteries. They gained a mutual understanding of one another in the past. They still shared a semblance of it in the present. His mysterious trainer could hide many things, but he could never hide his essence. Even with a new name and new identity, Frogadier could never mistake him for anyone except Ash Ketchum. "You should eat more," Red commented, patting the frog on the back. "Let's go, Frogadier. I'm sure that our new team would like to get to know you better." The water type couldn't answer his trainer. It was too much. Every time he stared at his newest allies, he couldn't help but think of his old ones. It ached his heart to be there. They were too different, in both personality and skill. They didn't experience the same hardships he had. It felt like betraying his old team if he stood with this new one. Where was the young yet joyful Noivern? Where was his flaunting yet compassionate Holucha? Where was his friend, the brave and defiant Talonflame, and the well-intentioned Gudra? Some might not even exist yet. It ate away at him. "I know that look." He jerked when Red nudged him. When he swerved his head to stare at the boy, he was surprised by the gaze. It was the same expression he had before he found his worthwhile trainer. It was one of a man that had been through much, forging a path that he hoped was the correct one. Frogadier felt shame in his heart. Here he was lamenting over the past, yet his trainer endured even more. He couldn't imagine what the boy must have been through. They should be sharing this pain, but they had to face it on their own. It sickened him. "They wouldn't forgive you, you know," Red murmured. Frogadier gave him a curious look. "They'd want you to be happy." "They would, wouldn't they?" Noivern would cry if it saw him like this. Holucha would be disappointed. Gudra and Talonflame would have tried to cheer him up. Serena, Clement, and Bonnie would have been up to their usual shenanigans. She'd have baked him some poke puffs. Clement would have invented a machine to help him. Bonnie would have tried her darn best. He didn't want them to feel bad. That would make him a terrible friend. And out of everything that made up Frogadier, one of the traits he shared with his trainer was his warmth and care for the people that they loved. Frogadier slowly turned around and hopped back to join his new team. Red chuckled before standing up to follow. When the reckless Fletchinder, excitable Gummy, aloof Noibat, and fantastical Holucha cheered at his entrance, the frog returned it with a smile. Pikachu patted his back before jumping onto Red's shoulders. His trainer relaxed as he gazed at their antics. This new team was different from his older one, but Ash always told him that he could never have too many friends. He supposed this was the case. He wasn't replacing them. He was making new allies, creating new memories, and starting new lasting bonds. Old and new, both could coexist. Frogadier smiled. Even now, his worthwhile trainer was still teaching him new things. "You're still the same Ash I knew deep down." Frogadier could comfort himself with that thought. XXX. Standing inside Vanderbilt town was a different experience for Frogadier compared to all other times he wandered here. Red wanted to head to the town at least once. He understood his trainer's desire to do so. It was her hometown. His Pokémon were outside, enjoying the fresh air as they followed him. Fletchinder was content to take to the skies while Noibat preferred to perch itself atop Red's other shoulder. Holucha and Gummy followed close behind. The two were in some deep conversation of their own. Frogadier walked alongside Red, appreciating the company of Pikachu. It looked to be an ordinary, if not special, day. Red wanted to dedicate it to Serena, visiting it in her honor even if most of their team was ignorant of his purpose. Frogadier was fine with that. He'd have done the same. The girl was a close companion to Red and had helped Frogadier out numerous times in their journey. They were content to simply wander around the town, basking in the atmosphere and enjoying the fresh air. He was sure Red had the same idea. Arceus knew the boy needed some time to relax. Pikachu once mentioned that he hadn't stopped trying to become champion for 7 years. The boy had determination in spades. With those factors in mind, the water type was hoping for a peaceful day. Of course, fate truly was a fickle thing. "You have some amazing Pokémon, Mr." Frogadier paused at the small yet so familiar girl that watched them from the front yard of her home. Red, for all his indifference, couldn't help but sk in a sharp breath at the voice. He couldn't blame his trainer. After everything they'd been through, it must have felt like seeing a ghost. Serena's young, innocent wide eyes stared at them. "Thank you," the boy's voice was tight yet quiet. "You look familiar." Her words made Red still, his eyes gazing at her with an intensity that burned bright. Frogadier and Pikachu did too. No, it couldn't be. Surely, it was impossible, but Frogadier was in the same boat. Maybe there was a chance. Serena gasped and the frog couldn't help but lean to hear it clearly. "You were on Pokemon TV." That spark of hope was crushed the moment it was made. Red laughed ruefully. The frog could feel the slight pain in the trainer's voice. He hid it well. Others would never have noticed it, but Frogadier was one of his closest Pokemon. "Is that right? You're Red?" Serena's eyes widened. "Sure am," he grinned, nudging Pikachu and Frogadier towards her. He understood his trainer's actions and hopped his way to her side. The girl squealed as she petted the two. Pikachu let out an adorable pika-pi when Serena hugged the electric type tightly. Normally, that would have caused the mouse to release a bolt of electricity. It wouldn't though, not to her. Never her. Ash would be so jealous, Serena smiled, "He's my friend in Kanto. He watches all of your matches." Red chuckled. "It's nice to know I have fans. He's going to buy the exact same hat you have." Serena pointed at his trainer's cap. "He said he's been saving tons to get one. I'm sure he'll look great in it." "I think so too," Serena nodded before thinking for a moment. After some thought, she spoke up, "Excuse me, Mr. Red." "Yes. How did you get so strong?" "That's a curious question." Red raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Are you trying to become a Pokemon master?" Maybe." Serena hesitated, looking down with her hands clasped. She continued, "When I go on my Pokemon journey, I want to explore the world and meet a lot of new friends. Trainers like Cynthia, Wallace, and Diantha are all so amazing. It feels like they're so far above us. I don't think I'll be as strong as them." "Strength is different for everyone," he spoke softly, "but if you want my advice, as long as you keep your friends close, you'll figure it out along the way." "My friends?" Serena repeated thoughtfully. His trainer nodded. "That Ash fellow? He sounds like the sort of person to charge ahead recklessly to do what's right." Red smiled when Serena didn't refute his statement. "Stick with him. He can be a bit dense but he'll treasure all of his friends and will do his best to help you with your dreams." Serena looked at him with awe. "Wow, mister. That sounds exactly like Ash, all right." Red chuckled, "That's good to hear. He reminds me of someone I knew long ago." Serena looked at the trainer with fascination. "Was he strong too?" "Oh, he was the strongest," Red answered with a soft smile. "He was reckless, a bit forgetful, and didn't have the best start, but he had spirit. He traveled through many regions, met so many people, and caught a lot of Pokemon. He didn't win every league he went to, but he always tried his best." "He sounds amazing." "He was," Red nodded. The two continued talking. When Grace called for her daughter, Serena let go of the mouse. Pikachu reluctantly jumped back to his trainer's shoulders. Frogadier would admit to also feeling a tad wistful. When the girl gave them one final wave, they returned it, staying there until the girl was gone. Frogadier looked at his trainer worryingly when the boy began walking out of the town in silence. It must have been hard for his trainer to watch her. It was hard for him too. They continued their journey, heading off to their next destination. When their feet stepped on the worn-out dirt of Route 1, Frogadier couldn't help but stare at the fading image of Vanillville town. It was a bitter pill to swallow. It's just the three of them. Triple X. No. She thought she would never see her again. "Welcome to the Battle Castle," Caitlin proclaimed haughtily. "I thought you were in Johto." Cynthia all but screamed, hoping to Arceus that she was dreaming. She pinched herself. Nope. This was all real. All of this was a horrible reality. She just wanted to try her own region's battle frontier. Why was this girl here? Moving arrangements were made, the battle frontier responded easily. I heard a position was open in Sinnoh. I accepted. You know this girl, Cynthia? Flint crossed his arms as he looked at both ladies inquisitively. Faulkner was much the same, displaying equal bafflement. The two heard of her challenge against the frontier and likewise wanted to participate this year. She didn't mind. They were skilled enough to challenge it, and having some companions on her journey didn't seem too bad. Yes, she was the frontier brain of the battle castle in Johto. Cynthia sighed. I didn't expect her to move here though. It was the region that my prince began his journey. Of course, I wanted to see where it all began. There it is. She sent a glare her way. The girl her age was clearly delusional. This minx, this vixen still wanted to claw her way to Red's side. Ha! Like that would ever happen. She had already beaten 2 of the battle facilities in Sinnoh. She'd fight her and run for the hills. Let's get this over with. Very well, Caitlin nodded. Dirac. Test our newest challengers. Yes, my lady. I'll go first, Flint smirked, grabbing one of his pokeballs. You're looking at the future champion of Sinnoh. Here I come. Maybe Grandma's advice of taking a vacation after this was a wise one. Didn't Red mention that he was heading to Alola after Kalos? It would be nice to see him again after all these years. Maybe she could make it a surprise. She still remembered the way he appeared in Hoenn and couldn't help but think about doing the same for him. Then they could relax and take a break. They deserved it, right? The two of them, together, on a tropical island, enjoying the hot summer air as they traveled through Alola. Her cheeks began to go red at the possibilities. She shook her head rapidly. Faulkner raised an eyebrow at her sudden action. Bad thoughts. Bad thoughts. It would just be 2 rivals hanging out, nothing more. Faulkner piped up. The Pikachu on his shoulders also gave her a confused stare. You all right there, Cynthia? Completely fine, Faulkner. XXX. Drasna was a lady from old roots. She studied ancient myths and legends. She grew up with them. In particular, the tales of Dialga and Palkia would forever engrave themselves into her memories. It inspired her, made her who she was. She became a dragon master because of them, and her strength helped her become part of Kalos' vaunted Elite Four. She was honored and proud of her accomplishments. It never made her forget where her blood came from. Her grandparents came from Celestic, and that heritage struck deep within her soul. She always wondered to herself what Celestic Town, the place where the past lives was like ever since she was a kid. She visited it when she was old enough to leave Kalos and go on her own journey. She met some amazing people there, Professor Carolina being the most prevalent one. They forged a strong friendship that endured distance. She got to hear from her constantly, learning about the comings and goings of Sinnoh. She knew of the lady's granddaughter, the princess of Sinnoh, the prodigious trainer that at such a young age could battle the Elite Four. It was amazing to see. The child was a prodigy that towered over prodigies. She would always watch her battles. They were fantastic and beautiful. She might even give her a run for her money. There was also another trainer she was fond of as well. The reigning prince of Celestic was a trainer that had an aura that represented the town. If the past lives in Celestic Town, the boy truly exuded those qualities. Every time she watched him on screen, she could feel the timeless wisdom in his gaze. The boy's eyes were different. They were strong and firm. She would freely admit that when she saw him for the first time, she had to stop and stare. Red Satoshi has defeated the required amount of opponents. The Battle Chateau would like to congratulate the trainer for his promotion to Viscount. She watched the boy with an intense gaze as his baron's white cloak was replaced with blue. The boy had been relentless in his rise up the chateau. In such a short time since he became baron, the child had already reached viscount. She put that in the back of her mind as she walked toward the boy that came from a town close to her heart. Red walked back from the arena, his stature and presence truly as noble as the rank he presented. A well-fought victory, Red. He blinked before looking at Drasna curiously. Thank you. Where are my manners? The dragon master smiled before doing a small curtsy. I am Drasna of the Elite Four. His eyes widened before giving a small yet polite bow. How interesting. It was enough to be courteous, but not enough to be subservient. The child certainly had spirit. It's an honor. She shook her head. No need for that. She clasped her hands together. I came here upon request of Carolina. She contacted me when she heard of your choice to head to Kalos. The professor did, huh? Red hummed in amusement. I wasn't expecting her of all people to talk about me. She's usually more focused on her granddaughter. That was an understatement. The grandmother of Sinoa's rising star had constantly talked about Cynthia whenever she could. There was no doubt in anybody's mind that the young woman's elderly guardian was proud of the trainer's accomplishments. Oddly enough, however, the old woman had spoken often of Red though not as frequently. It was curious. Cynthia is still her pride and joy, Drasna agreed, but she has also boasted about you as well. I am sure no one in Celestic Town would forget about your achievements. You both are constantly compared. Why both of your Garchomps are often considered the pinnacle of their species. Drasna had a Garchomp of her own. It was a powerful fighter, more than worthy to be called an Elite Four's Pokémon. She knew that the two would soon be able to rival if not surpass it. It was a humbling thought. I suppose so, he conceded. Well, what can I do for you, Ms. Drasna? I assume that there is more to this conversation than simple pleasantries. She relaxed her shoulders as her smile widened. Such an observant child. Tell me, Red. Do you have your Garchomp with you? The boy quirked a brow. His interest was piqued. XXX. Garchomp was still as the older lady equipped an odd contraption around his neck. It was made of large and thick bone, the pale collar made of the same material that the female human before him wore herself. It was shaped like intertwining fangs with an odd marble sphere at the center. He looked at his trainer who was looking at a simple necklace that had a smaller stone on it lodged within a fang-shaped locket. Red had a surprised expression on his face as he stared at the lady with something akin to confusion. Garchomp turned to see the latest brood. The nearby Frogadier, Holucha, Noibat, and Sliggoo stared at him in awe. So these were his new brothers in arms. He nodded to them. The Noibat and Sliggoo were too stupefied to respond, but the Frogadier and Holucha waved cheerily in kind. What an odd bunch. Drasna, his trainer spoke, this is a key stone. It is. Drasna nodded. But why? Carolina has asked me to give her granddaughter her own Garchompite. She laughed. It would be quite unfair if her rival didn't receive his own, no? He stared at the stone before looking at Garchomp. He straightened at his trainer's gaze. The boy's necklace and his collar seemed to resonate with one another. He could feel their bond. It was a strong one, intense and bright. Whatever it was attached to both of them, it was radiating some sort of power between the two. It was an odd sensation, but it wasn't unpleasant. His trainer wanted to be champion, that much was clear. Then Garchomp will make him champion. If this stone would help him do that, he had no objections. You didn't have to do this. I watched your battle against Alder, Drasna smiled softly. You and your dragon's resolves are closely tied with one another. The bond between you and Garchomp was strong enough to endure the flames of a champion. I want to see it rise even higher. She laughed. I wonder how far this will take you. To the skies and beyond, Garchomp had no doubt. Red looked at him and he stared back. They nodded to each other. An understanding was formed. They would reach the top. Together. Triple X. Months passed and the next time Diantha met Red, it was at Snowbell City. She was wearing a thick white coat to survive the unforgiving cold. She needed her final gym badge and for a brief moment, she could relax as her manager had no more work for her to do. The months were closing in and the Lumiose conference was about to begin. Wulfric had always been a tough opponent to face along with his Mega Abomasnow. She needed to do some training before she could confront him. That was when she encountered a familiar face. She held her purse when a great gust of wind swept through her. She stared at the soaring Noivern, the beast slamming down into the ground to do battle with a flaunting Holucha. It looked like a spectacle as both flying types fought for aerial domination. Besides them, Talonflame did battle with Sliggoo while Pikachu sparred with Greninja. It was a chaotic duel as each fight was unique and spectacular. Diantha. She noticed the trainer walking towards her, a dark blue winter coat on. Red, she smiled, "It's nice to see you." "It's nice to see you as well." Red grinned. Their breaths were forming small clouds of condensed air from the cold. "Here to challenge the Snowbell Gym?" "I am," Diantha nodded. "I assume you are too." "We are." "Looks like it." "Everyone's working hard," Diantha mused out loud, watching the bouts. There was definitely a lot of skill displayed in the snowy fields. Her eyes couldn't help but wander at Greninja and Pikachu, the two clashing with such precise and forceful strikes that snow exploded outwards at every hit. She took a mental note to be careful of them. For a Pokémon that was but a mere Froakie at the start of the year to an astonishingly skilled Greninja by the near end was impressive. Wulfric's a tough opponent. She nodded. That he is. Snow exploded as Greninja released a bombardment of water shurikens. Pikachu deflected each one with ease with an empowered iron tail. She admired the sight. Each of these Pokémon were tirelessly improving themselves. She had her own Holucha and she could tell that Red's held a determined spirit within him. He presented himself with grace and power, combining them to create a unique fighting style. If the others fought for the sake of fighting, Holucha fought for sport and glory. It was the idea of fighting on a greater stage that would always send these mighty warriors into a frenzy. His Noivern was mature and calculative. When she watched it fly and strike, each one was thought out and precise. Its attacks were deliberate and slow, but whenever it did land a blow, it was grievous. Unlike several other dragons, this Noivern's strength was swift and decisive. The Sliggoo was much more spirited. It had the heart of a fighter and like many other dragons before it, never backed down from a challenge. His Talonflame was reckless beyond belief, but with Red's training, tempered that reckless abandon to best optimize every attack. He didn't deny his Pokémon its weakness but instead turned it into a strength. No other Pokémon would compare to its bravery and he wanted to use it. His Pikachu's cute frame hid an immense power that belied his size. When she traveled with him, she knew just how powerful that mouse could be. Then there was that Greninja. He was the oddest of the bunch. He was just as skilled as the Pikachu. With every strike, every blow, it knew how to battle the abnormally strong mouse. It was mesmerizing to see just how graceful they were in their spar. It looked more like a dance between two people that completely knew each other. The more she saw the ninja's battles, the more she understood his terrifying strength. "You have an amazing team." "You think so?" Red grinned. "I know so." Diantha continued watching the show. "You might be able to do decently well in the league with this team." He laughed, "Enough to win." "Let's not go that far." "You wound me." "It might be enough to be runner-up," Diantha teased. She wouldn't go down that easily. She had faith in her Pokémon and she trained daily ever since she was allowed to solely focus on the Kalos League. She wasn't going to be one-upped by any of her rivals. Red was definitely impressive, but she refused to go down without a fight. The boy laughed at her words. There's no use convincing you, Red remarked. His eyes were filled with mirth as he stared at her. She gazed back. My team hasn't let me down yet, Diantha smirked, it won't let me down now. We'll see. A competitive spirit started burning inside her at his words. It had been quite some time since she felt this. The sight of Red's Pokemon training must have fired her up. They certainly looked competent. She had been winning more and more as the years go by. The only people her age that could threaten her were Seabold and Malva, and even then, she usually won. She never battled Red throughout their journey through Kalos, but she could feel their power. Something sparked within her and she touched the necklace that held her keystone. Maybe she should put some extra time into her training. Diantha wondered who would come out the victor between them. Only one way to find out. XXX. Hello Pokemon TV, this is Rob. And this is John. We're live at the Lumiose conference. Tell me, John, what is going on down there? We're in for a treat, Rob. This one is a must-watch as we got an excellent roster of challengers just waiting to face the champion of Kalos and their mighty Elite Four. How interesting. Tell me, John, which trainers are the favorites to win this entire thing? Well, Rob, we got Dien Dash. Cynthia watched at her house in Celestic Town. All of her Pokemon were with her as they wanted to support her rival in his latest conference. She wouldn't deny them. Every time she contacted him throughout this year, she would always note his exhausted expression. He was working himself to the bone. This league was important to him and she wanted to be there when he fought it. She was glad she completed the Sinnoh battle frontier early. It was getting easier to win her battles. No longer was she a rookie trainer from 7 years ago. She won her league, conquered 2 battle frontiers, and almost reached Sinnoh as reigning champion. She was getting better and she knew that her rival must be just as strong. He would win this, she knew he can. Let's go, Red. Come on. Flint roared cheerfully, waving a giant flag that had, "Red is the color of champions," written on it. My prince will be the victor, no doubt. Caitlin crossed her arms in confidence. Prince? Faulkner gave the frontier brain a strange look. She sighed at the group that came with her to cheer on her first rival. With the battle frontier finished early, the trio decided to tag along to visit her hometown of Celestic. Flint and Faulkner, she could understand. The two were her friends and fellow rivals and they knew how much she cared about Red. They had a stake in this too. Red was starting to become an icon in Sinnoh, even if the boy hadn't been back home for some years. Sinnoh supported their own and Faulkner and Flint were hoping for the Sinnoh native to win this conference. Caitlin, however, was a different story. The girl wanted to visit the hometown of her Prince Charming, and when she heard of his challenge against the Kalos League, forced herself to watch with them. She tried to argue that she was a frontier brain and needed to stay in her castle, but that became a moot point when she dumped all her duties on her butler. She would have kicked her out of the house if it wasn't for her sister and Carolina welcoming all of them into her home. She was stuck with these 3 for now, but she'd endure it for Red. The things I do for you, you dummy. Rob, do my eyes deceive me? The wandering prince of a faraway region has entered the arena. Let's give it up for Red Satoshi. The 3 around Cynthia cheered loudly at his entrance. Flint waved his flag with even more gusto. She clenched her fists as she watched Red finally walk in. I believe in you, Red. XXX. Battles raged from all corners of Lumiose City. Diantha crushed them all. Her team swept through all who opposed her. Gardevoir's magnificence silenced those who came to face them. Like a duchess punishing her subordinates, the star's entrance was a harbinger of destruction. Tyrant Rum, Auroros, Halucha, Gurgiast, and Gudra were her enforcers, and with Gardevoir as their queen, they won their fights efficiently. With every battle, she kept an eye on the remaining competition. 64 dropped to 32 dropped to 16 dropped as she noticed Red blast through all of his foes at the same ease she did. It was breathtaking how he executed his strategies and tactics as he brought forth everything he had and more. When Seabold clashed against the trainer, Red crushed him. When the trainer encountered talented stars like Voila and Grant, he ended them ruthlessly. The boy was swift and brutal. He was merciless. If she was the queen with an army of knights that defended her reign, then he was the conqueror that came to test her might. His Hawlucha, Talonflame, Gudra, Greninja, and Noivern were the raiders, and with Pikachu as their warlord, they charged through the enemy lines. Never faltering, never stopping, Red sought her defeat. They grasped victory with their bare hands every time. 8 drop to it started becoming obvious to Diantha who her final opponent will be. For drop to she would welcome it. To the left, we have Red Satoshi. The referee raised his arms towards the boy. The crowd cheered. To the right, we have Diantha Carne. The crowd roared. Are the two trainers ready? At their nods, then begin. To the stage, Gourgeist. Sceptile. When Red called upon a Pokémon she had never seen him use, did it dawn on her what kind of battle was waiting for her. Sceptile didn't waste any time. With its famous evolutionary speed, it reached her Gourgeist the moment it came out. Leaf Blade slammed into her grass type like an unforgiving sword. Gourgeist took the hit and vanished into the shadows as Phantom Force kicked in. The battle was that of a patient samurai against a phantom menace. Despite the burst of speed earlier, Sceptile simply waited for the ghost type to reappear again. Shink. 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 And like an avenging exorcist, wherever the Gourgeist appeared, it was struck down mercilessly with a blinding use of Leaf Blade. The Sceptile was in no rush, content to whittle down her Pokémon to victory. With a surprising spatial awareness akin to that of a sage of the forest, it forced her Gourgeist into the physical realm with Bullet Seeds and Dragon Pulse. She refused to let that happen. Gourgeist, Shadow Ball. Continuous fire. Gourgeist backed off and began releasing a barrage of ghastly spheres. Sceptile dodged them, barely avoiding each one. It was impressive, but she trained her Pokémon relentlessly to master this technique. Soon Gourgeist began producing dozens within seconds. It was enough. The once flawless skin of Sceptile was starting to show bruises. Red didn't seem bothered at all though. Dig. Swiftly, the grass type went down. Gourgeist stopped its assault to assess the situation before the reptile exploded up from below. Gourgeist expected it and released a seed bomb downwards. Once more, the assault between the two continued. Leaf Blade cleaved through Shadow Ball. Bullet Seeds and seed bombs were thrown all over the battlefield. It became less a chivalrous duel and more a dogfight. They brought out their entire arsenal until one fell. Shink. One did fall. The final strike came from above. She only had one moment to comprehend it when her Gourgeist couldn't handle the relentless leaf blades that headed its way. That Sceptile was a class of its own. She needed to end it. Hawlucha. The fighting type began a sword's dance. Sceptile came to strike it down, but where blades once touched ghastly shells, it had to compete with experienced talons. Her Hawlucha brought ruin where her Gourgeist couldn't. Fighting up close was its forte, and when the Sceptile moved to flee, the flying type refused to allow it. Poison Jab, Hawlucha. Deflect it with Leaf Blade. Hawlucha grabbed the grass type's arms and held Sceptile firmly in its clutches as a punishing poison jab went deep into the reptilian grass type. When it made to flee, the wrestler kept it pinned down to inflict more punishment. It was inevitable. Sceptile fell. Pikachu. The mouse collided with the flying type the moment he was called. Hawlucha was forced onto the ground by a quick attack in a blink of an eye. If Sceptile was bursting speed and calculated strikes, then Pikachu took it to a whole other level. There was nothing she could do. It was brutal in its essence but effective. Hawlucha did its best. It grabbed the mouse, struck it when it could, it broke through the mouse's defenses a couple of times, but when the electric type dug its tail deep into the flying type before releasing a single thunderbolt that broke the battlefield, it was all over. Hawlucha's defeat was instant. She knew that she needed to end that before it could be too much of a threat. Gudra. The Pikachu was already upon her dragon like an avenging conqueror. She bit her lip as the two collided. Her mightiest dragon endured the surging thunder that was wrought upon the battlefield. She used everything in her arsenal. Focus blasts crashed into Iron Tail. Dragon Pulse kept the mouse at bay. She forced the arena to her advantage with Rain Dance and released blasts upon blasts of Hydro Pump. It was all for naught. Pikachu took the abuse like a champ, taking the bursts of water to the face before closing in. Thwack. Gudra's head was slammed by an Iron Tail and Electro Ball combination that sent the dragon reeling. She quickly analyzed the situation, trying to find a way to keep her beast up and running from the bombarding Pikachu. Grab him, Gudra. Gudra endured the assault before using its appendages on its head with surprising dexterity to grab onto the rodent. With the mouse surprised, Diantha took the opportunity to command her Pokémon to send an up-close Hydro Pump to the face. That should be it, right? Nope. As the pressurized water collided with the mouse, electricity began coming out of Pikachu like an avenging deity of lightning. Gudra slammed the rat onto the ground. Thunderbolt rose up and Gudra met it with a Dragon Pulse. Diantha's eyes widened as the force of the lightning broke through the clouds from her Rain Dance, destroying the weather from just sheer energy. Alone. A Pokémon fell. It didn't take a genius to figure out which one. Gardevoir. Boom. The battlefield exploded as a moonblast destroyed a large portion of the floor. The two ace Pokémon clashed. With pure evolutionary strength on Gardevoir's side, she did battle against the small rodent. It should have been an easy fight. A Gardevoir as experienced as hers should have no problem dealing with a Pokémon that was only in its middle stage of evolution. If only. They battled like equals, destroying the battlefield as electricity coursed through the air to dance with ethereal fairy energy. It should be impossible for a rat to even do well against her best Pokémon, but it did. For every Shadow Ball she sent out, a Thunderbolt was its response. The sheer energy both radiated was enough to break the field. She needed an edge. Gardevoir, use Psychic to keep Pikachu still. Then release Moonblast. Get out of there, Pikachu. With her great mental will, Gardevoir was able to grasp onto the mouse while simultaneously charging a Moonblast for another strike. Boom. A direct hit. Again. She would give no mercy. Boom. Pikachu was slammed onto the ground while being bombarded by a continuous stream of fairy energy. Forcing the mouse down with Psychic, she didn't let up lest she fall. She knew that if she gave the electric type any breathing room, he could turn the tables in an instant. She wouldn't allow it. Boom. Smack. Boom. Smack. Was it over? Nope. The roaring of thunder nigh deafened her. The crumbling ground beneath them was crushed once more as electricity covered the entire battlefield. It was a testament to Pikachu's immense source of energy that it was able to cover the entirety of the arena in an instant. It was a parting gift and it hurt. Her psychic type winced as it stumbled from the electric type's final attack. After sustaining injuries from Hawlucha, Gudra, and Gardevoir, the Pikachu finally fell. She clicked her tongue. Out of all the Pokémon she had to be afraid of, it was one that she least expected. Talonflame. She grabbed her Pokeball and returned Gardevoir. Best to save her ace for later. She called out her next ally. Showtime, Tyrant Rum. Bird met Dinosaur. Like a shooting star, the flying type soared downwards, its entire body set ablaze as it rammed itself into Tyrant Rum in a glorious flare blitz. It was a battle of the earth and sky as her bulky beast tried to keep up with the agile assailant. All it took was one single opportunity, however, and her great beast took it. With a single massive chomp of its jaws, it grabbed the bird with a crunch before spitting it down onto the ground. Not letting up lest the bird escaped, it stomped on it, creating a ground-breaking earthquake. Tyrantrum lifted its foot to judge its prey and found it wanting. Talonflame tried to rise up. All it took was one head smash to crush the rebellion. Her across. The bug slammed into her beast with a mega horn the moment it came out of its pokeball. The beetle fared much better. Like a knight facing a dragon, the beetle made great use of its massive horn to duel with the immense dragon type. Strong jaws tested thick exoskeleton. Dragon claws met with close combat. Her beast ripped into the bug type, making use of its training to endure through all of the insect's barrages as it clamped down on the beetle's horn. The insect was thrown across the field. When it rose up with a sword's dance, Tyrantrum broke the ground it stood on with a mighty earthquake before reaching the bug type to deal an intense barrage of dragon claws. Heracross matched it blow for blow with close combat. Both Pokémon refused to stop. A single mistake would mean the end for one or the other. Claws locked onto claws. Fighting spirit collided with a dragon's wrath. Eventually one had to give, and she sighed in relief when the Heracross was the first to tire. So far so go. Garchomp. The bellowing war cry almost sent her stumbling back. She turned to look at the dragon and her eyes had to widen when she noticed the Mega Stone prevalent on its collar. Since when did you have a Mega Stone? Diantha choked. It was a recent addition, Red admitted before smirking. Like it, Diantha? No. Her rival laughed before taking out a Mega Fong that was dangling beneath his shirt, and bright light erupted as Garchomp surged with incoming power. Diantha had to take a moment to bask in the growing aura of danger that was radiating off of the dragon. Stomp. From a single step, the entire arena shook. She became increasingly aware of what was in front of her. If Garchomps were executioners, then the radiating might of Red's Mega Garchomp was that of a Grim Reaper. Her Tyrantrum met it head-on. Dragon claws clashed with dragon claws, but try as she might, she knew the results. Shink. All it took was a single cleave. The moment her dragon met his, Mega Garchomp swung, and the sheer force of the blow sent her gigantic monster of a Pokémon flying. It was a juggernaut, a bringer of death and destruction. With every stomp, an earthquake was formed. Its eyes held refined wrath so potent that it made her dragon flinch at its gaze. The Grim Reaper came for her beast, and defeat was all that was left for her Pokémon. She would have to break through. Aurorus. The sauropod rose to its massive height and faced off against the intimidating dragon. A blizzard kicked up around them. The freezing cold began coating the dragon type in a shivering frost. The blizzard was thick and potent enough to block hers and Red's vision of their Pokémon. She held her breath as she waited for the ice to end the threat. She trained her Aurorus to maintain a single blizzard for hours. It should be able to take care of the threat eventually. Shink. She cursed silently when Aurorus dropped down. Blizzard dispersed as the beast of a dragon cleaved through the fossil Pokémon's neck. It made for a horrifying sight, a bruised and battered Garchomp covered in snow and frost. One of its legs was completely encased in ice, but it didn't care. All it took was a simple stomp and it shattered. That looming threat made her skin crawl. It was clear that Garchomp was the biggest threat. She would end it here. Gardevoir. Her Mega Charm began resonating with her ace Pokémon. No time to hold back. A grin blossomed onto her face as she felt pushed to her limits. Her Pokémon burst with light as she transformed. This was it. Where a Gardevoir once commanded, a Mega Gardevoir dominated. Garchomp growled, realizing just what Pokémon it was facing. Moonblast. The entire arena lit up. As Fairy Magic challenged Dragonkind. Fairy Queen met Dragon King in a dance of the ages. The world shook beneath their duel. Grace warred with wrath. Brute force confronted mental power. Cleaving through all of her attacks, the charging monster reaped into the skin of Gardevoir. She had to wince at the brutality of the Garchomp. Truly, it was one of the most primal examples of its kind. Yet dragons will eventually fall to fairies. Despite Garchomp's efforts, it slumped to the ground. That left one more. Greninja. XXX. When he opened his eyes, he thought he was living a memory. Greninja looked around him, observing the same arena, the same stage. Broken and destroyed as it were, he knew this place well. The roar of the crowd rose a myriad of thoughts and feelings. For a moment, he saw Mega Charizard where Gardevoir stood. He shook his head. This wasn't the time for reminiscence. His trainer wanted to do battle. He would give him a battle. Legs tense before springing outward in a burst of speed. Mega Gardevoir only had a moment to comprehend a shinobi in front of her before a Shadow Ball was summoned to stop his advance. He cleaved through it with a slash of cut before backing off. He remembered her. This particular Gardevoir was a force to be reckoned with, and even now, it was a mighty foe that had the potential of a champion. She towered above all of her kind and endured a myriad of obstacles to become what she was now. The aura of power was like that of a prominent queen, commanding an authority that would make lesser Pokémon bow. He was not a lesser Pokémon. Like an assassin of the night, he struck her in a blanket of illusions. Clones were forged from nothing. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8, and eventually, dozens charged forward like a rebelling army. Gardevoir kept her calm as the queen was met with those that wished to topple her. With abnormal psychic will, she picked up hundreds of destroyed debris. Rocks, pebbles, boulders, trees, nothing was spared from her control. The noble queen slammed down with divine punishment. Clones were slain, crushed by the immense might of the nobility. His illusions were broken, but he would not bend the knee. Swift like the roaring rapids, he jumped on the floating rocks, hopping from debris to get closer to beheading his target. Gardevoir did not let him, releasing barrages of moonblasts and controlled boulders his way. The arena was filled with projectiles as water shurikens clashed with Shadow Ball. A blanket of smoke was formed from the reacting powers. He used it, summoning dozens of clones to confuse his enemy. He was not like the confrontational and unbreaking wall that was Garchomp. He was not like the stormy force of nature that was Pikachu. He was the riptide. He was the sudden current that took enemies unaware. Mega Gardevoir released a bombardment of moonblasts to clear the smoke. His clones went to work, keeping her occupied as he hid in the shadows. The psychic and fairy Pokémon had skill. For every dozen of clones he made, she would destroy it all with but a wave of her hand. He started his counterattack. Boom! Gardevoir groaned as a barrage of water shurikens embedded themselves into her back. She turned around to see him appear from the dug hole that his newest ally, Sceptile, made early into the battle. Use your surroundings. Gardevoir struck him with a floating tree. Splinters dug deep into his skin, but he ignored them as he began his forward rush into her space. She sent a myriad of obstacles his way. Dozens if not hundreds of objects were thrown, but he was faster. He had to commend their intelligence. Immune to psychic he might be, the objects around him were not. That didn't matter though. A dagger was formed with cut. He came in like a tsunami. His blade touched flesh and he ripped through. Mega Gardevoir refused to go down, however, and with a wave of her hands, slammed even more debris around him, forming a prison of wood and stone. Shink. He cut through it only to be greeted by a barrage of moonblasts. He slammed onto the ground and the battle was renewed once more. He had to acknowledge the psychic type for resisting him this far. He was exhausting his reserves. But he wouldn't fall here. Greninja had a few regrets in his life. He lived to the fullest, acted on what he believed was right, and battled his heart out whenever he was called. Yet if he had one thing that would always haunt him, it was his failure to help the man who trained him win when he needed it most. Memories flooded his head. His battle against Mega Sceptile, his clash with Alan's Charizard, his unfortunate defeat at his hands, and the path he and his trainer went through to reach this far. He remembered his trainer's desires, his determination to win. He did everything he could, fought his hardest, and used his finest strategies. It wasn't enough. When he remembered the searing blast burn that torched his skin, he fought harder. Mega Gardevoir danced with him, every clash generating gusts of wind. This time, it would be different. It would be enough. I chose him and he chose me. Gardevoir summoned the largest moonblast he had ever seen and he flipped back. He turned to his trainer. They nodded to each other. I won't fail you this time. Red. Ash. It didn't matter what he called himself. They were the same to Greninja. His hopes were his hopes. His dreams were his dreams. His fears were his fears. His battles were his battles. They picked each other up. They shared each other's pain. Together. They began to move as one. Triple X. What is this? Torrents of water surrounded the shinobi Pokémon. She tensed. What attack was this? Aqua Jet? Whirlpool? She didn't think Greninja could even learn those. She had to take a step back when the swirling water stopped. What happened next was so incomprehensible that it boggled the mind. Diantha couldn't believe her eyes. Did Greninja just evolve? They began to move. Together, Red and Greninja raised their arms. The Pokémon had changed, stronger and mightier than ever before. The massive shuriken on his back rose up to face her growing moonblast. It doubled, no, it tripled in size and began spinning with such force the air around them bowed to its whims. They stared at her and Gardevoir. When she released her mightiest attack, they threw the colossal shuriken. Foosh! Boom! The world was silent as a massive water shuriken met her strongest moonblast. She had seen a myriad of mega evolutions. She had fought many from Blastoise to Metagross to Garchomp. Her path to the top forced her to crack. The world was torn asunder as the resulting clash broke the battlefield around them. The entire arena went up in smoke. Yet she never faced this. The smoke cleared. Gardevoir is unable to battle, the referee stuttered, the winner is Red Satoshi of Celestic Town. Triple X. When the plane landed, Cynthia had to contain her excitement. Days passed since the Lumiose conference and she had never seen such a spectacular performance from her rival. He truly outdid himself this year. Battling with such determination and ferocity, Red's latest conquest broke records as he struck down all of the Kalos League's Elite Four before doing battle with the champion. It was the closest anyone reached. He had a lot of explaining to do. Just what was that Greninja? Mega Garchomp? When she stepped out of the airport, that was when she saw him. Red. Cynthia. She tackled him, bringing her rival into a bone-crushing hug. Garchomp walked behind her, watching it play out with amusement. Greninja and Pikachu joined in the fun as well, taking in the scene with delight. He laughed as she refused to let go. She murmured mostly to herself. This is nice. Yeah, Red hugged her back. It is. I didn't expect you here in Kalos though. It was supposed to be a surprise, Cynthia smiled. I heard you're going to Alola. He nodded before letting himself out of her grasp. She let go of him reluctantly. I am. I'm coming too. He raised an eyebrow. You are. I am, Cynthia nodded. Grandma offered to pay for my trip and I heard that you're going. I thought it was a great idea for both of us to take a small vacation. It has been 7 years since our journey, Red. We're 17 and we haven't stopped at all. It was a grand excuse in her head. She definitely did not take the chance to spend more time with her first and best rival. Definitely not. Nope. Boo dash. No buts. She placed a finger on his mouth. Who was the person that told me to stop and smell the roses? His eyes widened before he gave a reluctant smile. I did. We're young, Red. We got all the time in the world to be a champion. She certainly wasn't using his own advice against him for her own advantage. Nope. That'd be ridiculous. The look he gave her made sure she knew he knew. Her cheeks darkened. How wise of you, Cynthia. The tone was flat. I learned from the best, she teased, her face red. He can be a bit of a dummy at times, but he's an excellent friend, an invaluable rival, and a worthwhile companion. He must be an amazing man. He is, Cynthia nodded, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. The 17-year-old paused at her words. It was the truth. Everything they'd done, everything she'd experienced, it wouldn't have been possible without him. She wanted to convey it to him. She could never imagine what would have happened if Red didn't meet her at Celestic Town all those years ago. He was the best. He was her rival. There was nothing that would change that. Am I interrupting something? Cynthia blinked before turning to see the woman that fought Red in the finals of the conference. The first thing she noticed was her appearance. She was prettier up close with her nicely done dark hair, ethereal blue eyes, and pristine white dress that spoke of good fashion. She was the antithesis of her in looks with her long blonde hair, steel-colored eyes, and darker grays and black clothes. The Gardevoir beside the Kalos star's side stared at her Garchomp. Diantha, Red smiled before motioning towards his first rival. This is Cynthia. The girl offered her hand with a small grin of her own. It's nice to meet the girl that Red constantly talks about. He talks about her. Wait, greetings first. She took her hand and shook it firmly. I've watched your battle at the conference. You did amazing. Thank you, Diantha nodded. I would have preferred to win the entire thing, but our shared rival has been quite the thorn in my side in that regard. They both laughed at that. Red had a tendency to really mess with their league goals. No matter who they were, be it friend or foe, he wouldn't hold back with his Pokémon. It was something she admired and hated at the same time. I can sympathize, Cynthia chirped. Our first conference together was much the same. Red sighed in exasperation at their words. What are you doing here, Diantha? I was hoping to inquire about your future plans, she answered. The director was amazed by your Pokémon in the conference and was hoping to star you in another movie. He was exceptionally eager to meet this Greninja of yours. Movie? Wait, what? Cynthia gave Red a sharp look which he responded by avoiding her eyes. Red, Cynthia crossed her arms. I feel like I am missing something here. Ah, well, Red scratched the back of his head, it's nothing major. Just got roped into some stuff. It happens. Don't be so modest, Red, Diantha piped up in amusement. He was my co-star in the upcoming movie, The Princess and the Froakie. Princess and the Froakie? Cynthia looked at the two of them. Now that she thought about it, Diantha was standing a bit too close to Red for her liking. That's nice, she smiled politely. So I heard that you two will be going to Alola. Diantha's eyes sparkled with amusement. Cynthia nodded, that's right. Just the two of you. Cynthia crossed her arms. Just the two of us. The star of Kalos hummed before thinking out loud. How interesting. Coincidentally, I was offered a role in a movie in Alola. Maybe I can join you both. What a coincidence. Like she could believe that. Cynthia didn't answer. Why should she? She only gave a small polite smile. Diantha stared at her for a good second before smiling as well. They sized each other up. Gardevoir and Garchomp backed up their trainers. Electricity sparked between the two's gazes. It's nice to see rivalries being formed, huh, Pikachu? Greninja, Gardevoir, Garchomp, and Pikachu facepalmed at Red's words. There were many things to say about the star of Kalos. Diantha was graceful, beautiful, and confident. She moved with an aura that felt dominating yet welcoming enough to create an ethereal attraction that turned the heads around her. Cynthia had no reason to deny that the fairy-like woman was powerful in ways that she wasn't. It unnerved her at first. The woman could connect with others so easily that it was almost unnatural in the way she could sneak past a person's guard. She experienced it firsthand when they entered the plane. She had the opportunity to be seated next to her, and while she would have preferred sitting next to Red, she wouldn't deny having some semblance of curiosity for the actress. That thought wasn't one-sided. "I didn't realize quite how famous you are, Cynthia." The blonde blinked as the lady beside her smiled. She returned it with an exasperated but well-meaning one. "My reputation is vastly over-exaggerated." It was the truth. She knew in the back of her mind that she had started growing a following, but it couldn't be as large as the one this woman had, surely. Apparently, Diantha disagreed. The star released a breath in amusement. "For now, perhaps, but once I began learning more about you and Red, the more I realized just what kind of trainer I was facing in the league." Cynthia cracked a smile. Attention is something that he avoids if he can help it. His accomplishments speak for themselves though. He's a great trainer. And in association, you as well. You've performed amazingly in both the Frontier and League conferences, Diantha said. The Sinnoh native looked at the woman curiously when she gave the blonde a sly smile. That normally spelled trouble. "There's a lot of things they say about you too, you know. This could go many ways. Most of them are rumors, I assure you." The things people said about her could range from mundane to fantastical. She learned to filter them out over the years. Traveling, learning, and working her way up to champion was what mattered. What people said about her didn't really reach her radar unless they were from her rivals, friends, and family. "Some do look convincing," Diantha hummed in thought. "There are some that are prevalent, of course. Is it true that you and Red are an item?" Her thoughts froze. What? Her entire face blossomed a cherry red as she stared at the innocently smiling actress. Out of all the things she had to say, it had to be that. The star of Kalos truly was a cunning woman. And she thought Caitlin was a vixen. Diantha was an entirely different league. Cynthia shook her head hastily, "Of course not. Nothing but rumors and hearsay. We've never been in that kind of relationship." She was glad that Red wasn't nearby to hear this. She couldn't imagine what he'd think. Would he approve? Would he find it weird? A part of her wanted to find out, but another part was too scared to even contemplate the thought. She ignored the fluttering in her stomach as flashes of what could be entered her mind. Nope. 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 "There's something there though," Diantha teased. The girl's eyes sparkled as she watched Cynthia squirm. Childhood friends since the young age of 10, traveling together and apart for years, and being there for each other for multiple leagues, it makes sense that people would assume. Well, if she had to say it like that, it did look rather NTMT. "We're just friends, Diantha. But you're hoping for something more." Diantha's sly words entered her mind like honey. Cynthia steeled herself as she glared at the actress even when her cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. "We're just friends," Cynthia emphasized. She gave the smiling woman a firm stare. The girl acknowledged it, but her next words made her blood run cold. "Then you wouldn't mind if I pursue him then?" This woman. Red is too busy trying to be champion to have a relationship. "That won't take long," the star of Kalos rebutted easily enough. He held himself well against the champion of Kalos. "I have no doubt that he'll reach it. He's not interested in those kinds of things." "How would you know?" Diantha's words touched her brain like silk. Soft and inviting. "Have you tried?" Cynthia struggled to come up with an adequate response. There was none. She released a breath in defeat before looking outside the plane window. "No." Diantha smiled softly at her admittance before moving on to other rumors. She was thankful for that. Cynthia had enough of this teasing from Grandma Carolina. She didn't need it from someone else too. Outside of this woman's teasing, the actress was a pleasure to be around. She was unsurprisingly knowledgeable in battle despite her desired profession. They talked about topics that ranged from different encounters to sharing strategies and tactics that they learned on their travels. She couldn't help but hold on to the thoughts planted by the sly woman, however. Cynthia had garnered a myriad of rivals throughout her journey, but rarely had she needed to compete for Red's attention. The Star of Kalos was both similar and different from the other rivals she'd made, and the thought was intimidating. Never did she have a rival for something other than combat. This was unknown territory and she didn't know how much she liked it. XXX. Her first step into Alola was one of new experiences and trepidation. Cynthia was a bit inexperienced when it came to taking long breaks. She had always been pursuing her dream, and while she knew to take a step back and enjoy the world around her, spending some time to relax in Alola was daunting. The Sinnoh native could tell Red was in the same boat. He was always relentless in his pursuit. His goal was so close that it was understandable that the trainer wanted to continue gaining enough strength to finally reach it. But after 7 years of constant traveling, fighting, and training, didn't they deserve a break? As Cynthia and her party stepped onto the warm sands of Mele Mele Island, she couldn't help but admire the beauty of the region. The crystal-clear oceans were littered with people and Pokémon. The large bustling activity of everyone enjoying the beaches was a rare sight for her. Excitement shined in Red and Pikachu's eyes. Just from that look alone could she say that this trip would be worth it. Alola truly is one of a kind. A melodious voice spoke. Of course, it would have been even better if it was just the two of them, but she couldn't have it all. She turned to see Diantha walking behind her, the Star of Kalos smiling as the woman basked in the warm sun. Diantha's Pokémon were beside the actress. Cynthia had her own out as well. This was a vacation and their team worked just as hard as them in accomplishing their dreams. She expected the ones Diantha called upon. They were the same team that fought alongside her in the league. Red's was a different case. I didn't know you have a Don fan, Diantha cooed as she patted the calm elephant Pokémon. The actress's gaze swept throughout the beach. Or any of these Pokémon for that matter. The rising star looked at the lazing Kingler and sleeping Noctowl that were alongside Red's. Pikachu and Greninja. Red did have a very large team. Normally, he would just bring his Pikachu to a new region. Bringing more was an interesting choice on her rival's part. Her rival took one last look at the beach before cracking a smile at the Kalos native. My Pokémon are the reason why I've reached this far, Diantha. All of them should enjoy it. That is fair, Diantha grinned. I'm interested in getting to know all of your Pokémon then. Just what haven't you been telling me in your journey, Red? I haven't been hiding anything. Right, the actress's tone made it known just what she thought of that. You just don't mention it. He cleared his throat. It was never brought up. We'll need to correct that, Diantha said. We have an entire year to get to know each other. It would be poor manners if I didn't know more about the person I've been traveling with. I'm sure you'll get to talk to him about that later. Cynthia crossed her arms. Red and I need to speak with Samson Oak for our lodgings. She smiled sweetly at the actress. Your manager, Kathy Lee, must already have a place for you to stay. The Kalos star stared with amusement. You're not wrong, but I am sure Kathy can make arrangements for both of you to live nearby. We wouldn't want to be a bother, Cynthia replied with a deceptively innocent tone. Oh, it's no bother at all. My grandmother already made arrangements, the Sinnoh native continued. We wouldn't want to waste her efforts. We're truly sorry. Diantha sighed with the same deceptively understanding voice. Well, it can't be helped. Cynthia mentally gave herself a pat on the back. There was no way she was letting the actress live anywhere near Red. Just the thought made her uncomfortable. While she trusted Red with all her heart, the same couldn't be said for Diantha. She just met her. It would be much better if their lodgings were somewhere else. That was definitely right. It would be much better if it were just the two of them. Yes. Just the two of them. For an entire year. She looked away lest Red saw her blushing face. All she had to do was not let the star of Kalos ruin this at least. Let me join you on your trip there then. Drats. Triple X. What made a champion? Was it their grit? Was it determination? Skill? It was a question that appeared from time to time for Samson Oak. He was a principal for future Pokemon trainers, and before that, he was a Pokemon professor much like his cousin, the prestigious and famous Samuel. Alola had no champion, though he knew some with the ambition to change the status quo. Despite that, after teaching and studying with a great many trainers, he understood that there was a spark in the eyes of those with the potential to be champions. Sammy had that spark. He became Kanto's champion. And when he stared at the three before him, he couldn't help but smile. They had it too. You must be Samson Oak. The man stepped forward, offering his hand. He took it. It was a firm shake. It's an honor. And you're Red Satoshi. Samson let go and took the offered hands of the other two. That means that you both must be Cynthia Sharona and Diantha Carney. You've heard of us? Diantha blinked with surprise. Some by association, others by reputation, he replied before turning towards Cynthia. Your grandmother called in a favor to give you and your friend lodging. Needless to say, you are more than welcome here in Alola. Please enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Thank you, Cynthia smiled. If you could greet some of the students as well, that would be swell out, you know. His smile grew at the surprised expressions when he morphed his face to a caricature of the Pokemon mentioned. His smile only brightened even more at Red's growing amusement. It's not every day that my students get to meet 3 league winners. I understand, Red answered with a smile. I don't see why not. Oh, this one was promising. That's the spirit OMB. Oak laughed. Keep it up and you may have a chancey to reach my level. The principal smirked before placing both arms on his hips. I think this will do for introductions. I hope you'll enjoy your stay. We Alolans pride ourselves in our hospitality and comfiness. This will do, Cynthia nodded before Red could reply. The man playfully pouted at her interruption but otherwise kept his mouth shut. Samson silently kept their dynamic to himself as he returned it with a friendly beam. Then I'll see you later, Feraligatr. Diantha and Cynthia's befuddled faces and Red's laugh made him remember better days. Ah, youth. Triple X. The first time they met, he wasn't quite sure what to make of him. Trainers came in all shapes and sizes. Kukui understood this. He had to be open to the various personalities that come and go throughout his Pokemon journey. He had met honorable and powerful trainers, those that proved that strength manifested through DSPLN and relentless training, like his teacher, Hala. He met others that took victories through underhanded strategies and tactics, winning through deception and intelligence like his fellow apprentice, Guzma. He even knew some that did not pursue battle at all, taking a more devoted role in Pokemon research like Burnett. Some might ask what he was, in the grand scheme of things. Chasing the thrill of combat while having an honest interest in Pokemon moves should be tough, right? He would always answer truthfully. Why not be both? He was Kukui, the masked royal, and he was also Kukui, the Pokemon professor. Though no one knew of the former and the Alolan was currently studying to become the latter. It wasn't impossible, but it was taxing to travel the world to meet the various fighters and researchers of every region. It allowed for wisdom and insight, however, and he would often hear through word of mouth about the Pokemon League. It was an amazing concept. The idea of a champion sounded so cool to him. Alola deserved a champion. He had a vested interest in having one in his home. Research of both the organization and Pokemon moves would often occupy his thoughts. The professor in training would read the comings and goings of the many conferences that were held and knew of the many promising trainers that surfaced to challenge the league. So when he saw Diantha, the dazzling actress that stole the hearts of her people, he was surprised. When he saw Cynthia, the famous trainer that took the world by storm, that surprise became awe. Kukui was downright breathless when Red, the enigmatic trainer that fans whispered about in excitement, stepped out of the school. Oh my Arceus! A myriad of questions swam in his mind. What were they doing here? Could he ask for a battle? Could he battle all three of them? Could he have some tips? Could he take a look at the Greninja that threw that gigantic shuriken? That was not an average water shuriken. He slapped his face and brought himself back to the real world. They were still here. Wow! They were real. Just wait till Burnett hears about this. Luckily, he didn't have to do much because while the two women were talking to the students, Red noticed him and waved. Kukui didn't know when his feet walked toward the trainer. All he knew was that he saw an opportunity and he took it. Alola, the man offered his hand. I'm Red. Alola. He took the offer and shook firmly. Kukui. Red smiled at his appearance. You look a little too young to be a professor. It was a reasonable assumption to make. Despite the lab coat, his youth betrayed him. That's because I'm not one. Not yet anyway, he scratched his head, I'm in training. Must be hard work. It is, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. To learn from the wise and powerful Hala and the intelligent and experienced Samson was an honor he was absolutely blessed to have. It can get quite busy, exhausting even, but I can't imagine myself being anything else. Some things are just worth it, you know. I could imagine. His words seemed to have brightened up the trainer. With that attitude, I'm sure you'll do great. I appreciate it, Kukui beamed from his heartfelt words. It's not every day you get encouragement from a trainer that almost conquered the Pokemon League. The black-haired man wasn't surprised at all, though he raised an eyebrow at his declaration. You've heard of me. Anyone interested in the league would know of you, he said. I saw your latest match. That Greninja is absolutely fascinating. I would love to meet it. The scientific community was quite enamored with the amphibious shinobi ever since its showing at the Lumiose conference, Sycamore and Rowan especially. He was no exception. That gigantic shuriken was a mystery waiting to be discovered. I do have him with me, Red showed his Pokeball. I'm sure he wouldn't mind seeing some new faces. That's what we're here for anyway. He lowered the Pokeball. We're taking a break after the last conference. It was as if a thunderbolt struck his heart at that moment. It nearly skipped a beat. Are you sure? The battler within him was stoked to see such a strong Pokemon while the researcher in his mind was ready to spew out 1,000 different questions. And not that I am saying no or anything. He laughed, scratching the back of his head. Just know that once I get to meet with the guy, there'll be no retreat. On second thought, he shouldn't have asked. What if he decided to change his mind? Red laughed, from either the move-related pun or from his sudden shift in behavior, he had no clue. His worries were put to rest when the trainer easily agreed. I'm sure, but in exchange, why don't you show us around Alola? That's no problem at all, Kukui said, I know a lot of cool places. You wouldn't believe the beauty of Alola, especially on a sunny day. I bet you'll be astonished by some of the things here. It'll be a gigavolt havoc of a good time. There was silence before Red's lips twitched upward at the attempt. You finished? Too much. A little bit. Ouch. That hurt more than an all-out pummeling. Red groaned. Triple X. A new region, a new look. It was a saying Diantha liked to say a lot, and it was that reasoning that led to Cynthia's current situation. The Sinnoh native sat on one of the benches of the Hawali City shopping mall. It was one of the first places that the actress insisted they head to the moment they stepped into Melee Island. She couldn't deny its importance. While she did pack up beforehand, there were a few things she wouldn't mind purchasing for herself, so she didn't put up much of a fight when the star of Kalos suggested it. She was looking forward to it, all things considered. While she liked her usual style, the long-sleeved black and dark gray clothing could get a bit hot in some cases. She would need something more fit for tropical weather. She would need something to complement her looks. Something that Red would like. She paused. In a purely platonic sense, of course. She didn't feel threatened at all whenever Diantha showed off all her fancy dresses or whenever the girl gets physically close to her rear rival. Rival. Yeah, that. Yes. Of course. Are you alright? And she clearly didn't yelp when Red appeared beside her, tilting his head in befuddlement at her behavior. Why yes, Cynthia cleared her throat. Just thinking of things. Oh. Red set down the bag of his own purchases and sat beside her. What kind of things? Clothing. Cynthia decided that a portion of the truth was better than lies. It's hard to decide. I guess we can't all be like Diantha, Red laughed. She joined in. That much was obvious. The actress could be seen going from place to place, finding and taking what she desired with an ease that she was envious of. The girl knew what she wanted. It was admirable. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure you'd look good in anything. Her cheeks darkened at his words. Leave it to him to say the nicest things. Cynthia needed a distraction before she exploded from embarrassment. WL, how about you? Found anything you like? Just a few things, Red smiled, taking out a new hat which he plopped on Pikachu's head. It was similar in style to his old one, red and black with a white pokeball design. Her rival always did tend to stick with similar themes, though she couldn't say much herself. She did the same. I'm not that into fashion, so I just pick what I'm comfortable with. I'm sure it'll suit you regardless. Cynthia nudged him playfully on the shoulder. You have a distinct style, she said, and Pikachu would make it work anyways. He could rock any look. Red sighed when Pikachu nodded in agreement. He grinned good-naturedly, can't argue with that. Still, we really should find something for you too. You don't need to worry about it. You've barely touched a single piece of clothing since we got here, Red mentioned. I am pretty sure Diantha filled up 3 bags since. Maybe I should stick with what I'm currently wearing. Diantha wouldn't allow it, Red chuckled. I am not like her, she sighed. You are not, Red agreed. You're Cynthia Sharona, future champion of Sinnoh. I'd be worried if you were anyone else. He gave her a small nudge. She started at the touch but turned to see him staring at her warmly. Just be you. Her cheeks burned as she shyly smiled at his heartfelt words. He always knew what to say. It could be so unfair sometimes. She looked away before giving a slight nod. Okay, her tone was light before speaking louder when an idea popped into her mind, but you're coming with me. Red coughed. Why? To help me pick, of course. I'm not sure why you would want my opinion, Red replied, I'm not exactly a fashionista. On the contrary, your opinion matters the most. He tilted his head in confusion, but she ignored it as she stood up, pulling her rival along with her. Yes. This would do. She remembered a beautiful sky blue sleeveless shirt that she considered moments ago. Maybe she could show it to him and let him judge it for her. In the back of her mind, she already knew what he was going to say. I'm sure you'd look good in anything. He really needed to watch his words sometimes. He could give a girl the wrong idea. XXX. Meeting an island kahuna was a different experience from any gym leader or Elite Four Cynthia ever met. Days passed and Red's new friend helped introduce them to the first of the 4 that they had to challenge to complete the island trials. There was just something about them that radiated a different aura of power. Gym leaders were varied, their might tested and proven through a myriad of challenges. They could be anything, from gardeners to miners to scientists. The Elite Four above them felt even grander. They were pillars of support that held the entire region together. They were the elite of the elite, the final roadblock before challenging the strongest trainer of the land. Their origins and how they came to be were all different. The island kahunas were similar, but they held something completely unique to them. They were chosen for the role. The legendary guardians that breathed life into Alola picked them to reign over an entire island's trials. Their might and majesty were ever present throughout the region, and their title was held until their final breaths. It was fascinating to Cynthia to learn about a culture so distinct from the many places she had been to. And she had been to a lot of places. As they walked with Hala, an old but hearty man, to the ruins along with his two apprentices, Kukui and Guzma, she could see the wisdom in his eyes. He must have experienced a lot. Fought a lot too, considering his title. Kahunas apparently couldn't refuse the role once given. How interesting. So you've seen Tapu Koko before? Diantha's eyes roved around the ancient stone that was coming into view. She wasn't the only one. Cynthia analyzed it with a keener eye. This place must have been so old. It excited her. I have, Hala confirmed. He released a boisterous laugh as they reached the entrance to the ruins of conflict. I can still remember it clear as day. Tapu Koko's magnificence was far beyond any Pokemon I have ever met. A legendary in the flesh. It must have been something to behold, the actress continued. It was, the Kahuna said, our legendary Pokemon are considered more active than some of the ones in other regions, I've heard. Nonetheless, I didn't expect to meet with the Island Guardian at all in my lifetime. When it chose me to become the next Kahuna, well, I couldn't believe it. So the possibility of seeing it is still non-existent, Diantha sighed with feigned sadness, and here I was hoping to see Tapu Koko during my tenure here. Hala chuckled, who knows? The guardian deities work in mysterious ways. Have you too seen Tapu Koko? Cynthia directed the question to Hala's two apprentices. Other than some pictures, no, Kukui said. He scratched his chin. Believe me, I've tried, but Pokemon like that won't show itself unless it wants to be seen. Guzma clicked his tongue before sighing and shaking his head. I haven't. Even when you can't see them, it doesn't mean that they aren't here, Red said, much to the surprise of Hala. They watch over the islands of Alola. They tend to appear when needed. Why yes, young man, Hala looked at the trainer with intrigue, the Tapus have always been like this. I imagine the legendaries of your regions are much different. The ones in Kalos are rarely if ever seen, Diantha nodded, some don't even believe that they are real. Ours are ingrained in Sinnoh's history, Cynthia added, but it would be a lie to say that they are as active as the ones here. Alola is so different. It's amazing. She meant it. To know that their guardian deities were active participants in the island trials and the crowning of their leaders made it so interesting. I'm happy you think of Alola so fondly, Hala grinned before revealing the walkway which lead to the brightly colored altar at the end. This is where we pray to Tapu Koko. Why don't you try it yourself? While Tapu Koko may not appear before us, I am sure it will hear our prayers. Thank you, Cynthia smiled. I'll happily do it. It would be an honor, Diantha said. Red didn't answer, but he smiled and nodded in thanks as they walked up to the meticulously clean altar. It was the tedious part of the ruins, which wasn't a surprise to Cynthia. Despite the historic significance of the site, and by Arceus, she wanted nothing more than to inspect it. The place was still being used by the people here. They began their prayer, following Hala's lead in the small ceremony. Cynthia couldn't help but notice how natural Red looked as he joined the Kahuna. He looked so peaceful and his movements felt so practiced. Pikachu never looked happier. It was mesmerizing. She had to force herself to look away when the others closed their eyes in prayer. She followed suit, praying for good fortune for herself and those around her. Zip. She didn't expect her prayers to be answered so soon. Whoosh. She almost missed it. Her hair stood up as blinding electric currents surged through the ruins. Guzma and Kukui gasped as they spun at the sound of lightning. Her eyes widened. No way. The rest shifted to look at the source. She joined them. Majestic. Exotic. Noble. Those were the first 3 words that cropped up in her mind when she saw the floating electric deity. It was like no legendary she ever read about. It didn't have the almighty aura of divinity that was recorded in Sinoa's texts or the inspiring warmth she felt when she first saw Ho-Oh. No, this was a completely different beast. Its form implied protection. Its colors showcased beauty and force. Its presence demanded respect. Even Hala seemed surprised at the legendary's presence, and he'd seen him plenty of times before. Tapu Koko. The electric type didn't deign to respond to the kahuna, instead preferring to regard the group with something akin to curiosity. She used that time to engrave the legendary into her memory. This might be her only time to see it, and she wasn't going to pass it up. The room flashed yellow as it reappeared in front of them. They jumped at the sudden movement. Tapu Koko passed them and instead tapped onto her rival's chest softly with its massive claws before backing off to the walkway of the ruins. There was silence as their side watched the waiting electric fairy type with confusion. Guzma spoke what was in everyone's mind. What just happened? Hala hummed, I think it's requesting a Pokemon battle. You're kidding. Guzma stared at Red and Tapu Koko with skepticism. In response to that, the legendary electric type trilled in a challenging cry, sparks flying off of it with clear intensity. He flinched. You're not kidding. No way. Kukui's smile stretched across his face with excitement. Well, young man, Hala laughed as he patted the contemplative trainer on the back. I cannot say I've seen this happen in all my years as a kahuna. What do you say? Care to fight our illustrious guardian? Red was silent as he regarded the situation. He turned to his faithful partner. What do you think, Pikachu? The mouse's cheek sparked as he prepared to hop off Red's shoulder. The mouse's enthusiastic cry made the answer obvious. The trainer gazed back at the legendary with something Cynthia could only interpret as respect. It's not every day you get to fight a legendary Pokemon. We accept, Tapu Koko. Flash. The entire place was painted gold as intense electricity flowed throughout the battlefield. Pikachu was about to jump into battle but stopped as one of Red's Pokeballs forced itself open. Cynthia raised a brow as the intruding Pokemon slammed into the ground with a defiant roar. Stomp. The outburst of wind from the beast's mere flap of its wings sent the party stumbling back. Such force. Cynthia took a moment to analyze the Pokemon. She knew this particular fighter for quite some time, though she didn't have the honor of seeing him battle in person in years. What was he doing out? The air around her became hotter. Cynthia's eyes widened. Oh. He wanted to fight. Triple X. Charizard reared his head up at the floating deity. So this is one of Alola's gods. Despite its size, the aura it presented was obvious. Power and grace combined to create electric divinity. Impressive. With experienced eyes, he studied his foe. The guardian was a warrior. Not a surprise. He was a warrior too. That wasn't a stretch to say by any means. It was often the norm for his kind. They rage, they fight, and they win. His evolutionary line demanded respect, and those that earned it get a fighter that would battle tooth and claw for victory. It was what attracted him to Red in the first place. He wasn't the first to notice, and he wouldn't be the last. His trainer was just like him, and though he liked to hide it from the world, Charizard's eyes were keener than most. His trainer, his friend, was fighting for something. He didn't know what, but he didn't care. He had a reason to grow stronger. That was enough for him. He proved his strength. He earned his loyalty. There was a light at the end of the tunnel, and the fire type would do what was expected of him to help his trainer reach the end of that tunnel. It didn't matter what it was, and while some of his companions might ask, theorize, and wonder about Red's intentions, all Charizard would require of him was to point at the target. He'd do the rest. He was a warrior, one loyal to his king. And when his king was to go up against a foe so grand and almighty as this one, why not let his warrior be the vanguard? Wrath surged through him as plumes of smoke began leaking out of his mouth. He fought plenty of opponents for his trainer, but not many could claim to clash with a Pokémon of legendary status. A Pokémon above Pokémon. A suitable opponent to test his mettle. Charizard? He turned to his trainer. Red studied him for a moment longer. You want to battle? He nodded. The man contemplated before sighing with feigned exasperation. Despite that, the grin on his trainer's face told the fire type all that he needed to know. He would battle. Permission granted, he turned back to the threat before them. The flame on his tail erupted as he roared his challenge towards the electric type. Tapu Koko regarded him before nodding. Challenge received. Good. Vroom. Wings blasted off like a rocket. Tapu Koko only had a moment to block the strike as Steel Wing crashed into the fairy type with an ominous crack. Electrifying radiance danced with eruptive embers. It was an aerial power struggle. Flamethrowers collided with discharge. Steel Wing met Steel Wing. None of it truly landed. His foe was like a wall, uncompromising and stalwart. He was a fighter that battled and conquered the Elite Four, yet this Pokémon met him measure for measure. Good. He would be disappointed otherwise. Biting thunder empowered by electric terrain struck the flying type like divine judgment. He crashed down. A god met a mortal and found it wanting. Giant claws grabbed the fire starter and slammed him into ancient rock. His body strained under mythological strength. He pushed back. Charizard rose and defied divine providence with unrelenting fire. The ground exploded from their clash. Kanto's icon covered the entire battlefield with a smokescreen. He swooped down with a vengeance, striking mercilessly into divine flesh. Alola's finest responded with a harsh dazzling gleam. His skin was scorched by Fey energy. He sent back a flamethrower to the face. His allies called him many things. Tyrant. Boom. Berserker. Crack. Monster. Shink. He wouldn't deny it. Always climbing to the top, always growing, he shed blood and tears to be where he was now. Even here, it was no different. The moment he sensed such an overwhelming foe, his instincts beckoned him to meet it. The strength before him befits a deity. This was a Pokémon that was on a level he had never faced before. It excited him. Like a rampaging beast, he braced for the tormenting discharge. Skin charred but mind unbending, he crashed into Tapu Koko with wings of steel. He clasped onto the struggling legendary with both claws and threw him outside. Tapu Koko blocked another wave of unforgiving fire. That didn't matter. In an explosive rush, the fire type closed the distance. Charizard took a deep breath as the fresh Alolan sun caressed his skin. Perfect. With an open sky, the two flying foes struck with wild abandon. Gladiator met duelist. Berserking rage followed calm elegance. Monster challenged god. Tapu Koko narrowed its eyes before rushing in with a steel wing. Charizard's claws caught it, his skin glowing as solar energy coalesced within his maws. Tapu Koko attempted to retreat. He did not let it. His grip tightened even when electricity surged into his body. He ignored the pain. Solar beam met the legendary fairy point blank. Boom! He tossed his opponent to the Alolan soil and stomped on its body with ruthless fury. It did little as the guardian deity pushed back with no effort. Tapu Koko rose in the sky, calm and collected despite the relentless assault. It dawned on Charizard just what the extent of his opponent's power truly was when he saw minor damage on the skin of the legendary guardian. Crack! Tapu Koko closed the distance in an instant. Charizard's reflexes saved him from the brunt of its assault. Instinct mitigated the barrage of steel. Remember your training. Smokescreen instantly came forth and the dragon-like Pokémon began bobbing and weaving through the relentless combination. Visions of his spars with his companions swam in his mind. The legendary was as strong as the mouse. To anyone that did not know Pikachu, comparing the great guardian deity to a common Kanto rat might seem like an insult to the fairy type. But it was the opposite. It was the greatest compliment. He pushed Tapu Koko back with a furious swing of his tail before backing off to recuperate. The island guardian floated lower, slower, but still unflinchingly stable. How troublesome. Charizard took in a labored breath as he felt his body tire. He was taking more than he was dealing. Not ideal. He brought forth his entire arsenal and revealed all his strengths, but compared to a god, what could a mortal ever achieve against it? It should be an inevitable conclusion. Tapu Koko was a force of nature. It was like a mere soldier facing off against a storm. Hopeless. He growled. It didn't matter. His trainer trusted in his capabilities. He wouldn't fail that trust. What was the point of second-guessing one's predicament? There were no more questions, simply more action. He shouldn't ask himself if he could do it. He should instead ask what he could do about it. Let it be said that his trainer never raised a quitter. Fwoom. The flame on his tail grew larger as anger surged within his flesh. The air around him became hotter and Tapu Koko readied itself as Charizard's flames turned superheated. Pain turned to strength. Yes, with Blaze, he could do it. He could defeat a god. Burn. He was about to rush forth when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Harsh DSPLN took firm control of his instincts and his bloodlust was snuffed out in an instant. His trainer smiled at him before turning towards Tapu Koko. I think that's enough. Any more and I fear that the forest around us is going to combust. Charizard surveyed the area and noticed the craters and empty battlefield. The surrounding Pokémon must have fled at the sight of their conflict. Just from the brief scuffle between him and his foe, the trees nearby were close to collapsing. How unfortunate. Tapu Koko regarded his trainer before nodding. To Charizard's surprise, the legendary Pokémon also acknowledged him before vanishing with nigh impossible speed. As the adrenaline faded, Charizard grunted as he knelt to recover from the brief fight. Red took out a potion and began spraying it on the numerous wounds on his body. The beast barely registered the other humans that joined his trainer. I've never seen anything like it. Kukui rushed forward with an excited grin on his face. There were stars in the man's eyes. As he should. That fight was as hot as an Inferno overdrive. Wasn't it, Guzma? It was cool, the man admitted. It is odd for Tapu Koko to request a battle like that, Hala hummed before staring at his trainer with a contemplative gaze. He must have seen something that compelled it to test you. I'm just as surprised as the rest of you. Charizard wasn't. He saw Red's potential when he was but a mere Charmander. Pokémon gravitated towards him for good reason. He commanded strength and wisdom in equal spades. He was exceptional despite what his trainer insisted. Just an ordinary trainer. He would deny that with the entirety of his being. No, Charizard saw him for what he was. Survivor. Warrior. Champion. He fights because of a goal and he'll join him when he reaches it. He'd accept no less. Triple X. Kukui figured he understood Red a bit more with every passing day. Their next stop took them to a place he was quite familiar with. The trio walked beside the Alolan as they took in the man-made creation with awe. It was an amazing sight with its pristine white features and complex architecture. Ether Paradise was one of the wonders of Alola, a technological splendor that sheltered and protected the region's Pokémon. Luzamin and her ilk did a lot of good here. Beautiful, isn't it? Kukui crossed his arms as they entered the conservation area. There was a sort of beauty to watching healthy and recovering Pokémon meander through here. Out of all the creations and facilities that Ether Paradise housed, this was his favorite. It is, Diantha said, staring with wide eyes. Some of their Pokémon were out with them. His Incineroar was accompanied by their Gardevoir, Garchomp, and Pikachu. I've never seen anything like this before. The people at Ether Foundation want nothing but the best for our Pokemon, Kukui added, they spare no expense. They're great people. That's some high praise, Red observed. Rightly deserved, Kukui smiled before noticing familiar white hair and dark skin in the distance. The sight of the woman working alongside a Munchlax did some crazy things to his heart. He ignored the feeling. And here's one of the people that are responsible for that. The woman turned to see them. He waved at her. Cynthia, Diantha, Red, this is Burnett. Kukui, Burnett perked up at his presence. I wasn't expecting you here. Sorry for coming uninvited. Nonsense, Burnett shook her head, you're always welcome in Ether Foundation. You know how much Luzaman respects your work. And I am eternally grateful for it, he acknowledged before pointing at the trio behind him. I want to introduce a few people to you. I promised to give them a tour of Alola and thought Ether Paradise would be a great stop. The three shook the researcher's hand. It's great to meet all of you, Burnett smiled. Burnett's one of the leading researchers on ultra wormholes, Kukui explained, she's a prodigy in the field. The president of the foundation personally recruited her. She practically revolutionized ultra wormhole technology. I wouldn't say that, Burnett laughed, Luzaman was impressed with my work and wanted an extra opinion. I had a few ideas, but nothing revolutionary. Nothing revolutionary, she says, Kukui mimicked, she's the youngest researcher in Ether Foundation. A lot of the new tech has her name on it. Burnett rolled her eyes at his praise. Now you're just flattering me. Nothing that I said was untrue. I suppose not. Despite the reluctance in her tone, the researcher's smile only grew. He admired her humility, but she deserved every credit for the things she'd done. They heard a man clear their throat. Red gave them a knowing look. Cynthia and Diantha laughed as the two Alolan natives immediately looked away. Ha! Burnett coughed lightly, well, I suppose I can help show you the full Ether Paradise experience. Are you sure? Kukui asked. I know you're normally busy and I can handle something as trivial as this. I'm sure, she nodded, I was mostly done anyway and between you and me, I do know the place better. He was close to protesting, but stopped at the look on her face. He knew that look. It was the face of a woman that wasn't going to take no for an answer. He had to learn that the hard way over the years. He sighed. Be my guest. Burnett was quick to take the lead, explaining in much more detail the purpose and methods of Ether Paradise. Kukui could do nothing but smile and follow the group as his best friend was quick to take control of the situation. The two men were behind the women, content to allow the ladies to talk amongst themselves. Her quick transition from cheerful to professional and then back to cheerful was something to behold. What a woman! He paused when he noticed Red and Pikachu staring at something in the distance. A blonde girl was happily playing with some of the Pokemon in the conversation area. Ah, he must be curious. That's Lily, Kukui piped up. Red responded with only a nod, refusing to let his eyes off of the girl. Luzaman's daughter. I believe she's visiting Ether Paradise today along with her brother, Gladion. A smart little girl. She loves Pokemon. She's touching them. The researcher tilted his head at that random observation. Lily was petting a Rattata. I suppose she is. They kept walking and Red eventually turned away. The man seemed lost in thought. Pikachu, himself, had a similar look. Before he could bring it up, however, the trainer's expression changed within an instant and his contemplative nature became one of sly amusement. So about Burnett. Kukui blinked before eyeing him suspiciously. What about her? Do you like her? What? That came out of nowhere. Kukui choked before rapidly turning to look at the group of girls ahead of them. They didn't hear him, thank the Tapus. He focused his attention back on the trainer. Where is this coming from? Simple observations mostly, and I'll take that as a yes, Red continued, and that secret smile of his made the professor in training wince. Kukui laughed nervously. You two are not together. No, he muttered before glaring at the grinning man. She's too busy for a relationship anyway. It wouldn't work out. Maybe later, when things are more stable, I'd ask her, but I wouldn't want to burden her with me when her career is just starting to blossom. She made time for you. She was done with her work. We were just lucky. Red's deadpan expression told him what he thought of that. Right. Why are we talking about my love life? Kukui huffed. You're the one in a love triangle. I'm in no such thing. Don't tell me you cannot see it. He crossed his arms. He refused to believe that he couldn't. Anyone with two working eyes could see it. Even Pikachu nodded at Kukui's words. It was so obvious. When he received no response, he continued, seriously. A Pokemon can be stuck in a smokescreen and they can still see it. What are you two talking about? His outburst caught the attention of the others. Cynthia, Burnett, and Diantha turned to look at the duo with curiosity. Kukui's exclamations were stopped in their tracks as he glanced at Red. The trainer returned his glance. An understanding was made between them. Oh, stuff. Kukui placed an arm around Red and his face brightened when an idea popped into his head, just pointing out some of the things here and their abilities. We were talking about a Pokemon ability called Oblivious. Red rolled his eyes in good fun. Kukui really knows his stuff. He's quite knowledgeable on Pokemon abilities despite being an expert on Pokemon moves. Why thank you, Red. Speaking of Pokemon moves, we also talked about some of the ones Kukui personally studied. Like Attract, Captivate, and Cute Charm. Kukui choked on his spit. He seems to intimately know its effects. He's quite studious. Thank you, Red. That's Kukui for you, Burnett commented with pride. His research on Pokemon moves is second to none. The professor in training was grateful for the praise, but he winced at her words, especially when Red chuckled at the researcher's declaration. Ugh. With the disaster evaded, the group continued on their tour of Ether Foundation. The Alolan native was content to let things proceed as it were, trusting Burnett to lead them better than he ever could. He watched Red's interactions with his two traveling companions throughout it all, curious as to whether his friend's words ring true. Kukui was honest when he spoke earnestly with the man. The three had a peculiar relationship that puzzled him. It didn't help Red's case whenever he interacted with the two during their time here. At the end of the day, when it was all said and done, Kukui reached his conclusion. Either this man is incredibly dense or he's refusing to acknowledge it. XXX. Weeks passed and they began their attempt at the island trials. They were different from the general gym affair she was used to, but she couldn't say she hated it. It was a refreshing take on combat and she genuinely enjoyed the idea of meeting and fighting the island kahunas. The Z moves set them apart from the rest. She looked at the Fightnamum Z given to her from Hala before glancing at Red and Diantha who were also inspecting their own Z crystals. They were practicing Z moves. Her Lucario waited respectfully as she practiced the required movements. They were still sluggish and unrefined. She glanced at the others beside her. Diantha and her Hawlucha were doing a much better job, but she kind of expected that considering her profession. Need some help? Red walked toward her, his Embor in tow. He was the first to finish among the trio. She wasn't surprised to see him master the motions quickly. He stumbled initially, of course, but he quickly got into the groove of it. I wouldn't mind, Cynthia relaxed as he began fixing her stance. She tried again. Her moves were still awkward. She hummed in contemplation. This is going to take some getting used to. You'll get the hang of it in time. Red smiled as he let Embor join up with Pikachu, Rowlet, Litten, and Primeape. Practice it enough and it becomes muscle memory. Is that how you got it so quickly? Red thought for a moment. In a way, you could say that. I did have some help from Kukui. I shouldn't be surprised. It did make sense. Kukui's expertise in the subject was equal to none. He truly had a passion for it. He does have a fascination with Pokemon moves. Z moves must be his most studied subject. It is, the raven-haired trainer laughed fondly, he's a great teacher. The way he said those words tickled Cynthia's mind. It held great admiration and something more. She learned to get used to that when around him, but it never failed to make her curious. They talked some more, letting him guide her as they tried to get the Z moves to work. She briefly noted that a lot of the dances she saw from the natives held the same motions for the special techniques. It was enlightening. When she said so, the man nodded. Of course, Red said, Alola incorporated Z moves into their culture. It is a special part of their life, a sacred tradition passed down for generations. The relationship they have with the flora and fauna here is harmonious. That translates to Z moves. The synchronicity between trainer and Pokemon is a major factor. It's not just you that is taking part in the Z move. Lucario has an equal part in this. Cynthia opened her mouth in understanding before turning towards her longtime Pokemon. Lucario nodded and straightened himself. Her fighting type always listened to her rival's words. Lucario held great respect for him ever since their first meeting as Riolu. It was curious, but it never led them astray so far. Get in sync with your Pokemon. They did so. After a moment of scrutiny, Red nodded in approval. Now try. Here goes nothing. Cynthia and Lucario began their movements. She could feel the Z crystal resonating as she connected with her Pokemon. Power pooled outward and she felt her breath leave her when fighting energy coalesced into her steel type. Lucario released a series of punches, each strike growing stronger until the orb of Z-power manifested into an orange fist. Thum! Sand blew everywhere as the hand zoomed past the field before fading away. Her eyes widened before she laughed in excitement. Success! Red, did you see that? She hugged Red in victory. I did, Cynthia. The amused tone did little to falter her enthusiasm. Now we just have to keep doing it until we're perfect. She let go before turning to Lucario, who crossed his arms in pride at his work. We got a lot of work to do. Lucario, her ever-dutiful guardian, didn't bat an eye and readied again. Don't overdo it, Red reminded her. Right. They trained until dusk. XXX. Living with Red was a completely different experience from traveling with him. It was odd to have a stationary place to stay after traveling for so long, but she couldn't deny that the novelty was refreshing. Situated near Samson Oaks Academy, the cabin was a homely abode crafted of wood and stone. It was fitting for a tropical destination and she certainly didn't mind living here for a year. It was different from staying in Pokemon centers or camping in the wilderness. They had a kitchen. They had their own bedrooms. She shouldn't be surprised, but she was. When was the last time she had such an arrangement for anything more than a month? Before she started her journey. That amazed her. It's different, isn't it? Cynthia perked up when she noticed Red appear from the bathroom, hair still dampened from the shower. Pikachu joined him atop his shoulders as both partner and trainer basked in the morning air. She moved slightly from the couch to let him sit next to her. He obliged. It is. Cynthia smiled. I can't say I hate it though. After traveling for so long, having a place to call home for a bit is refreshing, her rival lightly laughed. It's an odd feeling, but it's not bad. I'm sure you'll get used to it in time, Cynthia chirped. What were you planning to do today? I was thinking of trying E-dash. Of course. Nope. Red paused at her sudden interruption. He gave her an odd look. Nope. Nope, Cynthia nodded. You can train later, but not today. We're here to enjoy ourselves, remember? This was a perfect opportunity. With Diantha gone to prepare for her movie, she had Red all to herself. She was not going to waste it. I didn't come with you to Alola just for the island trials. Says the woman who spent an entire day to get Z moves right, but a fair point, Red conceded. She mumbled at that. It was entirely an accident. That leaves the matter of what we're doing still up in the air though. We'll go out, her response was swift. It only made sense. She made plans for this. We'll explore the city, eat, walk, watch a movie or two, maybe take a swim. She began noticing that everything she said could be mistaken for a date, but she ignored it. It had been so long since she'd been with Red, so it was only reasonable that she would want to be with him. Just for today. You got it all figured out. Her rival blinked in surprise before laughing softly. Guess I'll tag along then. It sounds fun. Good, Cynthia dragged Red with her. The boy's smile was infectious and she couldn't help but mirror it. Then let's head off. A day just for the two of us. Alright, Red agreed, lead the way. Pikachu gave the two of them a thumbs up on their way out. She did not want to think about what that meant. XXX. To Cynthia, the idea of relaxing meant a few things. She liked being around her Pokémon. She was in her element when she trained with them, bonding with her team as each day was another step toward their goal of becoming champions. She enjoyed a good ice cream. She enjoyed calling her family, to speak with her parents, her sister, and her grandma. She loved a good book, and whenever she encountered ancient ruins on her journey, she found joy in that too. She could even find relaxation in battle. The blood-pumping close calls and the cheer of the crowd became something of a small pleasure as she grew stronger. But there was something different whenever she was with Red. She felt safe in his presence. Cynthia wondered if he ever felt the same way. Just as how she would rely on him, she wanted to convey that he could do the same with her. Where are we going first? There's a movie I wanted to see. Really? Red blinked in surprise. I've never taken you for a movie person. I like some, she defended. She usually was too busy to enjoy movies, but that didn't apply now. I do enjoy a good romance from time to time. He nodded. I've always preferred an action flick myself. That's actually great, Cynthia smiled, the one I wanted to watch has both, I heard. Red stared at her in confusion. That confusion turned to suspicion the moment they stepped inside the cinema, and soon enough, confusion transformed into horror. She tilted her head cutely as she bought the tickets and snacks. He stared hard at the ticket handed to him, and the growing dread that was clear on his face eventually shifted into a resigned sigh. I should have expected this. Tickets to the Princess and the Froakie were prominent in his hands. Cynthia giggled as he avoided eye contact with some of the people around them who began pointing in his direction. It wasn't hard to see the resemblance between him and the main character shown in some of the promotional posters around the theaters. Aren't you curious to see the movie you've starred in? Not really, Red grinned wryly. Well, I do, she smiled back, you always seem to find yourself roped into something. I might as well see what you've been up to on the big screen. Life of an adventurer is often unpredictable. That doesn't inspire me with confidence. Red paused to think about it before giving a small smirk. Fair point. The movie's about to start, Cynthia nudged him playfully. Let's go. He sighed but didn't object. They headed to their seats. It wasn't a lie when she said that she was genuinely curious about the movie. She wondered just how well he did. Diantha mentioned once that he did a great job for a beginner. When the movie showed Red's face, she couldn't help but crack a smile as her rival mumbled beside her. He grabbed some popcorn and threw it into his mouth. Come now, Red. You look handsome in that shot. He made a great hero. XXX. You're really into that kiss, huh, Red? It was just acting, Cynthia. Aha, her words oozed faux understanding. Her eyes twitched as the movie continued. Diantha's definitely enjoying it. She's a great actress. Acting, right. XXX. Rolette had a lot to understand about her trainer. It was somewhat shocking, to be perfectly honest. Red's Pokémon, in many ways, knew much about him, but there were also things that they didn't know. As each year's team was left to join the other veterans, stories were shared about the tales they had in every region. His Pokémon got to know more about him through everyone's individual experiences. Rolette was the newest member of her flock, but she had the distinct honor of meeting the seasoned warriors of Red's past early. The owl learned much from the varied personalities that were willing to offer them. The adventures he had in the past regions left her, Rockruff, and Litten in wonder. The tales they told depicted the raven-haired man as a fine traveler that met so many different Pokémon and faced so many different trainers. When Palpitoad, Levany, and Superior told of their antics in Unova, of the battles they had against a criminal organization, she was glued to her seat to listen to it. When Pidgeot, Butterfree, and Venusaur chipped in about Red's younger years when he saved an entire ship from the clutches of Team Rocket, she took it all in like a Magikarp to water. Feraligatr claimed that they saw a legendary Pokémon in Johto. Garchomp mentioned fighting the champion of Unova. It was almost too crazy to believe that she was with a trainer like that. Blastoise called him a trouble magnet. He could attract the oddest of things. She accepted that half-heartedly at first. After all, from the admiration they all had for their trainer, she assumed that they exaggerated their stories to make their trainer look better. When she said so when meeting Unpheasant for the first time, the fellow bird trilled in amusement. It will only be a matter of time. Her words made Rolette wary. What could possibly happen in Alola? Her trainer himself admitted that they were just there to do the trials and take a break from their efforts of conquering the Pokémon League. It was a year to unwind. Then he battled Tapu Koko this year and all of her doubts were dashed away. She really was with a trainer like that. How amazing. She followed her seniors, Duat and Boldore, through Melee City. Alongside her, Litten and Rockruff followed them like two freshly hatched ducklets. She supposed the awe never left them, even after hanging out with such strong Pokémon frequently. Rolette knew that the three of them had a lot to live up to. They were among some impressive folks. Boldore watched over them like a stoic protector. The Rock-type diligently took care of his juniors while Red was away and the Owl was grateful for the responsible Pokémon since Duat was more chill and carefree with his guardianship. Duat paused and raised his hand to stop them. Rolette tilted her head in confusion before noticing what was in front of them. His trainer stood side by side with that friendly woman, Cynthia, she recalled. Another thing she noticed about her worthwhile trainer was his close connection to her. She once asked if the two were courting. She received a great variety of answers from her flock. Yes, Snorlax, Kingler, Tauros, and other like-minded individuals adamantly insisted. No, were the words of comrades like Gudra, Hawlucha, and Noivern. Maybe, from those like Bizel, Glalie, and Torkoal. It was one of the few things that many in her flock seemed to be unsure about. From her observations, the two definitely had a special bond. What kind of bond was the question? Duat sneakily ran towards them and the rest followed. She assumed they were currently in an odd courting ritual of sorts. They were dressed well. That usually meant they wanted to impress the other. Right? Sometimes that wasn't the case. Humans could be weird sometimes. I heard that it takes months to make a reservation here, Rolette heard Red comment as they neared the duo. The Owl glanced and noticed a rather high-end restaurant nearby. Her trainer stared at Cynthia with curiosity. How'd you make this happen? It wasn't originally my first pick, the blonde admitted. I called to see if it was even possible, but apparently the owner's a big fan of mine and offered to make some room for us. I accepted, of course. People from other regions are already recognizing you, Red noted with a teasing tone, you're getting quite famous. Cynthia rolled her eyes, as if you have any right to talk, Prince of Celestic. Ouch. The Princess of Sinnoh has thorns. He opened the door for her and the two walked in. Rolette thought that was it for them. She was content to give the two their privacy, but Duat had other plans. Immense curiosity got the best of the water type and he began sneaking into the establishment. What? Rolette turned to Boldor for some help. The rock type seemed to have had enough of the Unova starter's tomfoolery and held back Litten and Rockruff from joining in. Thank the Tapus for him. It didn't take long for Duat to get caught. He was kicked out nigh instantly. Duat didn't take it lying down and began finding another way to get inside the restaurant. She watched on in amusement. It was good that such situations occurred, she supposed. For all their might and battling prowess, for all their statuses as conquerors and heroes, the fact that her flock could let loose and enjoy themselves like this reassured her of Red's character. He might be a traveler with grand tales of adventure, but he still enjoyed the smaller things in life. From the way her flock built him up, he felt larger than life, but it was nice to see him spend time as any normal teenager should. And Duat was kicked out of the restaurant again. The owl sighed. XXX. As the day moved on, they would enter a familiar routine. They enjoyed a lot of what Alola had to offer. They watched a few more movies, enjoyed the exotic cuisine only found on these islands, and sat beside each other, wet and laughing, after experiencing the tropical beaches that made Alola so special. It was a wonderful memory that Cynthia would treasure for the rest of her days. There was still more she wanted to experience with him, and as the sun began to set, the blonde smiled as she poked her rival in the cheeks. He turned his gaze away from the setting sun to look at her curiously. They were both still in their swimwear, covered by warm, dry towels. Ready to go? Red's question prompted her to shake her head. There's one more thing I want to do today. You really did plan this out, he observed. What else is there to do? There's a festival going on in Hawali City tonight, Cynthia said. I heard that it's an experience to remember. Red's eyes widened in surprise before nodding with a small smile. She took his hand and got up. They grabbed their things and prepared for the trip. Their experience here was already doing them some good. It might have been because of the serene atmosphere that permeated the region's nightlife. Alola's culture was as fluid as the oceans around them. There was a certain harmony here that the other regions didn't have. Everything felt like it had a reason. The constant push and pull of the waves brought new things to its shores, the diverse ride Pokémon kept the people connected, and every single motion that trainers wrought in battle held purpose and focus. She learned a good thing or two from it. Her skills as a battler adapted and improved to the new challenges the region brought. They blended old traditions into their everyday life. From someone that originated from Sinnoh, she loved it. Where did you hear about this? Kukui mentioned it in passing. Red laughed at that. Of course he did. When they reached the festival and noticed how the people danced to music uniquely their own, she could see where such motions inspired Alola's Z-moves. She planned to simply watch the people dance and maybe enjoy the food and fireworks. It felt like a fine way to end the day. Red disagreed. May I have this dance? Her eyes widened when she noticed him offer his hand. She looked at it for a moment before smiling nervously. I'm not that good at dancing. Neither am I. He gently took her hand and she willingly followed him into the dance floor. Her eyes focused solely on his as they were pulled close to each other, but when has that ever stopped us? It never did. They joined up with the other tourists and natives as they tried to match the beat of the music. They weren't that good. She lost count of the number of times they stepped on each other's feet. They laughed at their own mistakes. They didn't need to be perfect. This wasn't a battle where a single flaw could cost them a match. It was just two people having fun. It was a heady feeling. Despite the crowd, they were in their own world. He spun her around, his grin growing when he caught her before she tumbled. She giggled when he almost tripped as he pulled her back, and before she knew it, she had her arms around him. It was chaotic. It was unrefined. It wasn't majestic at all. She didn't care. They were enjoying themselves and that was all that mattered. Thank you for today. Despite the noise of the crowd, she could hear his words clearly. You look like you needed it, Cynthia said. She gave him a pout when he laughed. Don't deny that you were going to Alola just for the island challenges, Red. I know what goes on in that head of yours. Clearly, Red acquiesced, holding her gently as they began matching the change in music. She briefly noted the slower shift in tone. Still, I do owe you for this. I'll find somewhere nice and we cowl dash. You don't owe me anything, Red. Her hands found their way to his neck. Her body shivered when she noticed his hands on her hips. I did this because I wanted to. I'm not expecting anything back for it. I had fun too. He nodded, I'll still do it anyway. She was about to protest before she caught her breath when he pulled her closer. Because I want to. I don't expect anything back either, Cynthia. His lips were so invitingly close. She tried to find something else to focus on. Warm, amber eyes that she could drown in. Strong, firm arms that hugged her close to his body. That's not working. The rushing of her blood drowned the noise. The temptation to wet her lips grew with each passing second. Would he notice it? Every second felt like minutes. The distance between them was almost zero. She could close the gap between them with but a nudge. He smelled of the ocean and electricity. Why did she find that so attractive? Whoosh! Crackle! Before she did something that she would regret, Red separated from her at the sound of fireworks. The night sky was lit up with a variety of different colors. That observation was brief, however, for her thoughts were in complete disarray. She took a deep breath to calm her thundering heart. She almost missed his words as her head was somewhere else completely. Let's get a better view. Yeah, okay, she breathed. Her hands intertwined with his as he carefully navigated them out of the crowd and to a hill close by. It took a moment to regain her bearings but eventually found herself staring at the man as he watched in wonder at the beautiful lights that bathed them. He looked so handsome when he was in peace. Definitely worth it. She didn't notice that neither bothered to let go of the other's hand. XXX. How about this one? Stunning. And this one? Beautiful. Diantha pouted as she put the two dresses back on the rack. You know, Red, saying everything is good doesn't help me choose what to buy. You'll get both regardless of what I say, Red chuckled as he took Diantha's bags. They walked through Hawali City Mall after working on a scene for her latest film. He was with her today under her invitation. While not actively participating in her latest movie, she always found his company worthwhile. You know me so well. The consequence of my journey with you during Kalos, Red said, and your habit of taking me everywhere with you in Alola. Now, I bring Cynthia with me too, Diantha rebutted, the girl could use a good shopping trip from time to time. Visiting Alolan ruins and studying its history is hardly the most relaxing thing in the world. She enjoys it. I learned that the hard way, she replied dryly. She remembered the moments when the Kalos star spent time with the Sinnoh native. She was passionate about her interests. Very passionate. It was a side she hadn't seen before. You two are quite alike when it comes down to it. Tirelessly doing what you love. You're just as diligent, Diantha. Red followed her as she began inspecting another article of clothing. Your work ethic when it comes to your job is on par. When she opened her mouth to argue, he continued, don't try to deny it. I've worked with you long enough to know. Even Kathy Lee agrees with me. The star laughed softly before finally nodding to herself. She took a white beret she spotted with her. I guess all three of us are similar in that regard. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's not, Diantha agreed, in moderation. That's why I drag you and her around with me. She showed him a pretty black sundress. What do you think of this one? It looks good. Diantha took it and continued, I would like to get to know more about you too. I know you have ambitions of becoming a champion. Where are you going next after Alola? I heard Galar's a challenging region to undertake. I've never been to Galar. Red's expression showed one of genuine interest at the thought, but he shook his head. But I was thinking of taking a page out of Cynthia's book and redo a previous region I've been to. Oh. Diantha turned to him. Which one? I've always wanted to challenge Alder in a real match, Red replied. I've fought him once before. He's tough and hardy, but I guess traveling for so long could do that to a person. Unova, Diantha said, I've been there. Nimbasa and Castelia City were absolutely stunning. You'd make a wonderful champion. You have a lot of confidence in my abilities. Of course I do. She put a shirt back on the rack. She sent a teasing smile his way. You defeated me and only the best can beat me. If the people that can challenge me are of the highest caliber, then my losses look spectacular rather than diminishing. Wouldn't you agree? How sly of you. I don't hear a no. Red chuckled. Those are some high bars to meet nonetheless. You'll meet them, she said. After learning more about him over the months, she knew he would. He had always been a reliable sort. It was one of the things she admired the most about him. Though don't think just because you've beaten me once that it will happen again. Good, he said, I wouldn't have it any other way. They continued their small outing through Melee City. She had to keep her wits about when around him. His competitive nature always lit a fire inside Diantha. Being by his side reminded her of why she wanted to be a champion. To be among the best in the world. Working on her career sometimes clouded her from that thought. Red made sure to take care of that every single time. It felt good. If she wasn't careful, he'd sweep her off her feet. Not the most terrible fate in the world, but she figured Cynthia wouldn't be pleased. XXX. Mentorship. To guide and teach those inexperienced through the wisdom of those their elder. Torracat and Midday Lycanroc were sent flying. Dartrix let out a startled hoot as she blocked an incoming leaf blade. It was for naught as the owl didn't expect a large grassy tail to the face. The three landed on the soft sand of the Melee beaches. Sceptile stared at his juniors as the trio struggled to rise. His trainer asked him to train these three, confident of the sage's ability to further improve their potential. He accepted, of course. Sceptile deftly moved away from Torracat's fire fong before grabbing the cat and slamming the fire type at a charging Lycanroc. He looked up to see Dartrix prepare a brave bird. She dived down. The radiating power of her brave bird was impressive. Not quite the power of his companion, Staraptor, but with enough training, it could very well be. He threw Lycanroc at her. The owl tried to stop herself to no avail. Boom! The two fell back to the earth. Torracat tried a crunch on his foot. Sceptile intercepted it with Dragon Pulse. How impatient! The three took deep breaths as they slowly recuperated from the Grasstype's calm offense. They had plenty of power, but not a lot of control. It was quite obvious to see after his brief spar with them. He understood why his trainer chose him out of all his Pokémon. Among Red's mighty roster, he had the patience and control needed to teach these three the lesson Red wanted to give. They needed to work together. Some of the trials required teamwork. If power alone wasn't enough to take on a foe, they needed to use every other advantage given to them. It was a hard lesson that Sceptile had to understand from his times with Pikachu during his Hoenn journey. He waited for them to recover. Lycanroc was the first up, unsurprisingly. The wolf was the most energetic of the bunch, a stark contrast to the laziness of Torracat. When the dog charged in with Accelerock, he clashed with a rain of bullet seeds. The collision created a blanket of sand. It blocked the sage's vision. Sceptile closed his eyes as he expanded his other senses. The Hoenn starter heard the rushing of fire and jumped up as the footprints of Torracat reached him. Better. Create disadvantages for the opponent. They were thinking. Unfortunately for them, Sceptile's senses were sharpened to a higher level than they were expecting. His smell was telling him of nearing foliage, the scent of familiar feathers from above. Smack! He only had a moment to block a brave bird that swooped down the moment he jumped. They used his opportunity in the air for an aerial dive, knowing the grass type's ability to dodge was limited. Not bad. Dartrix could be very silent when needed to be. He was pushed back, his body flying and twisting midair. Sceptile took a moment to process his predicament before instinctively landing on the sand with little trouble. He opened his eyes to stare. Dartrix stood atop Lycanroc. Torracat was liking his bruises from the endeavor. Sceptile's eyes narrowed when the owl was whispering to her two companions. It must have been her strategy. They were beginning to understand the purpose of his training. Color him impressed. Best not to let them think they were winning, however. Another lesson Red taught him was to never celebrate until victory was completely assured. He blasted forward, sand kicking up from his mad dash to the three. They immediately scattered. Sceptile swerved to Dartrix, much to the owl's horror. The sky couldn't protect her from Bullet Seed and Dragon Pulse. Cat and Dog tried to keep him occupied. They failed without their leader. A stray seed caught Dartrix's wing and sent her tumbling to the ground. Sceptile took the opportunity to release a leaf blade and with one swoop, a single slash took the three of them out. He released a breath as he walked toward them. They were good. Sceptile was about to compliment their efforts when he noticed Dartrix's body puff into smoke. Substitute. The sage widened his eyes before spinning behind him to see the owl's own leaf blade cut through. Sceptile took the hit and retaliated with his own. When the Alolan starter dropped down, he took a moment to touch the shallow slash on his chest. It was a desperate last stand. Dartrix kept the move hidden from him for a moment like this. The leaf blade could use some work, however. It could be sharper, better, faster. He glanced back at his three beaten companions. What do you think of them? Sceptile focused his attention on his returning trainer. Pikachu waved at him. The grass type shrugged before nodding. You're impressed. That's good. His trainer got to work treating the fallen before Sceptile clicked his tongue before pointing at Dartrix. Red observed the sleeping owl before looking back up at the Hoenn starter. You want her under your wing? He nodded. His trainer smiled. She impressed you that much, huh? I don't mind. Please treat her well. The three had a lot to do, but they had his approval. With enough work, they would be ready for the rest of the island trials. XXX. Their meeting with the second kahuna was a stark contrast to the first. Hala was wise, collected, yet joyful with a grandiose presence. He truly looked and acted like what a kahuna should be in Cynthia's mind. He was a leader, a great one. His age commanded respect. His might demanded obedience. Wisdom and power went hand in hand for the older man. He was a kahuna that had experienced and lived through generations. Olivia was very different. You have such beautiful Pokémon. The girl could be seen interacting with their teams. She was young, surprisingly so. She didn't know that kahunas could look so youthful until she mentioned how recently she had been anointed. The difference shed light on the many personalities the leaders of each island could embody. Hala was strong in mind and body. His skills were tempered throughout the years. Olivia was young and what she lacked in experience, she more than made up for in talent. She had a gift, one that was uniquely suited for her role as a kahuna. Her ability to communicate and understand Pokémon was mesmerizing to watch. This Garchomp's a fierce one, huh? Olivia smiled as she gently touched the head of her dragon. Garchomp did not seem to mind at all. Astonishing. Only her family and Red could touch her dragon this freely. A happy yet powerful maiden. Her heart is full of love. She is well taken care of. The kahuna nodded to Cynthia. She nodded back. We've been through everything together, she huffed with pride. It's clear to see, Olivia praised before staring at Diantha's Gardevoir with great interest. Just as easily as she touched Garchomp, she took Gardevoir's hands with no issue. And this one's bond is just as special. The star's interest was piqued. Do tell. A bond so strong that it transcends words. The kahuna explained much to Cynthia and Diantha's surprise. What did she mean by that? She has put great trust in you and vice versa. It's a beautiful friendship bound by love and understanding. Diantha and Gardevoir glanced at each other before grinning at the kahuna. Whatever was said between them was lost to the Sinnoh native. Apparently, they were astounded. I didn't think anyone could pick that up so quickly. The actress hummed. You truly are something. Olivia laughed. I have a lot to live up to, but I try. She turned to Red's Pikachu and studied it with intrigue. How about this little guy? The kahuna knelt in front of the mouse with fascination. Her expression was hard to decipher as she glanced between trainer and Pokémon. It's hard to spot, but those are some melancholic eyes. The kahuna hugged the mouse. You two must have been through so much. HM. She turned to Red. Diantha stared too. What does she mean by that? Must be the training we've been through. Red's words were light and pensive. It can be rather strenuous. A believable excuse, but something in Cynthia's heart told her that was a lie. She hummed and thought before returning her attention to Pikachu and Olivia. The kahuna stopped hugging the mouse and a relieved smile graced her lips. But I can see the two of you found happiness. Pikachu nodded. I'm glad. She stood up and looked at the three of them cheerily. Now, I'm still unused to the role, so please bear with me. Having three people wanting to try the trial is something I haven't done before. Oh, that's fine, Diantha said, we didn't mean to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Olivia laughed, just unexpected, but that's part of the job. Got to roll with the punches. The group continued to explore Akala Island. She half-heartedly paid attention to the kahuna as she walked closer to Red. Diantha spotted her and gave a wink as the star began distracting the kahuna with small talk. The blonde flushed at the action but continued. He didn't notice her as he followed the group in a contemplative mood. When the Sinnoh native joined his side, she nudged him softly. Hey! Red blinked before turning to her. He held a small smile. Hey! Cynthia decided that she disliked the faux normalcy in his tone. His expression looked so fake. Something was clearly bothering him. She moved closer and kept her words quiet. What was that about? What did she mean? Cynthia explained, when she said that you and Pikachu have been through a lot. Red's smile faded slightly at her question. Training, as I said. She narrowed her eyes. You shouldn't lie to me. He winced and looked away. It's really nothing. Red didn't want to talk about it. Should she demand answers for something that wasn't any of her business? She didn't think so. She was worried though. Cynthia hesitated on what to do next but took a deep breath as she took his hand and squeezed it lightly. Do you trust me? Of course I do. Then let me help you. Cynthia's steel-gray eyes focused on his warm amber. I don't need an explanation if you can't give one. The last thing I want to do is intrude, but if there's anything I can do, all you have to do is ask. She squeezed his hand. I just want to know if you're all right. That was all that mattered to her in the end. Red considered her for a moment before sighing. Just bad memories. I'm over it now though. He raised a hand to reassure her when she remained doubtful. I promise. Olivia said it herself. We found happiness here. It's all in the past. If you say so, Cynthia let go but kept her gaze on him. But if you ever want to talk, you'll be the first person I'll turn to. Red grinned and this time it held genuine cheer. She relaxed. Thank you for the concern. Why wouldn't I be worried? You're important to me, Cynthia huffed. He should value himself more. There were plenty of people that would say the same thing in her place. He touched a lot of lives. There were so many that would be willing to lend an ear. Red didn't say anything to that, but his smile looked a lot more real, and the Sinnoh native considered that a victory. XXX. Olivia wasn't expecting a trio like them this early into her role. She should though. She was recently chosen to be Kahuna, and with that title came a slew of responsibilities. As the youngest of them, she had a duty to learn and care for Akala Island. She was enthusiastic about her job, but her inexperience could catch her unawares at times. She stretched as she stepped out of the Wella Volcano Park. The three with her were strong. Their power was nigh overwhelming when she saw it firsthand. To think that she had to do trials for them while she was still an inexperienced kahuna was nerve-wracking at first, but she knew that like how it was a test for them, it was a test for her from her tapu. Adapting on the fly to overcome all obstacles was a common trait of previous kahunas. The Well of Fire Festival. Cynthia blinked as she looked at the long stairs that led to a shrine by the volcano. That's right. Olivia grinned as she showed them a Wella crown. The festival is coming up, which is why it's kind of hard for me to do your trials. I have to prepare for it. If she was a more experienced kahuna, she knew that she could manage her new busy schedule much better. That will come in time though, so it wasn't an immediate worry. Why don't you join us until then? A celebration of fire-type Pokemon by a volcano sounds like a fitting setting, Diantha said. We wouldn't mind experiencing it. It sounds fun, Red grinned before glancing at Pikachu. Who should we bring with us? The mouse let out an excited cry. Infernape, huh? Yeah, he'd probably enjoy it. The blonde trainer perked up. It's been a while since I've seen him. The kahuna laughed as the trio discussed amongst themselves. It was hard to believe that the mouse and trainer could harbor so much sorrow judging from their attitude now. When she first saw the sadness in Pikachu's eyes, it was so hard to spot, that she almost missed it. It was haunting. The thought of the pains the two shared was sickening to think about. What happened to them to develop such despondency? She didn't know. They buried it, locking it up like a vault, only to never open it. It wasn't healthy. You still don't have a fire type, Cynthia. Sinnoh doesn't have a lot of them, Red. Diantha giggled. What a shame. I haven't seen a fire type from you either, Diantha. Cynthia crossed her arms. Ah, well you see. But Olivia had a feeling she didn't have to worry about it. The kahuna grinned at the sight of their antics. The bonds he made seemed to banish the lingering misery that clung to the two. She wasn't lying when she said that they found happiness here. Regardless if they noticed it or not, they were content. Everyone had nightmares in their closets. Everyone had experienced sorrow and hardship before. Tragedies weren't as uncommon as she would have liked, but from wounds and injuries also comes recovery and healing. Tapu Lele taught her that. Olivia was thankful for her unique gift of understanding Pokemon. It made things easier during her reign as a kahuna. The stories of those that come and go should be remembered. Was that why the Akala guardian deity chose her? It was hard to interpret their god's intentions at the best of times. Nonetheless, she would do her best to live up to the title of kahuna in her own way. Garchomp and Gardevoir were beside the kahuna watching along with her. She whispered to the two. Who do you think will confess first? The psychic type smugly beamed. Diantha's ace was confident in her trainer's victory. The same couldn't be said for Cynthia's. The dragon grumbled to herself as if the idea of her trainer confessing sounded alien to her. Ha! XXX. You've been in a good mood lately. Red hummed before turning to see Kukui writing in his notebook while studying the Greninja before him. He was tending to Lycanroc. Torracat was asleep by his side. Months passed since Kukui's fateful meeting with the black-haired trainer. A routine was born from it as he watched Red adjust to a different lifestyle. It was interesting to see the usually collected trainer fumble around with the idea of living in one spot for an entire year. It looked to be doing this man some good though. From what Cynthia told him about Red, the man definitely needed this vacation. Really? Red paused in thought. I haven't noticed. You're more relaxed, Kukui grinned, jotting a note down as the frog shinobi threw a few water shurikens at a defending Dartrix. Your smiles are a lot nicer too. Alola's been good to me. Is that all that has been good to you lately? Red glanced at him carefully. Kukui's grin only quirked up at the man's look. I'm not sure what you're implying. Cynthia. My rival. Red's words were quick and smooth. It was a little too quick in Kukui's opinion. My best friend. Nothing more. Nothing more. At his friend's words, the researcher glanced at Pikachu. Pikachu looked back. Heh. Sure, Kukui's disbelief was quite clear, much to the exasperation of Red. He returned his focus to Greninja. I'm still not sure how he works. The transformation made his water shuriken stronger, but not anywhere near the one he threw at the Lumiose conference. It was a unique case, he replied. Do you know how it triggered? Our minds were one at that moment, Red said. I'm not sure how to explain it. Our goals, our dreams, and our thoughts were in sync. Something clicked and we just did it. There wasn't much to think about. He smiled softly as he recalled the experience. Greninja nodded. It was like reliving a memory. I thought it was a Z move at first, Kukui admitted, but you didn't have a Z ring or a Z crystal when we met and it didn't feel like it used the same energy. He tapped his chin with his pen. Then again, you didn't use a Mega Stone and Key Stone either. This completely throws any of my working theories out the window. Red shrugged as if the thought of this phenomenon was not the greatest enigma Kukui had the honor of studying. The world has plenty of mysteries left to uncover. This is just one of them. I'd have to ask Sycamore and Rowan for their expertise on the matter. Kukui scratched his head. 3 heads may be better than one for this. It has traits from my specialty, but the evolutionary aspect is lost on me. Just how in sync are you two? We trust each other completely, Red replied. We feel each other's pain. We share each other's perspectives. I can guide him on the battlefield, but if we get hit, I'd have to take it too or we both go down. He whistled at the answer. There are so many things I'd write about that if I could only study it more in depth. Unfortunately, I don't have the tools for it. The idea of being connected at that level is a staggering thought. It wasn't always this seamless, he recalled. When our bond wavers, this does as well. It was a struggle getting it under control and the process was an exhausting affair. He smiled as he patted Greninja's shoulders. The frog stood taller at the touch. We had to do a little soul searching before we could effectively use it, but I'd never regret it. My Pokémon mean the world to me. Kukui nodded at that. He closed his notebook and pocketed it. Then I think we'll call this little endeavor done for now. I'll ask some of my peers from the other regions if they know anything about it and I'll come back to you on what I've found. You do not have to do this, but I appreciate it. As you said, the world has plenty of mysteries left to uncover. After some of the things he'd seen, it was never more true than now. I'm simply doing my job as a professor. In fact, I should thank you for this opportunity. I never would have thought I'd get to research something like this. I trust you. His words made the Alolan beam. And I did promise you'd get to study Greninja anyway. That you did, Kukui said before smiling mischievously. Now why don't you tell me about the date you had with Cynthia? Not a date. How about the one with Diantha? She took me out shopping. Not exactly a date. He snorted. Sure thing, Red. Whatever you say. The trainer rolled his eyes at the Alolan's antics. Honestly, the girls should thank him for his efforts. Trying to get Red to even acknowledge it was a monumental task. XXX. Nanu didn't care much for a lot of things. In fact, he didn't care much for his kahuna duties despite being picked by an immortal island fairy. Oh, that didn't mean he wasn't going to do it. Nanu didn't want to speak to his immensely powerful boss about why he was shirking his job, but his responsibilities were a chore. Of all the people they had to pick. What did Tapu Bulu see in him? No idea. He might never know, to be honest. The guardian deities could be hard to read, even for the respective kahunas. At least the battles were fun. Still, he had much better things to do. Like amusing himself with his kendama. Ha! The ball attached to the string was tossed. It failed to stick the landing. Ugh. There's a trick to it, you know. There probably is, but I cannot be bothered to care. Nanu turned to look at the person who spoke up. Lightly tanned skin paired with hair as black as coal and eyes of startling amber. His clothes were fitted for tropical weather. Ichem. He looked familiar. What do you want, brat? I got some very important business to tend to. I've come for the grand trial, he answered. I was told that you can provide it for me. You got the wrong guy. Nanu sighed as he tried the ball toss again. Failed. TCH, try looking in Malie City. The gym there may have your kahuna. Sorry, but that trick won't work on me, the trainer chuckled, and really, the Cantonian gym? It was worth a shot. Nanu finally focused on the man. What's your name, kid? He offered his hand. Red Satoshi. Ah, that was why he looked so familiar. His old acquaintance, Giovanni, mentioned him once. Nothing more than a passing conversation. It was one of the few times he saw the cold and calculated man speak in a more mellow fashion. Their relationship became more distant as time went on, but there were moments when they just talked. Simpler times. He took his hand and shook. Call me Nanu. Do you always lie about your identity? If I think I can get away. With it, Nanu smirked and let go. It worked on 2 girls before you, so I like to say that it's fairly reliable. Red rolled his eyes. I am friends with those 2 girls. Nanu shrugged. 2 out of 3 ain't so bad, eh? They're smart. Despite his defense of them, Nanu noticed the amusement in his eyes. They'll figure it out sooner or later. He chortled at the thought. If they even want to try the trial, they better. So it's some sort of test. When I first made it up. Not really, Nanu shrugged, but it's as good as an excuse as any. It filters out the experienced trainers from the naive. Red's lips quirked up. That's one way to do it. He had no reason to defend his actions. He tried to toss the ball again. Still didn't land. A shame. Not every kahuna is as honorable as Hala. And not every kahuna should, Red nodded. You are chosen because the Tapus believe that you are most suited to continue the traditions of that island. They aren't omniscient, they can make mistakes, but I like to think that most of the time, they picked correctly. He stopped playing with his kendama. The dark-type specialist narrowed his eyes. I suppose you're right. He crossed his arms. This trainer wasn't what he expected. This was the guy Giovanni was intrigued by. How surprising. For a foreigner, you do know your stuff. Where are you from? Kanto, he said. Nanu hummed noncommittally. I live in Sinnoh now though. Did you meet a man named Giovanni during your travels? He stared long and hard at the trainer's expression for any indication of the criminal's true background. Red held an impressive poker face. I fought him once for the Earth badge. He raised a brow. Why'd you ask? Just curious. He mentioned you, Nanu commented. He's quite impressed. It was hard to rouse the Team Rocket boss nowadays. The kid left a mark on him. Why? No idea. Nanu wouldn't mind finding out. Really? Red blinked in bewilderment. I wouldn't think he'd be impressed by me of all people. You'd be surprised, he shrugged. Well, if you can stir his fighting spirit, I guess you're worthy enough for the trials. Let's head to the BA-. You. There's the lying dastard. Nanu shivered as he heard two familiar voices in the distance. Judging from Red's growing amusement, he could figure out just who they were coming from. He looked behind him to see two women scorned along with a Gardevoir and Garchomp in tow. Of course. I would suggest you hide, but they'd probably find you anyway. Heh. He tossed the ball. It landed on the spike. Triple X. Guzma, wait. He reached out with his arm only to flinch when the white-haired man batted it off. The trainer left with a snarl. He didn't know how it happened. He didn't know why it happened. Sure, they weren't the most friendly of rivals, but they were rivals. They were each other's measure. They were picked by Hala. To learn under one of the wise kahunas was an honor. It befuddled him. Guzma lost, but everyone loses sometimes. He'd grow stronger from this. He knew that. Z moves are useless. I'm better off without them. He couldn't believe it. Is this the wrong time? Kukui blinked as he looked at the sight of Red walking towards him, umbrella in hand. Pikachu was perched atop his shoulders as always. The pitter-patter of the rain must have dulled his senses. He sighed. Sorry you had to see that. That was Guzma, wasn't it? Red gazed at where the young man ran off to. He looked to be in a sour mood. That's an understatement. Kukui crossed his arms and released a breath. We had a spar. I won. There was an argument and things got out of hand. The foreigner hummed in contemplation. Ah, I see. He frowned in exasperation. I just don't get it. He's one of the best trainers in Alola. He gives me a run for my money every time, but he's always so moody. That's a kinder way of saying it, he chuckled. Red's eyes softened. You two are rivals. Yeah, Kukui scratched the back of his head. My best rival, really. He cracked a small smile. I know it doesn't look like it at the moment, but he is a good guy. His distaste for Z moves aside, he was picked by Hala for a reason. Alongside you. Alongside me. We study under him, Kukui admitted, but he never really took Hala's teachings to heart. I always kept encouraging him to try harder. If he put his mind to it, I'm sure he could beat the island trials. He just doesn't put in the effort, at least not anymore. You're frustrated. Is it wrong to want what's best for others? Kukui furrowed his brows. It's not, Red shook his head, but every trainer approaches victories and defeats differently. Just like how you compare yourself to him, he too compares himself to you. He must have found himself wanting. He's a magnificent battler, Kukui argued, one of the best I know. Does he think of himself that way? The foreigner smiled softly. I am not saying this to be hurtful, but I want you to look at it from his perspective. He motioned to his lab coat and Hala's abode. You are studying to be a Pokemon researcher and are one of the finest battlers in Alola. You mastered Z moves. You are apprenticed under both Hala and Samson Oak and are beloved by many in the region. Guzma is a masterful fighter and an amazing tactician, but under the weight of your achievements, he would falter. Kukui opened his mouth to argue, only to pause. Did Guzma really think that way? Sure, people didn't seem to think much about his rival, but Guzma never looked to be affected by it. He could beat anyone that thought otherwise and his talent was indisputable. Not a lot of people would say it to his face either. But just because he didn't look affected by it didn't mean he wasn't. The professor in training sighed. I messed up. It wasn't your fault to begin with. I know. I'm just moping. Kukui took a deep breath. I don't know what I can do to help him. Let him think. His answer was still as calm as ever. His friend had always been so composed ever since he met him. That silent confidence bolstered him. I don't think he would entertain seeing you right now. You're probably right, he nodded, gazing at Red before chuckling to himself. You're always like this, you know. Red raised a brow. I thought my job was to guide you around Alola, Kukui grinned, but you never seem to get lost around here. You walk around Alola like it's second nature to you. It's funny. I'm supposed to help you out, but it's quite the opposite. Alola feels like a second home, he smiled back softly. The people here are nice and the Pokemon are wonderful. I'm glad that you think so, Kukui said. What were you here for anyway? I wanted to speak to Hala about the island trials, the trainer replied, but I don't think now is the time. He'd find some time for you. I know he will, Red smiled with feigned exasperation. I'm not going to intrude, however. Maybe tomorrow when the weather is better. Have a good day, Kukui. You too, Red. Kukui waved the trainer farewell before turning back to Hala's abode to avoid the rain. He sighed as he contemplated Red's words. The trainer always felt like he knew more than he let on. It made him curious. Just what was he hiding? He didn't know. He wouldn't prod. Everyone had their secrets. Red was a good guy, and to him, that was all that mattered. Where's he going though? Isn't that XXX? The sound of rain comforted him. Sizer is unable to battle. Not that it did any good. The winner is Kukui. He took a deep breath. He released it. Calm down. Repeat. Stay calm. Plumeria would have a fit if she saw him like this again. Second best. Guzma clenched his fists. He took another deep breath. He sat in his home. His place was run down and it wasn't in the greatest shape. Not that he cared. All that was here were some useless trophies. All this dump was good for was to act as shelter. The land didn't care about him, so why would he care about it? He was an outsider. He couldn't blame Alola for it. Imagine being a Kahuna's apprentice that couldn't use Z moves. He bet Hala wasn't proud of an apprentice like that, especially when the golden boy, Kukui, was being hailed as a prodigy. DMN him. Z moves. What good were they to him? He didn't need that. People outside of Alola did just fine without M. He'd have to train harder. Just got to pick his battles carefully. It wasn't cowardly, it was strategic. What was the point of fighting a losing war, right? He wallowed quietly within his home. Tap tap. He almost missed it. The soft knock on his door was unusual. Was it Plumeria? She was the only one that bothered. He got up to open the door. That was when he met him. Alola. Guzma stared at Red with something akin to confusion. That confusion was swiftly formed into suspicion. He knew him. One of Kukui's newest friends. He recalled being briefly introduced to him, but he never bothered to exchange pleasantries. How the hell did you find this place? I saw you walk away from Hala's home in a huff, he responded, and his expression became one of concern. Are you alright? He scoffed, why do you care? It's never wrong to care for others. Yeah. Well, I don't need your sympathy. Guzma grit his teeth. I bet Kukui set you up for this. Concerned about his punching bag? Back off. He made to close the door, but Red held firm. The man's strength was surprising. The trainer shook his head. I came here of my own volition. Guzma narrowed his eyes when the door failed to budge even when he pushed harder. Kukui doesn't think of you like that. He snorted, then what am I to him? An equal. A companion and rival. Even friend. He almost laughed at the thought. Some equal I am. His grip on the door slackened and he glanced at all the trophies on the floor. Second place. Every single time. He never won once. Red seemed to have noticed them too. You shouldn't make light of your achievements. What do you know about it? He narrowed his eyes. He moved a finger at Red's chest. You wouldn't understand what it's like, Mr. Prodigy. I'm nothing compared to you. I'm nothing compared to him. They might as well be living in separate worlds. The gap in strength broke him. What was the point anymore? I understand that it's rough. The tone in Red's voice gave him pause. I understand that losing over and over again to someone you consider your equal could make you question everything you know. I understand that it makes you feel like you've done something wrong, that you've let your Pokemon down, that it was your fault that your team failed. I understand all too well. Despite himself, Guzma listened. He clenched his fists. Then you know that it's hopeless. It's never hopeless, Red shook his head. There was steel in the trainer's eyes, and at that moment Guzma couldn't help but take solace in his unflinching resolve. He was a better man than him. He sighed. What can I do? Train and learn. Find others who can propel you to be better. Red's response was returned with silence. You're never alone, even if you think you are. Somewhere out there, someone cares about you. Guzma looked away. He didn't bother to respond. Red took his silence for what it was. With one last nod, the trainer took one look at his leaky home and placed his umbrella by the outsider's side. Red gave him one final departing wave before taking his leave. Guzma waited until he was out of sight before slamming the door and slumping back towards the wall. Just what was that man saying? He scoffed. What did he think of him? He didn't need anyone's pity. He grabbed the umbrella in frustration. He was about to throw it out when he heard another knock. Tap. Tap. Seriously? Guzma sighed before opening the door. What do you want? No dash. You look terrible. Familiar, rough, and feminine. His words died in his throat when Plumeria appeared before him. The rain didn't seem to bother her. She looked inside before staring back at him. For some reason, he couldn't help but chortle at her words. Feel like it too. You're never alone. Yeah. Well, nothing like some dinner to lighten the mood. Maybe clean up as well. You need to take care of your things. She sighed as she went inside and picked up his trophies. Never once did she glance or comment about them. Plumeria never really cared about his accomplishments. It confused him. He wondered why she ever bothered with a nobody like him. Right, Guzma murmured, quietly grabbing the things off the floor. Somewhere out there, someone cares about you. Guzma let out a breath. This guy DMN him. Planting those words in his head. Just what kind of trainer would help out a random man that he barely met? He didn't get it. They weren't friends. He was so rude, so crass. Not even Kukui could stand him when he was in one of his moods. It's never wrong to care for others. As much as he hated it, he found comfort in those words. People like him exist out there. Selfless, heroic, and caring. He lived his whole life thinking the opposite. Unbelievable. I guess Tapu Koko's onto something with that guy. What was that, Guzma? Nothing, Plumeria, he clicked his tongue. Just rambling. Say, I was thinking of making a group. Find others who can propel you to be better. A group? Plumeria blinked before studying Guzma. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but what brought this on? Just a thought. He placed his awards back on the rackety table. A group for people like us, I guess, is what I'm thinking. People that don't necessarily fit in. I think it'd be nice. She stared for a minute or two before smiling as she hummed in thought. Sounds cool. He blinked in surprise. Really? But I'm second in command, got that? Plumeria placed her hands on her hips. Arceus knows you need all the help you can get. He probably did. Heh. Welcome aboard. Triple X. The last of the major islands, Pony Island, held one of the most impressive structures Cynthia had ever seen. The altar of the sun was an ancient landmark with great historical importance to the people of Alola. She couldn't help but be amazed at its size. The effort needed to create something like this boggled her mind. Red wanted to save this site for last. She knew why. Out of every place she'd visited, this one was up there in grandeur. What do you think? It's big. For all the technological marvels Ether Paradise was, something was to be said for archaic wonders. Very big. It's one of Alola's oldest locations, Red said, and I did promise you I'd take you somewhere nice. It's no festival, movie, or restaurant, but I thought you'd appreciate something like this. He knew her so well. This is better than all of those things. That's good because I've got some other things to show you. There was more. Just what kind of things was this place hiding? She shivered at the thought. What else is in here? There are some secret rooms around here. It was like he read her mind. She swerved to Red's grinning face. Really? He nodded. I found a few. Want to check it out? She latched onto his arm. You don't even need to ask. He chuckled as he guided her through the ancient structure. Every nook and cranny that held any secrets were revealed to her. She wondered how he seemed to find these spots. It was like their time in Johto. When he led her to a hidden hole in the wall, she gasped at the sight. Inside was a nigh perfectly preserved mural depicting some sort of Pokémon that surely came from Alolan folklore. The blinding one, Red supplied. The Pokémon that created Alola with its light, Cynthia breathed. They have a festival for it, I recall, he continued, it was a shame we couldn't attend it. The Manalo festival is truly one of a kind. Why can't we? It happens every 21 years, Red replied. I'll take you to it next time. I'll hold you to that, Cynthia smiled, enjoying the idea of returning here with Red when they weren't so swamped with responsibilities. They still got a long journey ahead of them. The break was nice, but she was itching to challenge the Sinnoh League again. She had a feeling that she could do it now. She felt stronger than ever. In a way though, we've experienced a part of the Manalo festival. Oh. Manalo is an old Alolan word that means, you and I are living here together, he recalled, we did just that, didn't we? She laughed. That we did. He let her study the murals on the walls along with the rest of the altar without interruption. Silent as it were, she appreciated his companionship. From all the chaos and fun that Alola brought them, these quiet moments in between were welcome. They spent the entire day here, exploring and spending time with one another. She would have thought that she'd eventually get used to his presence, but in truth, she never really got tired of it. Was this what it was like to be in love? She couldn't say she hated it. XXX. Lightning flashed on a crystal-clear day. Many would pass by, curious at the sound, but content to continue with their day. Not to him. No, to Hala, that sound meant the entrance of the god that chose him to lead the traditions of his island. The hair on his skin rose. The elderly man set the tools and zeroing down. He looked behind him from his work table to greet his guest. Tapu Koko, the man smiled, watching the legendary enter through his window with no regard. He reminded himself that for all their mercy and compassion, these deities were largely ignorant of the social norms of his people. What can I do for you? The guardian of Mele Mele floated closer and stared at the wide variety of Z-crystals displayed in his room. Tapu Koko snatched one of them. The kahuna watched without interruption. He raised a brow at the particular Z-crystal taken, however. His god placed it on his palm. What's this? Hala stared at it before regarding the deity. You want me to give it to someone? The fairy type nodded and the legendary's eyes looked back to the window at the noise of a ferocious Charizard clashing with a nimble Decidueye. Ah, this is for Red. At the god's nod, he mused to himself. Tapu Koko's interest in the man puzzled him. He almost thought the deity was training up his successor if it wasn't for the fact that the black-haired trainer's stay was temporary. It was curious. I'll make sure this is given to him. Lightning struck once again and the deity was gone. A chuckle left his lips. Always one for flashy entrances and exits. Hala respectfully put away the Z crystal and began his trek to Red. His mind wandered to the one who had stolen his Tapu's interest. The trainer was a close friend of his apprentice, Kukui. For a foreigner, he was quite wise of the traditions of Alola. Respectful, diligent, and strong, he could see why the deity focused on him. Was that all there was to it? He knew his god better than most, and while fickle, the electric type was more serious than some of its peers. Tapu Koko would have a reason for its actions. Interpreting it was often the hardest job of his. At the beaches of Mele Mele, he was surprised to not just see the foreigner. Guzma was right there with him, his second apprentice listening attentively to the trainer's words. Counter shield works as both an offensive and defensive tool. Red motioned to Bizel, who spun around in a barrier of torrential pressure. It doesn't work well in prolonged use as your Pokémon could get dizzy from using it, but it can help in a pinch. His tactically oriented apprentice took it all in like a Magikarp to water. He muttered to himself as he considered ways to adopt it into his own battling style. It's good for a quick surprise, but once they get wise to it. For every strategy, there is a counter-strategy, he nodded. My rivals simply waited it out. It's best to have a plan of attack once you get them off your back, or you'll only delay the inevitable. Like what? Well, there's. Hala let them talk, smiling fondly as his apprentice built up new ideas. After his last fight with Kukui, he feared for the worst. Guzma wasn't an easy apprentice to teach, but he saw potential in the boy. He wanted to nurture that potential. It was unfortunate that his methods were incompatible with his apprentice. Even at his old age, lessons could be learned. He almost gave up on him, but Guzma returned the next day, silent and brooding, yet focused. It almost made him speechless. There was a fire lit in his apprentice's eyes that wasn't there before. Fueled by scorn and hope, his newfound motivation gave Guzma the tools to grow stronger. He didn't know how it happened, but he was grateful for it. Now he knew. You wanted me to see this. Tapu Koko descended behind him and the elderly man chuckled. No words were exchanged between them, but he understood his god's intentions. A small smile graced his lips. Truly, he was glad. Call him old, but he was an honorable and fair individual. Failing Guzma was his greatest shame. To see the young boy he met years ago slowly build himself back up touched his heart. I think I understand now. He took the Decidium Z out of his pocket. His god vanished the moment the kahuna took a step towards the duo. This gift wasn't given without reason. Tapu Koko wasn't interested in Red because of his strength or his wisdom. He realized that now. For some reason or another, the trainer cared enough about Alola that his god noticed when everyone else did not. This was not a gift of power. This sea crystal was a gift of gratitude. Tapu Koko simply wanted to say. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. He might not understand his god most of the time, but he could understand that. XXX. Months have passed and their journey through Alola was coming to an end. Trials were completed, Z-crystals were collected, and friends were made. Decidueye was excited to head off to the next region. She had never been outside of Alola. The thought of being called upon to fight warriors from far-off lands had her blood pumping. The future was a promising one. It certainly helped that her trainer looked happier and more relaxed. The trip helped her trainer recuperate. Alola was always a welcoming region. She took pride in it. Even when it was time to depart, their friends took time to throw a small celebration in their honor before they left. I am going to miss this place. Red's wistful words made the owl turn towards him. They were at the airport, Cynthia, Garchomp, Lycanroc, Incineroar, and Pikachu in tow. This was their last moment together before taking different flights. They were heading off to Unova. Cynthia was returning to Sinnoh. Diantha already left for Kalos. It was fun while it lasted, Cynthia nodded. Time won't stop for anyone, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the 18-year-old mused, but time enjoyed isn't time wasted. Alola was great, but it's off to the next big adventure. Unova, right? I wish you luck. Her trainer's rival had her own journey to head off to. Sinnoh beckoned her home. She looked ready. Her Pokémon were all energized and prepared to take on what was next. Decidueye respected that. I was kind of expecting you to go to a brand new region after this one. That's what you tend to do. You're not wrong. I was thinking of Galar, actually. Diantha mentioned it. Red held a hint of wanderlust at the thought before he tempered it with DSPLN. I'll probably head there after Unova. Always the wanderer. The journey is just as important as the destination. Cynthia was about to retort before noticing the time. They checked as well. It was time for the ladies' flight. The woman looked genuinely saddened to bid them farewell. Guess this is it for now. For now, Red said. I'll call you once you reach Sinnoh. She took her things and waved them farewell. Before she could truly depart, however, Decidueye noticed the blonde trainer hesitate. The owl tilted her head when the Sinnoh native took a deep breath and turned back to Red. Her trainer looked at her with confusion. Cynthia. The woman steeled her nerves before walking right up to her trainer. Oh ho. I know you're probably going to say something about how you're too busy trying to become a champion for any relationship, but I want to make my feelings clear to you because it was quite obvious that any hints I dropped didn't seem to register at all. Decidueye switched her focus to her trainer, who looked completely out of his element. Huh. You don't have to respond to my feelings right now. Cynthia's face held a tinge of red as she took a step closer, but I like you. A lot. As more than friends. As more than best friends. The woman had to make that very clear to him. I might even consider it love, but I'm not sure yet so. She gave him a quick peck on the lips. Nothing more than a transient touch, but it shook Red to the core. That's it, for now. Cynthia robotically turned around. After you become a champion, I would like a response. Farewell. The woman walked speedily away, a proud Garchomp behind her. Decidueye stared at the fading trainer before focusing on her own. Red's face looked to have completely shut down. Pikachu, Incineroar, and Lycanroc celebrated close by. Their trainer didn't seem to comprehend anything around him. He simply stood still. The owl took a moment to applaud the woman for confessing. So they hadn't been courting after all. Humans were weird. XXX. Diantha didn't know why, but as she looked out the window of the airplane, she felt like she'd been had. Maybe I should have let Cynthia go first.